Hello everyone, and welcome back to another one of these. Maybe the last one of these. I'm getting kind of I feel like these are running out of steam. But welcome back to another one of these. And one of the reasons why I feel like these are running out of steam is because I just lost 11 hours of podcast. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into how it happened. I don't want to get into it right now, but I was 11 hours into a podcast and I do not have access to that file anymore. So we're starting from scratch. It's fine. Means there's a longer break between them. Give you some chances to catch up on previous episodes on youtube.com/backwards no thank you or no thank you.neocities.org. I don't know if that's actually my YouTube URL, but one thing you might have missed, definitely missed, I don't know why I said might have. One thing you definitely missed is the fact that we now have a theme song. It's another one of these. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the Slice of Life podcast. We've got an Undertale/Toho inspired theme song. It's another one of the 12-hour podcasts. And normally I'd start off with common responses. I don't remember exactly which comments I already responded to. You know what I'm saying, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Comments-wise. So we'll take a look at some of them, I suppose. Give me 1 second though to find them because I did not prepare correctly. But yeah, we got an OP now. We're professional up in here. Okay, what comments on the previous podcast? Where are we? Oh, here's a comment I didn't see on the net. It was something completely different. But anyway, sorry about this. These comments are going to have been from a long ass time ago by the time you hear them. But anyway, on 12 Hours of Highly Intellectual Podcasting Against the Modern Web, Censored Terminal Autism 4073 says, I have almost 10,000 tabs in my main profile? 10,000? Bro, what are you doing? Stop having that. Stop. Your CPU is fucking screaming. It's actually a motivation for learning more programming because there's no way to organize everything. There are extensions that are supposed to help with this, but I don't trust any of them. Browsers are trash, so I'd rather move as much functionality as possible out of the browser into a web server running locally. I mean, so wait, you have 10,000 tabs and you're not even using tree-style tabs? I think you might be insane. I don't think this is terminal autism. I think this is terminal insanity. That is fucked. Close your damn tabs. You don't need those tabs. Like, what? Why? Like, actually, why? It's not like you're clicking on them. You don't open it up and you're like, yes, this tab from 12 months ago. That's ridiculous. Stop doing that. What the hell? Hold on a minute. My tank is flooded. There we go. Vaping, everyone. Vaping. I recommend Censored Terminal Autism 4073 also says a whole long ass thread about computers. I recommend Programming from the Ground Up. It's a book about learning programming, starting low level with an x86 assembly. If you're interested in fourth though, you could do starting fourth, I guess, with G4. Not everything in it is going to apply because it's a very old book, but the book is so good that you might as well do with it. There's also Factor, which is a fourth-based language. Forth is one of the few languages I actually like, along with Lisp. If I can't see a consistency of design in a language's syntax, that just drives me crazy, and I can't stand not being able to change programs as they run. Lisp is definitely more usable than Forth, though the barrier to entry can be pretty huge because you have a bunch of tools to figure out, and a lot of the libraries are poorly documented. And there are plenty of problems to be had by using it because it is so niche and only used by people that are doing their own thing and don't care about making other people's lives any easier. Yeah, that is there's a lot more to this thread. Your difficulty with knowing how to make is because you have a hard time imagining ways that programs could work outside of what is normal today, but the reality is there are plenty of programs to make because almost all of the ones that already exist are badly designed and ridiculously primitive and limited. Okay, well, the rest of these comments are kind of each of these comments in the thread is kind of unrelated to the previous one. So, other people have recommended me starting forth. I don't know. I'll think about it. I don't have that much to say on this. It's kind of like just a chore that I don't really have much motivation to do. Pretty much for the same. I mean, you said I have a hard time imagining ways the programs could work outside of what's normal today. But the thing is, in order to do that, you need to understand programming. You need to understand what is possible. You need to understand the possibility space. And in order to do that, you need to have an understanding of the principles of programming, which I feel like I have a very basic understanding of, but not enough to do what you're saying. So yeah, it's true. I have a hard time imagining it because I don't have the prerequisite knowledge that would, enable me to imagine that. Quake Spasm is a good way to play Quake. Accurate port of it. You can get the assets from the Internet Archive. Keep in mind, though, that the game can only full screen correctly if you use a window manager that compiles with standards. I think BSPWM may work, but most tilers don't, which is a huge issue with them. Wayland WL root stuff, on the other hand, messes this up, always stretching the game instead of respecting its aspect ratio, and I don't know if you can turn off VSync on those, so they may not be good for gaming yet anyway. Well, I don't use Wayland. On my desktop, I'm using XFCE, so, pretty boring. Probably works. I don't watch current anime at all, but Pantsu are starting to go away. They actually censored that in the Hoshino Samidare adaptation. I like the manga, so I read the threads about the anime. And then I started to think pantsu were everywhere in anime back in the day and got less and less common. The Chinese may have a problem with that, and if they do, expect to see it less and less as the industry becomes less unwilling to just ignore the global market. I think this is true. I think they are going away. I think anime fan service is becoming more and more concentrated, actually. Like, I think there's going to be less and less fan service in the more mainstream shows, and fan service is going to become concentrated in just the heavily ecchi shows, which is not, like, objectively a bad thing. It's just, I don't know. I'm not against fan service, but I'm not generally watching a show for the fan service, if you know what I mean. It doesn't bother me if a show has heavy fan service at all. In fact, I think it's cool. I like a bit of, anime pantsu from time to time. It's chill, The anime is not that good, especially. At least you get to see cute girls. But yeah, it's definitely weird. Like, I saw what passes for a fan service scene in the latest season. I mean, it's going downhill. The problem with the back is how people live. I had low back pain and solved it. And people in the East don't rely on chairs as much, don't have those problems nearly as much. This is not true. Well, okay, it is partially true. Partially true. There's a couple of reasons why people, like, certain groups of people have less problems with back pain. One of those is the chairs, but also people in people in Asia tend to be shorter. Like, just being, like, I'm 6'3". You basically can't be 6'3" without having some back pain. Now, my sedentary lifestyle doesn't help. I'm sure if I did yoga or Pilates or whatever, it would improve it. And my back pain's not that bad, but it probably will be by the time I'm like 35 or something. Like, I think it's possible to reduce back pain, but I also think that the fact that, we have to be conscious of this is a result of bipedalism. Like, no other animal has to worry about back pain except maybe like sausage dogs, like animals that have been twisted by genetic modification. I wonder if kangaroos experience back pain. There you go. That's something to research. I wouldn't assume that the petitions broke. This is about my X60. I wouldn't assume the petitions broke. There's probably a way to recover it, or you should probably just deal with the problem because it's not unlikely to happen again. I gave up on that. We're scrolling down, skipping all of the comments on I Still Don't Go Outside. This is on 12-hour podcast to listen to while falling asleep, walking the dog, or gaming. Nocto says, kind of Koth takes. I don't know what I said in this podcast about King of the Hill, but I'm assuming I said I don't like it. I still think King of the Hill is kind of bad in a 12v12 setting. It's not actually bad, and it's map dependent. Like Viaduct is a pretty good map, for example, but I think you can run into a lot of problems with mini sentries and snipers. A lot of Koth maps just fail to take into account sniper sightlines, and it's very egregious. So if there's a skilled sniper on the enemy team, they can really annoy the shit out of you. Like maps like Lakeside. Lakeside is really bad for this. And obviously Harvest is also really bad for this. And mini sentries as well. Mini sentries can be a massive pain to deal with. Although I can never get it to work, so maybe I just suck at engineer. But like whenever I'm going up against a gunslinger NG on a Koth map, it's always the most annoying thing ever. And I play demo, so it's not even hard to deal with mini sentries. It's just a pain, because it's just like you can't go anywhere near the point without losing like 50 points of health. But whenever I try and play gunslinger NG on Koth, I always get fucking shut down. Two Straws says on 12 hours of highly intellectual podcasting against the modern web, God, I'm in the middle of a fast and listening to the fast food tier list is making my mouth fucking water so bad. I'm going to stare at pizza places on Google Maps until I feel better. I hope that fast went well. Actually, I know it went well because we talked about it. User MC7ZV9VB2C comments some sort of MPV config, which I appreciate, and I tried it out and it didn't really help, but I appreciate the effort. There's nothing I can really do about it. Like, it's my video card that's the problem. Sunset Inn asks, are you going to write anime/visual novel blogs on your blog? I'd like to read them. No, I'm not going to do that, but I do have a secret thing. I have a secret thing that I'm not going to tell you about. I do write about anime somewhere on the internet, and no one reads it because I don't talk about it ever, and I want to keep it that way. Maybe one day. It's pretty new. I haven't fleshed it out that much. There's not many posts, so maybe one day I'll talk about it publicly. But for now, I want to keep that separate identity. Sven CS2EX says, I just listened to the Pill Pod for the first time. These guys sound legit retarded. You might have listened to a bad episode. They're all philosophy PhDs, so, you know, maybe that makes them retarded, but I feel like they've at least read the books they talk about. There's a lot of podcasts where no one's read a book. That's kind of why I like PillPod, because at the very least, you can trust them to have read the books they're talking about. BLK Frey says, kind of hurts to hear you talk shit about Nano's first season. I enjoyed it personally. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. It's very repetitive. I like the first episode, the first two episodes, and I like sort of the back half of the season well enough. Like, I don't love it, but I think it's kind of cool. But I think the middle is just kind of incredibly repetitive and boring. I might revisit it though and see if I like it more. Simon Plays Gamayas. Simon Plays Gamayas says, no thank you discovers the hot new tech of copying music to a cassette tape. The music scene will truly be revolutionized. Look, I'm a zoomer. I only caught the very, very back end of the cassette revolution. But speaking of cassettes, I actually have a cassette player now, which is something I talked about in the Lost Levels. It is that episode is going to be called Slice of Life Podcast, The Lost Levels. In the Lost Levels, I talked about the entire process of purchasing this cassette player. I bought it in person. I went to a shop because I remember. Yeah, I may as well tell the story. I went out to buy groceries, and I remembered that like somewhere sort of near the grocery store, there's like what we would call in the UK a knick-knack store, a knick-knack shop. It just sells little bits and bobs, you know, not really any clear rhyme or reason, just kind of sells random stuff. And it's a tiny shop that I never see anyone go into. It's kind of out of the way to get to, but I was like, fuck it. You know what? That is the sort of place that would have a cassette player and a radio. So I actually, to kind of cut a long story short, There's also a charity shop on the way to the knick-knack shop. So I went into the charity shop first and found a radio there for cheap. So I bought a radio from the charity shop, which works good, and it sits on my shelf ever since because I don't need a radio. I don't know why I bought that. And then I went into this other shop, and the guy seemed really happy to see me because I don't think he gets many customers. And I was like, I need a cassette player, and he showed me there were two, and he gave me one, and it was a cassette and radio player, which I'd forgotten was a thing that existed. So I didn't even if I wanted a radio, I didn't need one because the cassette player had a radio in it. When I took it home, plugged it in, it didn't fucking work. The radio worked, but the cassette didn't work. So I took it back to the shop, and he exchanged it for a different one, and that one works fine. So now I have a cassette player, which you would have seen if you saw the quote-unquote music video for Running on the Spot. Although I don't own any cassettes other than my own album. Jalay, what up? On 12 Hours of Highly Intellectual Podcasting Against the Modern Web, says it's all fun and games until Unix user falls into failsafe mode for the first time. So true, so true. Anime Summer 6023 says, have you figured out why Japanese food is so cheap yet? Them Nipponjins eat a whole plate for less than 10 euros, and it's not junk, it makes no sense. I think it's the quantity of restaurants and frequent restaurant goers. So if you have 150 customers every day, you don't need to rip off 400 every week, while also the restaurants compete price-wise. I think it's something like that. Like, I legitimately don't know. Because it's not like ingredients in Japan are cheap. They're not. Like fish, I mean, obviously it depends where you are. But if you're like inland, fish is not cheap. And most of the meat they eat is fish. So it's like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's not just Japan, it's all of East Asia, because they have tiny kitchens. They just have a culture of eating out. And I actually think, this is my opinion, I don't think this is an East Asia thing exclusively. I think this is just how it used to be everywhere, including Europe. Not in America. Well, maybe not. I don't know enough about the pre-settler Americas to comment on that. I would assume they were more of a... I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to comment. I have no idea. I'll leave that to like someone a historian of that era. But America with white people in it is too new to have ever had this culture. At least I think it is. But in medieval Europe, in cities, not in the country, but in cities, it was also actually not just medieval Europe, but also going back to the Roman times. I don't know about the Greeks, but the Romans as well. If you lived in a city, you didn't have a kitchen, because kitchens require fire, and a lot of the houses were made of wood and tightly packed together, and everyone having a fire, I mean, people would have had a fire, but maybe not a big enough fire to cook with, or at least not make a lot of food with. You could have probably made some food, but not a lot. And people, basically in the city, you wanted to avoid having too much fire in people's houses for obvious reasons. And so people would have eaten out at, in England, they were known as cook shops, sort of medieval fast food, pies and patties and stuff like that, quite often. And they varied in quality. There were some that were known to be poor quality, and people wrote about it, how they were poor quality cook shops. But same in the Agora in Rome. You would have gone to the market and just bought food to eat there, I believe. Or was it customary to buy the food at the market and take it home? I don't remember. I'm not a Roman guy. But my theory is that in densely populated areas, this has basically been the case. That like people generally bought food at a market or some sort of equivalent of a cook shop. I guess the modern equivalent would be like a diner or maybe like fast food, whatever. And I think it's the invention of the stove and the not just the invention of the stove, but like because previously middle class people would have just had either slaves or servants make the food for them at home if they like upper middle class or upper class people. And I think that cooking wasn't considered to be high class. But as that became less and less of a thing, suddenly cooking your own food became kind of considered to be a higher class activity, which is a weird phenomenon but did happen. As you can see from the fact that pasta went from Italian peasant food to like fancy. Like it's weird that pasta is considered kind of fancy because it's peasant food. Because it was very easy for people to learn to cook. And so maybe the fact that the upper middle classes were cooking for themselves, it became like a social indicator. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making this shit up. The like previously having to cook for yourself would have been something that you did if you were really poor, but then it became a sign of like, oh, I have time to cook a really fancy meal for myself, and I don't know. I'm kind of just spitballing here. It is fucking weird though. I think the prices are kept down by necessity is basically what I'm saying here, but I don't really understand how it works. Whatever the case may be, we need to bring that shit here. That's all I'm saying. Simon Plays Gamaias also says, you said we must rebel against DNA itself. Sounds like it could be the final line of a lore dump cold open of an early 2010s shonen sci-fi anime themed on genetics and biology. Probably would have some cool battle mechanics and good sakuga, but would be lacking on real intellectual content. A disappointing fact considering how concerned it seemed to be with scientific themes. The main villain is probably some sharp-looking Tumblr sexy man type scientist guy that Twitter artists would draw fan of. It never got greenlit for a third season, even though the light novel was fairly popular. Who's the main character of this show? What is their power? Who are their allies and friends? Is this too insane of a tangent? Probably. I think you're right. It does sound like that. I am not interested in that kind of anime though, so I don't know enough to theorize about the main character's personality and social relations. Jelaine says you can use an iframe for a nav written in a separate HTML file. Most people use web frameworks for page generation or server-side dynamic generation. This is in response to a nav bar on my website being fuckeries. I think an iframe might be the correct solution, but for now, I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna not add any new sections to my website. I'm just gonna keep it as it is, not add any new sections, and then if I ever need to add any new sections, I'll rewrite it into some sort of JavaScript thing or just an iframe. Although iframes are a little annoying because they don't work on some really old browsers and text-based browsers, which just kind of goes against the point of my website. Jalay also says, for now I will say Vim is not a good starter project, :p, Vi might be doable though. I think I meant Vi when I said Vim, but yeah, you're obviously right. I don't even think Vi is doable. I'm not very good at programming. Boom69634 says, are you familiar with Damn Jehu account and his slogan, communism is free time and nothing else? I'm not familiar with this person, but I've heard the phrase communism is free time and nothing else before. I think it's an interesting concept. I don't really have much else to say on it. I think maybe if you want to just talk about free time and nothing else, you should probably just start talking about free time rather than... Maybe you should just call yourself a free timist. That sounds better. It doesn't have all the baggage of communism. You know, a lot of people get freaked out when they hear the word communism. Just call yourself a free timist. Especially because communism, like I'm saying, it doesn't have all the baggage and a lot of people get freaked out. But that's also because, like, for good reason. Because the word is very broad and many people have different definitions of it, right? Like throughout history, it's been used to mean a lot of different things in vaguely the same general direction, but many of which are mutually incompatible with each other. I don't know where I'm going with this. I just think the term free timist is kind of funny. Mellow Kyla says, you can tell by the order or exact length, so it's not a huge deal, but it might be nice to add titles or dates next to the MP3s on the podcasts page of your website for easier referencing. That is so true. I will do that at some point. I agree with what you said about the worst part of getting a job being the actual acquisition of the job. Oh, this is Vinny Contiello says this. You essentially have to convince everyone that you're worth taking advantage of. I wish people talked about that more. I so fucking agree with this. I mean, I said it, so of course I agree with it. But yeah, it's a fucking ridiculous, like, humiliation ritual that we all go through. And then the absolute based Giga Chad Mellow Kyler And I don't say the word GigaChad very often, so the absolute base GigaChad Mellow Kyler timestamped the entirety of the last podcast, which is fucking wild. Absolutely based. Dash 8518 says, I envy your ability to speak at length with flowing, elegant quote. Of course I would fucking flub saying this. I envy your ability to speak at length with flowing, elegant prose. I thank you, my good sir. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Two Straws says, fuck, I'm still on hour 8 on the last one. It's okay. There's been a long break because of the lost levels, so we're good. And I think that's everything. Oh, Sven says, hey, don't diss Mr. Beast. He's the only other guy making 12-hour podcasts. Please don't split apart the long-form podcast community. I don't think Mr. Beast is doing that. I think that's a different guy. I think that's me that you're talking about. But yeah, I think that is all of the comment responses. There we go. Welcome to the podcast. You know what I've been doing lately? I've been playing a lot of Half-Life Deathmatch. The 25th anniversary version of Half-Life came out, and it's amazing. I made a video about it. And in that video I played some Half-Life Deathmatch, and I had some fun. But then the next day I was like, yeah, I'd play a little more Half-Life Deathmatch, sure. And for some reason, I just played for 10 hours straight and got fucking cracked in that one day after I recorded the video. I don't know what happened, but I just entered the flow state for like 10 hours. Actually, I think I do know what happened. After I made the Half-Life video with Osaka, I ended up watching some videos on YouTube of like high-level Half-Life Deathmatch 1v1s. And learning a bit more about the game. And so I hopped on the next day and I was like, I want to try some of that stuff out. And yeah, then I played for about 10 hours, taking breaks to piss and eat, and entered the flow state and became kind of good at the game. And the way that I'm kind of good at the game is that I only play Crossfire, which is full of noobs. And also, Crossfire is a map where you can learn lots of tricks. To give yourself an advantage, which is something I like. It's very autism core. Like digging through deep YouTube, watching high-level matches on demos and so on, and reading the wiki will give you a distinct advantage on Crossfire. Other maps are more like just aim better than the other guy. But the thing about Half-Life Deathmatch is I think it's like maybe one of the best first-person shooters ever made. Like, obviously Half-Life is really good, the game, but everyone knows that the Zen levels kind of suck, and On a Rail kind of sucks. But Half-Life Deathmatch doesn't have any of that stuff, obviously. And now here's the, I think, I actually been seeing a few posts on the internet of people also getting back into Deathmatch, or getting into it, like when I think they've kind of all fallen off. I've noticed servers and like it's harder and harder to find full servers, or not necessarily, there's just fewer. Anyway, I think the thing that people are getting wrong about the game is they're talking about it, how much of a great casual experience it is, which I just think is wrong. I think it's literally the opposite. I think Half-Life Deathmatch is absolutely not a good casual chaotic game. There's already a Valve Source Engine first-person shooter that is a great chaotic casual game. It's called Team Fortress 2. Half-Life Deathmatch in a server with 20 people on it fucking sucks. It's not fun. Like, yeah, I guess unless you consider it to be super casual, and then it's fun for like an hour, and then you'll get bored. No, like any arena shooter, with too many players, it becomes dog shit. You gotta trim, like, the game is best in 1v1s, but, you know, you want to be aiming for servers with, like, fewer people, because then you can actually get the good guns. In fact, really the good gun. Because the thing about Half-Life Deathmatch is it shouldn't work. The formula of the game should be fundamentally bad and not be fun, because it's all based around getting the one good gun, the gauze. all of the other guns in the game suck compared to the Gauss, or they're situational, but the Gauss is a fucking hit scan, one hit kill weapon, whereas everything else is sustained damage or projectiles, or you have to hit a headshot to get a one hit kill. The Gauss will one hit kill anywhere if it's fully charged up. But not only that, it also gives you crazy movement because you can Gauss boost all around the map, making you impossible to hit. Now, obviously, the sacrifice is that it burns through ammo like crazy. But if you know the map, you can just boost to the ammo and constantly be refreshing. It's not super easy, but with a bit of practice, you can get the rhythm down of like when ammo packs respawn and where, obviously learning where they all are, etc. And so the game really revolves around getting the Gauss gun and then, just spawn camping the other guy until you fuck up. And this should not be a good formula for a game. Having one really overpowered weapon should not be a good formula for a game. But for some reason it works. And I think the first thing is that actually that is kind of a fun formula for a game, but only in 1v1s or only in small servers. Or what I mean by that is, if you guys have ever played GoldenEye, there's a mode in GoldenEye called Man with the Golden Gun, which I used to play a lot with young Sai. It actually used to be the main game mode we'd play, which is unusual. It's not the most popular GoldenEye game mode, but the reason I like it, so the Golden Gun, if you've never played GoldenEye, is on the map spawns a golden gun, which is a one-hit kill. And it's, way better than all the other guns. But there's only one of them that spawns, and only one place to get ammo normally. And this game mode is actually really fun because it becomes it's sort of a random who gets it first, right? Because it kind of depends on where you spawn, like who spawns closer to it, to the golden gun. But once you get it, it's kind of about like how it kind of becomes a survival game for one player. Like the guy who has the golden gun, it's like how long can you survive with it, and like how many kills can you rack up until you eventually lose it. And then for the other guy, it's all about like, you're not going to kill the guy in one life, but how many lives can you, like how few lives can you take to kill the guy with the golden gun, right? Because eventually, he's going to run out of health and armor. So it's sort of like becomes, and then you switch roles, because when you die, you drop it. So then the other guy's going to have it. And I think that game mode's really fun. And Half-Life Deathmatch is kind of similar. The Gauss gun is obviously not as powerful as the golden gun is in GoldenEye, but it's pretty close. And so, yeah, it kind of becomes this interesting back and forth of like who has Gauss. And if both players have Gauss, then it's equally fun. Like both players having Gauss, it kind of becomes like an instagib game. So it's, I don't know, I think it's really fun. And then the second reason I think the Gauss or the game is so fun is because the Gauss gun is like one of the best weapons ever created in a first-person shooter. It's so, the sound design of the Gauss gun in Half-Life is fucking impeccable. It is so good. The gun feels so satisfying to use. It has such great sound design, such great animations, and obviously, I mean, it's a Gold Source game. The movement is fucking unparalleled, and the movement options like it is the best. I know this is like, it is what Zoomers would call a movement shooter, but it's like I've played Quake, I've played Unreal Tournament, I've played a few other, I've played Rats Instagib, I've played Warfork, I've played a little bit of Zonatic, and like those are, I think, all of the big arena shooters that I'm aware of. There are probably others. And out of those, Warfork is the most movement oriented. Like Quake is actually not very movement oriented. Like you can rocket jump, but it takes a lot of your health. Like TF2 is way more movement oriented than Quake, or even Team Fortress Classic, way more movement oriented than Quake, because you take so much self damage from rocket jumping. It's not really practical. Or when you do rocket jump, it's just sort of like a once in a while thing. You're not constantly rocket jumping around because you would just die. And Unreal Tournament has the teleporter gun thing. I don't remember what it's called, which is kind of fun, but I don't know. It's not really I guess it is movement, but it's kind of limited beyond that, is what I mean. It kind of has this one movement mechanic and nothing else. And then rats you can boost, but the boosting is fun and really good. But actually, like, boosting in the air is kind of a disadvantage. Like, you're actually kind of punished for moving too fastly in that game. And you can't gain that much speed. Like, the momentum in rats is kind of iffy. It's not super momentum based, I guess. Is how it doesn't have the satisfying, like, preserving momentum type thing. But it's still a good game. Don't get me wrong. I love rats, but yeah. And then Warfork is obviously super movement oriented. But yeah, I mean, there's not really much else to say. Warfork is designed from the ground up to be super movement oriented. But Half-Life, that was my Discord ping. I don't know. Half-Life is also really good. Half-Life is really fucking good, man. You gotta play the game. It's a good fucking game. Okay, the movement is so good. It's Source Engine, so it's even though the other games are good, Half-Life is Source Engine or Gold Source. So the movement is fucking crazy. But what I really like in the game, like in playing Crossfire, if you don't know anything about Half-Life Deathmatch, by the way, you probably don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Crossfire is like the most popular map in the game. It's like the D-Dust 2 of Half-Life Deathmatch. But the Gauss gun is a really unique weapon because it both reflects off of surfaces, but also can penetrate surfaces. Depending on the thickness of the wall and the angle you shoot at, and also just seemingly random factors. Like sometimes randomly you'll shoot a wall and it will bounce straight back and kill you. And I have no idea why it happens, and it happens at the most annoying times. I don't know why the gun works like that, but it does. Like the gun is fucking wild, but it is deterministic. Like you can learn in the same way that in like Counter-Strike, you learn grenade lineups. You can learn wall gauze spots. Like you can memorize all the spots on the map where you can shoot through the wall, and the gun will just delete anyone anyone in the vicinity of where you hit, or like particular areas where, because it's always easier to aim at a static wall than it is to aim at a moving target. So you can memorize all these locations on the map where it's like, okay, if they're standing there, you can aim at this little bit of geometry and it will bounce off and hit them. And that is super satisfying to know. Like the difference between knowing those spots and not knowing is quick, because it allows you like to shoot people without putting yourself in danger because you're behind a wall. And this works on every map in the game, but most maps don't have loads and loads of really thin walls. Like normally you can only sort of corner gauss, right? Like you shoot the corner and like the thin part of a corner and it will go through or bounce off, and kill. Like when someone's peeking a corner, you don't have to actually shoot them. You can just shoot the corner and it will bounce off and kill them because it sort of does like area of effect damage. I don't know how it works exactly, but it just works for some reason. But specifically on Crossfire, there are loads of really thin walls which you can just shoot through. And there's also lamps. For some reason, shooting the lamp, I tried, there was a GitHub thread about this and I tried to read it, but I couldn't really understand what they were talking about. I think the guy who was writing about it didn't like have great English. But it seems to be something to do with like the way the code for the Gauss gun interacts with like thin geometry, like when there's a few polygons sort of near each other, I guess, or a few like surfaces that are like too close to each other, it gets a bit confused. Whatever the case may be, I don't know. Shooting the lamps just deletes everyone in an area around you, which is really funny, but also kind of sick. This is the sort of tech that I love. It's weirdly satisfying to do. I don't know why, it's just weirdly satisfying to do. But there's also like, this isn't just brainless. Like there's game sense and like audio cues to it. Like, it's not just, oh, you see a guy, he walks behind the wall, you shoot him behind the wall and he couldn't do anything about it. Like, a lot of the time, you see a guy and then it's about reading him. Like, where do you think he's going to go from here? What path is he going to take? Well, I know that this weapon is over here, so he's probably going to try and get that weapon. So I should shoot there where the weapon spawns through the wall, like that sort of thing. And it's also about like memorizing as many of these different wall gauze spots as you can, because a lot of them are highly situational, but you're often in situations. So it's like there's some spots where it's like I know this exists, although I've never used it. But if I'm ever in this situation where I'm down here and that guy's up there, I know that I can shoot this particular bit of geometry and he'll die. Um, which is super useful. Like that stuff comes in handy all the time. And it's about game knowledge, really. I think it's a good test of game knowledge. But then the other thing is when you're playing against good players, knowing those spots, you can also assume that the other player also knows all of this stuff. And so then it becomes a mind game of like, well, now not only do I have to memorize the war gauze spots, I have to memorize if I'm in that position and someone else has the gauze, where can I stand to not die? And that I'm just learning that part. That is the part that this is the you are here in the timeline. This is the bit that I'm at. It's like, okay, well now I know that like if I go past this point in the floor, that's when that lamp shot kills me. But if I don't go past that and instead I jump over here, like I think this stuff is super in depth because a lot of this stuff is all taking place in your mind. It's kind of like Counter-Strike where a lot of it is about reading where players are going to go. But unlike Counter-Strike, it is insanely fast-paced, which makes it a better game. That's not true, but every game feels super slow after you've been playing Half-Life Deathmatch for 6 hours. Like I played Half-Life Deathmatch for like a few days, and I tried to get back to TF2, and I was like, oh my god, the movement speed is so fucking slow. It's crazy. Not to say that I am not playing TF2. I've also been playing a lot of TF2, and probably always will be playing a lot of TF2. I just also like Half-Life Deathmatch. And then the other thing that's fun about playing Crossfire is, so the central gimmick of Crossfire is that there's a bunker on the map, and every 5 minutes, a button is revealed in the bunker, and then if you press the button, sirens start blaring, and the doors of the bunker start slowly closing, and then once the doors close, anyone who isn't inside the bunker, with one exception that I'll talk about in a second, dies. Like an airstrike happens. An implied airstrike with sound design and flashes comes and kills everyone on the map who isn't in the bunker, which is kind of useless strategically, but it is fun. Like it's a fun mechanic. Because like once their sirens happen, everyone starts rushing to the bunker and it becomes, a fight over who gets in. But again, if you have been on YouTube for the past week looking up every bit of gameplay you can find of this game, you might find out that there's a trick, which is that the kill plane that is supposed to kill you when the bunker gets set off doesn't extend all the way into the sky. And so if you can get out into the open, you can gauze boost yourself super high in the air at the right timing and avoid dying. It doesn't really give you any advantage because then you're completely out of position and you've probably used up most of your gauze ammo. But if you're cracked, you can then run immediately back and start spawn camping people, which is another thing. The game at a high level turns kind of into who can spawn camp better, which is one of the reasons why I don't like playing, at least right now. I haven't memorized all the spawn locations. Like people, if you go on YouTube and you look up high level Crossfire gameplay, not the game called Crossfire, the map called Crossfire in Half-Life Deathmatch, you'll see it like the people just seem to know where the other guy's gonna spawn, and I have a rough idea, like I'm starting to learn it, but I think they might have changed it in the new update because there was a patch note about spawn randomness. But I'm not sure. I haven't. There's not any posts about it, so like that I can find. I can't find any information on if it's actually changed or not. Anyway, Half-Life Deathmatch, great fucking game, really good game. Today, I played Team Fortress 2, and listened to an audiobook of the Genealogy of Morals, and I gotta say, I don't know if I'm missing something or what, but honestly, pretty disappointed. I don't think I've ever and listen. Okay, I don't know where to start with this. Obviously, it's a fucking philosophy thing. It's dense. There's a lot to be said about it. And I didn't there's 3 essays, right? I only listened to the first 2. I was mostly interested in the second essay, because that's the one that I hear a lot of people talking about. But yeah, I listened to the first and second, and just skipped the just didn't bother with the last one, which maybe I should have, but anyway, I'll get around to it eventually. I'm disappointed because I've never read Nietzsche before, but I've watched a bunch of lectures and read like secondary texts about Nietzsche, and I've read a bunch of other philosophy that mentions Nietzsche, and I sort of assumed that there would be like a bunch of stuff that gets left out of that. I was like, okay, well, like if I go back to the source, I get the trueness. But in reality, all of those essays on Nietzsche, essays on the genealogy of morals, lectures on genealogy of morals and all of this other stuff, really gets at all of the interesting stuff, and the stuff they leave out for a reason. And then the other thing that I was disappointed about was that I think his history's a bit fucked. Like, I think he's wrong about a bunch of stuff, like factually. I mean, this is not to mention all of the race science stuff, which is obviously, it's Nietzsche. There's race science stuff. But, other than the race science stuff, like there's stuff about early human history or prehistory, like talk about the Bronze Age and stuff like this, which is factually inaccurate. Now, like I've done a bunch of research. This is like one of my interests in history. I only care about pre-civilization and medieval England and nothing else. So I know about the Bronze Age. And when he talks about how violent and savage and miserable it is, I'm like, no, it fucking wasn't. Well, at least not everywhere all the time. Sometimes it was, just like it's sometimes violent and savage and miserable now. But, it wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't great, right? It's not like you're talking about, right? And he talks a lot about this sort of stuff about primitive man. I mean, and then he's like, racist about it, which is kind of weird. But, I mean, you can ignore that stuff. Deleuze ignores that stuff, and Deleuze is based. Deleuze has the best reading of Nietzsche, obviously. But yeah, it's not that I don't think the genealogy has anything interesting in it. Like, it does. It's just that I already knew it all, like from lectures and stuff. I expected there to be a bunch of more depth to it, like stuff that doesn't get mentioned in the lectures or secondary texts or texts that reference. But actually, no. Like, all of the stuff that doesn't get mentioned is mostly either some of it's interesting. Like, there's some specific bits of like, linguistics, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for here? Etymology, that's kind of interesting, talking about the origin of certain words for good and bad and good and evil, and this is the distinction between good and evil. I already knew that stuff. The distinction between evil versus bad, like, I knew that stuff. I've already watched lectures on, I don't know why, but like, I know why I expect this, because I've done this before. I always watch lectures about philosophy before I read the source text, because it's more accessible. It means I can decide whether I want to actually read something. And normally the lectures are like very specific. They cover like some particular part of a book or whatever. But then you actually read the book and it's way more, just more. But the genealogy of morals, it wasn't like that. It really was. I mean, it's short and it's pretty to the point. It's pretty plainly written, and it pretty much just is all of the stuff that people say, but like more long-winded and then riddled with like random race science and factual inaccuracies, which I feel like if I had gone into this blind without having, any knowledge of Nietzsche, it would have been more fascinating to me. But I already know the story that he tells about the slave revolt and stuff. So it wasn't, I feel like I didn't really learn anything, which is very disappointing. I do like the second essay, though. The first essay is a bit questionable. I think it's got some good parts. It's interesting, as a concept, but yeah, there's a lot of questionable history. And also, like, just generally speaking, I'm gonna have, I don't know. I feel like Nietzsche's such a weird and unique thinker. He's almost like hypocritical on purpose. It's kind of difficult to pin him down, because like he says a lot of stuff. Like, he's not a humanist, for example. and he's in a, you know, in a way that's closer to the way that I'm not a humanist, but then also he's like very life affirming, right? Like to him, I mean, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but to Nietzsche, there's nothing worse in the universe than nihilism, and like, he all of the stuff that he criticizes for being against life, basically, and that's a little difficult for me to square with his. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying it's hypocritical in a bad way. I'm just saying it's interesting in a nuanced way, but it's also kind of weird to wrap my head around, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I just felt disappointed. I listened to it and I was like, "There's nothing new here. I already knew all of this stuff. I already listened to this stuff." But like, this is not normally the case. Anyway, that's Nietzsche. I'll tell you one thing that gets left out of the lectures. They're like, and then what he's gonna say is, there was this slave revolt and morality got flipped, basically. But the lectures they don't mention. None of the lectures that I've listened. I listened to like 3 different lectures about the genealogy and Beyond Good and Evil. Maybe even more than that. I don't know. I've listened to a bunch of stuff over the years and read stuff, and not a single one of them mentioned the Jews. Nietzsche mentions the Jews. None of the other ones mentioned the Jews. He also, it's very funny how Nietzsche like sort of combines the Chinese and the Jews into like one race. It's a very weird. It's a very weird thing to do from my perspective, but I guess it made sense to him. It kind of makes sense. Like, if you think about it, the Chinese are like the Jews of the East. Okay, we gotta stop. Yeah, weird guy. Team Fortress 2 is arguably the greatest first-person shooter ever made. And one of the things that makes it so great is the incredible both depth and breadth of gameplay. Most video games either have a lot of content or they have some content that is really deep that you can spend thousands of hours mastering. But somehow, Team Fortress 2 has both. It has so much content, and yet every little bit of it is incredibly deep, and you could spend a lifetime just mastering one aspect of it. But Team Fortress 2 has 2 massive problems, and I say this with, again, it being probably my favorite game of all time. And those problems, one of them is more solvable than the other, more easily solvable. Now, these problems, they're not Sniper. A lot of people complain about Sniper, and look, I think Sniper has some problems, but this is not what we're talking bigger. It's not the bot crisis. It's not cheaters. It's not the vaccinator. It's not the wrangler. No, the 2 biggest problems are balance and support. Now, balance, I'm not going to spend much time on, but in casual, you will very often get really unbalanced games. The balancing system of casual is really piss poor, and there's nothing you can do. There's no scramble feature. Auto balance, famously kicks in right at the end of the match and auto balances you to the losing team way too late to do anything about it. The system clearly doesn't work, and it makes the game pretty unfun. And of course, once your team starts losing, people start leaving, which means you just start losing harder. It's not and you can't just change teams in the middle of the match, and you can't scramble the team. Now, I say this is more solvable because Uncletopia has a scramble feature. Uncletopia lets you switch teams mid-match. There are community servers that fix this, so I'm not going to spend much time on that problem. But it is very frustrating to get into lots of unbalanced games in casual. But no, I think it's a bigger problem because all of the other aspects, Sniper, the Kunai Deadringer combo, the Wrangler, lack of class limits, a bunch of this other stuff, the weapons that are questionably balanced, classes that are questionably balanced, that's only a problem because having one really good player on the enemy team isn't really that bad. Like having one cracked sniper or, one engineer who's using the Wrangler a lot or sitting on the cart with the short circuit, it's not great, but it's fine. The problem is when you have multiple players on the other team, it stacks, and then the game becomes unbalanced. it's so, it compounds and makes the existing problems much more egregious when they can stack like that, and you have no ability to just scramble the team and balance the game. But as I said, this is not the biggest problem. No, the biggest problem in Team Fortress 2 is support. The biggest problem is medic. And the fact that medic is way too important in the game. The game completely centralizes around one class, and that class is poorly fleshed out. Now, I've heard some people say that medic is the highest skill ceiling class in the game. And that may be true in a competitive sixes or Highlander environment. But in a casual game, it's so chaotic, especially with random crits, that there's just only so much you can do. And I say this as someone who decently enjoys playing medic. I think medic is, if I remember correctly, my fourth most played class. I think it goes demo man, pyro, engineer, medic, soldier, and then the classes that I don't play. Because I'll play medic and it's only getting more as time goes by, more and more. I'm the guy. I'll join a server if we don't have a medic. I'll go medic. I'm trying to be the change I want to see in the world. And the difference, I mean, it's nice knowing that you're making a big difference from your team winning and losing. But the medic gameplay is not that fun. Or the real problem, actually, though, is not just that the medic gameplay could be more interesting. It's specifically about this depth and breadth thing I talked about. So let's take a look at another class, my favorite class, Demo Man. There are so many different ways to play Demo Man. You can play, as your sort of area denial, massive damage output, splash damage output class that sort of stock is. Or you can be a melee-only Demo Knight subclass, right? Or you can be somewhere in between, hitting pipes and then finishing people off with your sword as a hybrid knight. Or you can have insane mobility with the sticky jumper. Or, you can be hitting nasty double donks with the loose cannon. Or you can be playing a more trap-centric defensive playstyle with the Scottish Resistance. Or you can play a hyper-aggressive playstyle with the Quickie Bomb Launcher. That's just, some of the basic weapons. Even beyond that, within each loadout is going to have different playstyles. Even within stock, you have some people who play way more aggressively, some people who play more passively. There's so much variety to the way you can play Demo Man. And this is true of basically every class in the game. Between unlocks and different playstyles and, different people's there's so much variety. But there are also two classes that don't have this. And one of them is Heavy. But Heavy at least has some meme playstyles, right? You've got the Holiday Punch Pootis Pow combo. That's a common meme playstyle for Heavy. The Buffalo Steak Sandwich type playstyles. And then the different, the Fat Scout, and playing with a shotgun, even not as Fat Scout, as a legitimate strategy. It's actually really good. People underestimate how good the shotgun is on Heavy. Being able to do damage without having to sit through a rev up animation is actually super powerful as long as you have a good medic on your team. This is what I fucking mean though. Because without a good medic, or at least a medic, it not only makes your team lose, but it kind of shuts down your ability to have fun. Because there are only so many health packs on the map, and with 12 players on either side all going after the same health packs, a lot of classes lose one of my favorite things about the game, which is mobility and the ability to take risks. Taking risks in the game, making a more aggressive playstyle, is going to mean you take more damage, and that means you need more healing. My second favorite class, or my secondary class is Pyro. And, Pyro needs to get close to people to deal damage. And one of your main mobility options is jumping with the detonator, which does a pretty decent amount of self-damage. It does quite a lot of self-damage, and there's no way to negate it. So, you're always going to be low coming out of a fight. coming out of jumping in with the detonator. And without a medic, you can't have fun in the game. You have to jump in, and then you have to run away to a health pack, be out of the front line, not helping your team it's annoying. Same with demo. Sticky jumping is super powerful. If you can consistently get a medic to overheal you, you can just bomb in and dish out insane damage. It's situational, but it's super powerful. But you can't do that if there's, that is just not even semi-viable without a medic to overheal you. But medic doesn't have any variety to their playstyle. There's one loadout. It's the Crusader's crossbow, and then whatever medigun, because they all do this. They all work the same mechanically. They have different effects, but they all work the same mechanically. And then the Ubersaw. That's the only viable medic loadout. There's not really any, and even if you change it, like maybe the syringe gun, borderline useless, I guess, but some people use it, or the Blutsaga. But battle medic is not, like, let's be honest here. Battle medic is not particularly fun, or you're just gonna get flamed by your teammates. So the crossbow, which is a great weapon, by the way. Like, I'm not saying that medic's existing loadout singular is bad. Like, the Crusader's crossbow is one of my favorite weapons in the game. It's maybe the most important weapon out of any weapon in the game. It's very well designed. I like it. I like using it. It takes a lot of skill. It has a lot of depth. But that's the only option you really have. And then it's also kind of a situational weapon. Like, really, your medigun, is what you're going to be using 90% of the game, so you can build Uber. And that doesn't even require any aim. Like, you just sort of follow people around and Uber the top scorer. Like, it's, that, or crits them, or use the vaccinator on them. It's the same, like, they all work the same way. There's no depth to Medic's gameplay, which makes Medic kind of repetitive and boring to play compared to the other classes, which I think is a damn shame. But then the bigger, the issue with this, why this is an issue, is, as I said, Heavy also suffers from similar kind of thing, right? I think Heavy is also kind of repetitive and boring to play. And you could even make the argument that, like, something like Engineer is kind of like this as well. Although Engineer has the Gunslinger, it's still pretty similar outside of that. But if your team the rest of your team can still have fun without an Engineer. The rest of your team can still have fun without a Heavy. Without a Medic, there's no other class really provides any support. No other class provides adequate healing. The answer to this really is to give other classes the ability to heal, to make up for Medic. Give some of that. Don't centralize all of healing to Medic. Basically buff the dispenser. Buff the dispenser and give other classes, some sort of better support ability. Like Pyro. Pyro could do with a bit of support ability. Like, you can have some self-sustain on Pyro, extinguishing teammates to give you health, and using the back scratcher to get more out of packs. That's nice. But it would be nice if you could somehow give health to someone else. And, like, Heavy has this. This isn't unheard of. Heavy can drop a sandwich. That's good. But it's so limited, Like, you get it needs to be less limited. This is, I think, the biggest problem with the game. Is how centralized everything is over Medic. Because I'm happy to play Medic once in a while when my team doesn't have one. But a lot of times my team doesn't have one, because a lot of people find playing Medic boring. And, even if you are, like, okay with playing Medic, like I am, it gets repetitive. You don't want to play it all day. I know there are Medic mains out there, and you're very cool. And shouts out to Medic mains. Literally the lifeblood of the community and the game, but you shouldn't have to be. Like, the world shouldn't revolve around, one class. That's not how the game should work. Every class should have, you should be fine if you don't have perfect team composition. And it's not just about winning. Like, having a Medic obviously makes your team more likely to win, and that's nice. But it's also, as I've been emphasizing, about allowing people to have fun, to make, and fun is making risky plays, you know, jumping in maybe in an ill-advised way, you know, doing crazy movement stuff, the stuff that makes the game fun, not just hanging back and playing super passive. It's fine if you want to do that, but like, you know, the a lot of the stuff that's fun in the game requires taking damage. And so if you don't have a medic to support you, you can't take those risks. You have to play way more passively. You know, not only does that give you a massive disadvantage to a team that, you know, if you're playing against a team that does have a medic, but also it means you can't do a lot of the most fun stuff in the game. You know, the stuff that the movement tech that inflicts self-damage, or, you know, taking more risky plays while you can be assured that you can run back to your medic for reliable healing. Like, it sucks a lot of the fun aspects out of the game, which I think is really sad. Like, you should, you know, make dispensers heal faster. Like, there are times when, like, I think on Viaduct, for example, a dispenser it can't make up for a lack of a medic, but it can help a lot. Viaduct is good for this because it's quite a small map, and there's like a couple of really good spots you can put a dispenser in. But on a lot of like payload maps, you're going to be too far away from the nearest dispenser, especially if you're on attack. If there even is a reliable dispenser, if your team even has an engineer on attack, which often, you know, they don't. This is, I think, the biggest problem with the actual biggest problem with Team Fortress 2 is how reliant the game is on this one class, which they haven't really done much to make super fun or super varied. Again, medic is cool. I don't have it, like, I don't dislike playing medic. In fact, I've had a lot of fun playing medic. But it gets boring. I don't want to main medic. I just want to play medic from time to time because the gameplay is very repetitive. It's very samey. You don't need to use your brain a lot of the time. It doesn't have the depth in casual that a lot of the other classes have, or the breadth, though. It doesn't have the breadth in casual that a lot of the other classes have. Now, yeah, of course, in a competitive environment, it's different. In a competitive environment, most classes only have one or two viable playstyles. In fact, in sixes, most classes aren't even viable. And so, you know, of course, the whole attitude changes, but that's not what we're talking. In sixes, I think it's fine. Although, actually, maybe it'd be better if, you know, again, if there were more support options, because then you might be able to shake up the meta of sixes a bit, which would always be nice. I think the sixes meta is very stale. I think a lot of people agree with me on that. You know, maybe if dispensers did more healing, I don't think you'd be able to do away with a medic, but you might be able to run an engineer with a medic and get, you know, a pretty big advantage out of that, possibly. I mean, yeah. I don't really have anything extra to add on to this. I just think it's a shame. And the reason I think it's a bigger problem than any of those other issues is it's not the sort of thing that can just be solved by going to a community server. Like, this is the sort of thing that is a kind of a fundamental issue with the game, and there's not really anything you, as a player, can do about it. Here's something you will have missed out on from the Lost Levels. I watched this movie called Existence, and I was very disappointed with it. It's a David Cronenberg film, and I've been it's one of the ones I haven't seen, and I was kind of looking forward to it, but I thought it was pretty bad. I'm not going to go on my whole rant about my problems with Existence. I think it's probably the worst David Cronenberg film that I've seen. However, on reflection, you know, I actually think the film has quite a lot of really interesting imagery and ideas and concepts in it that I didn't give it credit for. So I'm basically like apologizing to a past me that you will never know because the levels are lost. Why does this keep plugging and unplugging? What is happening here? Is the fucking wire loose? What's going on? Okay. Anyway, Existence, not my favorite movie, but this is all to lead up to something completely unrelated. For some reason, I feel like rewatching Dirk Gently. I believe that this is what the Zoomers would call my comfort show. Dirk Gently, if you don't know, Book by Douglas Adams. Great book. I read it as a kid. Loved it. Adapted by the BBC into a short-lived miniseries that didn't really cover much of the book, but was pretty good. And then later adapted by Max Landis, of all people, into a Netflix show, which got cancelled after 2 seasons, which has almost nothing to do with the books. It is just called Dirk Gently, but it is not an adaptation of any of the stories in Dirk Gently. Similar kinds of things happen, but all the the characters themselves are not similar to the way they are in the book. The only character that's when I say the characters, what I mean is Dirk, because he's the only book character. And his personality is completely different. I mean, it just has similar themes, and it's got a character with the same name who's also a holistic detective. But other than that, it has nothing to do with the book. The lore is completely different. And everything's different. The plots are different. Everything's different. It's not an adaptation. It's just like inspired by the Douglas Adams story. And it should be terrible, but I'm kind of convinced it's amazing. It's like, it does some terrible stuff. It really fucks up some shit. And part of that is probably from budgetary and time limitations. I know behind the scenes, especially on the second season, things were a little bit iffy. Although, it doesn't feel like a show that had whatever. Really what I'm talking about is the best character in the show is called Bart, and she's a holistic assassin, right? And she's the best character in the show. And in the first season, she has a bunch of great scenes. And then the second season they lock her up in a jail cell, and she doesn't get to do anything for the whole season. She just doesn't get to be interested. Like, she just has character development stuff that doesn't mean anything. Which I guess is cool. Like, I'm not super against the character development stuff, but she's not involved in the story really in any way. She's just kind of in a jail cell the whole time, not doing anything cool. And then they finally let her out in the last episode, and it's going to be her big scene where she kills a bunch of people, which is what she does best, right? That's why she's cool, is she kills people in cool ways. And it happens off camera. You just see her with a chainsaw going up against a big group of guys, and then cuts to black, or something. It cuts away, and it happens off camera. One of the worst things I've ever seen in a TV show, because they set up this character so well to be so cool, and then lock her up for a whole season, no cool things allowed, and then when she's finally allowed to do the cool thing, it happens off camera. So fucking lame. So fucking ridiculously lame. That's the worst thing about the show, is that fact. But anyway, for some reason I've been wanting to make a video about this show. I've seen it 3 times, and I actually already made a video about it. I believe it's a really ancient video on my channel. If you go to my channel, which I'm doing right now. Why is my name so fucking weird? You go to my channel, sort by oldest maybe. I believe it's just called something like Coffee and Dirk Gently. Yeah, Coffee and Dirk Gently. It's one of the earlier videos on my channel. Let's listen to it.
Preface. I've decided once more to stay up all night. God knows why I did this again to myself. But I've decided once more to try and reset my sleep cycle by pulling what is colloquially known as an all-nighter. And it is currently about 8:15 in the AM, and I'm making myself some coffee. So what have I been doing all night? Keeping myself entertained. Well, my mum got Netflix recently, and she's decided to cancel it after 1 month. So I have a few days left, like a week and a half left of Netflix before the subscription ends. And I'm trying to make it through as much stuff as I can in that time, like Netflix originals and stuff. And I've stumbled across Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. Now, if you don't know about Dirk Gently's Holistic...
Okay, I already did this bit. I already explained this.
Of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy trilogy. Yeah, it's a 5-part trilogy. That was pretty good, although it never finished. Like, never finished the story. It got cancelled after like one season and never finished the story. The actor, funny story, the actor who played Dirk Gently.
I already told this story in a previous episode.
I know he's a director and a writer, and I hear he's popular on or he came from the internet in some way. So that's basically all I know about him. I've never watched. I don't think I've ever watched it. I've never knowingly watched any of his other stuff. But yeah, this is the weirdest show I've ever seen. I'm not even gonna lie. It doesn't make any sense. Not as in the plot of the show, as in the writing is so. It doesn't make. I've never seen anything that I could compare to the writing in this show, because it's somehow like both great and horrible at the same time. Like, characters, okay, most of the show is fine. The directing is fine. The soundtrack is great. The moment-to-moment editing could use some work, especially on the continuity side of things, but in general, it is passable. However, the dialogue is so fucking bad. It's like almost surreal. Like, it almost feels like Twin Peaks, except that when Twin Peaks does it, it's good. I can't tell if it's on, like, you know how the characters in Twin Peaks, like, a lot of them don't really speak like real human beings would speak, but like it's on purpose for characterization reasons and atmosphere reasons and plot reasons, and because a lot of them aren't real humans, you know, all that sort of thing. Imagine that, but they're supposed to. This guy just thinks that's how people talk. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So, firstly, the original show is set in the UK. They've moved it to be set in, as far as I can tell, San Francisco, I believe. But Dirk Gently's still English, but he's gone from kind of like a.
Let's get him forward. This sucks. I didn't know how to talk on camera back then.
Starts to develop feelings for her. But you're never shown him actually developing feelings for her. You're just, or anything that would indicate that they had any sort of chemistry at all, except for the fact that you're told that he now has feelings for this person. Or,
yeah,
for example,
that does happen, and it sucks. We're skipping forwards.
Right. So he just barges into things without planning, and things just work themselves out. However, then they get trapped in this maze of like escape rooms, essentially, and suddenly he's like terrified of everything, and he's like really cautious. Like, it literally starts with him saying, hey, there's a passage, we should definitely go down this passage, it looks like a really cool scary passage. And then suddenly they go down the passage and end up in the room, and suddenly he's terrified and he's like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that, what if it's dangerous? 2 seconds ago there was a
yeah, that is bad characterization. That does happen. I forgot about that. That is one of the weirdest parts of the show, is how inconsistent the characterization is of like Dirk himself, and even Elijah Wood's character. Elijah Wood's in this thing, and he's good in it. What a weird show. Anyway, since making that video that I just played you like random segments from, I've watched this show like 3 more times. Like when I watched it while making that video, I had not slept all night. So I think things were a lot more confusing to me because I had been awake for like 30 hours. Like there's after recording that video, I then made the sleep deprivation cast.
Welcome back to the first edition of the Sleep Deprivation Podcast. I'm your host, No.
Yeah, in which I talk about how everything is... The show made me just believe that everything is connected in real life. But here's the thing, is that the show does that. And it's the only thing that I've ever found other than specifically the movie Under the Silver Lake. Dirk Gently and Under the Silver Lake are 2 incredibly important pieces of media for me. Under the Silver Lake, let me just clarify, is a much better piece of media, piece of art than Dirk Gently is, okay? Under the Silver Lake is a fucking masterpiece, and you should watch that movie. It is really good. Massively underrated. Did not deserve to flop. Really annoys me that movie flopped. Great fucking film. But for some reason, there's only these two, and I've watched everything. I've tried to watch everything that is similar. None of them capture the same vibe. It's Under the Silver Lake is the best thing for it, and then Dirk Gently like almost comes close to like this. Everything is connected. Is all about the secrets of the universe coming together kind of situation. Although in Dirk, it's more of it's magic kind of thing, whereas in Under the Silver Lake, it's more of it's a conspiracy kind of thing. But they to me they kind of have the same vibe, and I don't really know how to explain it better than that. Anyway, for some reason I feel like rewatching Dirk Gently, and I want to make a video about it. This was a tangent. You've listened to a whole tangent. It's been terrible. It's been horrible. I'm sorry for putting you through this. But there's this like genre of video on YouTube, which is normally titled something like, I watched this. And it's a Tumblr coded genre of video. It's a Tumblr coded genre of video. Often the people who make these videos are women or Tumblr white boys. Like if you just go into YouTube and search I watched, here, this Curtis Connor, he makes videos like this. This I watched the worst movie on the most disliked streaming platform. That's a similar thing. I watched all 236 episodes of Friends. This is like a Nakey JQ ripoff. Disgusting. It's all similar kind of things. Drew Gooden, he does it. He does it too sometimes, although less so. Give me a second. We're gonna keep scrolling. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, guys. I watched every Sharknado movie for some reason. That's also a pretty type of a thing. I watched every Oscar Best Picture winner. Yeah, I watched KSI No, that's kind of a different thing. This sort of thing. I watched every Razzie Worst Picture winner. Like these are the sorts of things. I don't know how to explain it. There's also I know there's like I read this, so you don't have to. Like this kind of thing. And I think that Dirk Gently is a good type of thing for that type of video, is what I'm saying. Because it's also kind of Tumblr-y. Like it's kind of Matt Smith Doctor Who. Actually, it's very Matt Smith Doctor Who. It's almost plagiarism Matt Smith Doctor Who. This is one of the fascinating things about it, though, is the first season of Dirk Gently is like kind of an interesting deconstruction of specifically Matt Smith in Doctor Who, and then just stops. It just gives up on that at some point. It tries to do like, what if the manic pixie British twink what if the manic pixie British twink actually showed up in your life? Like, actually, that would fucking suck. It kind of tries to do that and that's kind of interesting, right? Because Doctor Who's tried to do it and fucked it up every time, and they should stop trying to do it. And I'm not going to talk about the newest Doctor Who. We're just going to leave the Doctor Who stopped when Clara came into the show stopped existing and hasn't existed since. Okay, I'm not paying any attention to any of this shit. I almost got my hopes up for the newest David Tennant rebirth, and it's the fucking regeneration shit, and it's bad, and I've heard it's bad from too many people, and I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna go back to my life from before the reboot thingy I'm calling it a reboot, whatever. Because listen, I was a massive Doctor Who fan as a kid. I was a massive Doctor Who fan as a teenager. And then the show got terrible. It got really terrible. I'm a British guy. Okay, I'm a British boy. Of course, I watched Doctor Who. I had multiple sonic screwdrivers. I had TARDIS toys. I've been to the fucking BBC studio where the TARDIS set is. Okay, I've been literally, like, physically inside the TARDIS where they shot Doctor Who during David Tennant's run. Okay, I've been to a fucking weird-ass Doctor Who live show. I've fucking cosplayed. I've eaten fish fingers and custard. I watched the 50th anniversary special in a cinema. Okay, like I was a massive fucking Doctor Who fan when Doctor Who was good. I had books. They had little magazines. They had little Doctor Who magazines. I used to have them as a kid. Okay, I still know. I can still say Raxacoricophalapatorius. Okay, I know the shit. All right, I've been there. I've done that. The show got bad, and it no longer exists as far as I'm concerned. As soon as Clara came into existence, the show went out of existence. That is as far as I'm concerned. I didn't watch any of the Peter Capaldi. I didn't watch any of the Jodie Foster, is that her name? And I will not be watching any of the new David Tennant shit because it is bad. And I don't need to expose myself to that. I don't need to ruin the good memory, positive memory I have of growing up loving Doctor Who. It's already been ruined for me, just like everything else from my childhood. Anyway, not where I'm meant to be going with this. Dirk Gently does some interesting stuff. Anyway, this has been terrible. This has just been a terrible, disorganized segment, and I'm sorry for putting you through this. I deeply apologize. You can just turn it off now. I know you're kind of thinking, like, why am I still here listening to this? Like, do I really need it? This is the last one, okay? We're not doing any more after this. We're going to stop doing these 12-hour bullshit podcasts. They're bad. They're bad. They shouldn't exist. There's no reason for that. I've made my point. You've heard me talk enough, okay? We can just stop after this one, hopefully. But I'm addicted. You see, I can't stop. I'm addicted to talking to you. It's a menace. It's a malice. It makes me feel heard. It makes me feel seen. And it gives me, I'm a hikikomori neat, okay? I don't talk to people. And the people I do talk to, they don't give a fuck about shit like this, okay? They want to hear me, they want to talk about fucking video games. No, they don't play Team Fortress 2. They don't play Half-Life Deathmatch. You know, they want to fucking talk about Nietzsche, right? Like, I didn't talk to you about Nietzsche because I talked to fucking Osaka about Nietzsche, right? But I'm not going to talk to you about Nietzsche because you don't talk back, which is why I like you. It's why I like you guys, because you don't fucking talk back. Anyway, so I might be having a little bit of a mental breakdown here. Fucking Dirk Gently, I kind of want to make a video in that vein. Like, Dirk Gently is the sort of show that these people should love. And here's why. It kind of has dialogue like Riverdale, and it kind of has Tumblr Sexy Man, Doctor Who twink in it. It comes from the Tumblr Sexy Man era. It's made by a heavily cancelled man, Max Landis, who is a heavily cancelled, heavily strongly Me Too cancelled man, who people on Twitter love to hate, partially justifiably. It's kind of a mess and it's also very unique, but it also is like weirdly good in parts. And so, like, I think it's kind of fascinating and it's the perfect sort of thing to talk about in this medium, but I don't know how to. Like, I don't watch those types of videos very often because they suck. Like, I think that's the best format to make a video about Dirk Gently in. Like, you can't make a fully serious, I don't know, man. Those videos are not very good. I don't like those videos. I don't like the Tumblr coded Jenny Nicholson, Sarah Zed. I don't like those types of guys very much. They're pretty boring, in my opinion. They're not bad people. It's not terrible. It's fine. It's like, it's 5 out of 10 content. It's just, you put it on in the background, and it fills up some time. But for the amount of effort that goes into them, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. There's a reason these people, they post like 1 hour and a half long video every month. And they also normally have like a fucking writer and an editor. I don't have that. I don't have a writer and an editor. I'm just me. So then it's like, do I even want to make a video like that? The other option would be to make a quote-unquote analysis that is just 90% plot summary, which would be kind of funny. And I actually defend those types of videos. I think they're entertaining, even though they shouldn't be entertaining. For some reason, they are entertaining. I could make a quote-unquote analysis that's 90% plot summary. But that's also too much goddamn effort. And this show is not worth that much effort for a video that's going to get, fucking 1,000 views at best. It's just not worth, none of it's worth it. It's just not fucking, I don't know, what's the point? It's a show that no one cares about other than me. Like, it doesn't have a fandom. It never had a fandom, as far as I can tell. And it's, you know, I don't fucking know. Well, the thing is, if like there's nothing you can clickbait. Like with the other videos, they're about like Buffy or Supernatural or Lost. Those titles are clickbaitable, right? They have history. They're in the public conscious. I've never watched Buffy, but I know what it is. When people talk about Buffy, I know no one's ever fucking heard of Max Landis's Dirk Gently's holistic to take. Like, it's not a thing. You know, there's nothing there. So then you'd make a title that is just like something that doesn't mention the name. Like, I watched is Max Landis clickbaitable in 2023, almost 2024? Like, not really, maybe, I don't know. And like, I don't want the video to be about Max Landis, because frankly, I don't fucking care. I just care about the show. It's like, there's nothing. You can't do anything. You can't make a video. You can't make a video out of it that people would watch that would make me money to justify putting that much effort into it. Because that's the only reason I would do it. It's not fun to do. Like, I can put 3 days of effort into a YouTube video. That's the maximum, and it still be fun and enjoyable. But by the end of that, I am fucking burnt out, and I don't want to make a video for 10 years. Right? Like, putting more than that, putting a week worth of effort into a video, it's like, that's a job at that point. And I'm a NEET. I'm not supposed to have a job. So yeah, you understand the conundrum I'm in? Do you understand why I don't want to do it? I don't want to do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do it then. Simple answer. I want that video to exist. This is the problem, is I want that video to exist, but I don't want to make it. I don't want to make it, and no one else is going to make it for the exact reason I just explained, that there's no audience for it, and there's no way you can, there's nothing you can do with the idea to make it interesting. So the idea can never happen. Normally this is the situation where I would just be like, fuck it, I'll make it myself. But as I've explained, I don't want to make it myself because that process would be painful. I don't enjoy writing anymore. Like, I don't know why. I sit down, I type up a text document. I say anymore. I've never really enjoyed writing that much. I'm more of an improvisational, free-flowing kind of guy. So then that opens up possibility number 3. Possibility number 1 is, it's kind of a scripted video essay with actual things to say. Possibility number 2 is it's a plot summary that pretends to be analysis. Option number 3 is it's a kind of react video, almost in the style of laying around watching, but more professional. Improvised little bits at the end of each episode. Now that's more doable. But again, no one would watch it, but it wouldn't really matter that no one would watch it because it wouldn't require much effort from me. But in that case, is it even worth it? Because is that even interesting? I don't know. Would I watch something like that? Maybe not. Maybe not. So I guess this just never happens is the answer. This thing just doesn't happen. Okay, I am like 5 years late to this, but I finally watched the movie Hereditary, which you probably already know about it. I think it kind of popped off. I think this is actually the first A24 horror movie I've seen. That can't be right. Hold on, let me look up A24. I must have seen something. Was it follows A24? Hold on, for fucking film library. List of A24 films. Spring Breakers. I've watched Spring Breakers. That was before they popped off though. That was way back in 2013. And I'm talking horror movies. Spring Breaker's not a horror movie. Because I'm pretty sure Everything Everywhere All at Once was also A24, right? I haven't seen that. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of these. The Adderall Diaries. What the fuck is this? That sounds kind of cool. They made a lot of fucking movies. Holy fuck. The Killing of a Sacred Deer. That's supposed to be good, right? I haven't seen it. Yeah, I think it literally is the first A24 horror. I mean, I'm not much of a horror movie guy anyway. They did Under the Silver Lake, but not It Follows. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to watch it because Ari Aster has a new-ish... Well, actually, I'm pretty sure it's new. A new film out, which is, fucking... what's it called again? I've forgotten what the movie's... Beau is Afraid. That's right. I think it's... I don't know how new that movie is, but I saw some I saw YMS talk about it a while ago, and I thought it was interesting. And then I was watching, or I thought it looked interesting. And then just today I was watching a Red Letter Media video, and they talked about it. And I was like, huh, I should watch Hereditary and Midsummer. And the Vivitch, because everyone talked about how great those movies are. So I watched Hereditary. Now, unfortunately, I'd already been spoiled a little bit for Hereditary. I'm gonna spoil the movie now, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Fuck you. I'd already been spoiled about the scene where the kid gets her head chopped off. So, I knew that was gonna happen, which it probably would have hit harder if I didn't know that was gonna happen. But, the movie still works. That scene still works because it still works. Spoilers are bullshit. But yeah, honestly, I don't think this slow burn horror stuff is for me. I think I'm too much of a zoomer, too much of an ADHD zoomer. Like I would describe if I had to pick a description for the movie, I would say it was very scary, but also quite boring. I think it was like I don't think I'm not I'm not saying it's a flaw in the movie. Like I get what they're going for. I don't think that the movie should be changed to accommodate me. And maybe if I was in a different mood while watching it, I would have been more okay with it being more atmospheric and less sort of stuff happening. But in my opinion, I think the movie would have been a lot better if it was like just 15 minutes shorter. I think you could cut out like 15 minutes of nothing happening from the middle of this movie. But that's not to say the movie wasn't very spooky. The movie was very spooky. And it was also very spooky in a way that is very affecting because a lot of the scariness of the movie doesn't really come from anything supernatural. It comes from real fucked up things happening to real fucked up people. And you put yourself in that position, you're like, that is fucking terrifying. Like that's traumatizing. If that happened to me, that would be traumatizing. And not to mention, I don't know why I'm talking about this as if you haven't heard all of this already. I said I'm 5 years late to the party, but the performances in this movie are so fucking good. Like the acting is so. It would not work if the actors weren't as fucking good as they are. Like they. Yeah. It's just it makes you believe everything. The performances are great. But it's a movie that will just kind of make you feel as miserable as you are spooked, at least until sort of the end. Like it's just fucked up guys being fucked up. But yeah, I really wish the pacing was a bit tighter. Might have ruined the movie for people who really like the slow burn stuff, but for me it was just a little too slow. Like I understand that that's the point, and that the fact that each scene goes on for like longer than you'd expect. Like they'll have like something fucked up will happen, like even just in a interpersonal family drama situation, right? Like something bad is happening, and the movie will just keep it going, like hold on it. The argument or whatever, it just keeps going, like it really would in real life, and it's just painful to watch. And I understand that that's what they're going for, but it's also painful to watch. Like it's affecting and effective at being painful to watch, but it's painful to watch. And whether you enjoy that or don't enjoy that is just going to be up to your taste. And maybe even like the mood you're in. Because I could definitely see myself, being in a different mood to watch this movie and not feeling bored, feeling like super invested in this stuff, but whatever. I don't know. I'm a little disappointed, but also I'm glad that I figured out that this slow burn horror stuff might not be for me. But I really like the ending. Like the last 15 or so minutes of this movie are like fucking perfect. Also, I really appreciate that they got the occult stuff right. Like I know a bit about the occult. I went through an edgy teenage occult phase, and then later on like have continued doing research into the occult. I'm not interested in fucking with the occult. I don't believe it's real, first of all. But I like reading about it. I'm interested, like, even though I'm an atheist, I'm interested in religious practices. And that also includes being interested in the occult. And a lot of the occult is not like what's in the movie. Like a lot of occultist practices are actually like, occult just means hidden. And hidden doesn't necessarily mean sinister or like evil, right? It just means like kind of mystical. So a lot of occultic practices are actually like very pious. Like at the end of the movie, when they're sort of doing a ritual, one of the characters says, "We reject the Trinity and praise Paimon, the one of the kings of hell." Um, that is not what most stuff is about in the actual occult. Most actual occultic stuff looks spooky and weird, but is actually like pious Christianity, or Judaism or Islam. Like it's actually, about how great Jesus is. But there is some genuine, like that sort of satanic stuff does exist, although it's generally speaking the minority of stuff. And they got it right. Like I don't know the exactly what they're talking about in the movie, if it was just made up for the film or whatever, but the vibes are right. The vibes are all correct, which I approve of. So after sort of vibing, thinking back on the genealogy of morals for like 2 days, I think I've come to understand why, like, a lot of readings of Nietzsche are so selective. You really have to be selective because he fucking contradicts himself all the time. No one mentioned this fact. Like I think the biggest example of this is like, or like the most obvious one that I can think of right now in the genealogy is in the first essay. He's like, turn the other. He doesn't say this literally, but forgiveness, this turning the other cheek stuff from Christianity is like some slave morality shit, and it ignores how great revenge is. Like revenge is kind of based. If you're not getting revenge, you're kind of cucking yourself. Like revenge, the taking pleasure in revenge, is this like master morality that is denied by Christianity. But then in the second essay, he's like, well, actually, all revenge and all of that stuff is sort of like a price, like an exchange value. He doesn't say that, but it's like all punishment. Punishment is like a price, right? It's like attaching a price to your suffering or to suffering of someone. And in a richer society and a more noble society, there would be no punishment because everyone would already be so rich and so spiritually, mentally, ethically, morality rich, right? Like they don't give a fuck at all. Like you can't possibly, like effectively causing someone to suffer is like stealing from them. It's kind of like that, right? And some of the earliest laws we have on the books are attaching prices to crimes. And as history's gone on, those prices have essentially become cheaper as punishments have become less barbaric. Uh, and so, and at the same time, you can see in terms of the different nations and places in history and places in the world which have different severities and brutalities of punishment, that the richer nations are less barbaric. And he's sort of saying that, like, as a nation becomes better, enriched in multiple different ways, both in terms of like actually having, like, I think to him they're kind of very related concepts, right? Like if you're like enriched as in you're rich, you have a lot of resources, you're also kind of rich, in terms of being noble. I think to him they're kind of linked concepts. The theft doesn't matter as much to you. The crime doesn't matter as much to you because you already have stuff to go around. You already have spare. Like, imagine if you only had, fucking one apple and someone stole that apple, it would suck. But if you had 100 apples and someone stole one apple, it's the same crime, but you wouldn't be as mad about it. Like, I think that's effectively what he's sort of saying. And so he says the richest society would just, like the perfect, richest, most noble society wouldn't have any punishment at all. It would just let criminals be free because nothing they could do could possibly matter. Which completely, obviously contradicts what he said in the first essay about revenge, punishment as revenge. It's all. And am I missing something here? I don't understand how those two things can go together, unless because it doesn't sound like he's saying either of them are necessarily bad. Like it sounds like he's contradicting himself, right? So I see why people have to be selective when they read Nietzsche, because otherwise it makes no fucking sense. Even though I think, taken individually, they're pretty good observations. They're pretty smart observations. They also contradict each other. Okay, so back in 2019, Dylan Brady contacted me on Twitter to say that he really liked my cover of the 100 gecs song, Hand Crushed by a Mallet, which was really fucking cool to me. He then asked if they could put it on the remix album, which I was like, oh my god, fuck yeah, that's amazing. Hell yeah. Then they put me in contact with people from their label. The label then sent me an email with a contract. I read the contract. I asked them a couple of questions about the contract. They answered those questions about the contract satisfactorily, to which I then signed the contract. I then got this email which said, "Thanks, my name. Will forward a fully executed copy once the agreement is countersigned." To which I said, "Great, thank you." And that was pretty much it. Then the remix album came out, and that song became my most popular song by far. Obviously, because it's attached to a much bigger artist. I made zero money from that song. I have never made a single cent from that song. The reason is because the real official way, the real proper way to get royalties is to go through a third party who manage all of these things. And in the UK, that third party is called PRS, the Phonographic Rights Society, which I knew existed, but I tried to sign up once and the process was confusing and it cost money, and at the time I said, fuck it, and I didn't do it for some reason. Anyway, I just now... Look, listen, I'm at the time I didn't know what was going on, okay? I knew vaguely of this thing called the Phonographic Rights Society. Like, I knew it existed. I didn't really understand how music royalties worked, okay? I was a fucking noob, right? I didn't know what was going on. I had never been in contact with the real music industry before or since. So I didn't know what was going on, okay? And I assumed that, like, at some point... I don't know why I assumed this. It was a stupid thing of me to assume, but I didn't know what was going on. I thought, like, maybe at some point they'll contact me and just be like, do you want the money we owe you? I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. But whatever the case may be, I just sort of sat with it and was weirdly okay with this since 2019. Occasionally I would think to myself, they probably owe me a bunch of money. And then I would just be like, it's not really worth the effort to go through all of this fucking paperwork to sign up with PRS. But I am now realizing, and then I sort of forgot about it. Well, frankly, I forgot that I even made that song for the last 2 years because it doesn't affect my life anymore, and I kind of moved on. Until today, when I randomly got an email from Spotify who were like, check out your Wrapped, your Spotify Wrapped. And in that Spotify Wrapped, it's like, your most played song was the Hand Crushed by a Mallet remix. And I'm like, really? This many years later, still my most played song each year? Like, I should probably... What am I doing? I should, look into this and figure out how to get paid royalties. So I did some digging, looked it up, and actually found out what PRS is and what it does. And that the sign-up process, it costs like 40 quid to sign up with them. And it's pretty easy. The problem is that obviously they require proof that you have something released with a record label. And this is the problem. The problem is that, we no longer have any problem. The problem is that they never sent me that countersigned thing. They never sent me the countersigned letter. Um, Hold on. Now I've got to. I'm live tweeting this whole thing as well. They never sent me the countersigned letter, and you need to upload proof. But I don't have the countersigned version. I only have my version, which was stupid. I should have followed this. This is like entirely my fault. For not following up on this. I should have like bugged them about this when they said it, and then I just forgot. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm stupid. I'm not used to this sort of thing. But I just emailed them. I just responded to an email from 2019, like, "Hey, can I get the countersigned letter?" Expecting no response, and just now I got a response from them sending me the letter. So shouts out to Dog Show Records. Shouts out to all these motherfuckers. I can now get royalties for my song, hopefully. So I'm now gonna say that I posted on Twitter about this, and I think I don't want people to think that I'm like making a fuss or a stink about 100 gecs trying to. There's not. Firstly, it's not Dylan and Laura's fault. They're not involved in this. It's the label. And secondly, the label should have sent me the letter immediately when they said they would, instead of needing me to follow up on it. But also, this is the sort of thing that happens all the time. You know, they're busy people. I should have followed. This is really my fault. Like, if you don't get something like that, you should follow up with it. It's not very difficult. I need to really like clarify. This is not like this is no one's fault. This is not. No one is at fault for this other than me. For not like understanding how. Like, I should have. Any reasonable person would have Googled this stuff when it happened, and I didn't, and it's my fault. I like to watch virtual videos, just like I'm sure a lot of you. I think Wirch was a great YouTuber, and I enjoy Trackmania. I've never played the new one, but I like Nations Forever quite a lot. I think it's my favorite racing game. And Trackmania has a continuous problem with input methods. The current modern Trackmania game has a problem with input methods because it supports both keyboard and controller, and some of them have basically sometimes certain things have certain advantages in certain situations. In particular, like being able to set specific steering percentages on keyboard might give you an advantage in certain situations, or you might be able to have a advantage by maybe using an analog keyboard with also set values that aren't, because the game lets you set steering percentage values with the action key system, but you could use an external program to do it for you to get more precise values that aren't in the action key system, and does that give you an unfair advantage? Like a lot of stuff like this. And I think I think a lot of it comes down to Virtual's controversy because he has an analog keyboard which he sometimes uses. He got in a bunch of controversy for using it to beat this map once, and he basically doesn't really use it since, but he's brought it back out to demonstrate that they added a new thing to the game, and the analog keyboard also gives you an advantage in this new thing. He just brought it out to demonstrate that fact, and sort of talk about what do you think Nadeo's reaction is going to be, what do you think the community's reaction is going to be. And frankly, I'm just going to weigh in here as someone who doesn't play this game. Has no right to weigh in. They should fucking allow it, okay? All of this stuff should just be allowed. It's kind of stupid that they don't allow this sort of stuff, because I mean some people, they have a problem with it because they think that the gear is expensive. But the fact of the matter is, this only matters to players who are in like the top 1% in this game. 99% of players are never going to be good enough to where the slight advantage of an analog keyboard or whatever makes any fucking difference. And so if you've already grinded hard enough to become in the top 1% of this game, then you can fucking buy a keyboard, okay? This is like not that crazy at all. No one considers this crazy in other situations. Like, think about, for example, SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning. Okay, if you want to run that game, you know what you have to do? You have to if you want to play SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, you can't just boot up an emulator. You have to buy an original Xbox, then fucking hack it, jailbreak it, and then install the game to the internal storage of the original Xbox, and then you're allowed to do a run. Like, having some requirements, and obviously that's an extreme example, but there are loads of speedruns where it's like, yeah, if you want to go right now and submit a Mario 64 speedrun on an emulator, no one gives a fuck. But if you're one of the top runners, you're not using emulator. You cannot use emulator. You have to do that shit on real hardware. Um, and that costs money. But that's fine because those people grind. Like, it only affects the people who are like fucking already willing to put a bunch of money into this sort of thing. Or, it's not even a bunch. Say, I'm talking like it's, crazy. It's not even that crazy. It's not even a crazy amount of any. I don't know, man. Say, this is stuff that can be accomplished in trackmania. Maybe by using a controller or by using some sort of external program to limit your keys turning radius. Does that count as cheating? I don't give a fuck. I don't think you still need skill to pull it off. And there's no inputs being done for you, so I don't think it counts as cheating. But I understand that sort of thing is a bit of I understand. I think this is the thing that people have a problem with. But the thing is that's already in the game. That feature of limiting your turning radius is already in the game. You're just doing it more precisely. So why does anyone fucking care? It's weird. It only affects like 100 people. Like the top 1% of players of this game. I don't know, man. I think let it all be a free for all. The only time shit should be banned is if it makes the game less fun. That's all I'm saying. This counts for any speedrun, any competitive game. If it makes the game less fun, or more boring to watch, or more boring to play. And as far as I can tell, none of this does that. It just adds depth. So, like if there was I'm trying to think of an example. Like sometimes there's like game-breaking bugs that are discovered that just ruin a speedrun. They're too effective, so you have to do them. I don't know. Like for example, a lot of people quit speedrunning GoldenEye when Lookdown was discovered. If you don't know, GoldenEye, it lags less if you're looking at the floor because it doesn't have to render as many things. So players who speedrun GoldenEye spend the whole time staring at the floor because it makes the game lag less, which makes you move faster because your movement's tied to the frame rate. And a lot of people, when that was discovered, quit the game because they were like, this fucking sucks. I don't want to play this game looking directly at the ground, not being able to see where I'm going. And I think I don't think they should have banned the technique because people would have done it anyway. And the GoldenEye community is not the sort of people that would ban something like that anyway. It was never going to happen. But I understand why a bunch of people quit over that. That's very understandable to me. But like, oh no, like if I keyboard is disadvantageous in a driving game. Yeah, of course. Of course it fucking is. It's a driving game. So ages ago, you know what? I should have gotten this up before I started recording. Hold on. We can find out exactly how long ago by Googling. And by Googling, I mean going on my YouTube channel. I made 4 years ago a video called My YouTuber 3x3. And 3 years ago, I made a video called I Made the Most Detailed YouTuber Recommendation Database. I'm actually curious, what's my YouTuber 3x3 from 4 years ago? Well, it is, let's find out, shall we? Why is this not working? Okay, it's 3 Clicks Philip, Red Letter Media, The Procrastinators Podcast, Funhouse, Digibro, Folding Ideas. I don't know what that is. Oh, Peter Draws, I guess. Endless Jess and, fucking, what? I forgot what this guy's name is. Nana, the Hachikuju, like the fucking Pito Pito, that's his name. There's no show. I mean, yeah, I guess I was just really into his videos at the exact time I made this video. I went through a phase of like marathoning all of his videos, but he sort of stopped uploading and I sort of stopped caring. Yeah, I mean, some of these are still decent. Like only Folding Ideas and Red Letter Media are still good out of that. I also made this YouTuber database, which is split up into a whole bunch of different things. And honestly, there's almost too many to go through. And many of these are still good, but also some of them don't exist anymore. I don't even know if I could make a YouTuber 3x3 anymore. I mean, these are all good channels. Errant Signal, Lindsay Ellis, Patricia Taxon, Joseph Anderson, Noah Caldwell Gervais, Summoning Soul. Yeah, I would take Jack Sane off of here now. Because Jack Sane has just become like a media criticism channel in a very boring way. Rare Earth has only gotten better though. Like Rare Earth should be at the top of this list. The most recent series of rare earths in Micronesia has been some of the best documentary content I've ever seen on YouTube. It's really, really good. Yeah, I don't know if I should. I don't know where I was going with this necessarily. Um, Also, at least one of the channels literally got wiped off of the face of the internet because one of the channels that I put in my list of YouTubers was just someone who had re-uploaded an entire NHK series on trains, like NHK World, and for some reason I thought that guy counted as a YouTuber, which was not very smart of me. Um, yeah, and there's some people who have like massively fallen off from this list. Like for example, let's see who's massively fallen off. This is not just people who have stopped posting. Like Every Frame of Painting stopped posting. Um, Jack Saint definitely fell off. Who else? Node fell off. They kind of stopped posting. I don't know. They more so stopped posting. Let's see. No, these guys are all still based. All still based. Mrs. fell off. Mrs. fell off fucking hard, actually. Yeah, Mrs. fell off. Average Trey fell on. He's gone better. Ants Canada fell off. Easyscape like fucking died or something. Or was it someone else died and Easyscape got sad about it? I don't remember. Clicks Phillip fell off. At least his main channel fell off. Actually, more so his 2 Clicks Phillip fell off. I actually think 3 Clicks Phillip is still good. 2 Clicks Phillip fell off, and Clicks Phillip is still fine. Draga1 hasn't posted in like 2 years. Dream was on this list. Now that's a big fucking falling off. That guy fell off, but I know exactly who I would replace Dream with. In the category of modern Minecraft YouTubers, I will tell you there is one who stands above the rest. And then I think in terms of Minecraft content, there are sort of 2 kinds. There's the more old school Let's Play kind, and then there's the more modern post-Dream, like storytelling, PvP, multiplayer type of thing. And I think the best in the second category is a guy called Speed Silver. Actually, I've been marathoning this guy's videos. They're actually so fucking good. Like they have his most recent 4 videos, each of which is over an hour long, like 1 hour 19 minutes, 1 hour 53 minutes, 2 hours 12 minutes, 1 hour 57, and they're like Minecraft battle royale, like 100 players on one server, like fucking epic journeys. Whether he like you start from nothing and you just see this guy work his way with strategy and tactics and cunning and friendships made, betrayals, sacrifice. Like it's got everything you could possibly want. It's super well edited, and it's not like childish in the same way like it's not like overly bombastic and childish. It just is what it is. It's basically like the best modern Minecraft content that I've found. Like some people who are like more PvP focused Minecrafters, YouTubers, which I was very, very briefly interested in, they've gone off the fucking deep end and started like inventing like lore for themselves. Like their characters have like fucking lore and backstories, and then it's basically just WWE. Like the fights are just scripted. It's kind of stupid. It's not very interesting. This guy, as far as I can tell, doesn't do. I mean, it's not like that. These are like genuine. This is genuine stuff and like it's the editing. I don't know. I'm assuming this guy like has an editor. Whoever his editor is, like it's a masterclass in like how to create a narrative in the edit. It's really fucking good. I'm wondering if there's like edited by there's like 4 people. Yeah, I mean they're good. They're good at what they do. They're really good at making the stories, pacing the episodes really well, keeping all of the funny bits and like actually funny bits. Keep it the music isn't overbearing. Like a lot of them have really over. I mean it's obviously pretty heightened, but it's pretty good. I think it's better than Minecraft Manhunt ever was. And obviously Manhunt went off the fucking deep end and like what became like this scripted fucking just 5 people screaming constantly. Like the first like 2 or 3 episodes of Manhunt really good. And then it just kind of, that's why Dream would be on my list from back then. But no, he obviously fucking fell off massively. Let's see, what else do I have on here? Oh, this fucking guy. I used to like this guy a lot. Kairos Ran, keyboard reviewer. But I no longer give a fuck about this guy because every single one of his videos is exactly the same. Yeah, I don't know. Zimri Mayfield is another example of someone who fell off. Yeah, he definitely fell off. Let's see. I don't even know who this person is. Who's Vune? Oh, this animator. They haven't posted anything in ages. Oh, they just posted 7 months ago. That's not too long ago for an animator. I remember that guy. They're good videos, but I would probably not. I don't know why I put that of all the animators. Doc M, I stopped caring about. Brian David Gilbert is absolutely based. Did not fall off in any sense. Frank Jeff C stopped posting ages ago. Cruising the Cut, kind of just the same thing over and over again. Michael Reeves stopped posting and fell off at the same time. Etho is Etho. All Gas No Breaks, which is now Channel 5, also fell off. He like raped someone and then lost his ability to be funny, I guess. I don't know what that was about. That was kind of weird. I don't know, YouTubers, man. Fucking YouTubers. They can't just be normal. Too Mad fell the fuck off massively. Jericho is like a dying channel and he just keeps making the same videos over and I don't know. We do be yawning. Casey Neistat fell off. Why did I put Everyman Hybrid on here? Bro, when did I make this? Fucking 2013? Alright, well, I think that's enough of that. I just want to talk about this fucking Speed Silver guy. And then, if I had to make best YouTubers, it's gotta be Simple Flips. It's gotta be, maybe not technically a YouTuber depending on how you count it. It's gotta be Northern Lion, specifically the Library of Laterno channel. It's gotta be that. Let me see. What else? Probably a little bit of maybe John Boyce. He's got to be on there. Probably, although I don't like him as much as dotesmite does. And a lot of other people. Let me see. Who's God tier? God tier YouTubers. Red Letter Media probably still count as top tier. I don't know if no, they're high tier. I don't necessarily know if they're God tier. They're pretty close. They're up there. They're definitely A, but I'm not 100% sure if they're S or not, is what I'm saying here. Like Simple Flips and Northern Lion are both S rank to me, is what I'm saying here. I'm gonna keep looking around. Anyone particularly funny? I don't know why I'm saying funny. I'm just scrolling through. Adam Ragusia kind of fell off, but also still good. Also a big fan of the 8-bit guy. There's a good ass channel. But obviously I'll tell you one thing, which is there's a lot of Minecraft. I mean, not Minecraft. There's a lot of TF2 channels that I watch now that are all really good. Like all the Chuckle Nuts people. I'd say out of all of them, The Watch Show and El Maxo are probably the best. I think, I don't know, they're both really good. They're both borderline S tier, to be honest. Although The What makes videos just about fucking ARGs now, which I still like those videos, and I understand that you can only talk so much about Team Fortress 2, but I still like all of the TF2 videos. I've also been really enjoying, who's been posting recently, and their videos are really good, is the Devu. a name that time forgot, the Devu, actually fucking based like game development videos. Very comfy, very comfy. Really enjoying those. Let me see. I'm still scrolling. Yeah, I don't think any of these guys would be S tier. Jago Hazard is pretty high tier, but I don't think S tier. And Virtual is great because he's very consistent. He's incredibly consistent. Every Virtual video, you know exactly what you're getting in for, and he delivers every time. I'm still scrolling. I don't know why I think this is gonna tell me anything. I bet a lot of the best YouTubers, they only post like once every few months because they make long form shit. You know what I'm saying? There's probably a better way to go about this. You know who fell the fuck back on, at least for a while, is the Vlog Brothers. I don't know what happened there, but I remember watching them way back in the day. Way back in the day. And then they kind of fell off. And then they kind of fell back on very recently. Like, I don't know what that's about. And then they invented this thing called the format, which was really good. And then they like kind of stopped doing it again, which is weird. The format was amazing. It was really good videos. And then they've just kind of stopped doing it again, but now I'm invested in them again. And they're cool people, I guess. They're cool people. They do a lot of charity work. You know what? There's not shit on them, okay? They're very Reddit human beings, but they do a lot of charity work, okay? And they do a lot of good stuff for human. I may not, John Green's books, they're for teenagers. They're what they are, okay? Hank Green, he knows about science probably. He does they do Crash Course, that's good. Crash Course is good. If you're a kid, people are kids. There's nothing wrong with being kids. Being kids is fine. We all used to be kids. I mean, that's not true. Being a kid is not fine. Being a kid is bad. But you've all got to do it. And teaching children stuff is the road to making children less insufferable because they're bad. Because children suck because they don't know shit. Adults also suck because they don't know shit. Let's get this straight. Everyone sucks. And especially people who don't know shit suck even more. And so look, if you want to teach them shit, not that it's always amazing, but it's better than nothing and for free. So I gotta give it respect. I mean, come on. Yeah, we ain't gonna shit on Vlog Brothers, and plus they're literally OGs. Like, they get respect for being massive OGs. I mean, they have to. Come on. Like, you can get away with being Reddit as fuck. Like, they're some of the most Reddit YouTubers out there. But you know what? Unlike someone like CGP Grey, I don't think they're, like, insufferable. They seem to be genuinely good people. I'm looking through. This guy called Acerola, Acerora, this guy's great. I found him recently. He does graphics programming, shader programming, videos. And he likes Monogatari, so you gotta give him respect for that. Of course, S-tier YouTuber, what am I thinking? Tim Rogers, easy S-tier. Simple Flips, Northern Lion, Tim Rogers, those are my S-tiers. You gotta put action button, Tim Rogers, I mean, come on, he hasn't posted in a year, but fucking God tier, what are we talking about here? Come on, absolutely God tier, there's no one's gonna be questioning that, come on, nobody's gonna be questioning that. Awesome Sauce, fucking God tier, in my opinion. Maybe. High A tier at the very least. I don't even play Super Smash Bros. Melee. He makes the best Super Smash Bros. Melee videos. They're fucking great. I mean, great. Yeah, good shit. Ben Eater. Good videos. I don't think they're S tier. Probably wouldn't be in my top 10 or 3x3. But they are good videos about low-level programming. Bismuth makes great speedrunning videos. You gotta give him respect, but definitely not in my S tier. Brian David Gilbert, also great videos, but I don't think they'd quite enter S tier. Same with Captain Disillusion, really great A tier videos, but I don't think I'd put him in my 3x3. Casual TF2, great videos, but I don't quite think they're in my 3x3. Don't quite think they're S tier. Chinese Cooking Demystified, great cooking channel, not really S tier though. We're in C's now. We're in the C's. Cold ones. I like the cold ones. Conor O'Malley's fucking hilarious, but he doesn't post. Might be S tier though. They are some of the best sketch content on YouTube. ContraPoints doesn't post. It's like the fucking PlayStation 5. There is no games. Crime Pays but Botany doesn't. Definitely A tier. Cybershell, definitely A tier. But I don't think either of them are quite S tier. Defunct Land. Now Defunct Land is a good candidate for the S tier, but he only like recently became S tier, and he's really only made one S tier video, which is the Disney Channel theme history and the Fast Past history. That's two. Come on. I forgot he made that. But okay, that was 2 years ago. Okay, time passes, it turns out. I didn't realize this. His most recent video is like insane, like a history of Epcot, but it's all like music and visuals with no commentary. It's a very bold fucking video to make. And it's a shame that it's gonna get way fewer views than all. Like, I don't know what he thought was gonna happen, because it has like insane production values, but it's like a bit out there for YouTube. I respect it a lot though. We're still looking. Dotesmite, I have no idea who that is. Draga one, pretty based. You gotta put him up there. He's pretty based. Emplemon kind of fell off. I like very, very slightly fell off. Like his most recent 2 videos, kind of fell off, to be honest with you. Not as good as the older ones, but still good. Don't get me wrong. El Maxo, I mean, look, you gotta love El Maxo. He's insane is the first thing. He does insane things. I do love El Maxo. I gotta give him a shout out. I don't know if he'd be in my 3x3, but he's up there. Executable. Does he even post videos anymore? I don't think he's posted in a long time. But he does a lot of Half-Life 1 stuff. Which I'm a big fan of. I like Half-Life 1 a lot. Exerbia, another Reddit YouTuber, but good. Good writer. He's cool. Fallen Shadow, more of a streamer than a YouTuber, so I don't really think you can count that. Folding Ideas might be S tier, to be honest, right? You gotta love Folding Ideas, Dan Olsen, okay? I mean, the guy really kind of popped off more recently, you know? Like, kind of popped off, but I'm waiting. You know what I'm waiting and seeing? I'm waiting and seeing, because this is the thing. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about this. This is just off topic if I start talking about this. But his videos are good. We're going to keep going here. This is probably not very interesting content for you guys, but at this point, where we're past the 2 hour mark, which means I no longer care. If you're in this long, you're in for the long haul. Franz J fell off because he just started making ads. All his videos are just ads now. Frederick Knudsen down the rabbit hole. Didn't post for like 5 years and then made a massive EVE Online video that was great. Let's see. Funk, great YouTuber. Definitely A tier. I don't think he'd be S tier for me though. Jeff Marshall, good train YouTuber if you like trains. I'm a big fan of trains personally. None of these I think quite get into the S tier for me though. Some good stuff like hbomberguy, good videos. Some S tier videos, but not S tier as a YouTuber, because he also has some kind of bad videos, like the Bloodborne video and the Dark Souls 2 video. Kind of bad videos. But then some S tier videos, like the Sherlock video, the pathologic video, and most importantly for recent times, the Roblox oof video. Of course, the Roblox oof video. You gotta love the Roblox oof video. We all love the Roblox oof video, don't we, folks? I did a things videos. They're very consistent. They're pretty funny, but I don't know if they'd necessarily be S tier. They're kind of not. They don't quite fit the S tier. Internet Historian, also good videos, but I don't think they fit the S tier. Now, Jacob Geller, I consider Jacob Geller to be the most Jewish YouTuber. And I mean this as the highest compliment. Okay, I love Jacob Geller's videos. I love him as a person. He's a great person, great videos, and the most Jewish vibes, the most Jewish coded VTuber, Jacob Geller, the most Jewish coded VTuber. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on from Jacob Geller, the most Jewish coded VTuber. Jan Measley, quite possibly S tier, but sometimes he just makes videos that are stupid. But 99% of the time they're great. But then once in a while, the video just like, okay, and now I'm gonna make a video about something stupid, or he makes a video where the video is good, but then he just starts talking about some bullshit halfway through. Weird why he does that. I don't really understand. But listen, it's okay. I still think the videos are good in general. Again, he's made some S tier videos, but is he as a channel S tier? I don't know. I don't know about that. We're in the K's now. What's going on? Oh, you know who's a fucking S tier? Maybe. Okay, well first we got Carl Jobs, who's probably a high B tier. Carl Jobs probably a high B tier, but K's Emmanuel maybe an S tier. I don't know. I really like that guy's videos. They're really good. We keep scrolling though. We keep going. KYDB. Now this guy would be S tier if he ever fucking posted videos ever, and it's your fault. It's your fault because none of you watch his videos. This guy made like a fucking 2-hour long analysis of Kimono Friends 2 that is fully edited and scripted the entire time. It's quite possibly the best anime analysis video on YouTube because unlike fucking retards like Pause and Select, firstly, he's actually watched anime. Not even true. I've watched way more anime than him. He's more of a manga guy. He's read way more manga than I have. But firstly, he knows his shit. And secondly, he knows the vibes, is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if he understands the essence. That's what's important about KYDB compared to some asshole like Pause and Select, who I don't even watch. I haven't watched for years. I don't even know what he makes anymore. But no, KYDB understands the vibes. He understands the essence of anime. So that's the first thing. And secondly, he has a fucking sense of humor that's actually good. But he never posts. He hasn't posted in like fucking 12 years. I don't know. He never posts. He never posts videos. We're gonna keep going though. We're gonna keep scrolling. Leadhead makes good videos. I like Leadhead's videos. Led by Donkeys is an interesting one. Led by Donkeys, they make fucking like documentary journalism, like investigative journalism videos about UK politics. They're generally like headline grabbing. Like when they put something out, it ends up in the newspapers a lot of the time. They're good videos, but only if you care about UK politics and the corruption therein. Let's see. Lindsay Ellis abandoned the platform because someone called her a racist or something. I don't know. I didn't follow that whole thing. But still makes videos on like Nebula or something. Lindy Beige just makes videos interviewing soldiers now. Hasn't made a real video in like a year because he just talks to people who went to Ukraine, which is fine. They're fine videos. They're fine. Lister, great TF2 YouTuber. Gotta love Lister. Don't know if I'd necessarily say S tier, but definitely good. Definitely, actually very good. You know, maybe like high A tier. Honestly, high A tier. We keep looking. Ludwig. I mean, Ludwig's entertaining, but Ludwig's not S tier. Like, let's be honest here. Ludwig is not S tier. Not even close. Ludwig is slop. Ludwig videos are slop. And he knows it, and I know it, and we all know it. Ludwig videos are slop. Magnus Meatbow, pretty good. Definitely not S tier. Mark Rober, he's probably the most YouTuber that I actually like. You know, he's like a Mr. Beast tier YouTuber, but I think his videos are actually entertaining. They're good children's content, and sometimes I want to watch children's content. It's like, yeah, he posts like, you know, once every few months or like once a month. Although, actually, that's not... Recently, he posted, like, twice in relatively quick succession, but he normally doesn't post very often. So it's like, once every month, I'll watch a 10-minute, 20-minute video that's made for babies. I can be a baby for 10 minutes and have fun doing it. Let's see, what else have we got? Matt KC. Oh, Matt KC is a great YouTuber. I'm a big fan of Matt KC. Might be S tier, high A tier. I'm gonna put Matt KC in high A tier. I know I'm only calling out the good ones. There are a lot more that I'm just skipping past, by the way. I want to point this out. I know this sounds like I'm just ranking everything as high A tier, but it's just because I'm trying to go through and I'm scrolling through my like 1,000 subscriptions and just picking up the best ones. So it might sound like I'm doing that, but it's just because I'm trying to pick out the best of the best. We're in the M's, so we're getting down there. We're getting down there. Megapig 9001. If you like Toho, you probably already know this guy. Let's see. Yeah, Mrs. is we already established fell off. Modern History TV. These are good videos. These are good videos. Mogul Mail is extreme slop. Maybe the sloppiest thing I watch. Definitely the sloppiest. They're very sloppy. They're very incredibly slop. And he knows they're slop. We all know they're slop, okay? There's no one's fooling anyone here. It's slop, and that's fine. It's okay as long as as long as you intersperse your slop with real shit, as long as most of the stuff is real shit and you just occasionally watch slop. The Net Law podcast is pretty good. I'm a big fan of the Net Law podcast. Nexpo, I don't think is posted in like a year. Oh, he made a video about Petscop like a month ago that I somehow missed. Nexpo just kind of went off the rails. Like every Nexpo video, I feel like he just has a running joke with himself when he's like, how many like ridiculous dramatic pauses can I put in? And it just ruins the pacing of his videos. It's like insane. Why does he do this? Like he'll just be talking and then he'll pause. It's insane. He does it like, and they're so long. Like they used to be normal, and he still overdid it. But now they're like he just overdoes it so much, and they're so long. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's unique. I've never seen another YouTuber do dramatic pauses like Nexpo does. He has a style, but I mean, it's a bit much. It's a bit fucking much. Nick Robinson, Nick Robinson also in the running for an S-tier YouTuber. Actually might be an S-tier YouTuber. I think I'm gonna put Nick Robinson in S-tier. I don't know. That means he's on he's at the bottom of S. I don't know. The thing is, I'm trying to imagine like when I see one of their videos in my sub feed, does it spark joy? That's the question we're asking here, right? Does the seeing the video in my sub feed spark joy? Like will I click it guaranteed 100% of the time? First of all, yes. How much joy and excitement does it spark? Do I go, oh, Pog, new this person video? Simple Flips, yes. Library of Latano bits and banter videos, yes. I watch them every day. Tim Rogers would Pog, if he ever posts again, hopefully one day, I'll Pog harder than I've ever pogged before, okay? I'm gonna watch that shit one fucking frame after it comes out. I should turn on notifications for Action Button, to be honest. Because if he posts a video, I do not want to miss it. Oh, I already have notifications on. Good. I don't normally put notifications on, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously some of the best shit ever. Nick Robinson, I think, is the same. Something about his videos, I do like him a lot. It's the same with Matt KC as well. There's something about Nick Robinson and Matt KC, something about them, the very specific stuff that they do. I like it a lot. Now we're getting into the O's. There's not many good O's. Oh, Osaka Syndrome. Osaka Syndrome makes some good videos, I think, from time to time. Yeah, I like Osaka's videos. They're kind of inconsistent, but I think generally they have some good stuff to say. Some of them are a bit long-winded. I think they could use some editing. But that's kind of the point. I think it's fine. I think we gotta support Osaka Syndrome as a fellow Denper. Here's an S-tier YouTuber. Panenkoic. Panenkoic S-tier. Actually S-tier. You gotta love Panenkoic. You already know. You already fucking know. Another S-tier YouTuber. Patricia Taxon. I'm pretty sure S-tier. Maybe. You're always gonna get something interesting with a Patricia Taxon video. That's the thing. I need to sneeze. Excuse me. Please type Gesundheit in the comment section. We're getting down there now. We're getting down into the depths. Pico the Spicy Warlord. Good YouTuber. Not S tier, but good. Penguafi. Good YouTuber, hasn't posted in a year. Made a TF2 video and then fell off the map. Actually, there was a reason he didn't post. Is he then posted a video about like his mental health struggle on his second channel and then disappeared, which is, I guess, kind of worrying actually. Now that I think about it, let's hope that guy's okay. Plastic pills, pretty good philosophy videos. Definitely not S tier though. I like this out of all the speedruns explained channels, I think Quake Speedruns Explained is one of the better ones. Pretty underrated. Rare Earth might be S tier. They are really good. The videos are really, really good. Almost doesn't feel like a YouTuber though. Like he's like a documentarian journalist kind of guy, but really good. I mean, if you don't already watch Rare Earth, like his videos don't fucking get the views they deserve. He has 1 million subs, but his videos do not like break 100k views a lot of the time, which is kind of fucking insane because they're so good. You gotta watch them, man. You gotta go watch some of the most recent Rare Earth videos. Let's see, Red Letter Media. I think we could put him in S tier. You gotta give him respect. You gotta give Red Letter Media respect. I like him. I don't agree with them on everything, but that's good. They seem like legit people, is what I'm saying. Maybe not S tier. Maybe, I don't know, on the edge. Let's see here. We're still scrolling. We got a lot. We got a fucking lot. Shonik. Shonik might be S tier. Boys, people, we love our Shoniks, don't we, folks? Yes, we love our Shoniks. This is my Donald Trump impression. It's actually my impression of Northern Lion doing a Donald Trump impression. We love our Shoniks. Yes, we do. We love them, folks. Definitely up there. Simple Flips, obviously, S tier. I've already talked about this. Let's see. Solar Light, good. Solar Light, very good. Soviet Womble, very good. Soviet Womble, good videos, very good videos. Also, very good video essays. Most people, they don't make the transition very well. Soviet Womble, actually clearly an intelligent guy, makes the transition very well. Very good videos about video essays. The DayZ ones, and the one about the forest, that was a really fucking good video essay. Loved that video essay. Really good. Loved that one. Really good. I don't know, you gotta give him shouts. You gotta shout him out. Keep looking. Stora, their videos have gone kind of repetitive. Styropyro, we love Styropyro. Styropyro, good videos. Summoning Salt has become kind of formulaic to me. Bit of a shame. Tantacruel. Tantacruel might be S tier. Really good videos. Also, I'm literally using his software to record this video because he owns Audacity. So I gotta give him a shout out for that. He owns Audacity. Although, he was also the one that tried to put spyware in Audacity. But it wasn't him. I don't know what it was. I don't know what he had to. I don't know. He never talked about it. They took it out. They did take it out. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe I gotta give him anti-shouts out for trying to put spyware on Audacity. It was, but might be before he joined the company. Actually, quite possibly, that was before he joined the Muse Group company that bought Audacity. So I don't know. I don't know if he had anything to do with the Audacity spyware thing. If he did, I don't know. I don't know what that means for me. But we keep scrolling. I think we're getting to it. Now we're in all the th's. Library of Laterno, one of the best. The openbsd guy. I like this guy. He makes videos about openbsd, but they're not S tier. They're not even A tier. But they're a solid B tier. The Davu, the Donut Man Can, hasn't posted in a while. Oh, he did post recently. I just didn't watch it. The What Show, definitely A tier, but I don't know. I like the Gmod ARG, the ARG videos. They're fun. They're fine. They're good, actually. You know what? Let's not say they're fun and fine and whatever. They're good. I like them. You know what? And I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed to admit that I like them. Todd in the Shadows. Todd in the Shadows, good channel. We like Todd in the Shadows. Tom Scott. We like Tom Scott, but he's about to quit. He's about to retire. We respect these choices. Trip code !Q/7. Good ThinkPad videos. You gotta love ThinkPad videos. Too Mad fell off very hard. Uoikenahaton, shit channel, garbage. What does this guy even make videos about? It's terrible. Uncle Dane. I like Uncle Dane. Uncle Dane makes good videos, but rarely. But I like him. A lot of people, they love to hate him. I don't know why. Their videos are good. The videos are fun, and his servers, they have their problems. The servers, the Uncle Dane servers, they have their problems. But also, I'm glad they exist. I'm very glad they exist. What else? Up to My Knees, Max Landis. He posted some sort of Batman movie and then disappeared. And then he lost his laptop and made a video laughing at people. That was funny. Let me see. Veritasium, Video Game Donkey, consistent, but I wouldn't say S tier. Good, but I wouldn't say S tier. Vorobay. Vorobay makes good falling asleep tier videos, good eating food tier videos, but those do not an S tier make. Okay, that's a specific thing, but that's not an S tier. Let's see. Wellen, also great videos. I do like Wellen, but I don't, definitely not an S tier. Virtual and virtual TV, again, definitely high quality, but I don't know if I'm in an S tier necessarily. Let's see. YMS, good videos. You gotta like good videos, but you gotta like them. Zesty Jesus. I will just hold off on commenting on Zesty Jesus. And now we're into the Zeds. That's the Zeds. We've done the Zeds. There's more, but I'm just gonna ignore them. And now we're into all the Japanese channels. Ronnie 999. He was on my recommendation spreadsheet. Then he didn't post for like a year. And then he posted 6 days ago, which somehow I didn't even notice. But his videos are comfy. Definitely not S tier, but comfy videos nonetheless. And then various Japanese channels. Oh, this guy. Oh, you know who's got to be here? Actually, maybe an S tier YouTuber, Artificial Night Sky. Definitely A tier. Maybe S tier. You gotta love Artificial Night Sky. Pretty close to S tier, if not S tier. And that's pretty much it. Hato Batsuga doesn't really post. It still exists. Nishizono, Electric something. Club Nishizono Electric Sphere. One of the better VTubers that exists. You gotta love him. I don't even know what this is. I just see stuff. This is a VTuber. I don't even know. When did I watch this VTuber? We got fucking Kuchibiki Unbalanced. That's not even a real anime. I don't know. What the fuck channel is this? It's just idol shit. I don't even watch idols. I don't even know what an idol is. Oh, this channel. This channel makes anime, right? This is the channel that makes anime? Or am I going crazy? What is this? This is an anime of some kind. This guy makes anime somehow. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. There's this guy, Shiba. This is a fucking trackball VTuber. All the videos are in Japanese. I don't understand what we're saying, but they're definitely spitting something. Hiki P. You gotta love Hiki P. And a little bit of fucking Vivaru. Only the real ones know about Vivaru. If you know what I'm talking about, then you already know. But I think that's about everything. What was the point of this segment? What was the point of it? What was the point of this segment at all? I don't know. We don't know. But we like doing stuff like this. I feel like I'm still like slightly in Northern Lions Donald Trump impression mode. I don't know what's going on. I'm sick. I got long COVID. A lot of people talk about the lack of good music post 9/11. I think Lindsay Ellis made a video where she's like actually Green Day. I get it. I understand the point of that video. And obviously it's correct that there was a weird lack of good protest music after 9/11. I think there's a couple of reasons for this, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about a band that never gets brought up. And we're talking about popular bands, because obviously there was good music in the underground, punk scene, hip-hop scene. There was lots of good music, okay? So, but it was just not it didn't get as popular as, in the 60s. Protest music, was the sound of Vietnam. The band that I never hear anyone talk about, Bloc Party. Okay, I grew up listening to Bloc Party. I had them on my fucking iPod Nano. I had Silent Alarm and Weekend in the City on my iPod Nano. You know what songs are on those fucking albums? You got Helicopter, which is a diss track at George Bush, talking about how he hates black people. It's a great fucking song, okay? Helicopter's a great fucking song. You got Helicopter, which is a George Bush diss track, and then you got fucking on Weekend in the City, you've got Hunting for Witches, which is a song about fucking, and it's smart about it too. It's smart about it. It's a song about how fucking middle class white people are getting riled up by the news to hate Muslims. And like it's about the witch hunt on Muslims following 9/11 and the London bus bombings. It's a good song. It's a fucking banger, and is smart about it. They name drop the Daily Mail in that song. It's not like the best song ever made, but like those two songs, I think they capture the vibes pretty well. And they were popular in their time. I don't know if maybe it's just because they never made it to America. Bloc Party, I guess, never made it to America. They were big here though, and shit's good. Good music, good times. Americans must know about Bloc Party because of how I found out about Bloc Party, which is Guitar Hero. The Helicopter's in one of the Guitar Hero games, and that's how I found out about the band when I was a kid. So you must have heard the song, because everyone's played Guitar Hero. I saw a tweet. The tweet says, "It's really funny how Doctor Who is mostly a quirky kids show about a wacky hero, but like twice a season there's a scene where he'll be like, I'm the Doctor. I have 9 billion confirmed kills. I have wiped out galaxies. No one has done more murder than me." I think this is pretty fucked up. I think this is fucked up because it used to be the Doctor Who was just a wacky kids show, right? And then it went off air for a while, and then it came back. And when it came back, the Doctor had genocided. He used to be a guy who was running around doing adventures, and then it came back, and he was tormented by the knowledge that he had committed a fucking genocide. And like he was trying to do the wacky adventure stuff. He wanted to be that guy again, to run from his problems, to try and escape the memory of having wiped out not only the Daleks, but his entire race as well. Like, in that first season, and even going to the next few seasons, like, there is a lot of Last of My Species talk. Like, it comes up a lot. And, like, it's pulled off well. Like, he's trying to escape. He doesn't... And they come back with this motif later at the end of David Tennant's run. He knows he has to die, and he doesn't want to. So he's like manically trying to escape his fate by going on adventures. At first he was doing these wacky adventures to take his mind off the fact that he'd committed a genocide and try and distract himself and not have to confront it. And then stuff happens. And then they ruined it, obviously, by just turning him into the cool guy. So that was not, the fact that he did 9 billion murders. That was not supposed to be the cool guy part of that. That was supposed to be the like trauma part of his life. And then fucking Stephen Moffat just didn't understand that. He was like, actually, the Doctor's the coolest guy ever, and the fact that he kills people is cool. No, he's supposed to be a principled fucking guy who doesn't do killing people. And then it's like he was forced to do not just kill people, but the worst thing imaginable, a genocide, effectively to save the universe. And he is tormented by this knowledge. That is an interesting character. But then they ruined it. And I like the Matt Smith Doctor for what it is, but I mean, come on. I made a video today. Why am I talking like this? I fucking fucked up my food. I swear too much. I think I swear too much. Every second word is just fuck. I fucking fucked up my fucking food. Fuck. I fucking ate too fucking little fucking food. I didn't fucking eat enough fucking food. because I'm stupid, and now I'm hungry, and I don't know what to do about it. I actually do know what to do about it. It's fine. We're actually completely fine. What I'm gonna do about it is I'm kind of low on food. The reason I fucked up is because I am like between groceries shoppings. I'm low on food right now. Like I have plenty of pasta and rice. Plenty of pasta and rice. But that's basically it. Like I don't really have other ingredients or proteins or I mean I have frozen peas, but nothing, very basic. I just have the basic carbs. I always keep pasta and rice in the house, just for eventualities like this. So I never actually run out of food because my sleep cycle is always unpredictable. So, there's a lot of times when I physically can't go to the shops. I'm not awake when the shops are open. So it pays to always have pasta and rice in the house, and I'm very conscientious of that. But anyway, sorry, this is a tangent in addition to a tangent. But yeah, I'm just waiting for the delivery to arrive. I have like at minimum an hour, at maximum 3 hours, depending on when in the wind. Oh wait, maybe they just texted me. Nope, they did not just text me. Well, whatever, doesn't matter. So I'm hungry, is my point. I made a. Okay, wait, this is who cares? I made a video today, where I explored some Team Fortress 2 community servers, some maps, with do less, and I am pretty happy with the video. It's probably the most heavily edited video I've ever made, although you wouldn't know it. Because I actually had about an hour and a half worth of footage that I edited down into 8 minutes. It's like, yeah, it's the most intense editing I've ever done for a video, and I think the video turned out well. I probably should have not posted it immediately because fucking no one's awake, so no one's gonna watch it. But yeah, it turns out you can the more effort you put into it, the trick is you just spend more time editing it. Like when you you just do an extra editing pass and you can make videos more polished. Like I used to just do one editing pass on videos. So like the initial editing pass on this, cut it down to about 20 minutes. Then my second editing pass, cut it down to about 10 minutes. And then my third, cut it down to about 8 minutes. Just going through each time and trimming clips, removing anything that isn't funny or interesting. Although I will say I wasted a bunch of time on one specific moment. There's a moment in the video where I make a joke about the TF2 spy. And then I play the clip from Meet the Spy where he says, right behind you, and then pops up, and then it plays the theme tune. And I wasted a bunch of time trying to rotoscope the spy out of that scene so that it would just be him popping, like he would pop up, and then it would play the intro, frame by frame rotoscoping this. Now, I edit in Final Cut Pro, and I was trying to use their rotoscoping it's bad. It is not good. I don't know what the fuck I was doing wrong, but I would go frame by frame and adjust the markers to draw a mask around the thing. But then when I would play it back, it wouldn't be correct. I don't know why. I just simply don't understand what I was doing wrong. Or I think the tool might just be bad and broken. I mean, I wasn't doing a very detailed rotoscoping. Maybe I should just, at this point, learn After Effects or something. Or, wait, you don't have to get into After Effects. I'm sure you can do that in, Premiere. But Premiere sucks. I don't know. Because I want to do more complex editing. And I'm sure Final Cut can do some of it. As time's gone on, my desire to put the thing about complex editing is most of it is just a matter of putting time in. Like a lot of it, there's just no shortcuts. Although, I know After Effects has rotoscoping tools that are more helpful. Like Final Cut has nothing. You just do it by hand. Though there is this motion tracking thing that I've seen in the options that I've never Googled. Should we do that right now? Final Cut motion tracking. I don't know what it does, but should we find out? Object tracking.
It's finally here. After over 10 years, hey guys, what's up? Let's take a look at how we can add and track a title to follow the car in our first clip. This is downloaded from Envato Elements. Release them up. Downloaded from Envato Elements. Grab your title and drag it over the viewer, placing it over your subject you want to track. When the track
It's
and
that
square
easy?
is over your...
Wait, I gotta try this. Hold on. Because I've been... Last time I tracked a title, which is for a TF2 clip dump I posted on Twitter, I had to fucking... I did it frame by frame, by hand. Okay, let me find something that I can... Let me mute this so that you don't have to hear this. What's something I can track? Here, I'll just track like this lamp. So he said you just click and drag. Like, did I miss something? That seems like too
to follow
simple.
the cart in our first clip. This is extremely simple and surprisingly quick. Place your playhead over your clip where the subject you want to track is clearly visible and in focus. Next, go to your titles and generators browser and select the title you want to track to your subject. I'll use one of these cool callout titles I downloaded.
It's literally just that. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, here, I'll track this speech bubble. It fucking works.
Cart.
Wait, it's not doing anything. Hold on. I skipped a bit.
Photo want to track. When the tracking square is over your subject, release the mouse button, and in the top left corner, click the Analyze button.
Oh, there's an Analyze button. See, this is where we fucked up. I don't see an Analyze button. Oh, here it is. Oh, this might take a while. Oh, it's analyzing. Did it work?
Animate cart.
It worked! It kind of worked. Okay, well that's cool. That's something cool that I never have to do that again by hand. Fucking sick. Thank you, Apple. Damn, this was a fucking tangent on a tangent. I watched this video by Fish on a Stick Gaming. Made a video about Spy. You know, I don't play Spy. I don't play Spy in Team Fortress 2. Speaking of the Spy in Team Fortress 2, I don't play Spy in Team Fortress 2. I think maybe my least favorite class. At the very least, I don't know. It's between Spy and Scout being my least favorite classes. I just cannot, I don't know why, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I am incapable of making Scout work. I don't know, I legitimately, don't know why. When I was relatively new to the game, I played Scout for a day, and I fucking fragged out. It was easy peasy to get kills as Scout, and it was kind of boring, but it was super easy. I think it was one of the first times that I top scored was playing Scout on that day, because it was so easy. You just walk up to people and you just shoot them. And then ever since then, I don't know why, but the gun doesn't do any damage. That's literally my problem. I shoot them and it does it does no damage. I don't know why. I think my aim is bad and I'm shooting from too far away. But you get closer than that, and they do more damage to you. So I don't know how to play Scout. I don't know how to play Scout, and I refuse to learn because it's not fun. I don't like the double jump. It's not fun. Feels weird. Never gotten used to it. I don't like the scatter gun. The weapon makes no sense. It does random damage that I can't predict. You have to get way closer than you think you do or something. I don't know. I don't like Scout. I hate playing Scout. But Spy, I also don't like playing Spy. But I did discover one fun way to play Spy, which is to go with the cloak and dagger, and you go to the enemy spawn, and then you find the enemy engineer, and then you decloak, shoot them once, and then instantly recloak, and then you observe them as they look around desperately trying to find you. It is basically being a friendly. You're not helping your team at all. You can sap their tellies, but that's it. You're not getting kills. You're just and then you try and bait as many people from the enemy team to be spy checking in their spawn as they come out. You decloak, shoot them, and then recloak, and then hide somewhere. And then you try and that's fun. That is actually very fun. But after discovering that playstyle, if you can call it a playstyle, I tried playing a bit of Spy, for real. And I tried playing on, I was I need to learn how backstabs work, so I loaded into medieval mode to try and learn. And I did really well. It seems basically random. Some games playing Spy in medieval mode, I do really well. And in some games, it's impossible to get any kills. It's very random. And the way backstab, hit reg works is incomprehensible to me. I've not even played Spy for very long, and I've hit face stabs. And I've also missed backstabs that feel like they should have been we all know that this fucking hit reg is busted. But yeah, the main reason I don't like playing spy is actually disguises. Um, and this is a very autistic thing. It gives me anxiety. It gives me anxiety when I decloak behind a corner and I come out and I'm like, it's like the same anxiety as like when you smoke weed and you're like everyone knows I'm high. It's that experience. When I'm playing spy, I'm like everyone knows I'm spy. Everyone knows I'm spy. They all know it. They're all laughing at me because, and I know this for a fact because when I'm playing any other class, I'm always laughing at the people who think that their disguises are fooling me. And especially, I am laughing as I play Pyro and watch this spy try and fucking stare stab me. It is the funny watching a dead ringer kunai spy who thinks they're hot shit just repeatedly fail a trick stab is the most humiliating experience for the other person. Like, it is so funny. I could not go through that. I could not fucking sit there and go through the experience of being laughed at by an enemy pyro as I failed to trick stab them 3 times in a row. And then, spy is obviously stupid as a class. The fact that it's weak and like the weakest class in the game is good. But as Fish on a Stick Gaming put it, some people say that Sniper wasn't balanced around the fact that people would put thousands and thousands of hours into playing Sniper and get ridiculously good at it. The opposite is true for Spy. Spy wasn't balanced around the fact that people would put thousands of hours into countering Spy. Like, it works really well on clueless players, but is really hard against good players. Or even just decent players, people who have played, like, have any vague awareness of spies existing. Now, my main doesn't have the best matchup against spies, right? Because I main demo man. And if a spy can actually get up close to me, firstly, I don't have very good movement speed, so it's really easy to catch up and backstab me. And secondly, I have no options in super close range. I mean, I can melee, but generally speaking, getting into a melee fight with a spy is not a good idea because they'll trick stab you and they have faster movement speed than you, so they can always just stay out of so they have a massive advantage basically. But all of the other weapons do massive self damage. So it's actually kind of hard to fight a spy, especially like a good decent spy with good movement and who knows that the revolver exists. It's actually like a pretty tough matchup for demo. But my secondary class is Pyro, who is, but fucking trivializes the existence of Spy, which is always very funny. But yeah, I don't like playing Spy because I don't like the everyone knows I'm smoked the weed. That's the feeling I get when I'm playing Spy. It's not a pleasant. I'm sure the people who enjoy playing Spy, they probably get some sense of adrenaline, like, oh, I've fooled everyone. I've blended in perfectly. I've fooled everyone, and now I'm gonna get this epic chain stab. Train stab. Yo, if you get a chain stab on the cart, it should be called a train stab. Because the cart is kind of like a train. It's on the rails. There's not much to me as a person. I think I've kind of gone on about this maybe too much. But like, I just sort of play Team Fortress 2. And that's kind of, like, I don't have, I'm just kind of a 3-note guy. And I just sort of go between my 3 hobbies. Either I care about otaku shit, I care about Team Fortress 2, or I care about computer shit. And then I don't really do anything else. Okay, I'm back to the 100 gecs money debacle. I have my account on PRS, and I just need to tell them that I made this song. The problem is that the 100 gecs' record label has registered. If you go to search and you search for Hand Crushed by a Mallet, this is how you're supposed to claim that you wrote a song, right? Is you find where it's a registration for it. There's actually 2, weirdly, which I don't know. One of them, I'm just gonna say that this is the one that counts, because there's 2, but they're the same thing. I don't really understand. But anyway, you click this, and it shows you Hand Crushed by a Mallet, which is interesting because it also shows you the fucking breakdown of how much of a share each person gets. And Dylan and Laura both get 25% each. The rest of it goes to Warner and Domino Publishing. So fucking they don't make shit, man. They're only making half of their own fucking song. But then what's weird is, so this is the only thing that's registered. There's no other registration for Hand Crushed by a Mallet. You click on alternative titles, and what you get is the alternative titles are Hand Crushed by a Mallet brackets remix, Hand Crushed by a Mallet brackets remix close brackets featuring Patrick Stump Craig O, which I don't know what that is. Is Patrick Stump Fall Out Boy? No, who the fuck is this? He is Fall Out Boy. Yeah, he's Fall Out Boy. So I assume that's the Fall Out Boy. And then the third one is Hand Crushed by a Mallet, no space thanks space you remix. But it's listed as an alternative title. It's not listed as its own thing. But then the Fall Out Boy thing is also listed as an alternative title. But there's also another remix on that album, right? Which is the is there another? Am I tripping? No, there's not another remix. Okay, never mind. That was incorrect. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this. Of course I am. What am I talking about? This is public information. Anyone who has a PRS account can look this stuff up. You just have to have released a song ever to get a PRS account, so it's not very difficult. But that's what's fucking weird, is that it's all registered as one song, which I guess makes sense, maybe, because they wrote, it's the same written song, right? But then in the other version, because I said there's two, right? In the other one, you click on the other one, and you click on alternative titles, and this alternative title is just Hand Crushed by a Mallet remix and Hand Crushed by a Mallet No Thank You remix, which basically what that means is they own all of it. But according to the goddamn letter I have, they should own all of it. That is correct. I don't have any ownership rights over it. But if I can find my letter, here it is. Blah blah blah. This is very long. Legalese speak. Here, I mean, as the letter I signed says, you acknowledge and agree that apart from your contribution to the remix, you did not contribute in any manner to any other master recordings or musical compositions featuring the performances of artists. Blah blah blah. But here's the bit I was talking about. Remixers royalty. For good and valuable consideration, the sufficiency of which you hereby acknowledge, you shall be entitled to a royalty equal to 25% of net receipts derived from the exploitation of the remix. Net receipts shall mean 100% of all, well, I mean, the rest of this doesn't really matter. But I'm entitled to 25% of the goddamn net receipts derived from the exploitation of the remix. That ain't nowhere to be found on this goddamn website. I'll tell you that much. I've got it in writing. I've got a signed letter. That tells me I should be getting this. Is it my responsibility to sign up for it? Maybe. But I've now gone through. I don't know. So the problem with it, I don't know if I explained this correctly. It's registered not as a separate song, but just as an alternative title to the same song. I don't know why. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it in this situation. But whatever the case may be, that means that on this website, through this Performing Rights Society, or Phonographic Rights Society, whatever it's called, the only way for me to get money is to claim that I should get a split from it. But because it's all the same song, that would be me claiming that I should get a split from Hand Crushed by a Mallet, which I obviously shouldn't, because that's the original song that I made a cover of. So I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm fucking stuck here, being like, did I sign up to the wrong one? Because there's another one. This is also a thing I know. There's two different rights societies, and one of them is something that I don't. Oh fuck! Is this? Did I actually sign up for the wrong one? Is this the one for live performances? What's the other one called? Hold on, I gotta look this up. I did sign up for the wrong one. Okay, I think I did do that. I think I should have been signing up to PPL instead of PRS, number for performers and recording rights holders. I don't know if they did the same thing. Fuck, I paid these motherfuckers £100. No, I don't know what this is anymore. Man. I don't know what anything does. Oh my god. I legitimately I don't know. Is this the right one? ISRC registration. What the fuck does this mean? Oh, this you can get an ISRC from them. My question is, this is actually, you know what? This is actually the more important question. This is actually a very basic question. Is that I shouldn't have to do any of this, I think. This is my contention. I don't believe I should have to do any of this. Because if you go to my Spotify, no thank you on Spotify, you'll see at the top of the page, number one popular song, Hand Crushed by a Mallet, No Thank You remix. So Spotify knows it's mine. And I know they know it's mine because, I don't know if you remember this, but when they released the album, they tagged the wrong No Thank You. There's a band from like Maine or some shit that's called No Thank You as well, but not with the O's being zeros. And they tagged it with them, and then someone noticed on Twitter, so I added them, and they changed it. But my question is, why isn't Spotify automatically giving me money if it knows it's my song? They must have done something. Not Dylan and Laura, but the record company. They must have done something. I didn't make a stink about any of this when it first happened because I didn't know how the fuck it's supposed to work because I'm an idiot. Because imagine how much of an idiot I would have looked like if I was like, wow, why aren't I making money? And they were like, oh, you idiot, that's because you have to sign up with this thing and you have to do, of course you're not going to make money. You know, I would have looked like an idiot for that. But maybe I should have looked like an idiot. But now I feel like I'll look like an extra idiot if I start making a fuss about it after 4 years. Maybe I should just take the being paid in publicity and I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Here's the best case scenario of what I would do is I would have some sort of mentor figure who was experienced in the music industry to ask. I don't have that. My current thought is to try and get in contact with one of the teachers from my old university. They would know. They would definitely know. I don't know what they would know. I don't know what they would know or if they would help me. But they definitely know. That's the only thing I can think to do. Other than DM the members of 100 gecs who I'm sure have absolutely don't give a shit. And yeah. Or, these are my 3 options. Option number 1, try and get in contact with someone, a teacher at my university for back when I went to, which is a possibility, I suppose. They're nice. They'll help me, I'm sure. Maybe. I don't know how I would get in contact with them, but it's a possibility. Option number 2, DM Dylan or Laura, which is a bad option. I don't like that option because they don't really have anything to do with it. But the hope would be they put me in contact with someone who does, but that's a bad option. I would rather not pick that one. Option 3 would be, so I looked it up. Because I had an email contact with someone, right? And I assumed that they were someone from the record label, but I looked up their email address, and they're not from the record label. They're from they're a lawyer. They're a music lawyer. They're hired by the label, I assume. So I actually have never been in contact with someone from the label. I was in contact with their lawyers, which I guess makes sense. But the lawyers, if I'm asking them for that, that's why lawyers pay money. That's literally asking for legal advice. And they're not going to do that for free, I don't think. So, that's, I don't think, going to happen. That sounds like they're just going to, yeah, that seems way too hopeful for a lawyer to answer questions like that for free. And then what's up? Yeah, that's kind of it. I don't know what my other options would be. I guess option 4 would be make a public stink about it until someone else make a tantrum on the internet. That sounds like the worst possible option. That's a last resort nuclear option, but it's also really stupid because I'm obviously stupid here for waiting this long to do this. So it's hard to make a public stink about it because I don't come out looking good. But that is if I've done something wrong. That's the thing. If it turns out that this is actually a fuck up from them, which I flip-flopped. At first, I was like, it might be a fuck up from them. And then I was like, no, this is a fuck up 100% from me not signing up with a royalties society. But now, looking into it and thinking about this Spotify thing, how I'm credit on Spotify, but they haven't set up the splits process on Spotify to give me my split. That, now I'm like, is it a fuck up from me? I don't know if it's a fuck up from me. I could make a video about this. This would be a good way to do it. If I wanted to make a public stink, it should be in a video. I don't want to make a public stink. Let me just get this clear. This is not an option I'm actively pursuing or interested in pursuing. It sounds like a very bad... I don't want to be in the center of anything. I never want to be in the center. I'm by the side. I make my 12-hour podcasts and I stay by the sidelines, okay? I don't want to be anywhere near the center. But if theoretically I were to have to resort to something like that, I would explain all of this in such a way that it was clear that I'm an idiot. Hopefully. Option 5 is just accept it and just don't get the money, which is probably the option I'm gonna take. Why is it so hard? Why couldn't they just do it for me? That's my question. They should do it for me. They're lawyers and a record label. They should just do it for you. That's what those guys are for. Lawyers and record labels. You pay them so that they do this stuff for you. Now, I didn't pay them, but someone did. Someone's getting paid. They're getting paid 50% of everything from the fucking song. They're getting paid. I know they're getting paid. I'm not getting paid. They're getting paid. So now, like, I don't know, man. I feel like they should have just done this. Someone should have explained it to me at the very least. I should have asked more questions. Actually, that's the real problem. No one's at fault. This is where I'm like, at the end of the day, no one's at fault other than me, because I should have asked more questions. I had the opportunity to ask this question, and I didn't do it because I thought that at the time when the agreement was getting signed, and they told me, 25%. I just assumed that they would do what I'm saying that I thought they would do, which is just set it up so Spotify and Apple Music and all of these other things just automatically pay me 25% using my existing artist account, which I had at the time. Like, I have an account on all of the, you can find me on all of the streaming platforms, and that song is under my name on all of the streaming platforms, so I assumed it would just work like that. Or that, like, they would send me a check in the mail or something like that, right? Like, I don't know why I assumed that. But I thought that they would just work like that. Like, it would just happen automatically through the streaming services stuff, or the record label would deal with it, because I thought that's what record labels did. I don't know if that's what I've never been with a record label. And after seeing the splits that Dylan and Laura get from this song, I definitely don't want to be with a record label. Motherfucker, I'm not letting you take 50% of my goddamn royalties. What the fuck? That's insane. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just stuck here not knowing shit. That's the situation we're in right now. I'm just stuck here not knowing shit. The only two things I can sit here and do is sit here and think to myself, I should have done something about this sooner, and I should have asked more questions instead of assuming that things would be sorted out automatically. But I can't change either of those things now. So, what you gonna do? Okay, this is a message specifically to Kyla. You sent a friend request to someone I know on Mal, to one of my friends, and they said, if you talk to him, tell him I don't accept friends whom I've never spoken to before. Apologies. Okay, that's how I'm delivering this. I could DM you on Discord, but this is funnier. Remember when I was talking about my fucking getting groceries delivered? They just texted me and said that it's delayed, but they'll try and get it to me today. Now, this is problematic for me because I would normally be asleep in like an hour and a half, 2 hours-ish time. What does today mean? Today could mean anything. And it might not be today. If it's not today, I don't want to be eating plain pasta and plain rice for another day. So whatever happens, I have to go to the shops today, which I don't want to do because it's fucking freezing. I can do it. It's not too much of a pain. It's just a fucking 15-minute walk or whatever. But it's a damn pain in the goddamn ass. Why can't everything just work? This is the problem. I'm supposed to be God here. And they're fucking with me subliminally. They're fucking with me. Hold on a goddamn minute. Flashing pictures on my screen. Shown too quickly to be seen. Does not register in the conscious mind. Propaganda of another kind. They're fucking with me subliminally. They're fucking with me subliminally. That's your bitches up my screen, two pieces, two pieces, that's how much you're going to spot. Oh god, what's up? That's a good song, man. I haven't listened to fucking those guys. What are they called? Suicidal Tendencies. I haven't listened to them in years. Good album, good band. I'm hitting drumsticks on the bed right now. You know, it's been so long since I looked outside my window because I always have my curtains closed that I just miss stuff. Like my next door neighbor, I just looked outside my window for the first time in like 2 weeks. They've completely redone their garden. When did that happen? At what point did they completely change the layout of their garden? Who knows? Who fucking knows? I haven't been outside in a minute. Actually, that's not true. I went to the shops yesterday for the same reason, because I was like, oh, I need emergency food for this one day to tide me over until I get groceries delivered tomorrow. But today is tomorrow, and tomorrow is nearly yesterday, and there's still no goddamn groceries. So now I just bought yesterday like minimal stuff to get me through a day. Just like, what did I even get? Butter and fucking something else, I don't remember. But I don't know what to buy. Now I have to think about that. What am I gonna buy at this shop? I'm gonna get a peppered steak slice, aka a pepper wake lice, as I like to call it. I'm gonna get myself a pepper wake lice. I'm gonna eat that now, which means if I'm doing the smart thing, turn on my oven before I go to the shops. By the time I get back, the oven will be preheated. I can put the pepper wake lice directly into the oven. Be done in 10 minutes. I get my pepper wake lice directly into my mouth. Delicious, tasty. Might even kick 2 of those bitches because they're that good. Yeah, I'm fat. I thought I couldn't get bigger than I could. I thought I couldn't. I thought I'd never get any bigger than the fucking. Well, how does it go again? Hold on. I thought I couldn't get any bigger than.
I'm gonna teach y'all what it means to be fat and dangerous. Come on. I thought I couldn't get any bigger than 180, but baby, I'm necking beers like Corona, going crazy. My persona ain't no gimmick. I'm in it, pushing my limits, like telling me alcoholism ain't a joke. Bitch, isn't it? Nothing could be funnier than death and the sentence on my breath. Once I vomit up the armies that I walked to get, cause I was too drunk to turn the car key. Let me give you some advice before you say I'm unhealthy. I'm gayer than God and I'm deader than Christ. I'm better than the devil and I don't play nice. I'm fucking with my flow and you gon' get ice. So don't ask me for shit, you won't get what you like.
I don't think anyone's gonna get iced for fucking with Digibro's flow. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Digibro, when you said fucking with my flow and you gon' get iced, were you lying? I don't think you kill people. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you kill people. Anyway, I'm gayer than God and I'm deader than Christ. And I need to get some fucking food. But let's do the calculations. If you look at my mathematical calculations, hold on, we're just playing clips now. This is a clip show. What's that one? How do I even look that up? Yeah, I'm just gonna look this up. Yeah, this will work.
What's going on, you guy? I'm heading to class. I'm getting my master in just...
This is the wrong one. Where's the correct clip? I need to find the correct clip. I'll recognize it because he's walking in the street when he does it. Is it this one? Yeah, this is it.
I'm really tired.
Walt, I've been on an elegant walk.
I've been on an elegant walk through the
my
town where my
internship
internship is taking place.
So now, back to...
Here, let me look.
I have been trying this company full time. I say, I promise you this. If you check out my mathematical calculation at any given time, you're gonna find the mathematic is correct at all time.
Exactly.
So,
that's what I'm trying to say. The mathematic is correct at all time. And the mathematical calculation at any given time is gonna be a pepper wake lice. That's food for now. Food for tomorrow? Should we just improvise? Because the thing is, I don't want to buy... Like, the groceries are gonna arrive at some point. At some point, I'm gonna have these things. Maybe. But there's a possibility that they just don't happen. Because either they don't get delivered today, or I'm asleep when they deliver them and they don't get to deliver them. And then they try again tomorrow, I guess. But I don't want to buy big amounts of food because I'm about to get big amounts of food with my goddamn grocery delivery. You see what I'm saying here? You understand? You understand the suffering I'm living through right now? Okay. We'll just work it out. We'll work it out. I'll go in there. I need at least 4 meals. I need to buy at least 4 meals. I have some food. Like, as I said, I have rice and I have pasta. I have, see, like, for example, I could buy cheese. But I have a big block of cheese coming in the delivery. So it's like, then I have 2 big blocks of cheese. I'm not going to use all of that cheese before it goes off. And you can't buy any smaller amounts of cheese than that. I mean, I guess you could theoretically buy, like, American cheese. But who the fuck wants to eat American cheese? That shit ain't even real cheese. So then it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And also, there's a part of me that's like, well, they said they would deliver between certain times. And it's actually technically not. You know, they said they deliver by 10. It's 9:39 right now. So, like, part of me is like, maybe I should stay in my house until 10. Just in case the delay message was a mistake. But then I'm like, look, my doorbell's broken. So they're going to have to call me one way or another. If they call me and I'm at the shops, I'm just going to have to be like, wait 10 minutes. I'll fucking power walk back. Bro, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, man. Alright, I'm just going to go to the shops and improvise. I am stinky. I haven't showered in a week. I haven't changed my clothes in a week. But it doesn't matter because I'm a hikikomori, right? That stuff doesn't normally affect me. But sometimes you gotta go to the shops and then it does affect you and it's fucked up. It's December now. Can you imagine how cold it is? It's not even that cold compared to some places. But I'm an indoor cat. I'm not used to the outside world. Okay, for some reason, I don't know, I was fucking possessed by a Frenchman. I don't know what the fuck happened to me. I went into the shop. I was like, I'm gonna buy 4 meals worth of stuff because I need food for now. And then if theoretically the delivery doesn't arrive for a while, I'm going to get 4 meals. And then halfway through, I was like, let me get a little extra just in case. So I had everything I needed. I was walking to the checkout and I'm like, is that a baguette? Is that a freshly baked baguette? How many years has it been since I've had a baguette? It's been many, many years, I'll tell you that much. There's no reason for me to buy a baguette, right? Because if I bought a baguette now, I'd have to eat the baguette right now because they go stale really fast. But it's right there and I bought a fucking baguette. And then not only did I buy the baguette, I was like, well, now I have to get stuff to put on the baguette. So then I went back and bought ham and fucking Swiss cheese to put on the baguette, and no other reason. I'm not going to use the ham and Swiss cheese for anything else. And I was like, well, I might as well buy the fancier ham because, I'm putting it on a baguette. I might as well be French about this and get fancy with it. So I spent like twice as much as I would normally spend on the cheaper ham, on the fancier ham, which does taste really good. I want to put it out there. The fancy ham is worth the money. It's just not money that you should be spending all the time. But it is good ham. So I had a fucking ham and cheese baguette. And it was pretty good. But I was like, well, I didn't eat the whole damn thing because there's too much food in a baguette. What the fuck is the design of the baguette? It's too much fucking food for one person. Are you supposed to share it? I don't know. I don't eat baguettes. It's way too much food. I had a quarter of a baguette, right? So now I got my baguette and I don't know what to do with it. I put it in the fridge. Why did I put bread in the fridge? I don't know. It's in the fridge now for some reason. Whatever. I'm like hoping it doesn't go stale. I guess I gotta eat baguette for breakfast tomorrow as well. And I don't know. I've got a baguette now. It tastes good. But then I was like, the problem is it's fucking freezing. And my plan was that the peppered steak slices would warm me up because they're warm food. Baguette isn't warm food. It's cold bread. But I was like, okay, I'll put it in the oven to warm it up. And I guess it kind of got warm. I didn't put it in for very long. I don't know what I was doing. I was like 50-50. Do I want it to be warm or not? I don't know. I ate a baguette. It was good. It was fine. It was pretty good. It's not the best baguette I've ever had. I think it had been sitting out for a couple hours. It was a pretty generic baguette. It's pretty nice. Don't get me wrong. Baguette is always good bread, but it's not that good compared to the baguettes that I've had in my life. I could eat more, to be honest. I didn't eat very much. I think I had a quarter, which is not much at all. I should probably have had more than that. I was just eyeballing it, and not very well. I don't know what I'm doing with my life, man. My life is a mess. I bought the peppered steak slice to eat the peppered steak slice, and I didn't eat the peppered steak slice because I had to eat the baguette, and now I've got the peppered steak slice, and I've got the baguette too. I've got everything. What am I supposed to do with myself? And all the meanwhile, you guys are sitting here like, what the fuck is a peppered steak slice? And I'm not going to explain it to you, okay? You're just going to have to live in ignorance. The thing is, you can fake guitar. If you know a little bit about guitar, if you know the shape of a power chord, if you know 3, open chords, you can fake guitar. And if you know anything about guitar, you can fake bass, obviously. They're basically the same instrument. Bass is just easier. It has less strings to worry about. That's why I like playing bass. Don't have to worry about bar chords when you're playing bass. Your hands don't hurt as much. And you can fake drums super fucking easily, okay? Drums is easy. You just hit the things with the sticks. It's easy. Just play loud. No one will even notice. Can you keep time? Good job. You can play drums, right? You can fake singing. 90% of singing is just confidence. As long as you just belt out whatever the fuck key signature, doesn't matter how out of key you are, doesn't matter how off pitch you are, flat, sharp, whatever. As long as you're confident and you sell it with emotion, it doesn't fucking matter. So you can fake singing easily. You can't fake piano. You just have to grind. There's no shortcut to getting good at piano. There's no power chords of piano. Triads, not really. Like, there's nothing you can do. Piano is just difficult. And I know this. I had piano lessons for like 3 years, and I don't know shit. You put a piano in front of me, I don't fucking remember any of it. Piano's impossible. It's an impossible instrument. I don't know how there's too many goddamn buttons on that thing. How does anyone play that fucking instrument? There's too many fucking buttons. There's too many. Why did they make so many? Guitar, it makes sense, right? There's only 6 strings. Bass is only 4 strings. It all makes sense to me, okay? Violin, 4 strings. Cello, 4 strings. Everyone else is good with 4 strings, but the piano, you got fucking like 32 strings. What the hell are you doing? How does anyone play that mess? It's insane. How the fuck is it possible that anyone plays piano? It's crazy. There's no way to fake it. You just gotta learn piano if you want to play piano. And you can't even play it unless you like understand music theory. You want to transpose something on a bass guitar? You guys won't hear this because it's not even plugged in. I guess I could. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered to grab an acoustic guitar. Fuck it. I'm gonna grab an acoustic guitar. All right. You want to play a riff on an acoustic guitar? I don't know. Whatever. Like something like. Or that's bad because I had an open string in it. Something like that, right? You want to transpose that upper half step? You just move your fucking hand up. What about upper fourth? You just move up. Okay, but that was actually not a fourth because I'm missing that string. The upper eighth, an octave. Wait, that can't be it. Whatever. Upper, what is that? 7th? I think it's out of tune. I don't know. It's fucked. Whatever it is, it's there. Piano, you can't just move your hand up because the keys are black and white. They're different. You have to like know the half steps, whole steps, what key you're in. It's insane. You can't just move your hand up and play the same thing. It's technically the same thing, but it doesn't look like the same thing because there's the whole black and white keys. So your hands are in a completely different position. You're playing the same series of steps, but in a completely different arrangement of physical. It's insane. Piano's an insane instrument. I don't understand how anyone can play that fucking thing. It's got too many goddamn buttons on it, man. Like guitar, it's all about shapes. You learn chord shapes, and those shapes, they just work anywhere. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. The shapes, the patterns, the scales. You learn a scale, you don't have to learn a different pattern for every note in the octave. That would be insane. But pianists do. It's fucking nuts. I don't understand how anyone plays that instrument. It's so ridiculous. Like, guitar, you learn the scale. Like, this is a major scale. And then wherever you play it, it's still a major scale that just starts on whatever note you start on. Piano, you gotta learn a different fucking one for each fucking note. What? That's insane. You gotta learn a different pattern for each key. On top of learning all the different, major, minor, fucking diminished, what am I talking about? Fucking harmonic minor, melodic minor, Dorian, Lydian. You gotta learn all the different shit. pentatonic, octatonic. Not only do you have to learn all of them, which is already hard enough, but you got to learn them for each different key. They're different each time. Who designed this thing? Music gear is such a weird thing. It's so expensive. They made it so expensive for some reason. And most of it's like shit. Like especially synths. Like you can literally spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a Eurorack setup to sound like a default VST and Fruity Loops. Oh, but I could trigger the drums probabilistically. Yeah, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. and when is that useful? Also, you could do that. I don't know if you could do that in Fruity Loops, but you could do that in Logic using the scripter module. But so like, you know, I have kind of like I kind of feel like people who buy hardware synths are a bit stupid. I understand why they want to do it. I kind of want to do it. I want to buy a 303 clone because they're cool as fuck. Like, I understand the coolness factor. It feels good. Like, a lot of music, it's art, right? It's about feeling. It's not just about what a machine can do. It's also about how it does it. Like, you might be able to get the exact same noises out of a software 303 clone that you can get out of a hardware 303 clone. But the physical interaction of pressing buttons on a fucking machine to make noises is going to inspire you in different ways than dragging around stuff on a screen to make the same noise. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense to me in that aspect why people want to buy hardware. And if it wasn't so ridiculously expensive, it might even be worth it. All music stuff is expensive. I mean, these DAWs, they cost a lot of money if you buy them. if you buy them. But this shit's too expensive, and a lot of it's like needlessly expensive, right? Like I know Ellie Void, the person who runs cybergrunge.net, has like tutorials for how to like let me find this. Give me a second. Okay, I actually have no idea how to find this. Home. Oh, I guess they've like redone cybergrunge. It looks way cleaner now for some reason. I don't know if I like it. Hold on. Is it here? They have a tutorial somewhere on how to make like a distortion pedal yourself. Give me a fucking second, man. Oh yeah, make a distortion pedal for free. Or very close to free. Like, this is a cool tutorial. You can just build it. Or a $5 synthesizer. You can build a synth with just one chip that is often available for $1 or less. And it shows you how to make a little oscillator. Like, that's real shit. You know what I'm saying? That's real shit. Building your own synths is real shit. Finding cheap ass fucking synths, like finding little children's toys in the recycling and pulling them out and circuit bending them, that's real shit. Buying, you know, this is what I like. This is the fucking all the sounds of electronic music that you like. The 808, the 909, the 303. You know, the classic Roland synths. All of those sounds became popular because those were the cheapest available options at the time, because they all sucked for making traditional music, right? This is a famous story. The 808 was the only thing people could afford because it was in pawn shops, because no one fucking wanted to use it because it didn't sound like a real drum kit. Same with the 303. That didn't sound like a real bass guitar. So it was shit. It was shit, it was cheap, it was made of plastic, had a terrible interface, and so it was cheap as fuck. But we live in a very different world now. We're not limited by these hardware synths. You can get stuff for free. You can go on, like, what's that website? VST4free.com or something like that? I think it's literally something like that. VST4free. Plugins for free. Yeah, pluginsforfree.com. Letter 4. Yeah. And you can find hundreds of free VSTs that are actually, you know, some of them really fucking interesting and good. You know, there's loads of really good free VSTs out there. It just makes it like the only reason to buy any of these really expensive synths is to, I don't know, it's weird. But then, so this is the shedding on it part, right? But I already mentioned there is something to the act of having hardware, physical hardware, inspires you in certain ways that being trapped inside the box, as they call it, on a computer screen, can't do. which I appreciate. Like, I appreciate that element. Is that level of inspiration worth hundreds of dollars rather than just trying to do it in your mind? Maybe. But here's the second part of my defense. My defense of buying physical stuff is no one can take it away from you. It's a box that makes noises. It's not owned by some you bought it. You own it now. It's not some proprietary piece of software. You could get a screwdriver and take it apart. You can you don't have to pay a subscription model. Not that any doors do that right now, but at some point in the future, I'm sure someone's gonna pull that shit. You're not reliant on anything else. You can just make noises with a box. You got a box that makes noises. You could do whatever you want with that box. And that's valuable, for sure. It's kind of like owning, physical media, tapes and CDs and whatever. Makes you more self-reliant in that sense. And also, these things cost a lot of money. But that's also often because they're produced by, independent studios, not mass-produced, right? They're made by hand a lot of the time. By independent people who are often really fucking cool people doing really creative shit. Like a lot of the crazy ass guitar pedals and modular synth modules and weird little bits of hardware, are made by fucking cool people. And they're selling it for that price because that's what it takes to make a profit, because they make it in their garage or something, right? Like those people deserve the money more than Apple or Ableton or whatever deserves the money. Or fucking who makes Serum? Native Instruments makes Massive. I don't remember the Serum guys. Not every piece of hardware is made by a small company, right? Like a lot of them are made by big music companies, but some of the cool little bits of hardware are made by just one guy in his basement. This is his hobby. That guy deserves the money. I don't want to shit on him. He's fucking based. That guy's cool. Am I gonna spend money on it? No, but that guy's cool. I respect him. He deserves money, even if I don't give it to him. So there's I'm kind of in a mixed up position. Like the original, hardware that was popular in Detroit, in Chicago, in Berlin, in London, etc., was mostly whatever was cheapest because it was made by working class people. And so the fact that this hardware is so expensive now creates a class issue. Not to be leftist about this, not to reduce this into a class issue, but it does, Like, you look at images and videos of music producers that are around today, and how many of them have Macs? I'm on a Mac, I have a Mac. How many of them have a MacBook that they're making all their music on? That's £2,000, that's not accessible. You don't technically need a Mac to make music, but it's interesting that the people who make music tend to be my demographic, right? Middle class. Is that, the real punk shit? Well, it's not even true, right? Because there's a whole generation of producers who make music on pirated copies of FL, which is valid and not just valid, but based. That's the real shit. Why do something for money if you can do it for free? It's a good question. So I'm kind of, I think the best way to do it is something like Schism Tracker. It's free software in both senses of the word. It's free as in freedom, and it's free as in free beer. It's fucking lightweight as shit because it's from the 90s, or it's a clone or something from the 90s. So it runs on anything. It'll run on a ThinkPad. It'll run on a fucking anything. And it makes cool music. But then the problem with that is that you're reliant on samples because it's a tracker, right? It's a tracker sampler. I mean, it has some FM functionality, which is really weird and complicated, and I don't understand it. And there's not documented. It has piss poor documentation for the FM synth that's built into it, even though I'm pretty sure it's quite powerful. But it's not fucking documented anywhere, which sucks. But mainly you're kind of dependent on samples, which is fine, but it also means you're dependent on sample digging, which means the internet and all of the stuff that comes with that, right? Like you know what I mean? That's fine. I think that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but it's something. It's definitely something. I don't know what it is, but it exists. So yeah, I'm just kind of, I often think about this. Like, my bass guitar is a much more based guitar than my computer is. Because that's just a big stick with wires in it, and it makes noises, and no one can take that away from me. My computer could break at any time, and it's not, you can't repair it. You know, well, my ThinkPad you could repair it, but my Mac could break at any time, and you can't repair it. You just, you're relying, it's bullshit. I talked about this in the last podcast. The bass guitar, if that shit breaks, you can fix that shit. Is easy to understand how a bass guitar works. I understand how a bass guitar works. It's got strings, they vibrate, they wiggle. It's made of wood and bits of metal, and then there's the pickups, which that's the bit that's a bit complicated, but they're just magnets basically, right? They're just little electromagnets, or not electromagnets. They're magnets somehow, something like that. I should look this up actually. I don't, now that I think about it, I know the basics of that. It's something to do with magnets, something to do with electromagnetism, but I don't know exactly how that signal gets converted into electronic voltages. So I should look that up. But that's cool. That's a good thing. But it's expensive. So then you run into this whole problem. It's like the opposite of the cyberpunk. In the cyberpunk novels, the cyberpunks, they have these cyber decks that they DIY construct out of nothing, out of scraps and parts to jack in. But in real life, if you want to go into VR, the cheapest way to do it, the real way that the working class people have access to it, the characters, the low life characters of cyberpunk novels that don't have any money, is not to put together something like that. If you want to go into VR, the cheapest way is to buy one of those Oculus devices that makes you sign into Facebook and harvest your data. It's the opposite. They make up for the cost by having it be hyper corporatized and a black box. So then, the real world always sucks, is basically my conclusion here. I don't really know what to do with this knowledge. I like computers personally. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I'm pivoting to becoming a Team Fortress 2 YouTuber and Half-Life. I think those are the things I'm interested in doing. But none of my TF2, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of disappointed that my the video I spent ages editing, that the exploring TF2 trade maps, it didn't do very well at all. Which I guess doesn't matter because I'm still proud of the video, but I don't know, I think people would like it if they watched it. Here's something that just occurred to me. You ever watch footage of like Times Square during the pandemic lockdowns? And the point of the footage is, like I've seen it interspersed with other popular tourist destinations in the world, like, the Champs-Elysees and stuff like that. It's all empty. But isn't it eerie to see this place that's normally completely packed full of people just empty? And yeah, it is eerie and kind of cool, right? It's cool footage. But Times Square specifically, I just noticed the adverts are still on. People are still paying for the adverts, but no one's there to see them. What the I don't know. This means something. I don't know what it means, but this means something about capitalism. I don't know what it means, but something about that means something. Someone in the comments who's smarter than me, reference Mark Fisher or Hauntology or some shit like that. I don't like this thing. I don't like... I'm not even going to bother complaining about this, actually. This is too fucking stupid. I woke up today and I thought to myself, I've never gotten a godlike kill streak in Team Fortress 2. That feels like something I should have done. If you don't know, that's a 20 kill streak. I have kill streak weapons. I've never gotten a godlike. In fact, I don't get kill streaks very often at all. I play very aggressively, because that's what's fun. So I don't, I normally get like maybe 3 kills per life on a good day. Like, I'm not generally fragging out and then retreating, getting health, reloading, getting back. I like to play on the front. I like to dish out lots of damage and then tank lots of damage and then jump in, bomb in, take risks, try and get medic picks. That's the fun things to do in the video game. But that means, that stuff's not super conducive to kill streaks. It's not the way I play. I also like to play the objective a lot. I like winning rounds. I like to stick on the cart or cap the point or whatever, right? I don't just go for kills. So my playstyle is generally not very conducive to getting high kill streaks in the first place. So I've never gone a godlike, and I thought, that sounds like a fun thing to do. So today I was like, I'm going to try and get a godlike kill streak. So I jumped into a game, and my logic was, I'll use the sticky jumper, and here's why. Kill streaks attract per weapon, so using the sticky jumper forces me to get all my kills with the iron bomber, which means all of the kill streak kills go onto one weapon. Is that true? Our kill streaks attract per weapon, right? I feel like that's what I see. Am I crazy? Because now I'm thinking, does that even make sense? I think it makes sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense. It becomes a unique hold on. Applying the kit against the weapon it specifies and then equipping it adds a kill counter that shows up on the player's heads up. Is kill streaks per weapon? I honestly don't know. It doesn't make it clear on this the wiki. I don't know. I think it might not be per weapon. I think I might have just made that up in my head. Did I make that up? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go in game and test that tomorrow. Anyway, my logic was I can use the sticky jumper, and that way I can really I can play very passive, because if I ever get pushed, I can just fucking dip. I can just jump the fuck out of the way, and the mobility will increase my survivability, because demo sucks in close range, so you're gonna be doing a lot of self damage. You don't want to do that if you have a kill streak to maintain. So better option is, if someone pushes me, I can just fucking jump away as far as possible and survive, hopefully. So I load into my first match, and also I'm like, well, if that doesn't work, I'll just switch to stock. So I go into my first match, and it's on Frontier, second. And what I do is, I don't want defense. I'm on red, so we're defending the hill, and there's kind of like an archway that you have to push the cart through at the bottom of the hill, right? And you can jump on top of it. So what I would do, and that you can see the sort of tunnel where blue has to leave spawn from. So what I was doing, I just sticky jump up, spam pipes at the archway, get a kill or two, and then sticky jump back down, and then go to the dispenser and refill. I mean, that's not all I was doing, but I kind of was sticking around the area doing that. And my first life, I got a 10 kill streak. And I was like, this is fucking easy. I'm going to do this easy. And then I never got higher than a 5 kill streak for the rest of the day. I don't know. I actually got 11 kill streak on my first life, sorry. And then I never got higher than a 5 kill streak for the rest of the day. Because 10 kill streak gives you a little message that says, what is it, rampage or something? I don't fucking remember. Hold on. I gotta double check that. I'm gonna have to double check that. What does the 10 kill streak thing say? Unstoppable. 15 is a rampage. Yeah, I got the unstoppable 10 kill streak thing, but I actually got 11 kills, but you don't get a message for 11. Anyway, I'm telling this story very badly, so I'm kind of out of it right now. Did I put food in the oven and forget to put my timer on? Because I feel like that might have been what just happened to me. That is what just happened to me, I think. Fuck. That's problematic. Hold on, I would have... Okay, I just tried to guess. I don't know, man. That food is gonna be fucked up. That's unfortunate. Anyway, for some reason I was incapable of aiming today. Incapable of aiming pipes. I don't know why. It just wasn't working out for me. And I tried to play Pyro for a bit, but Pyro doesn't have... I don't have kill streaks on my Pyro loadout. So then I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And also, I kept getting shut down by good engineers on Pyro, so that wasn't working out for me either. Then I was like, I don't want to have to aim because I can't aim today. It was really bad, by the way. I don't know what happened to me, but I just completely lost the ability to aim pipes. I was sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard all fucking day, like literally at the bottom. Like actually, I don't know. I've never happened to me before. I don't know what was going on. And then at some point I decided to play Scout. Why did I decide to play... I never play Scout. I was like, you know what? I'm going to play Scout in this match. On fucking, what map is that? I don't remember what that map is called. Gold Rush, I think. I think that's Gold Rush, right? Yeah. No? Wait, hold on. I think this is... Gold Rush have 3 different sections, right? Hold on. Am I crazy? Yeah. This is... Wait, I wasn't playing that, though. I guess it was only the second stage. I feel like I'm going insane. No, it wasn't Gold Rush. Was it Gold Rush? What is this? What map is this? Bomb Start. What is this? I've never seen a map like this in my life. Oh, that's this. It was not Gold Rush. It was not Gold Rush. It was a different map. What map is it called? Hold on. I now have to go through all the fucking payload maps to remember what this map is called. Give me a second here. Was it Hoodoo? Is it? Yeah, it was Hoodoo. I see. I get Gold Rush and Hoodoo mixed up all the time. Fucking Hoodoo, man. I was playing Scout on Hoodoo. That's how fucked up I was today. I don't know why I was doing that. And I was actually doing okay. You remember how I was like, I don't know how to play Scout. I think my problem is I need to be getting closer to people. Well, this time I actually decided to try and get closer to people, and it turns out you can kill them when you do that. So I'm still not good at Scout, and I also still hate playing Scout. I don't like the double jump mechanic, the way it flings you off in random directions, the way you can't b-hop, and I don't know, I don't like it. I think I could get used to it and get better at it, but I'm not going to become a Scout main anytime soon. But I actually had a pretty good game of Scout. I was like top 4. I think I was 4th on the scoreboard at the end of the day, and I was just playing pretty decently once I figured out how to actually get close to people. But then I was like, well, I don't want to have to aim. I can't aim pipes, clearly. Let me play full Demo Night. I haven't done this in like a year. That's not true. But I haven't played full Demo Night since I first started playing TF2 after watching Solar Light. And play with when I was first, after watching Solar Light, I was playing with the Charge and Targe. Oh, sorry, I was playing with the Tide Turner, because trimping. I got into it because of trimping in the first place. But now I don't care about trimping anymore, so I'm using the Splendid screen. And I've never been able to get kills with the Splendid screen. Like, always, I would just mess up my charge, and you can't turn, so, you know, I would just fucking charge in a straight line, and people would just step out of the way and kill me. For some reason, it seems like something in my brain has figured out how to use it, because I wasn't popping off or fragging out or anything, but I was doing pretty well. I was going wee booties, the Splendid screen, and the Islander. And normally I hate the Islander. Normally I can never get any kills with the Islander, but the booties with the extra health actually makes it kind of worth. The problem was I was playing Hybrid Knight before. But yeah, I was actually doing okay. I was actually doing okay as Demo Knight, which is not something I normally do. You gotta kind of, you can't play too aggressive on Demo Knight, or you gotta play passive aggressive, as Uncle Dane would call it. I don't know, there's a trick to it. I actually had a lot of fun. I will probably play Demo Knight more often because it was pretty fun. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add other than I completely failed in my mission to get a godlike, and for some reason ended up playing Demo Knight for most of the day while I was watching. Oh, and Heavy. For some reason I went into today like, I'm gonna get a godlike killstreak as stock demo, and ended up spending most of the day playing Scout, Heavy, and Demo Knight. So my mission failed completely. So some of you may know, all of you may know, everyone in the world may know that I watch YouTube shorts while I'm on the toilet, because it's really the only thing that works, right? Like, you can't watch full-length YouTube videos when you're on the toilet, because by the time the 5 ads finish playing, you're already done. You don't get time to finish them. And since YouTube prioritizes longer videos now, like, half the videos in my feed are like fucking 20 minutes long. I'm not spending 20 minutes on the toilet. I'm spending 5 minutes on the toilet, and a minute or 2 of ads at the beginning of that, or a minute spent finding a video, then like a minute. I don't have time. It doesn't work. It's not a possibility. I don't have any other social media installed on my phone, because that sounds like a good way to waste a bunch of time on social media on my phone. So I don't have any. And then the only other thing that I could think of to do was to read manga on the toilet, which I tried for a while. But the problem is, again, you don't have enough time. You don't have enough time to finish a chapter. Or, if you're reading manga, the manga dictates the speed of everything, which is not the vibe. I don't spend a lot of time on the throne, I don't spend a lot of time on the throne. I don't want to spend a lot of time on the throne. I don't want to be spending more time on the throne than I already am. So, you end up jumping in halfway through a chapter, you read 5 pages, and then you're done, and then you the next time, you're like, where the fuck am I? It's disorienting. It's not a good way to read manga. It makes it not enjoyable. You don't get to read enough at a time to get absorbed into what's going on and to actually remember where the fuck you are and who these characters are. I need longer sessions, so that's not viable. So the only thing I could think to do, I'm not going to install TikTok because that sounds like the worst possible idea. So, or any other social media, but I have YouTube on my phone already because it comes pre-installed, and sometimes I like to upload videos directly from my phone, so it's not like that bad to have it there. And so I watch YouTube Shorts. If someone can think of a better option, I'm willing to hear it, but I don't know what the better option would be. But one thing I've noticed on YouTube Shorts and is that like once in a while, because it just recommends you completely random shit. It hasn't, the algorithm on YouTube Shorts fucking sucks. Like it just doesn't seem to know what I like. Like most of the videos I just scroll past because they have no interest in me. Like I'm looking at it right now. There's a video of someone chiseling stone to the song Rockstar by Nickelback. Like, no, not interesting to me. I've never watched and enjoyed something like that in the past. Don't know why it's recommending that to me. Next video is installing BMW floating center. I don't know what, some car video. I don't care about BMWs or cars. I don't know why it's recommending me that. But at least it makes sense because those videos have like hundreds of thousands of views or whatever. But then once in a while, it shows you like a video with 2 views. And most of the time, these are like random videos in a foreign language that are like just someone holding their phone and speaking Hindi or whatever. Like, you know, you just scroll past them and it's whatever. But then like some percentage of the time, you get videos, and this is the weird thing, that are what I'm calling paper dragon videos. I'm not just making that up, that's a thing. And as far as I can tell, these videos all have no views. No one watches these videos, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these videos on the platform. And they are people who have made little weird dragon face puppets out of paper, and they put them on their hands, and then they like lip sync to some audio clip that I don't know what they're from, probably from a cartoon or something. And I think, this is my theory, just from having seen these videos occasionally, I think these might be children, and I think, I wonder if this is like something they've been taught to do at school. I wonder if this is like, they go to school, and the school is like, if you want to post on social media, don't show your face because you're a child. Here's how to make a dragon puppet. Like, that's my only guess, because what is this, like, it would make sense to be a trend if there were super popular videos of this, and then people were imitating that. But there are no popular videos. All of them have no views. So I think it's a children thing. I can't tell because you can only see the dragon face. I don't know why YouTube is recommending me this stuff. As I said, the YouTube Shorts algorithm is fucking atrocious and has no idea what I want to watch. But yeah, once in a while, like once every week, once every 2 weeks, I'm scrolling, and then randomly a paper dragon just talking the quotes from a TV show or something. I think, because one of the reasons you can tell is because the comments are disabled, and I think YouTube automatically disables comments on videos featuring children. So I think this, but like, where did they get this idea from? Because there's, again, like, it would make sense if there was a trend, if this was like some popular trend, but all the videos have no views. So like, what's going on here? I should just Google this. I bet there's an answer easy. Let me look up paper dragon trend. Paper dragon trend. Fucking DuckDuckGo is so dog shit, man. TikTok trend. There's a lot. Oh, I guess on TikTok it's big. No, it's not even big. That's kind of big. I guess this is a viral TikTok thing that just isn't viral, and it's a furry thing, maybe. Maybe it's a furry thing. I hadn't considered that. Paper dragon puppet. It's a TikTok thing. It's a TikTok thing that's made its way to YouTube, but not popped off on YouTube. You can yeah. Okay, so on TikTok there are actually popular videos of like well-crafted, furry-looking or scaly-looking, I guess, paper dragons, like that are well-made by assumingly adults. But you don't see those ones on YouTube. Those, you only see children with like fucking colored in with markers, you know, amateurly made. So I didn't know what was going on. Okay, well that makes sense. I guess these are like furries. I guess it's a furry children thing that's on TikTok, and I don't know. It sort of makes sense. I like my idea better. That in school they would actually teach you not to put your face on the internet if you're a kid. That would be good. They should do that. They should teach kids not to upload their face on the internet. So I played like 10 hours of TF2 today. It was fun. A lot of it was on Powerhouse. I was spending a lot of time doing what I like to call the observer playstyle, which is where you go spy with the cloak and dagger, and you go to their spawn, and you decloak, shoot the engineer, like once with the Letron J. You shoot him to do 17 damage, and then instantly recloak in order to try and drive him insane. The idea being you want to try and shoot as many people coming out of spawn, or sap their tally entrances, just anything to draw attention to you, but not to actually kill them. And then run away and hide and go invisible and try and see how many people you can get running around. And then halfway through doing this, I remembered that you can use voice lines while you're invisible. So then they'd be running around looking for me, and I'd be right next to them going, "There's a spy." I don't remember the spy's voice lines because I don't play spy very often. But that's a very fun play style. It doesn't, I say, it's not a play style. It's a meme. It's just a bit of trolling. It doesn't help your team at all in any way. But it is funny. And then I played a bunch of sniper on Powerhouse. And I think I'm a pretty middling sniper. I'm pretty much perfectly mid as sniper. I hit some headshots from time to time. But here's the thing. And I am surprised I don't hear people talk about this more often. TF2's like headshot detection is fucking awful. Like compared to CS:GO, TF2 is like, I hit shots and I'm like, I did not deserve that. I did not feel like I clicked his head at all. And then sometimes I feel like I clicked the head perfectly and it just doesn't work. Like Sniper's hit detection for headshots is definitely busted. And I think part of it is lag compensation, but I don't know. It's 100% busted. And I'm like, people talk about spy backstab hitboxes being fucked up all the time. You rarely hear people talk about, and maybe it's because it's not busted in a way that gives you an advantage in any situation, because you miss shots that you should have hit just as often as you hit shots that you should have missed. It's just busted. It's busted, frankly. It's not unplayably busted, but it is kind of weird and awkward. It doesn't feel great. But yeah, I played a bit of sniper. Ran into a guy on Powerhouse who was just insanely good at the game. Bro had fucking 13k hours, like 13,500 hours in the game, and he was. I've never seen a carry that hard in TF2. He had like over 240 points. It was insane. And like the next best guy didn't even have 100 on their team. Like this guy definitely he had shit in his inventory. Like this guy is like a competitive player, pro gamer. I should have looked up his name, but yeah, this guy probably the best TF2 player I've ever seen. Like actually, like physically being in a match with. Guy was just shutting down the server single-handedly, and not just on one class. Like he switched. He was playing. What was he doing? He was doing a bunch of shit. He was switching up the classes, and every class he would switch to, he would be cracked. I think he was playing soldier. Yeah, he was playing soldier. He was fragging out as soldier, and then he switched to scout, and he was fucking fragging out as scout. And he switched to demo, and he was still fragging out as that. Like dude was just cracked on everything he picked. With 13,000 hours, you would assume that he was cracked. But then, weirdly enough, after like an hour, or I don't know, it might have been longer, I lost track of time, of just dominating this Powerhouse server, Duless, who I was playing with, hit him with a random crit and killed him. And he instantly disconnected. What the hell? You're salty? You're dominating the server that hard? You're fucking destroying everyone? And you die to one random crit and instantly rage quit? What the hell is that about? I mean, there's a possibility that the dude was just queuing and it's just when his Q popped, right? It just happens to be that that's when his Q popped. is when he died. You know, like I don't want to. It's possible that that's what happened, but also, and it's not like he was talking shit in the chat or anything. He didn't talk at all. I even, you know, when I first noticed him fragging out, I said, "Damn, you're good" or something like that in chat. And he didn't reply. Like, he didn't say anything the whole game, at least not in the public chat. So it's not like he was like raging or salty or anything. But yeah, weird behavior, but interesting. Very, very, very good player. Like, there's just nothing you can do. I mean, I was playing sniper, and he, for a lot of the game, he was playing scout. Like, there's, yeah, you know, kind of hard to counter. But yeah, even if I would, like, no matter what I was playing, his movement was insane. Like, you could just tell. You could just instantly tell the second you saw him, even without knowing that it was him, because he just, yeah. Like, you should not be allowed to be. You're cheating by being that good at this game. I thought, you know, I've seen the other day I watched a VOD of a Prolander game. Froyotech versus someone. It's always Froyotech versus someone. I can look it up. But anyway, I was watching the snipers in that game and just how insane they are. Like, you know, pro TF2 snipers are just like fucking ridiculously good. And it kind of, watching that, like, kind of made me think, and I'm playing sniper today, maybe I do want to try and get a bit better at sniper. I don't like snipers. Like, I hate playing against snipers. I have no respect for sniper mains. But, you know, but what if I was the cracked sniper? What if instead of, like, here's the thing. Sniper counters sniper. It's the only class in the game where the only way to shut them down is to be better at that class than they are. Every other class has a counter that is a different class. But sniper's counter is sniper. So here's my mental gymnastics. If I become a really cracked sniper, that's the most effective way to shut down all the annoying snipers, right? I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know. I don't think I actually want to do that, though. I think I will play sniper more often, but I don't think I want to do that because playing sniper is just not that fun for long periods of time. It's very samey. It's very boring. I prefer to be on the front lines. I said it before. I like to be on the front lines, pumping out stickies, hitting extinguisher combos. Sniper is not very showy. It's pretty passive. You just kind of stand in the back line and click heads. You know, yeah, not super fun for me. I mean, I just mean I don't really want to play sniper all day, right? Like, I'll play demo all day. I don't really want to play sniper all day. And also, like, every game already has too many snipers, if you know what I mean. Like, it's the same, sniper and spy. Every time you queue up for a casual game, there's already 2 snipers and 2 spies. It's like, do we really need 3 snipers? Am I really going to go sniper on a team where, like, no, you know, I would feel comfortable picking sniper if we didn't have one, or if we only had one, you know, like, I don't know. But then, speaking of spy, I was playing one final match on Upward before I logged off for the day, and we were getting shut down by 2 engineers abusing the Wrangler, and the other team's 3 pretty good snipers. And no one on our team seemed capable of dealing with this. We were trying. It's not that my team was, like, atrocious or anything. They were actually pretty much fine. We had a medic. He was good. He was popping Uber appropriately. We would shut their sentries down, but they would hold, like, even when we would get their sentries, even when we destroy their sentries, they would just put up a really good hold. And they had good snipers. I wouldn't say really good, but they had 2 or 3 snipers who were good enough to shut down the choke, in combination with their, like, they also had 2 heavy, like, it was just hard to push. It was a really tough last push, basically. But it was made especially tough by the fact that they had 2 engineers who were abusing the shit out of the Wrangler. And so, in the end, 2 engineers, engineers, heavies, and snipers just really, really pwned us. So I was like, you know what? We don't have a spy on our team. I am, like, atrocious at spy, but even I should be able to do something in this situation. Like, this is if any scenario exists where you want to play spy, it's this one. So I did it. I picked spy, not to troll, for, like, the first time ever. I think literally the first time ever. I picked spy, as an actual appropriate pick to try and win the game. And what's more, I was like, we didn't win, we lost, but we pushed to the edge and then got shut down by sticky spam. But it was pretty close. We almost won, and in part due to me getting an engineer. So, I even got a is it a chain stab if you only get 2 people? Maybe. I don't know what counts as a chain stab. But I got 2 snipers back to back instantaneously. I got a sniper and a heavy back to back instantaneously as well. It was the best I've ever done playing Spy. Not that I play Spy very often. I think I have a total of 9 hours in Spy. But after that, honestly, I would consider playing Spy more often in situations like that. Where I tried to go for a stab and sap, fucked it up because I've never done it before. Actually, I've done it once, I think. But I got the engineer, but I didn't get his sentry. Spies, I don't know. Spies are kind of, I wouldn't say it's fun. I think it's maybe I've just been approaching Spy wrong. Because you see Spy mains, and they play the class in a fucked up way. But maybe you don't want to, maybe what I have fun doing is using the cloak and dagger, sneaking up behind them, decloaking at the perfect time to get the one important pick. Because I already talked about it. I don't like this whole disguising and trying to blend in. I don't like doing that shit because it feels like everyone knows you're high. I don't like that. I don't like the dead ringer kunai stuff. It's not very, I don't understand how it works, frankly. I can't make it, I've never been able to make it work for me. Don't understand the methodology behind that. And I'm not super interested in learning. I think it's one of those things that just takes a while to get used, to get your head around. And I don't really know if I want to put a while into it. But that was the first time I've ever actually had fun playing Spy. Because I feel like I was actually doing something important, which was, because it just so happened that there was a scenario where I could actually get important picks. See, the problem is that 90% of the time, there's already too many spies on your team, and all you do as Spy is pick off people in the backlines who weren't even bothering anyone anyway. The most useless picks ever. But in this situation, we had no spies, and I was specifically, picking off important targets. I even got a medic. I got, quite surprisingly for someone who doesn't play Spy, I pretty much got a kill at least one kill every single time I went in. That's not true. I think I got quite a few kills. Not in one life, but overall, I think I did okay. Frankly, hey, I don't know what to tell you. Spy's an interesting class, but I think it's probably worth putting in some time to just at least learn some of the more fundamentals. But that's a very rare situation where you have no Spy and you actually need a Spy. You know what I did today? We're continuing the saga. No thank you eventually becomes a Spy main. We're continuing the no thank you eventually becomes a Spy main saga. The thing is, I fucking hate Spy mains. I hate Spy mains because they look ridiculous. They look stupid. Look at them. They're all running around, jumping around. They're all bee-hopping everywhere. Now, I've been bee-hopping everywhere since I installed the game because I'm a bee-hopper. I'm a bee-hopper with an A. Hoppa. I'm a bee-hopper. Okay, we all know that about me. I'm a legendary bee-hopper. But, Spy mains, they think it does something. They don't even play Half-Life. So that's the first problem with them. The second problem with them, they're all using the bad weapons. The Dead Ringer and the Kunai. Who wants to use that shit? Dog shit fucking weapons. Here's what you use. Letron J. Then you want to equip the goddamn fucking cloak and dagger, motherfucker. The cloak and dagger. See, that's how you have fun on Spy. And I've actually been doing okay. This whole time. You know what's been really funny? Here we go. We're gonna actually tell the story. So this whole time, I've been sitting here, and I've been seeing everyone on the internet say Spy is the hardest class to learn. Spy is the hardest class to learn, right? I've been seeing people on the internet, they say that. But every time I've played Spy and faced against spies up until now, I've always thought, that's not very hard. They're literally cheating. They can go invisible, and they can disguise as your team. You just walk backwards. You just go invisible if someone tries to catch you. And if you're using the Dead Ringer, you have, a second life. You have a fucking totem of undying. And if you're using the Kunai, you just have to have one bad teammate on the other team, and then you have 200 health. Like, that's not hard. Like, trick stabs can be kind of hard. Like, yeah, there's parts of Spy that require a lot of skill. Ambassador headshots, certain trick stabs. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Spy doesn't require any skill at a high level. Every class does. But, you know, the idea that it's really hard to get kills as Spy, I don't know, it never sat well with me. I always thought it was kind of bullshit. But I never played Spy because I didn't like playing Spy. It felt like cheating because it was so easy. Because you could just disguise. You walk up behind someone. You just go invisible. If someone, I was like, there's not a challenge. You don't have to beat someone in an aim duel. They don't even know you're. The whole point of Spy is to kill someone when they don't even know you're there. I didn't like dying to Spies, you know, a lot of the time, because I'm like, that didn't feel, you know, I didn't have a chance to defend myself there. That was easy. He didn't have to go through a fight. He didn't have to do anything to get that kill. He just had to walk up behind me, you know, while I'm distracted. Because it's a video game, and you're going to be fighting the people in front of you and trying to play the video game. You can't constantly be aware of even if you're playing with headphones on and you can hear them decloaking, the game is loud and chaotic. You know what I mean, right? Like, all of the time, there's just nothing you could have done. But I just believed everyone. And so I kept saying to Do Less, who I play TF2 with, I kept saying, like, Spy is fucking easy class, it's bullshit, right? And he was like, oh, okay, if Spy's so easy, then go play Spy. And I was like, I don't want to play Spy. I don't like playing Spy. Because until this point, you know, I'd been watching YouTube Spy mains play and stuff, and so I assumed the most effective, you know, if you want to play Spy, you go Deadwinger Kunai, because that's what all the Spy mains use. You know, that's the meta loadout. And I tried playing Deadwinger Kunai, and although I barely any success, I didn't really play much Spy. It wasn't very fun for me. But, you know, it turns out playing Spycicle, it doesn't really matter what the knife is. I've also been trying with the big earner, but not the kunai. Well, at least I haven't so far tested out the kunai. Might be good though. Might be worth testing out the kunai. But either way, the cloak and dagger, not the deadwinger. That's the play. Then it's actually fun to play Spy. It's all about tact. It's quite intense. But the main thing I like about it is you don't have to disguise. Disguises don't mean anything. Like, you just have to cloak and wait for an opportunity. Like, you almost never have to rely on a disguise, which is good, because disguises fucking suck. I mean, they don't work, and they fill me up with anxiety. But yeah, I top fragged today as Spy. I top scored. Like, Spy, I didn't top score every game, but I top scored a game as Spy. This is the second day I've played Spy, and I top scored. Like, it's not hard. Everyone who says it's hard is lying. I mean, there's hard things, as I said, like, yeah, there's stuff that's hard that you can do as Spy, but just playing Spy is not hard. Like, it might take you a game or two to figure out how to play Spy, but it's not that difficult, really. Like, it's really not. If you've played against a Spy, you know how to play Spy. Especially because TF2, like, it's not always easy, but every Spy main knows this. Like, if the other team has schizo Spy checking pyros, you just re-queue. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. Which is, you know, just kind of the nature of the class. It's more effective when people don't know you're there because you're a Spy. But yeah, Spy is actually kind of fun. I have to admit it now. Which means my least favorite class is now Scout. And I also tried playing a bit of Scout. I was MGing, doing some MGE practice with Do Less. We did a little bit of Scout versus Scout, and man, I fucking hate Scout. Scout is now my least favorite class in the game, because it turns out you can have fun playing Spy. I now think, I think I like every single class other than Scout. It used to be every class other than Scout and Spy, but now I fucking hate playing Scout, man. The gun doesn't work. The gun doesn't do any damage. There's some bullshit with Spy, don't get me wrong. Any class that relies on melee hitboxes in TF2 is busted. But, you know, sometimes in your advantage, sometimes in the other person's advantage. You know, I don't know if I actually want to become a Spy main. That's a different story. Yeah, I don't know about that. But Spy is pretty fun from time to time, especially when you're pushing last. That's when Spy is most fun, because all the enemy, like, you can actually make a difference. Like, the snipers are actually holding down a choke. Sapping sentries is actually really important. You know, a lot of the time when you're playing Spy, you're just killing people who don't even matter, and it's kind of pointless. But yeah, I've been known to be sticky jumping demo who jumps over the enemy team and saps their or destroys their teleporters at their spawn Like, I've been known to do that. I'm a guy who does that from time to time. I used to do it too often. I don't know why. I used to do it all the time, and I was like, why am I doing this? It's not even really helping my team. I just do this every game, and then I expect to be able to. And I stay there. That's the real problem. I go to their spawn. I destroy their tellies, and then I stay there, and I'm like, because I only have the iron bomber, right? Because I'm using the sticky jumper. So I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm gonna be able to spawn camp really effectively with these 4 pills that I'm gonna miss 2 of. Like, great. I don't know why I always think I can do it, but I never fucking can. I get 1 kill, on a hapless pyro who walks out of spawn, doesn't know I'm there. And then I miss 2 shots, so then I'm out of bullets, and then I'm like, oh fuck, I'm out of bullets, and 3 guys just respawned. They're all covered for me, and then I just die. For some reason, I always think it's gonna work. I'm like, this time will be different. This time, things will be different, but it's never different. But Spy, you can actually do that effectively. You can actually sap the tallies and get kills, and then run back, and then get more kills. Like, yeah, Spy's actually pretty fun, it turns out. I just had been using the wrong invis watch, or the wrong watch. You wanna be using the cloak and dagger. I hope people who listen to this podcast know about Team Fortress 2. Because it's just becoming a TF2 podcast, because that's all I care about these days. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. The thing is, I will make this promise to you right now, though. I will never be the guy. I almost saw an alternate future. Not to make a Marvel reference here, but I was like, the end game when Doctor Strange, he gets on the place and he goes like, I saw 10 million futures. You know that scene? I had that moment where I loaded into a match, and I picked Spy because I wanted to play Spy, but there were already 2 other spies, or there were actually, that's not true. There were 3 snipers and 1 other spy, and no medic. I loaded in and I picked Spy, and I saw the future where I became the guy who picked Spy in that situation instead of medic. And then I saw the future, and I was like, no, you know what? I will not become that guy. I am killing baby Hitler right now. By going back into that menu and pressing 7, I am killing baby Hitler. I am picking medic in this game. I will not become the guy who picked Spy in that situation. And I didn't do it. I picked medic, and we lost, but I played medic, god damn it. And I don't even like this is what's annoying, is I am like a pretty good medic, and I don't even like playing medic. It's very boring. Medic is the most boring class to play. It's more boring than heavy. It's fucking so boring to play medic. 90% of the time. Mostly because I always use the stock Uber because it's the best. Most of the point of Ubering in casual is to take out sentries, because, in a coordinated environment, it's not that hard to just get one guy to switch to the direct hit and take out a sentry, But in a casual environment, pushing past level 3s is impossible without Uber, and so I never use the crits because you can't. It doesn't help you take out sentries, which makes it boring. Because crits is the Crits Creed Casino, as is famously in that video. It has a bit more thrill to it, a bit more of a exciting fragging moment, right? Uber is more about creating space. An effective Uber doesn't even need to get many kills. It just needs to push the enemy back to a worse position and create space for your team to move forwards. That's really what a good Uber does. Ideally you get some important picks as well, obviously. But even if you get 1 kill, if you push the enemy back, to the next to a worse spot to hold, you create space for your team to push forwards on payload. That's already good enough. You already did a good job with that Uber. Which is why, so that's why, it's just not fun to play crits, because you just fucking die to a sniper halfway across the map, and, you spend ages building crits again. I don't know. Maybe I should try and use crits more. It might be more fun, but no, medic is pretty fucking boring, especially when you're solo queue. At least I can pocket do less, and I can, rely on him to always get a few kills, because he's a soldier main. It works. It does the job. I should go back, now that I'm experienced in Team Fortress 2, I should go back and I should rewatch how it feels to play medic, the casual TF2 video. I've rewatched that video a bunch of times. I already know that video back to front. Why should I rewatch it? I already know everything that happens in it. I don't think it's inaccurate, but I don't get the psychedelic thrill that casual gets out of it. Speaking of casual, this is like the second time I've run into gun kick. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about. This is way. You know what? We're just gonna stop talking about this. Where were we? Oh yes, spy. Yes, I will not become the guy who picks spy or sniper when the team already has spies and snipers. I'm gonna try my best to only go spy when it's acceptable, because I know that I fucking hate it when, well, I my opinion about medic is, I think I even talked about this earlier. Like, the problem with medic is not just that you can't win the game without a medic, it's that it's also just really hard to have fun without a medic. Unless you're playing sniper or spy or maybe scout or maybe like flank pyro with the back scratcher. But most classes, especially power classes, can't even really have that. You have to play super passive. You're fighting over health packs. You become, it sucks. You can't push in aggressively. You can't do nasty plays. You can't rocket jump or explosive jump in any way because you lose too much health. It takes away a lot of the fun elements of the game because you don't have reliable heals. And so, like, that's really the problem with having no medic. So I'm like, I'll take the L. I'll be the change I want to see in the world. I'll take this game of playing medic, just so that I can improve. This is what democracy looks like. Okay, this is the if only everyone was as good of a person as I am. That's what I believe. Okay, I am just objectively a moral and upstanding citizen. If only everyone was as good of a person as I am, then there would be no bot crisis. Everyone would be happy. We'd be living in a utopia right now. If every human being was as good of a person as I am, we'd be living in a utopia right now. But unfortunately, I'm the only real good person. Me and the members of my Patreon, patreon.com/no thank you, we're the only good people. Oh, I said I'm like a pretty good medic. Do you know what? And I didn't even realize until like a couple days ago that I was doing this. I just started doing it automatically when I noticed what was working. And I only noticed it consciously like a few days ago. What really helped me to become a much better medic is one of the things that I really struggled with is what do I do when my team's pushing forwards, especially on defense. Like, if my team is pushing the other team back, like if I'm healing, the power classes on the front line, which is probably what you should be doing because those are the guys that are going to be soaking up a lot of damage. I'm healing soldiers and demos and heavies on the front line, and then they start pushing in, or one player starts pushing in. Because in a pub, they're never coordinated. If it's a coordinated push, if all of you are pushing in together, you push in with them. But what if your heal targets, one by one, push in? What do? I kept dying because I would push in with them, and it seemed random. Like, how do you don't know, that was my Discord ping, you don't know, if this soldier that you're healing is about to run into 5 enemy players and die instantly, and then you're going to die, or, if they're going to steamroll all the way them back to spawn. Like, you have no idea. The trick is that actually you don't need to follow them. What you really need to be doing is focusing on getting these guys overhealed, getting these guys max overhealed before sending them off into battle. And then once they're off, they have, fucking 300 health or whatever. They're not going to die. Like, that overheal lasts for a fucking while. And that's going to bring your team so much success, more than the consistent heals. Just keep, like, standing next to them the whole time. You're just going to die and lose all your Uber. It's not worth it. You can generally see or get a sense of, like, you have your back line, where your snipers are, where your NG is, these sorts of things. You have the front line, where your power classes are, and then you have sort of the enemy's front line, like push the classes who will flank and push. There's kind of different things, right? There's the back line, the front line, the flank, and then there's like, I don't know what to call it, deep. Just call it deep, right? Normally single players, individual players who like use some mobility option to go deep into the enemy territory, right? And that's a lot of the times when people are going to be getting important picks, dropping meds, this sort of thing. You want to send those guys in with as much overheal as you possibly can give them, but you don't want to ever go deep as a medic even if you have Uber. And this is another thing that really helped me out to get better at medic, is actually when you're deciding when to pop Uber and where, you should keep in mind your escape route. Like, you should already be thinking when you're pushing in with Uber, or when you're deciding who to Uber when and where, not only what's going to do the most damage, but how am I going to get out of here so I don't have to leave my team without heals for 15 seconds while I wait to respawn? How am I going to get out to safety? Do I have a team to back me up? If I'm low, coming, just about escaping the fight, if my Uber runs out early somehow, I don't know, if I misjudged it, is there a health pack nearby? Is there a dispenser nearby? These are the two medic tips. And medic tip number 3 is always be jumping. ABJ. Always be jumping to surf that damage. I just surf damage automatically now. It becomes second nature once you play TF2 for a while to surf damage well. But yeah, always be jumping. Always be spy checking as well. Try and put your back up against walls where possible. Be very careful of spies. And sniper sightlines, which is always tricky. Sniper sightlines, sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes you just have to take that risk. But in that case, we're going to be hitting them with the ABC, which I'm only just starting to learn. Always be crouching. Spamming crouch can fuck up snipers' days. At least theoretically. It's hard to know how much it's working. But, yeah, really, figuring out how powerful overheal is a massive thing that will improve your ability to support your team. Is you find a soldier who's low or on 100 health or something. You heal them up, and then you get them all the way up to 300, and you send them off back to the fight, right? And then they're gonna fucking frag out. It honestly, getting people that should be your goal. It's all about overheal is actually so important in a pub. Uber is obviously important as well. Uber is extremely important, but I mean, overheal is so powerful because a lot of people aren't expecting. This is the thing; it fucks you up. It fucks up good players. It fucks up everyone. Because when you're overhealed, you have those particle effects around you, so it makes you intimidating to good players who know what that means. But also, a lot of players, they know how much health. If you main demo, you know which classes take 3 pipes to kill. You know how much health each class has and how much damage you have to deal. And so you're going to be strategizing around that. But if someone suddenly has, way more health than you expect them to, it fucks up your strategy. It's intimidating. You don't know what to do. You're going to run out of ammo. It's super important. Overheal is super important. And obviously, the other big advantage of overheal is it lets people explosive jump without taking any downside. Normally, if you're a soldier, movement and maneuverability is obviously super important in this game. You can, demo, if demo didn't take self-damage from stickies, but could still sticky jump, right? Not with the sticky jump, but with normal stickies, he would be he's already arguably the most overpowered class in the game if you're really good, but he would be ridiculous. Demo having that level of movement would just be insane. But the thing is, if you just keep your demos topped up, they have that level of movement. You can sticky jump and still be over 175 health, which is your normal health. That is so powerful. Demos never bomb in. Soldiers bomb. Demos never do it because it takes too much health out of them. But it is crazy powerful to bomb with stickies and pipes. It is super powerful. So demos, if you play demo, you should also take advantage of this. Try and get your medic to overheal you, and you can hit a fucking double sticky with full overheal, and it only takes you down to 170 or something. You basically have full health after it, not accounting for full damage. Which is crazy powerful. You can just get to the opposite side of the map instantly and spawn camp or something. So yeah, that was one of the big things that I didn't realize when I first started playing medic, is just how important overheal is. Overheal is so fucking important. It's the key mechanic other than Uber is overheal. Last night when I was falling asleep, I had what may have been a genius idea with regards to playing medic in Team Fortress 2. Excuse me. After the initial push, right, I think that's the best play. I think that's the best idea, not to use stock Uber. So if you... Okay, hold on. I should explain the idea. And then give the caveat. The idea is simply to use crits on defense. Crits on offense, as I explained, sucks because you can't take down sentries, and you just get focus fired down, and it never works, at least when I've used it. Or it's too risky. You need Uber to take down sentries, basically. You need stock Uber. But on defense, the real reason to use Uber is to deny the other team's Uber. So you can body block and you can keep, your teammates alive by flashing them or something like this, right? Like the real reason to, you don't really, pushing the enemy team back is, unless you're rolling, in which case it doesn't really matter what you do. Pushing the enemy team back, creating that space on defense, especially like a last hold or something, doesn't matter. Like it resets them a bit, and it does waste some time, but it's not. I don't know. It's not, especially if they have an Uber. You know what I mean? Like the main reason to use Uber on Uber is way less powerful on defense. Is basically what I'm saying, because you don't need to push forwards. You can push people back. It can work. Sometimes it does a lot. Sometimes it does fucking nothing. You might destroy their tallies, but those are up and working again pretty quickly. It can do some damage. I'm not saying it's pointless, but it's way less important than it is on offense. However, this is my idea. After they leave spawn and you counter Uber them leaving spawn, which I think is important, you could switch to the crits. Krieg, especially because, I feel like especially on the last hold, because crits builds faster than Uber, so, like, in a theoretically perfect world, you could always be critting before they get to use stock Uber, and always kill their medic before they get to use. Always drop the medic because you build faster, and then they never get the Uber push. I would need to this requires some team coordination, but I have a friend who plays TF2, me and Dooless, we could pull this off, I think. This is the play. This is clearly the play. You wait until you see the medic in a semi-vulnerable position, and then you crit someone to focus down the medic, then you piss off the medic, they leave the game, and then we win. I think this is something I'd never considered before. Crits, even though you think about crits, and you think it's powerful. You crits a demo, they steamroll through the enemy team, right? But in reality, crits is more of it's better on defense. I never considered this. I think I'm onto something here. I think crits might be better on defense because you build faster. And you don't need to destroy sentries. You build faster, and you can take out the medic before he can build Uber, which denies their push. As long as you play optimally, as long as everyone in the scenario is playing optimally, and their medic is playing somewhat risky, you can take out the medic before he can build Uber, and deny the push. That's the play. I'm going to try that today. I played TF2 for over 12 hours today. I don't think I've ever been as single-mindedly fixated on something as I am on Team Fortress 2 right now. You know what I do every day? Every day I wake up, I have breakfast, and then I hop on TF2. And then after like 3 hours of me playing, Dooless gets online. And then we play TF2 for a while. And then I go eat dinner, and, that's I eat lunch. I come back to TF2. Then I go eat dinner. And I come back to TF2. And then when I'm finally done, I go back into my room. I open up my laptop. You know what I do? I open up YouTube and I watch videos about TF2. It's all I'm doing. It's all my mind only exists to play Team Fortress 2. And you know what's fucked up? I'm not even good at the game. I'm not even good enough at the game. I feel like I should be the best TF2 player in the world. I don't think anyone cares about the game as much as I do, so why am I not as good as anyone could possibly be? That's what I'm trying to say. If being the best TF2 player in the world was directly proportionate to what percentage of your thoughts throughout the day consist entirely of thinking about TF2, then I would be the best player in the world. But unfortunately, you have to do shit like aim. At least for some classes. I'm playing Spy. I was having some success with Spy today. I don't know if I want to become a Spy main. I feel like it's always been my fate. It's always been, there's a specter haunting me, and that specter is becoming a Spy main. Because eventually you just get mad playing demo. The problem with playing demo is twofold. Firstly, you gotta hit your pipes, and that's not fucking easy. Hitting your pipes is not fucking easy. Okay, they're hard. And the second thing is, you gotta have a good medic, especially on blue. You gotta have a medic who's gonna actually heal you, because On defense, you can be okay without a medic. You can hang out by a dispenser. It's not ideal, but you can still put up a decent hold even if your medic is ignoring you, which for some reason they do. I play a lot of medic. I never ignore the demos because demos pump out shitloads of fucking damage. I don't know why medics refuse to heal me. They don't refuse to heal me. Maybe I'm being entitled here. Maybe I feel entitled, but I feel like to me, a demo, when I'm playing medic, demo is like one of the best people to pocket. If you have a demo who's towards the top of the scoreboard, if I look on the, because you got to be doing that when you're playing medic. If I'm playing medic and I see a demo who's towards the top of the scoreboard, that guy's getting fucking Ubers from me. That guy's getting pocketed. Like I am making sure that guy is healthy the entire game, and we're winning, especially on defense, right? But for some reason, other medics don't seem to realize that Demo Man puts out a lot of damage. I don't know why. Anyway, I feel like, it's just not to say that there are not medics who heal me. That exists, and there are many good. Getting in a game with a good medic is like a great feeling. But some games, I don't know, man. The heals just aren't there. And on offense, it's just really hard to fucking push into anything without, having an arrow to keep you healthy from time to time. But yeah, being reliant on medics, having to actually hit your shots, it's annoying. You play spy, you don't need medic as spy, obviously. You don't need to play medic. You don't need anyone. You're complete. I understand why people play sniper and spy now. The two most annoying classes, right? People play sniper and spy because you're completely independent. You do not need a medic. You don't need anyone. You're completely independent from your team playing sniper or spy, and that makes the game more fun in some aspects. You just ignore everyone else. There's a post that's gone viral on Twitter, and I think this is great because it's just going to be a classic example of a whole bunch of people on Twitter realize something and then don't change any. Like it's just this is just what happens, right? Because I'm the only motherfucker that cares about this. Everyone else is just gonna like posture as if they care about it, but then like not do any research or look any deeper. The post is a video, which is an old video of a cobalt mine in the Congo. It's captioned, "This is what 40,000 child slaves look like while working in the cobalt mines of Congo. You don't need to upgrade your cell phone every year. Maybe you shouldn't buy that electric car you were thinking about buying, and vapes aren't good for our health anyway." And it's got like that post already has it's got a shitload. I don't know. I'm not gonna read out the fucking interactions, but then like retweets of that post are also doing crazy numbers. But the fact is, this is just a bunch of people who are just gonna say, "Oh, that's so bad," and then not change anything about the way that they live their lives. Because for the simple fact that you would have to learn how to do something. Like for example, a popular retweet with 60k likes. Okay, this is terrifying. We have to change how we consume, how we advocate for workers everywhere, and how we hold businesses to account. This cannot be, motherfucker. We have to change how we consume. Put some direction in that. Like I would really like. It would really be nice if you would put some fucking direction in that. Don't just say this is bad. We have to change how we consume. This is all about consuming. Motherfucker, the answer is, it's not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. We have a bunch of computers already. We don't need more. We need to be making better use of existing compute resources rather than creating new ones. And that means fucking fixing shit, which means learning shit. And it means using open source software and free software because it'll run on anything. It means running openbsd on a thinkpad, and you will like it. You will run openbsd on a thinkpad and you will like it. Okay, I'm being serious. Every time some tech company, every time a game company puts out some modern, every time GTA 6 comes out, and every time Bethesda puts out Starfield, and you need to upgrade your graphics card, bro. You need the newest hardware, bro, to play this shit. Every time Valve, makes Team Fortress 2, a game from 2007, somehow run worse than Counter-Strike 2, a game from this year. You know, how does that make any sense? Every game studio that refuses to optimize their graphics, essentially. Every game studio that refuses to optimize their graphics, every fucking 50 gigabyte Call of Duty game with ray tracing, RTX enabled, FSSR, you know, all the shit two clicks Philip talks about. Every fucking large language model that needs to be trained on fucking, you know, supercomputer clusters, every GPU clusters, every fucking Bitcoin that's mined, every goddamn, you know, Electron app, every laptop and phone that doesn't let you just unscrew the fucking case to replace the battery, that they may as well be walking into the mines and whipping those child slaves themselves. It's fucking and no one cares. Like, people will make a tweet about it once in a while, but then everyone just forgets about it and goes back to their daily lives. Do you know why? Because this is the one situation where leftists, and no, I'm going on a rant about leftists now. It's not just leftists. We're talking actually mostly like a liberal, like center left liberal centrist, you know, but it doesn't actually matter. I shouldn't have even mentioned the politics stuff. That was retarded. Ignore that. Wipe this from your memory banks. That never happened. But let's just say normies. All because normies don't want to. They would rather die. They would rather fucking die than ever have to read the fucking manual. Okay? They are so physically incapable of just learning, like, you know, pseudo apt get that they're like, the global south needs to be punished for this. I am so incapable of learning 5 Unix commands. I'm so incapable, you know, like fucking Electron, right? Like, I work at a tech company and I'm so incapable of doing any fucking work, right? I refuse to do any work at my job that I get paid way too much for, my software engineering job, right? I work at some startup. I fucking refuse, you know, if I'm doing the development, I don't want to develop shit, right? I'm gonna fucking put it all in a stupid ass Electron container. Like, fuck you, first of all. And secondly, you being lazy is literally, you may as well be like, I don't want to mine this cobalt myself. I'm gonna go whip my child slaves some more. That's what you're fucking doing. It's evil. Every fucking Apple motherfucker who's like, guys, look at how green we are. Look, it's Mother Nature in our ad. Mother Nature is a black woman who comes into our studio and tells us how great we are for being green, being eco-friendly. Motherfucker, okay, if you're so green and eco-friendly, why can't I unscrew and repair my Mac? Tell me about that, why don't you? Why didn't you explain that little feature to me? What's going on there? What's going on there? I wish every single tech worker a very kill yourself. These motherfuckers are evil and they don't even know it. They're like, I'm just training my large language models. How cool is this? Look, it can talk back to me like a real person. Wow, isn't that so cool? Mine faster. Give me my cobalt. That's what they're doing. These motherfuckers are evil and they don't even know it, or they just like put it out of their mind. Elon Musk, he's there. He's like, the Cybertruck whipping my child slave in the meantime. The Cybertruck, I need to buy an electric car. And look, there's no perfect option, right? Even if we all get bikes, like, rubber production is still, you know, synthetic rubber is still a bit of an industrial process, right? It's still not perfect. And look, I'm not saying we should all get bicycles. Trains also, you know, electric trains, all of this stuff require, you know, look, there's no perfect thing. But I think, look, I don't know what a good moral philosophy is, but I think a moral philosophy that minimizes child slavery is probably good. You know, even if you can't eliminate it entirely, which is fucked, I think if your guiding principle is let's have as few child slaves in the world as possible, that would be good. But the problem is, no one wants to do it because we've all been taught that gadgets for everyone just rain from the sky. That you get an Apple Watch. What's the point of an Apple Watch? It doesn't do anything. It shows you your notifications so that you don't have to make the epic fucking journey from your hand to your pocket. Okay, instead you just turn your wrist. It shows you your notifications. Guys, you need to buy one. You need to buy one right now. This shit is insane. The fucking... Oh, guys, check out my Apple Watch. Whoosh! Don't worry, I'm just whipping my child slave with my other hand as I check my phone notifications with my Apple Watch on this hand. Whoosh! That's what these people are evil. And I'm talking to you on a Mac right now. Okay, I wouldn't be talking to you on a Mac because the lost levels. Let me tell you about the lost levels. We're 5 hours in. I can talk about the lost levels now. So the lost levels happened because my ThinkPad is busted. This is the second or third time this has happened. I don't know what it is, but there's some bug in Artix, but no, it doesn't happen on my desktop. My desktop also runs Artix, and this never used to happen as well. I've run Artix for years, but for some reason, like last year, while I'm running an update, like a Pac-Man SYU, sometimes it just crashes. The desktop crashes, and that fucking breaks everything. And I don't know how to fix it. It's probably salvageable, but I don't know how to fix it. But I bought a little cheap lav mic to plug into my ThinkPad so I can record a podcast on there. But because this is the second time this has happened, I think I need to change distros because something's just fucking busted with Artix. And honestly, using OpenBSD on my X60 has been fucking great. Like, I loved I actually really like OpenBSD. The only problem is that I like video games occasionally. Like, I'm not necessarily saying I have to be able to like play games on the ThinkPad, because I don't, but it would be nice if I could stream. Like, I like being able to stream visual novels from my desktop on Steam Play, but you can't run Steam in OpenBSD, which fair enough. But yeah, I do really like OpenBSD. So I'm still kind of considering. My current thoughts are, this is the first time I've distro hopped in years. I mean, I've fucked around on the X60 a bit, but my current thoughts are either OpenBSD or Arch, like normal Arch, or Debian, like normal Debian. Because Debian's very stable. That's nice. I like that. And honestly, I've been sticking with Arch-based distros because of the AUR, but like, there's no reason I can't just, like, anything that I could just compile shit from source. I guess it's not really a big deal now that I think about it. Not have if something's not in my package manager, it's not a big deal to just build it from source. Which you could do on anything. So, but yeah, I haven't. It's been busted for a while now, and I just haven't been using it because I've been mostly spending my time on my desktop playing Team Fortress 2 for 13 hours a day. So I haven't really had to use the ThinkPad, so I haven't been using it. And I've been recording this podcast on this thing because it has battery life that my ThinkPad doesn't, which is a shame. It's that this is like, I don't know what to do about that, honestly. Maybe I should like buy new batteries because maybe they're kind of busted, kind of cooked. Oh yeah, honestly, I don't know what to do about. I don't know if there's even anything I can do. This is by far the best thing about this Mac is the fact that it has a long ass battery. It can go for days without being charged. And still, I bought it years ago. I think it's maybe not years ago, but I bought it ages ago. Years ago. That's years ago, right? Yeah, time happens. Time is a thing. I don't know, guys. We're all fucked. At this point, I'm just like, we're all fucked. Everyone's fucked. The only solution to this problem really requires people to let go of some luxuries, right? Like, honestly, like, the people I can blame here is, let me be clear about this thing. Visual novel studios are to blame here because they make terrible dogshit programs. Like, why in the fuck does a slideshow, like, I've played old visual novels that run, they take up nothing. They no CPU usage, nothing, right? And no, there's no fucking difference in the gameplay between, like, sure, there's some games like Maitetsu or fucking Nekopara that have fancy graphics technology. I can understand if that was, more resource intensive, but they're not. Most visual novels are just pictures, right? They're just a slideshow. So why nothing has changed about them other than maybe they used to be in 4:3 aspect ratio and now they're in 16:9. Nothing else has changed about them since, the late 90s. So why the fuck does like Da Capo 2 run perfectly, you know, it doesn't take up any, it's nothing, it's literally nothing because it's just pictures and text. It doesn't take any resources to display that. But then, you know, modern visual novels kick my fucking, you know, CPU usage to 60% or something. Why? What's doing that? Like, what code are you running that is they're terrible. It's actually garbage programming. And, you know, not to mention, obviously, the fact that they don't have a native Linux version, which is, you know, bad. But that's frankly disgusting. And no one calls out visual novel people for this. Maybe I need to be playing more old visual novels then. Maybe I need to actually read Da Capo. I didn't finish Rewrite. I said I was reading Rewrite. I didn't finish Rewrite. Most of that's from the Lost Levels, I think, right? You guys don't even know about this. I read the first, like, 3 routes of Rewrite, and then stopped reading it because I got distracted by Team Fortress 2 being the best game ever made. And I've just been grinding TF2 ever since. But Rewrite's pretty good. Yeah, that's actually true. I think that was all in the Lost Levels, right? All of the stuff about Rewrite was all in the Lost Levels, if I remember correctly. And I talked about it a lot because I was reading it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to go on a rant about Rewrite. I'm just going to go eat breakfast. I'm having mixed feelings. I'm thinking back to the hbomberguy plagiarism video. I'm having mixed feelings. Specifically about the Jordan Peterson thing. The other guy, the main target of the video, like, you know, his videos are fucking bad. They're bad. It's fine. You know, like, shit on him for the videos being bad. And Illuminati, those videos are also bad. I've watched some of her videos in the past. I've watched one of her videos in the past and didn't watch. I clicked off because it was bad. So, you know, seeing those people get shit on is fine for me. You know, I think there's a difference with the internet historian section. Now, let me make this clear. Okay, I don't think internet historian is like the best YouTuber ever. Okay, I know some people fucking love internet historian for some reason. I think he's fine. I think he's funny sometimes. Like, I think his videos are okay. Sometimes he's annoying. His recent videos, like they're called like Fancy, like some series about the fancy. These are bad. I have not been watching them. They are borderline making me unsubscribe. I really didn't like the first 2 ones. They are bad videos. But none of this is about that. It's about the video Man in Cave. Now, here's the thing. I think there are 2 distinct problems here. The first problem is that he plagiarized the video. And the second problem is that he tried to obfuscate and hide the fact that he'd got a copyright claim for plagiarizing the video. I think the first problem is a little more nuanced. The second problem is really the problem. The fact that he lied and tried to convince his audience that it was a, you know, false copyright claim, you know, bullshit YouTube stuff as usual, and didn't make it clear. Like, I think attribution is important. You will notice that all of my music is licensed under copyleft license, which is CC BY SA. So Creative Commons, BY as in by, as in you have to say it's by me, and then share alike. Right? Like I put an attribute that it's called the attribution share alike license because I think attribution is important. It's good that people get credit for their work. I don't think that's a bad thing. And so not making that clear from the get-go was a problem. But I don't think, I think the problem with plagiarism is when you try and pass someone else's work off as your own. Like this, that's really the problem, right? But here's the little nuance bit that I am kind of conflicted about in the hbomberguy video. And that's this. So the original video got taken down and then he reworked it to paraphrase more heavily so it's more distinct from the original. And as hbomb says, that version is significantly worse because he is not as good of a writer as the original writer. You know, there's a lot of really cool prose in the original format that gets left out. It's more awkward, the pacing is wrong, a lot of poetic language and interesting sentence structure gets, you know, it became a worse version of the video. The new version is a worse version of the video. But also, as hbomb says, the animations and editing is cool. It's genuinely cool and impressive and took a lot of work. In the original video, You know, it's cool. Which, you know, leads me to say this. Is it actually a good system when, like, are you celebrating that the video is now a worse version of itself? Like, is it not kind of cool to have a, well, you know, an animated video version of the article? Not just kind of cool, I think it's very cool. If only the idiot Emblemen had gotten permission and credited the guy in the first place, we would have been... I said Emblemen. It's not Emblemen, it's Internet Historian. I'm stupid. If only Internet Historian had fucking credited the guy to begin with, you know, this is why we can't have nice things. But, you know, it makes me... I am in favor of good art existing over people. Like, that's important. You know, if something is cool, I don't really care about copyright. Like, basically my point here is I don't want to be... like, copyright is bad. Copyright is stupid. But at the same time, you know, I think attribution is important. I just because I think copyright is stupid doesn't mean I think, like, you know, all forms of... Like, it's the idea is to have a system where everyone benefits. You know, individual creators benefit. And I don't think that the modern form of copyright licenses do that. I think that they're too restrictive. They're too restrictive, and they centralize wealth in the hands of a few. As you can see from the state of the media landscape, IP law and copyright law centralizes wealth, puts all the money in the top, because it turns people into, you know, intellectual property landlords rather than artists. So a good system means that everyone gets credit and so on. So, like, I think, but at the same time, you know, it's hard for me to celebrate the fact that a worse version of something that was good exists now. You know, that doesn't feel good to me. That doesn't feel like a good system. That feels like, so the guy who wrote the article, why didn't he just go to Emblemen? I keep saying Emblemen. Why didn't he go to Internet Historian and just say, hey, like, this is my fucking article, but your video is cool as shit, which it is. Like, can you, like, give me credit for writing this? But you can keep it up because it's cool as shit. That's what he should have done. Like, and, well, actually, Internet Historian should originally have gone to that guy and been like, yo, let me adapt your shit. Which might have happened. We don't know his side of the story. Like, what if Internet Historian went to that guy and said, can I adapt your article into a YouTube video? And the guy said no. And then Internet Historian said, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway. In that case, I am on Internet Historian's side. Because I think that's stupid. Why would you not, like, that is the bad, if that is what happened, which there's no evidence to prove that happened in any way, that it probably didn't. Let's just get that clear. But if that did happen, and the original guy who wrote the article said no, then he's the asshole. He's doing the thing I don't like, where you're like the rentier ownership of intellectual property. I think that's bad. But assuming that didn't happen, because I think we would have heard about it, assuming that didn't happen, assuming Internet Historian just took the article without asking permission, I think it's not a cut and dry case. It's not as cut and dry as hbomb presents it in the video, where it's like, Internet Historian is a thief, he stole this thing, he plagiarized, and then, you know, I don't know, whatever happens. He's still plagiarizing, but he changed the words a little bit and put credit in the description. Whereas I'm like, so hold on, this guy saw his work being shared to millions of new people, millions and millions of new people, in an amazing format that took months and months of work from animators and editors and voiceover. And he was like, fuck you. You don't get to use my work. Fuck you. Take that shit down. That's fucking sus. I don't like that. If he was just like, yo, I wrote this, give me credit, but you don't have to change anything about it. Just give me credit. You know, I would be okay. I would even be okay if he took the video down and forced Internet Historian to re-upload it with credit at the beginning in the video, with like a credit sequence that says, this is based on an article written by this guy. Go check him out at this link. Like, even if he did that, that would be fine. But getting him to change the content of the video to make it worse, I don't like that. Because now there's just, no one wins. You're still credited in the description, but for a worse version of the thing you wrote. Why would you want that? That's stupid. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. So I think that section is a bit weird. It's not. I'm not saying that anyone's in the right. I think everyone's in the wrong a little bit here. Is what I'm saying. H-bomb, he definitely has a style of writing where he wants you to think a certain thing, and he's really trying to push you towards some sort of conclusion, which is fine. He's writing to persuade, and that's fine. You're allowed to write things to persuade people. I'm not accusing him of that. That's not a bad thing. But you know, be mindful of that. Don't, when you see in fact, this should be, if you got anything out of that video, this should be what you got out of it. Just because you see someone on YouTube write a video essay about it that tries to convince you of something, you should actually take the facts and make the judgment for yourself. And don't just listen to whatever an authoritative voice on YouTube tells you. I think if you didn't get that out of the video, then you're stupid. But that is my opinion. Now, as for internet historians, you know, what does he call it? Trolls regret, I think, in the video. Which is true. I think internet historian does have trolls regret. I don't think H-bomb goes much further than that. Like, I saw people, or whatever. This is kind of off topic. But yeah, that's my opinion. Not that you asked for it, but I think I'm kind of, you know, a little bit more, like, I defend reaction content, but I still would much rather, like, it would be great, like, we could solve this entire fucking issue if people just used copyleft licenses. I guess the answer to that, like, I've heard a counterpoint made to this, by the way, which I will now repeat. The counterpoint to this is, like, because Hassan uses this argument, and he gets countered by this, right? Like, okay, he watches some video on stream, or his chair does, because he just, like, goes away and just plays the video for stream, and it's just his chair in the corner, right? And then people are like, that's just stealing. And then he's like, well, look, anyone can take my videos and re-upload them. You know, I don't care. But the problem is that, like, actually not, like, yes, technically, but they have no value. Like, the only videos of yours, the only re-uploads of Hassan's streams that get any views on YouTube are the ones where he's reacting to something that is not his, right? That he didn't get permission to react to. The only re-uploads, so, you know, really, like, saying that is not actually a good defense, because the value is not equivalent. The value of some random moment on Hassan's stream is clearly not equivalent to the value of whatever video he's reacting to, because, you know, more people want to watch the reaction videos, i.e. someone else's video, than Hassan's original content, which is fair enough, because Hassan's original content is dog shit. So, you know, when it comes to that argument, honestly, I don't know what to say. That I'm kind of lost there. I think it's a pretty good point. I'm not quite sure what the answer is. Playing spy, interesting. It's an interesting thing. I think I've developed a bit of an ego about it already, because on the first day I was playing spy, I did really fucking well. And occasionally I will just do really fucking well against clueless players. And I think that's given me the idea that I deserve to do really well. But in reality, I'm just playing against clueless players. But I've seen spies, I've played against spies who can do really fucking well against anyone. Somehow. It doesn't make any sense. How does it make any sense that you, as a spy whose entire game plan is the element of surprise, how can you sneak up on people who know where you are and where you're coming from? It doesn't make any sense, but I have fucking PTSD of this one game. This one game where this fucking spy killed me like 3 times in a row. And then I switched to pyro and started spy checking like a schizo. And I checked, I was walking out of spawn. I remember this. I remember this clear as fucking day. It was the first forward spawn in the tunnel on upward on blue. And I'd switched to pyro. I'd already died to him once as pyro, actually, but I wasn't spy checking that hard because I was walking to. I spawned as I went to pyro. I didn't know he was at our spawn, so I was walking to the front and got stabbed while I was walking to the front. So then I'm like, oh, okay, he's hanging around by our spawn. So I come out, spy checking like a fucking schizo, you know, spraying my flames everywhere. And I walk out of the entrance to the tunnel, and I'm like, well, an obvious place for him to be is right above the entrance, waiting to jump down on someone. So I walk outside and I turn around and I check above the tunnel and there's no one there. And I turn back around and then die immediately. Where was he? There's nowhere for him. He spawned out of the only way he could have stabbed me there is if he was standing in the place that I just spy checked. How? It doesn't make any sense. And then he just continued to, like, I don't even understand. The whole rest of the game. He still continued to evade my spy checks and stab me. I think we just lost pretty soon after that. But dude was obviously top scoring on their team. Just like, I think at the end of the game we had like 4 pyros and he was still just destroying all of us. So I know it's possible. I have fucking PTSD from that game. Never again. I will never let that happen to me again. I don't know, but I think that spy checking, I don't know. Well, it's a thing. I'm kind of just rambling at this point. But what I'm saying is, I keep just re-queuing until I get into games with clueless players. And also, like, games where I don't feel like, where I'm not the 4th spy. I don't want to join a game and be the 4th spy. So I just re-queue it or play medic in that situation. Or play, like, if I queue into a game there's already, like, 2 spies, 3 spies, I'm not going to pick spy, okay? I'm going to pick a real class. I'll just, depending on what the team needs. But a lot of the time, but today I've been wanting to play spy. I did do that. By the way, I played medic today, okay? I put my hours in. This is like seeding a torrent, okay? I put my hours of medic in, which allows me to play spy. And here's the thing, what people really underestimate, like really, seriously, in the TF2 community, underestimate. And no one does this correctly, which is insane to me, because it is like one of the most powerful techniques in the game, is arrow tanking a heavy. Is so fucking powerful. Like, if you can just stand around a corner and keep a heavy constantly topped up with arrows, it can be, like, it literally requires a coordinated team push to take him out. If you are actually hitting your arrows, which shouldn't be that hard because you're heavy standing right in front of you, and keeping him in the beam consistently while you reload the arrow. Like, this guy can survive it. It's like having a level 3, like, getting told. You can tank this guy, you can arrow tank this heavy for so fucking long, and it feels so good to be that heavy as well. It's great on defense, and even on offense it can work. Super underutilized technique. People will just sit there with the heavy and the beam, but nah, bro, you gotta be shooting those arrows. Yeah, I don't mind playing medic, but anyway, the thing is, when I was trying to get good at learning spy, is like a completely different skill to anything else in the game, right? Like, it's a completely unique. And when I was first trying to get good at pyro and first trying to get good at demo, my expectations were lower, because when you're first trying to get good at the class, you never have great games where you top frag. But as spy, I pretty much immediately had great games where I top fragged, which I think has completely mind fucked me. This is mind fucked. It's fucked up my mind. In some part of the back of my mind, even right now as I'm saying this, I'm like, yeah, but I really deserve those. Like, did I, or did I just get super lucky? If I can only kill bad players, does that even mean anything? Couldn't anyone do that? I think anyone could do that, So just, when I was first learning the game, I would, every time I died, and this is not just when I was first learning, I still do this on every other class. When I die, not all the time, but if I die, take a step back and analyze, okay, what could I have done better? But the thing about spy is, it just feels like luck to me right now. And this was the case when I first started playing demo as well. Because when I first started playing TF2, I was massively overextending constantly. I didn't have the aim to back myself, to back it up if I was going deep. I was massively overextending. I didn't understand the importance of sticking by your medic. I didn't understand anything, so I would go in by myself and just run straight into the enemy and die, and then be like, well, what could I have done? Because sometimes I run into them and kill them, so it just feels like luck. And it turns out that it was my positioning that was wrong, right? But I had to understand the flow of the game and develop game sense in order to know when it was appropriate to push in deep and when I needed to stay back with my medic. But spy doesn't have an option. You have to go deep because you have to get behind the motherfuckers. There's no the entire flow of positioning as spy is very different. Now I've figured out one thing immediately, which is you kind of find a route that you can go in a circle, and then you just kind of go in that circle over and over again, which works. And like when it works, when you get in a good position to do that, that's how I've been racking up kill streaks, you know, doing that shit. But sometimes there are parts of certain maps where it's just so hard to get behind them. And then even if you do get behind them, you just get caught out immediately because it's like a choke or something. And then they push past, and then suddenly you can't get behind them again. Because, I don't know, especially like holding a last on certain maps like Barnblitz, hard as fuck. And Barnblitz second. In fact, like, yeah, that whole like indoor section of Barnblitz, it's like so fucking hard to get behind the enemy on, well, actually, on it at all. It's just really fucking hard to play spy in that area. And last as well, if you're holding last, like red on last Barnblitz, it's hard. It's pretty hard to be effective as spy there. Barnblitz is just not a great map to play spy on. I probably just shouldn't do that. I had one good game on Barnblitz and then kind of was like, oh, well, see, it's possible, but it's not that possible. Anyway, yeah, basically the problem I'm running into is it's the problem of unknown unknowns, right? Because the flow and positioning is so different from any other class, my knowledge isn't transferable. And so when I die, I don't even know how to know what I did wrong. Like, is it just luck? And sometimes it is just luck. Like, sometimes you'll be running behind them and a pyro will just happen to, you know, walk past you, or you just happen to randomly be invisible and get, you know, take a crit rocket to the face. That happens. Like that. Those times, there are times you're genuinely lucky. Like, that stuff happens. But yeah, I'm not sure what I need to work on. I mean, I'm sure about some stuff. Like, and some of it I know will just come from practice and experience. Like learning the nuances of the backstab hitboxes. Like I will develop a sixth sense for that eventually after, you know, 100 hours of playing spy. Trick stabs are kind of a different beast, right? Like, I've already hit a few it turns out that like corner stabs really easy and very, very reliable. And I knew this already because I've already implemented corner stabs into my, maybe the reason that I'm good at corner stab, or not good, but the reason I've hit quite a few corner stabs is because I already implement corner stab technique when I'm playing Demonite and Medic. That like I will hit someone with a corner stab as a Demonite or a Medic with melee. And so I already have the muscle memory down. That's a theory. But also I just think they're very reliable because the enemy can't see you. So they're just generally like good. But corners aren't everywhere in the maps. Corner stabs are very situational. Really, matadors, they only work if an enemy isn't strafing. That's the thing with matadors. They only work if the enemy is just holding down W. And I've hit like 2 or 3 matadors already, and they're incredibly satisfying. There's a couple of things that I need to improve about them, but I already have a basic sense of how to improve. But again, they don't work on basically good players. Like players who have good strafes, it doesn't work. The timings don't work out. To counter them, you need to do the holy grail of trick stabs, which is circle strafing. And circle strafing is, as far as I'm concerned, just pure witchcraft. It's just black magic. It's not real. Like, if you don't know, if you're not a Team Fortress 2 player, there is a 5-hour long, 5-part, each part being an hour long tutorial on YouTube on circle strafing, and it is just nonsense. Like, it is, you know, like Watch for Rolling Rocks and 0.5 A presses, how like that kind of feels like nonsense, but then like it actually makes sense. This guy is just the guy. I don't know why no one talks about it, because people say you gotta watch the circle strafing tutorial, man. Yeah, I've watched it. I watched it ages ago. I'll rewatch it because now I actually play spy. But this guy is just really bad at communicating his ideas. Like, he over explains things that are super obvious, but then more importantly, he says words which could be construed as vague, as if they have one solid meaning, and then you just have to kind of try and work out from context what the fuck he's talking about. Like he's just really bad at talking, which makes it impossible to understand what he's trying to tell you. Like even just the word strafing, does he mean, like when he says you got a strafe, for example, does he mean like just hold A or D and not W or S, or does he mean any movement which includes? Is it an inclusive or exclusive? Is it exclusively holding A or D, or is it an inclusive holding A or D or A and W or D and W or A and S or D and, like, you know what I mean? And that is not clear at all ever. I'm just trying to figure out from the footage what he means, because he sometimes it's inconsistent. Like there's a lot of stuff like that where I think he's kind of, you know, doesn't speak English as a first language, which is probably why it's kind of hard to understand. But yeah, and what's weird is because there's already a 5-hour long video about this, or series of videos, everyone's like, well, it's already been explained in as much detail as anyone could possibly explain it, so I'm not going to make a video about it. So there is no other resources. There is nothing else other than those videos. I'm going to try and rewatch them. And then to make it worse, the guy's mic quality is fucking terrible. He's on like, he sounds like, you know, well, this is your captain speaking. Where will we? He sounds like a fucking airplane announcement. Like his mic is clipping like crazy the entire time, which makes it grating to listen to. And he puts like epic music in the background for some reason. Like these are some of these are not good. It's like trying to fucking decode Hegel to figure out circle strafing. It's insane. And I don't like, he also, I don't know, you look at the video and sometimes he's doing the same sort of thing, but he's also like doing many different things and calling them all circle strafing. It's odd. It's really odd. It's a really odd video. But yeah, that's a fucking thing, I guess. I think I'm too much of a noob. I think I need to work on my basics before I get into trick stabs. But yeah, here's the problems. Here's the two problems. So the dead ringer is really useful. I understand why people use it now. Because spy is fucked if you get caught out, and the dead ringer means you're not fucked if you get caught out. That's the fundamental truth of it. However, the dead ringer makes it way harder to actually get behind the enemy. Because the cloak duration is super short. So even if you like do what I've been doing, which is pick scout and bunny hop directly towards a heavy, while looking him in the eyes, while clearly bunched up with your team so that you're the world's most obvious spy, and get him to shoot you so that you go invisible and then you can get behind them. That's been my plan of action. The problem is, then you have to really quickly get behind them, and because the cloak duration, even with the Lectron J, is really short, you know, you're only just barely going to be behind them. Like you sometimes can't even, it's not like the cloak and dagger where you can just walk completely invisible all the way to their spawn as long as you take a break from once in a while to stand still. You can barely get behind their team. And then to make it annoying, it has the loudest decloak sound. And then when you decloak, it goes right? And so this is a situation where it's like, it only works on bad players. It only works on people who don't have headphones on or who are listening to music while they're playing or something. Like, sometimes, like there was a match I was in today. There was a huntsman sniper. I don't know how. I decloaked next to him because sometimes you never know. Sometimes, like there was a sniper once that I was literally decloaking like right behind, didn't hear me. I did it multiple times. This guy never had any idea what was going on. I think he might have been like, had hard of hearing, didn't have any ears. I don't know. But and that happens a lot. You never know, but sometimes, I don't know. And you got to exploit it when you find someone who's like that, I guess. But this guy, I decloaked relatively near him. But he instantly, heard and snapped to me and fucking headshotted me. So now I was like, okay, I guess he has ears. I'll try and stay away from him. But even if I was just anywhere in the vicinity, the guy could just hear me instantly, which is, normal. Like that's how I am. I hear spies decloaking all the time, because I have the, headphones on. But like, I don't know. The guy's in the back line, behind his medic the whole game. Where am I supposed to decloak? What am I supposed to do in that situation? I don't know what I'm supposed to do in that situation. I guess switch to a different invis watch, because that's clearly not working. Yeah, that's probably the play, actually, now that I think about it. Have I considered that the dead ringer is not appropriate for every situation? I think that might be the solution I was looking for. Just switch off the dead ringer if that sort of thing is happening. Okay, I will remember to do that in the future. Alright, that's my spy rants. How much of this podcast has been about Team Fortress 2 mechanics? Probably quite a lot, but that's what I want to talk about. So, that's what the podcast's about, because that's my favorite thing. Motherfuckers really out here boycotting Starbucks. I think it's over labor issues and Israel. Now, look, that's perfectly fine and respectable, but like, why? I wasn't buying Starbucks in the first place. This is the problem with all these boycotts. They're like, boycott this company that you bought something from once 10 years ago. Motherfucker, you think I'm wasting that much money on shit coffee every day? It ain't happening. I'm not boycotting Starbucks. I never went to Starbucks. That's not true. There was a very brief period of my life when I was into Starbucks. It was when I was like, I don't know, young as fuck. I was like 13, 14. Maybe a bit older than that. 14. Let's say 14. That sounds about right. And I had just discovered the existence of coffee, but didn't really like coffee yet because I still had child taste buds where bitter things taste more bitter. So the only coffee that I really liked was the mocha frappuccino from Starbucks, because it's just chocolate and sugar with caffeine in it. And listen, I will go out I've ordered one, a year ago at one point. It was the middle of summer. I was like, I want a fucking cold ass drink to cool me down, and I happened to be right outside of Starbucks waiting for something in a train station. Not a train, actually. Funny enough, I was waiting for something in a train station that wasn't a train. And so I went and got a mocha frappuccino from Starbucks, and honestly, it was good. It was very sweet, too sweet, and way too expensive. But it's not coffee. Like, it doesn't taste like coffee, but that's fine. It tastes like Starbucks. But, I'm not buying Starbucks. Like, motherfucker, do you know how much that shit costs? There's no way I'm buying Starbucks. Are you insane? This is how it feels we're boycotting these people, motherfucker. You think I can afford that in the first place? It's not just Starbucks. It's a bunch of shit that people are always doing this. Like, you guys were... Like, I constantly see people complaining about streaming services. It's like, you guys are actually paying for all of this shit? Like, you guys are really paying 5 subscriptions a month to, like, Disney Plus to watch some Star Wars shit? Oh, guys, Andor is actually really good, guys. Andor, it's actually really... No, trust me, bro. Andor, it's actually good, guys. Come on, you gotta watch Andor. No, it's not like those other Star Wars things. Andor is actually good. The Mandalorian, it's actually good, guys. I'm not watching that shit. I am not fucking watching that shit, bro. It's not happening. I'm not doing it. And you know what? Now I have buyer's remorse. Because I fucking bought cosmetics in Team Fortress 2. And then, yesterday, I installed the no hats mod. So now I can't even see my own cosmetics that I spent money on. I don't know. I thought I don't know. I installed no hats and flat textures yesterday. Because, spy main. At least I'm becoming... I don't know. I don't think I'm becoming a spy main. I don't know what I'm becoming. I like playing Pyro too. I like playing... You know what? The thing about Team Fortress 2? I like playing every class except Scout. This is what I've realized. Scout is fucking... I hate Scout. And like Heavy, I'm not going to play Heavy every game. But sometimes it can be... Especially if you have a good medic. Heavy is really fun. I already talked about this when I was falling asleep yesterday. Like getting arrow tanked as a Heavy and just becoming a level 3 sentry but with human brain is fucking powerful. It's one of the most powerful feelings in the world. Yeah. Now, I pretty much like every class. I don't super like Soldier. Soldier's kind of boring to me. It's not unfun necessarily. It's just kind of boring. Like, there isn't... Same with Sniper. Like, Sniper is kind of boring and Soldier's kind of boring. But like I don't dislike playing them. Like I play sniper on Frontier from time to time because Frontier is really good for sniper, and I play soldier from time to time. Uh, but yeah, it's kind of very repetitive to play soldier. I feel like I mean maybe it's just because I haven't really put much time into it and getting better. But yeah, heavy is also obviously kind of boring, but more situational. Pyro, the only time pyro sucks is when the other team has too many engineers. Then I just switch off. And demo, obviously my main, but recently I've just been scared to play demo because I've lost my ability to hit pipes and I don't know what to do about it. I just cannot hit pipes. I don't know what happened. It almost feels like at some point my mouse sensitivity changed and I just haven't put in the effort to learn the new mouse. Like I don't know why I can't hit pipes. It just doesn't work. I need to like put in a bunch of training for that, I guess. I'm thinking. I wonder if I could. I kind of. I'm trying to think of ways to learn trick stabs more effectively. What's the most effective way? I don't know what the most effective way to learn trick stabs is. Well, I don't really care about trick stabs that much. I don't know what the. It seems like TF2 has too many spy mains. I already knew this when I wasn't playing spy because every game it would be like, why are we losing? Oh, we have 3 snipers and 3 spies. Yeah, there's nothing we can do, and no medic, and no engineer, and 1 bower class. Yeah, and it's a demo night. It's not even right like that. I see why we're losing this match. But when you're playing spy, you don't give a fuck if you're losing the game, and same with sniper. You just don't care. When you're playing spy and sniper, it doesn't fucking matter. Like your game, dotesmite was telling me this. Like I remember having a conversation with dotesmite where I was like, ended up talking about how the game can be unfun when you're losing and when you like don't have a medic, and then they were like, "What? But like that sucks. Why would I ever not play sniper then? Because sniper, you don't really need a medic. You don't really need anyone. You just sit at the back and click heads. Spy, same. You got the kunai. You don't need a medic, right? Also, I see a lot of people talking about nerfing sniper, right? But I've had an idea for nerfing sniper that no one else has that I've ever seen, and I think it's the best idea because it retains the skill-based attitude. My nerfing sniper idea is the problem with sniper is that unlike every other class in the game, sniper is countered by itself. Sniper counters sniper, but it's too difficult. Like sniper versus sniper battles are they happen too like they don't happen frequently enough. They don't like you can't. The idea should be that you pin down the enemy sniper. Like you know what I mean? Like you can really put suppressing fire on that bitch by having a sniper of your own and keep him away from the rest of your team. But it doesn't happen because it's I don't know, it's too easy. It's too hard. I don't know, it's something. My idea was what if sniper took crits from other snipers so that other sniper like sniper v sniper fights could just be body shots. I think that's a terrible idea actually. I don't know why this was a stupid my thoughts were make it easier for snipers to kill other snipers, but then all that does is just reward whoever sees the other one first more than it. Yeah, this is a stupid idea. What was I thinking? To be fair, I was like half asleep when I came up with this idea and I was like, this is genius. It's gonna turn the game into Counter-Strike. But that was wrong. What am I thinking? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you should be able to instant body shot kill other snipers. That does the opposite of what I want. That just means that one player has a sniper who can absolutely roll. Yeah, that doesn't work. What do we do then about sniper? Like, I think give him 70 health like a kunai spy, but with no kunai, so that he has to actually play like I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe because that means yeah, that's not a good idea. Anything that nerfs his health is bad actually because it forces him to play from further back, which means it's even harder to hit him. I think you want the opposite. I think you want something that encourages more aggressive play. I don't know what encourages more aggressive play. Well, firstly, the Razorback shouldn't be in the game, and I'm not just saying that as a spy player, which I am now apparently. But the Razorback and the one that just deletes counters pyro, those Darwin's Danger, those shouldn't be in the fucking game, obviously, because Like, spies are one of the few ways you have to keep snipers at bay. Anyway, sorry, I'm just talking about balance like an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. Welcome back to the No Thank You Slice of Life Team Fortress 2 podcast. You know, I like playing Spy. Spy is a fun class, but I don't think I'm gonna main Spy. I think I've come to that conclusion, and there's a couple of reasons. Well, it's not consistent enough. It's so dependent. It's kind of luck based. It's kind of got all this stuff to it. I don't know. I don't want to main Spy. It's not as fun as Demo Man, just to be honest with you. Yeah. I mean, what else can I say? I like playing Spy though. I can once in a while absolutely dominate a fucking server as Spy, and that's a good feeling. It's good to know that I can do that. And frankly, I shouldn't be able to. I have like 350 hours on demo, and yet I struggle to get into the top 3 most matches, and I never carry. Okay, it happens, I carry, but it's rare. Whereas Spy, I think I have like 20 hours, maybe less. And yet, today, I literally went... Hold on, I actually marked it down. Let me see exactly. I went into a game today, and I literally went 25-6 in this round. 25 kills in 6 deaths. That's definitely the best I've ever done. I don't remember ever having done better than that. It was kind of an empty server. I was just fucking destroying these guys, man. They just had no clue how to deal with me. Eventually, like right towards the end of the game, 3 of them switched to pyro, and then there wasn't that much. I could still get some kills, but it was more like, you know, I was getting 1 kill and then dying to the pyro that was behind or whatever. But like what I mean, you know, I can absolutely dominate for a while at least as Spy. But here's why I don't want to main Spy. There's a couple of reasons. Reason number 1 is simply that if you're a good Spy, the entire server tries to counter you, and it becomes unfun. This is my opinion. Like, and perfectly reasoned. Like, Spy becomes worse once people know you exist. So if you're good enough that the other team is actively looking out for you and paying attention, it just becomes significantly harder to play Spy. And, you know, if the other team is all going pyro and constantly spy checking, it can completely shut you down. And you know, every Spy main on the planet just sort of requeues constantly. This is the first reason why I don't want to play Spy or main Spy. I don't know, there's a couple other things. I don't want to get into too much detail about it. I like playing Spy, it's fun, and it's always good to be more well-rounded as a TF2 player. And I'm honestly shocked that I'm as good at Spy as I am. I have no fucking right to be this good at Spy instantly, right off the bat. But really, this just puts more thoughts into my mind about how I should be better at demo, and I'm not. But here's something I also thought about today, is medic. That I end up playing medic quite a lot, because no one ever picks medic. And like, today is the first time that I've really conceptualized just how high the skill ceiling for medic is. Like, not as in like I died in ways and I had epiphanies where I was like, yeah, I could have avoided that if I'd played better. Like, I found this medic main on YouTube, this YouTube channel that makes videos about medic, which I don't remember the name of right now, so I'm gonna look it up. Medic 101. They had that series. Theory Y Studios. Yeah, I've been watching these videos by Theory Y Studios. It's not like I want a main medic. I'm not crazy. Like, Spy and medic are diametrically opposed. Like, Spy, your team could be doing... You do not give a fuck about you're a 100% independent actor operating behind enemy lines like a some sort of espionage spy secret agent character. Right? Like, it doesn't matter if you have a medic. It doesn't matter if you have any power classes. Nothing matters. You are completely independent. It is the ultimate individualist class, especially with the kunai. You know, you have the like an amazing amount of self-sustain. You're not reliant on your team at all, which is, I can understand why a lot of people like to play Spy, because you know, that's nice. But as medic, it's the exact opposite. You are 100% reliant on your team. You don't output any damage. You can only, it's pure support, right? And that can be incredibly frustrating, especially, you know, if you guys play TF2, let me just remind you, protect your medic. Your medic is more important than you. If you have to sacrifice your life to save your medic, you should do that at any point, okay? Don't let them drop Uber if possible. Like sniper and spy are completely independent and coincidentally the most annoying classes to deal with in the game. Whereas like demo, soldier, scout is also quite independent. Although I cannot, you know, I cannot explain enough how much I hate playing scout. I would like playing scout if the gun worked, but the problem with the gun is it doesn't work. First of all, okay, the gun, it doesn't work. None of the guns work. I wish they worked because some of them are cool. I like the way that the force of nature feels to use. It feels good. It's fun. It's a fun weapon. It gives you mobility option. Shame it doesn't work. None of Scout's guns work. It's a shame they don't work. You click them, nothing happens. It does 20 damage. I don't know what's going on with that. You know, demo, his guns work. You click them, they do 100 damage. Scout, they don't work. They don't do anything. And then the problem is you're made of paper. So it's really unfortunate no matter what happens. I need to fucking sleep, man. What I was actually trying to say in that section about medic was the skill ceiling of medic is, it's all about just keeping track of many things, multitasking. Like medic has to be aware of the most things compared to any other class in the game. Like you have to be like keeping track of which heal target has priority in that moment, who you should be healing at any given time, which is already alone a lot to keep track of, right? Because you're going to have a lot of players, a lot of them are going to need heals, and then when it comes to that, you're going to be kind of keep track of who has crit heals available, who needs overheal to push in, you know, and then which of the different classes do you want to heal and tank in that particular moment to be most effective. Are there any people on fire? And then, on top of that, do I want to be using my medigun to build Uber and have reliable heals, or do I want to be using the arrows to give them a burst of healing? And then when it comes to arrows, you have the next thing, which is you actually do have to have aim as medic if you want to be hitting some nutty arrows to save your soldiers who are rocket jumping away from danger halfway across the map and about to crater, which I've done a couple of times and it feels great if you hit those arrows. So that's the first thing, which is already pretty complex. Heal priority and choosing between arrows and medigun is pretty complex. But then you have to remember you're going to be a number one target for spies, so you have to be constantly spy checking, because you can never rely on your team to do that. So every 5 seconds you have to look behind you to make sure there's not a spy behind you. But then at the same time, you also have to make sure that you're healing someone who's doing damage and actually being useful in the fight. Your heal priority is still in order, but you yourself are not in any sniper sight lines, so you have to be completely aware of all the... You have to have good map knowledge. You have to know all the sight lines on the map and have an idea of where snipers are going to be, so you can stay out of sight lines, and just generally speaking, stay around corners, away from chokes, so you're not going to take any splash damage. But, you know, at the same time, you need to be healing the people who are actually fighting in that choke, which means trying to stay as far back as possible, which means trying to predict the movement of your own players, right? You have to try and stay as far back from the person you're healing as possible while still healing them, which means predicting where they're about to move so you can stay in range to heal, which is complicated. So you got heal priority, keeping track of crit heals, overheal, arrows, hitting arrows versus deciding when to use arrows over the medigun, spy checking, the first part of positioning, and then, you know, just damage surfing, you know, because eventually you're going to get pushed, so you're going to need to surf off of people's rockets and stickies and pipes and so on. You need to damage surf, which is a skill on its own. Knowing where is safe to retreat to, but also you're kind of like the shepherd guiding your team. You go one way, your team kind of follows sometimes, but you're basically fucked if you end up alone, which happens to me, an annoying amount, because you're healing some guy, some soldier who's the best player on your team, and then they push the other team back and go in, push forwards, just as a natural flow of the game, right? They push forwards, you push forwards with them because it's working. Why stop now? And then next thing you know, suddenly you've gotten, surrounded by the enemy team and you're fucked. And your team hasn't pushed with you because no one in casual knows how to coordinate a push, which is very strange to me. Like, if you see your medic and a pocket pushing forward into the enemy team, you push forwards. Like, that's not difficult to comprehend. I do that basically automatically without thinking. So it's strange to me that other people don't also do that automatically without thinking, but I digress. So that's a trap. So then you have to be keeping in mind where all your other teammates are at any given time, and keeping in mind where your sentry nest or where your sentries are, because you always know you can fall back into the sentries. You can use dispenser armor if you need to. That's useful. And then on top of that, you have to be, and this is the part that I haven't figured out at all, try and track the enemy medic's Uber. You have to be trying to track their Ubers so you can know when to counter, know when you have Uber advantage, know when you can, when you can push in and stuff. You need to be aware. It's so complicated, and then you need to like understand the play style of all of your players. Like, you need to be memorizing the names and cosmetics and classes of each of the players on your team, so that all to calculate the best heal priority, right? Like, you need to know, like, okay, this soldier is cracked. It's not just a matter of looking on the scoreboard and seeing who's on top, because a lot of times it'll be like a sniper or a spy or something, right? Like, you need to know, like, okay, in this scenario, I can Uber a pyro to deny their Uber, stuff like that. Like, there's a lot to keep track of. Like, just a lot of it, like, is just the trade-off between how much healing can I put up before, but also I need to survive. It's like just an impossible amount of stuff to keep track of, and that like all of this has to happen on every fucking moment of the gameplay. Like, and then once you even have Uber, then the whole challenge of who do I use Uber on and when do I pop? Like, that's not easy either. That's fucking hard, and I fuck it up all the time. Not to mention thinking about, the other mediguns, like, how do they even work? It's a mess. It's so hard to be good at medic. Like, it's easy to be okay at medic or even good at medic, but I think it's like ridiculously hard to be insane at medic. And then, like, the other thing is, if you do get caught out, you have to have good evasive movement, which is something that I think I have. But even if you have good evasive, like, you can't survive forever by just, fucking doing footwork, footwork jersey beats forever, right? On a scout who's fucking you. You need your team to come in and save you. The idea is ideally you can use some defensive movement to avoid dying just long enough that your team can come save you. But it's casual, you don't have any guarantee that your team's going to come save you, and they probably won't. It's not easy. Medic is fucking hard, man. Medic is not easy at all. Okay, for some reason, I decided to... Well, I'll tell you why. I saw a clip on YouTube. I got it randomly recommended to me. And I watched it, and I was like, that was cool. I like that show. I should watch that show again. And it's Mr. Robot. And I'm watching the first episode of Mr. Robot, and they introduced Tyrell Wellick, and then to introduce him and be like, see, he knows tech stuff. He goes up to the main guy and is like, I see you're using GNOME. I'm on KDE myself. I've heard GNOME is supposed to be better, but old habits die hard. What the fuck? That's the exact opposite of the truth. Firstly, the epic hacker man uses GNOME? I mean, it's a work computer, okay? I know if you work at a place, you don't always get to choose the software that, stuff has to get approved. But, I don't know, GNOME? Who's using GNOME? Guys using GNOME? And then secondly, in what universe is known better than KDE? It's the opposite of what's true. They, instead of saying old habits die hard, GNOME is the old habit. GNOME is ancient fuck off spaghetti software, bloated nonsense that people used 10 years ago when Linux barely existed on the desktop. 20 years ago, I don't know, whatever, fuck yourself. What the hell? I mean, you guys know what GNOME and KDE is, okay? You guys are on this channel. I don't have to explain it to you. That is an insane thing to put in a fucking TV. Why did they do that? I know they have good technology consultants on this show. Is that supposed to be my only theory, my only explanation is that this is a troll, this is a backwards joke. This is a backwards joke where the joke, it's supposed to be a joke for people who know Linux, that it doesn't make any sense. That's the only thing I can think of. It's been a while since I recorded a segment. Most of what my days have consisted of recently is playing Team Fortress 2 literally all day, like for 14 hours a day or more. So I don't really have anything to talk about because that's all I'm doing. And I've already talked about TF2 a lot in this podcast. I don't always have new things to say about the game. But dotesmite's here. That's nice. Dotesmite arrived here a couple days ago. Oh, that's pretty pog. We're still kind of getting set up. We're trying to figure out a setup so we can both game together next to each other. Which is a little more complicated than you'd imagined. Just because of, well, stuff that's boring that I won't get into. I'm making spam and eggs for breakfast. It's all going well, really. But yesterday, I watched the new Doctor Who. The new 3 episodes of Doctor Who special episodes. I used to be a very big Doctor Who fan as a kid. I think I've talked about this a lot. Kind of fell off Doctor Who when Clara was the companion. Thought it got really bad. It already started going downhill prior to that, but around that point was where it just got too bad for me to watch. And ever since then, I've only heard bad things about the show, so I just never watched any of it. But the recent 3 special episodes is very clearly trying to bait people exactly like me back into watching the show. Right? Like it's specifically designed for people who like the good parts of Doctor Who's revival to come back and watch it, because it is written by Russell T Davies, who wrote the Christopher Eccleston run, and David Tennant is in it, who's obviously the best Doctor, arguably, in my opinion. So it's made to bait people like me back into watching the show, which is fine. They're allowed to do that, and it's just 3 specials, and one of them was kind of good. One of the episodes was fine. It was actually pretty good. I liked it. So the first episode is just terrible. Just so bad. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. Just one of the worst things I've ever fucking seen. It was so bad. I thought they were going to do something kind of cool, which is Donna has a trans daughter in the show. And I thought they were just going to not mention it. Like, they were just going to have this actress be trans and it just be a thing. And it would just... That's like, yeah, that's normal and cool. That would have been cool if they did that. But no, instead, the whole episode is about drawing attention to how cool and progressive they are, which really sucks. And then, like, they even undercut their own shit. Oh man, it's bad. I don't want to spend too much time complaining about it, because this is not a channel where I go thing bad because woke. It's not bad because it's woke. It's bad because it's bad. They just did woke instead of trying to... I mean, it's not woke. I don't know what to call it. They're just badly written is the problem. Like, any of these ideas could be pulled off well. It's just... Most of the first episode exists because of fixing the canon. And they ruined it. Like, this kind of ruins part of Doctor Who. So, at the end of Donna, one of the companions, runs with David Tennant. She basically, some things happen and she has to forget everything ever happened, or she'll die if she ever remembers the Doctor and all of the adventures and stuff, aliens and whatnot. If she doesn't remember it, if she ever remembers it, she'll die. So the first episode is mostly dedicated to trying to overcome that fact, so that she can be in the series again. Which is not something you have to dedicate a whole episode to, and the way they do it is probably the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a television show. because not to get too stuck on Doctor Who lore here, but when Donna became the Doctor Donna, she gets Time Lord DNA, and they become a binary system, that Donna and the Doctor, because she absorbs the Doctor's Time Lord powers or whatever to save the universe. And so she keeps saying binary, binary, binary when that happens, because they become a binary system. And then in this new episode, the reason that she doesn't die is because she had a child, right? And somehow that means something. They don't really explain it, and because it's stupid. They don't have to, they're not supposed to explain it. But then this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen on a TV show. She says binary, 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 and then up comes her transgender daughter pops up, just smash cut to her, and then she says, looks straight at the camera and says non-binary. It's maybe the most cringe thing I've ever seen in a TV show. Why would they do that? It's very strange. So the first episode, very bad. The second episode was genuinely good. I'm making spam and eggs. I'm cooking at the same time, so please forgive me. The second episode was just a genuinely good episode of Doctor Who. It had the good Doctor Who, when they do good horror stuff, where it's creepy, the sort of thing that would fuck you up if you were a kid, hide behind your couch as a kid, kind of creepy, which is exactly what you want from Doctor Who when you're a kid and just always. What am I doing? Am I making scrambled eggs? I thought I was gonna. I just autopiloted cracking these eggs in a bowl. I was gonna make fried eggs, but whatever. I guess I'm making scrambled eggs now. I mean, I guess I could just pour this in. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna save this somehow. Kind of a waste of a bowl to do that. A bit stupid, but whatever. Is this spam done yet? Where did I put my toilet? It's all going wrong. Everything. Here they go. Yeah, I think that spam is fried. I'm gonna fry the eggs in the same pan that I fried the spam in, so all the fat from the spam makes the eggs taste good. Is the plan here. Let's crack a little butter in it because it's not that much fat. That's probably a lot of butter. There we go. And egg number 1. Egg number 2. Okay, those are fine. Nice. Now my bread. This bread takes so long to toast, man. Yeah, that's it. Those are eggs. This is good content. This is cooking content, but you can't even fucking see what I'm cooking. This is PogTen. Now we're playing PogTen. Bit of pepper and salt on the eggs. Okay, let me move this out of the way. This out of the way. Don't need that. Let's get some butter on my toast. And then here's the trick. Okay, we get the lid for the pan that I'm frying the eggs in. We splash some. This is a little trick I learned from Jacques Pepin. Splash some water in the eggs and then cover it with a lid. Or steam the tops so you don't get uncooked whites on the top of your fried eggs. The episode 2 was really good. I really enjoyed it. It had a lot of the classic Doctor Who stuff that you want. It didn't have any stupid lines. It should have been the first episode. In fact, it should have been all of the episodes. Episode 2 was really good. There was lots of memorable lines, memorable bad guys, fun concepts, sci-fi concepts, and a nice helping of janky Doctor Who CGI, which is something that they don't do. The good parts of Doctor Who, they had bad CGI, right? That was part of the charm. It was. I don't know how to explain it, but the show's goofy, right? Doctor Who is inherently goofy. It's about an alien who's, fucking infinitely old, and yet somehow his favorite place in the whole universe is Britain, right? The whole show is goofy and retarded from the get-go. So having, CG that looks good and borderline photorealistic, as a lot of this show does, kind of bad. Like, it kind of makes it seem like the show is trying to take itself seriously, but in reality, there should be a situation where the show is like generally, it kind of breaks kayfabe. The show shouldn't break kayfabe, but like, I don't know how to explain it. Eggs are done. Okay. Ow. I need a clip. I guess we'll just do it like this. I don't really know what I'm doing. Fuck. Okay. Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness. I've got that fucking song stuck in my head. It's a good song. Alright, eggs and spam. Alright, episode 3. Episode 3 was mixed. This is the thing, we got one bad episode, one good episode, and one mid episode. Because episode 3 had good moments. Most of the good moments are Neil Patrick Harris having the most fun a human being can possibly have while acting. And then the bad moments are just the third act. And, you know, the weird... It's one of... For some reason, they made the first episode all about being transgender, and then the third episode is all about being on Twitter. Doctor Who says the word cancelling, like in the context of cancel culture type cancelling. It's just ridiculous. He should never say stuff like that. Why would they do that? Why would they put that in the fucking show? I don't want to... It's bad. But there's some good moments too. There's moments of like, you know, the villain, played by Neil Patrick Harris, is fucking great. The Toymaker. His performance is so good. And it's fun every time he comes on screen. They do a lot to hype him up as like a really powerful bad guy, which I think is cool. Unfortunately, they don't do enough with his concept. But there is one really great scene where he's sort of dancing around and no one can kill him because he can just transform things. Like, he's basically a god, which is kind of cool. That was a great sequence. Yeah. But then there was a bunch of bad shit. Like there were good dream sequences. There's a sequence where a guy is transformed into a puppet. That was really cool. And it's super campy in a good way. In a really good way. But then, yeah, the way that they defeat him at the end is, well, the Doctor dies in a really, like, anticlimactic way. Like, it just kind of comes out of nowhere. And then he bi-generates, which, I mean, sure, you can do whatever you want. It's Doctor Who. You can just make up the rules. It's a bit silly, but whatever. But then they win by playing catch against him. Because he has to accept any game. It's kind of like no game, no life. Except shit. And they win by playing catch against him. And the sequence where they're playing catch is so badly edited. It's so poorly edited. Like, it's very obvious that these guys weren't in the same room actually playing catch. Like, they're just having the ball thrown to them by someone off camera. It's like, you should look up the sequence and watch it. Because, like, it's disorienting. It's disconnected. It feels discontinuous. It just feels like a montage of people catching and throwing balls rather than a continuous, you know, sequence of where all the characters one character does something and then the other characters react to that all in contiguous time. It doesn't feel like that. It just feels like a montage of people throwing and catching balls. It's a bit disorienting. Yeah, really badly edited. And then obviously catch is not an exciting game. So when they win, it's just him literally dropping a ball. And it's extremely it's not a visually interesting thing to watch. It's not a satisfying way to defeat a bad guy. And then, like, the back half of the episode, or the back, like, 15 minutes of the episode, is sort of dedicated to setting up the new Doctor. He seems alright. I'm not going to watch it, but he's very hot. I don't know about his acting. The performance, it's a bit, reminds me too much of all the bad ones. Where was I going with it? Oh yeah, then goofy shit happens. They're not, I mean I know it's Doctor Who, but the first few seasons of the, you know, like the David Tennant, Christopher Eccleston, and then at least, you know, the first bit of the Matt Smith Doctors, they set up some law, they set up rules about how the universe works, and at some point towards the end of Matt Smith, they just gave up caring about that, which is really kind of, I don't know, I don't like it. I like it when Doctor Who's rules are, I mean, they have an excuse for it in the show, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's fine. It's not, like, if it was pulled off better, it would work. It's just, kind of paced weirdly, you know? Kind of, a lot of the stuff just kind of comes out of nowhere, and no one really reacts to it. It's a bit odd. I'll tell you one thing that I didn't like. The new Doctor being, like, all comforting and fatherly and, like, paternal. That means the same thing as fatherly. Sort of like a mature, wise, older figure to the David Tennant Doctor. Why? How? He hasn't existed until 5 seconds ago. Why? What gave him this smug confidence? I mean, I guess he's the Doctor, but he regenerated out of a guy who didn't have... It doesn't make any sense. It's a bit weird. I don't know. The performance is a little weird. But it is what it is. I don't know. I can't recommend watching it. The second episode is good, but maybe it's worth watching just the second episode. And the third episode, if you like Neil Patrick Harris and you want to see him give an incredibly campy and fun performance, it's worth watching for that. But yeah, I'm going to finish my breakfast now. I'm just begging. I'm just making up a guy and getting mad at him right now. So please ignore me. But I am begging, video essay YouTubers who talk about lefty politics to read another book that isn't Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher. It's a good book. Look, I like Capitalist Realism. It's a good book. I like Mark Fisher. I like Ghosts of My Life. I like his writings for the CCRU. I like Escaping the Vampire Castle. That's one they've never read. That's a fucking Mark Fisher that these motherfuckers on YouTube have never read. Escaping the Vampire Castle. You should read that. That shit's good. It's just an essay. It's not a book. But they would do well to read that, I think. But, fucking... I understand why Capitalist Realism is so popular on YouTube and beyond, because it's a good, it's a good book. It's a good book. It makes some good points. It's short. It's very clear. It's very clearly written. And it doesn't have a lot of required reading. You don't have to, have read Hegel to understand it. Like, there's other meme lefty characters, right? Like Zizek. But no one's reading The Sublime Object of Ideology. Because if you read The Sublime Object of Ideology, you're not going to have any fucking clue what he's talking about. Because you haven't read Hegel and Lacan. Because who the fuck has read Hegel and Lacan enough to understand Zizek? Not me. I'll tell you that much. Not fucking me. And then you're going to try and read, something by Marx because you're like, oh, I'm a communist and that's Karl Marx, right? And it's not going to make any sense to you. And you're going to pretend to understand it. And you're going to read the Communist Manifesto, which was mostly written by Engels anyway. And it doesn't really say anything of import because it's just a fucking pamphlet. And then you're going to be like, well, that didn't say anything of import. I guess there's no shortcuts. I just have to read Capital. When really you should be reading Gotha Critic if you want a shorter, easier text to read by Marx. But anyway, I digress. And then you're not going to understand Capital because, again, Hegel. And secondly, because Capital was fucking terribly written. It takes forever to get to the point. And it just constantly repeats itself. It's a fucking terribly written book. It makes no is badly written. It's never been translated well. And yeah, it's fucking all over the place. Look, if you want, what these fucking people should read. Like, there's other books that fit the criteria of like easy to read, doesn't have a lot of required reading. Like Byung-Chul Han, read The Burnout Society. Read The Burnout Society. That's it. It's short. It's got everything you want. Why not? Why don't they read The Burnout Society? It's a good book. I may not agree with everything in it, but I think it's a good book. The other Byung-Chul Han thing, which I've forgotten what it's called, that I haven't read. David Graeber. David Graeber writes super clear. His writing is super, super clear. Sure, the books are a bit longer. It's a real book. Come on, put on your big boy pants. It's a real book. But they're really clear. And you're always going to, again, I may not agree with everything all of Graeber's conclusions, but his research is fucking on point. And you're always going to learn something interesting reading anything by Graeber. Like, I still reference stuff I learned in Debt the First 5,000 Years, all the fucking time, just constantly. And same with A New History of Humanity. Like, that's such a, I mean, he didn't write that alone, but it's such a good book. Like, and it's not hard to understand. These books aren't, like, they're dense with information, but they're not dense in terms of writing style. They're very easy to pass. You might need to take notes because there is a lot of information. But yeah, good books. You know, there's a bunch of stuff, and if you want, like, there's a lot of good anarchist stuff that's just like an essay. You know, you don't have to read a whole book, or short, like Desert, for example. There's plenty of stuff out there. There's plenty of stuff out there that you could be doing. And look, I have got no problem with capitalist realism. You know, I think actually I kind of do have problems with it, but not, you know, not massive problems, right? Like it's a fine book to start with. About, like, can we read other ones, please? There's so much good shit out there. Like, I talk, everyone talks shit about like Philosophy Tube, right? Philosophy Tube definitely has some problems as a YouTuber, and you know, it is what it is. But at least she fucking reads. Like, you gotta give her credit for that. She reads books. Like, she actually reads books, and understands the books that she's reading as well. And she doesn't just read books that she's going into knowing she's going to agree. Like, she knows how to do the proper academic thing of, like, critically engaging with a text that you don't agree with and analyzing it. Like, look, I think that's a very respectable thing. There's actually not many people on YouTube who are doing that shit. You gotta at least give her credit for that. You know, most people, you get into your fucking 5-hour long video essay, and then they just pull out in his book, Capitalist Realism, Mark Fisher says that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to, like, every fucking... I don't know why they always reference this book. Like, there's so many other books. There are so many other books out there. Why not reference a different book? And there's other, like, it's not that book is, like, particularly relevant to YouTube stuff. Like, why don't they talk about, I don't know, there's so much. There's just a lot of books out there, man. That's all I'm saying. There's people, they're writing books all the time. You can go read The State and Revolution. I just watched this new Tyler McVicker video. There's a bunch of weird shit in it. There's a bunch of really weird things that he says in this video. I just want to point them out. I'm going to go mad if I don't point these out to somebody. Like, first of all, I mean, just listen to this.
Now this holiday, we have Krampus, or as I want to call it, Krampus.
And then for the rest of the video, he refers to it as Krampus. He says it like that for the whole video. Why? That's not how languages work. You don't dip into another language's pronunciation when you use a loan word. That's not how it works. It's how loan words... Very strange decision to call it Krampus for the whole... Like, very distracting. But that's not really what I have a problem with. There's just a bunch of shit, like...
Although the layout of the map is mirrored, the art passing is not a mirrored...
He keeps calling it art passing, but that's not what an art pass is. An art pass isn't... Like, he's talking about the layout of the... Well, not really, but... I don't know, it's kind of... He's, like, almost using that word right, I feel like. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, slightly awkward. But he does this, like... He keeps calling maps game modes for some reason, even when they're not game modes. Like, he keeps referring to each game, like, round, like a game match, right, as a game mode, which is just very awkward throughout the video. I'll find you an example.
Countdown timer. Instead, players can expect to see Krampus show up at least 3 times within a game mode.
Like, what do you mean within a game mode? That's not, like, within the game mode would make sense, or within a game would make sense, but not within a game mode. And he does that multiple times in the video. It's very strange.
The countdown timer for the capture point is prolonging each game mode significantly
What is,
more
like,
than it
you
needs
see what
to.
I mean?
The
He's
map
using the word weirdly. Why is he using the word like listen to this.
boss himself. I love it. I just feel like it needs tuned a bit more.
It needs tuned a bit more. Like, there's I don't know, I know this is, like, incredibly nitpicky and just weird to mention, but, like, why is this video written so awkwardly? Like, what is this? Like, he knows what words mean, right? I'm sure he is, like, was he really tired when he wrote the script? I don't know. Is this normal? Have I just noticed this? Has Tyler McVicker been doing this whole time? I'm going crazy. And then he does the game
tuned a
modes
bit
thing
more
again.
to allow game mode flow.
He says it just needs tuned a bit more to allow game modes to flow. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a sentence that makes any sense. Am I going crazy? What the fuck is this? Yeah, and then this next bit that he says is just like straight up incorrect. Hold on, let me find it.
Currently plays 6 out of 10. Everybody's playing 24/7.
Yeah, hold on. Here
Tower
it
is
is.
one of those meme maps, like
Hightower is one of those meme maps.
2-4 or upward.
Like 2-4 or upward.
That everybody's playing 24/7, but almost never in the way that they're intended.
What do you mean upward? What the fuck do you mean upward? Like, this is so confused. What did he get it confused with? What map did he get it confused with? Because there's no other map that sounds like, what are the meme maps like that? 2-4 Hightower, arguably Powerhouse, arguably Turbine, arguably Crossfire, no, Double Cross, I mean, I keep fucking mixing those names up. Arguably Double Cross, there's more, I think, probably, but definitely not upward. Like, what are you talking about? Definitely not upward. Upward is not one of those maps. Like, that's just factually inaccurate. Yeah, and then he says this. Wait.
For the season, it's just Snowy Hightower. However, it's a King of the Hill map where both of the titular towers are just
Those aren't the titular. The titular tower is the tower in the middle. It's not called High Towers. It's called High Tower because there's a big tower in the middle. Those aren't. That's not the thing. You've made a mistake there, Mr. McVicker. The high tower is referencing the big high tower in the middle of the map, not the two smaller towers next to it. Otherwise, it would be called two smaller towers. And the community, higher tower is because the big tower in the middle is higher. Like, I don't know, why is he making these obvious mistakes? I know this is like incredibly nitpicky, and he's not like a TF2 YouTuber, but like he should know, like, upward is not a meme map. Calling these things game modes, saying words that don't make any sense, saying Krampus every time, and not knowing which like, it just reads like something that was written by ChatGPT or something. Like, it's very strange. I don't know, if I don't point this out to someone, it's just gonna drive me nuts. I will stop going on about this now, but what a weird video. Can we be honest about this skibbity toilet Gen Alpha thing? Like, I know, like, there's loads of people who are just out there saying how fucked, everything, are they watching skibbity toilet? There's so, you know what we were watching when we were kids? We were watching fucking Fred, okay? Kids watch brain rot, it's fine. It's fucking fine. You're just moralizing about this is like, I believe that this is all tied together. There's this whole, like, stupid, it angers me. It angers me in the same way that, like, a lot of stuff angers me, where someone uses a metaphor. It always is like this. Someone uses a metaphor, like the brain is a like the brain is a computer type metaphor, and then it keeps getting repeated. Everyone kind of knows it's a metaphor, right? No one thinks the brain is actually a computer, but it gets repeated so much that it starts to become the other way round. Like, it starts to become, you start thinking of the brain too strongly as working like a computer, and then, that influences, you know what I mean? Like, rather than using computer metaphors to approximate the workings of the actual human brain, you start to just assume that's more than an approximation, that they actually do work like that. In this case, it's not actually a computer metaphor, it's just another made-up thing, which is like this whole idiotic conception of quote-unquote dopamine receptors becoming fried. Like, dopamine, I know that you have like a pop-sci understanding, and I also do, okay? I'm not a fucking neuroscientist, but dopamine is a neurotransmitter. It isn't just a happy chemical, okay? All of those dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, not OxyContin, that's a drug, oxytocin, like all of those neurotransmitters, they aren't just a happy chemical, right? They do a lot of shit in the brain and throughout the body, because actually there's like fucking oxytocin in your feet, weirdly. and shit like that. Like they're just hormones that are used to transmit signals throughout the body, and they are linked in the brain with pleasure and reward systems. But no, your dopamine receptors can't get quote unquote fried. Like the closest thing to that existing that I can think of is like serotonin syndrome. If you do too much MDMA, and if you have serotonin syndrome, you'll be in hospital because it's really fucking dangerous. Because serotonin isn't just a happy chemical; it's a really important neurotransmitter that does a lot of important shit. So no, you can't fry your dopamine receptors by watching too much porn and skibbity toilet, because that's not how it works. They don't. It's nonsense. It's literally nonsense. Like I think the metaphor they're trying to get at is like the hedonistic treadmill, right? Which is like that's a reasonable thing to talk about. There's nothing wrong with talking about the hedonistic treadmill as a, psychological concept. But it has very little to do with this faux neuroscientific wording where you talk about dopamine receptors becoming fried, like they're electrical wires that have been undergoing too much, too much current. Not a thing. Not how any of this works. If you want to talk about like the philosophical implications of the hedonistic treadmill, that's fine. That's perfectly reasonable. I mean, I might disagree with you on some things, but in general, I agree with you, right? Like, I think chasing ever higher pleasures is, chasing the dragon is not a smart way to live your life. I think most people understand and agree with that, but that doesn't mean the same thing as like talking about dopamine receptors that you don't even know what they are. I don't know what they are. I don't know how that shit works. I'm not a neuroscientist. Like I think it's all linked. I think it's all linked to this neo-Puritan stuff where like the kids, they're watching the skibbities, right? Like who else said this? Motherfuckers were saying this about SpongeBob. Boomers were saying this about SpongeBob when we were kids. Okay, there's even a video. I know he's like considered to be a national hero in America or whatever. I never watched him because he doesn't exist over here. But Mr. Rogers, there's like a video of him talking about how bad SpongeBob is, right? For kids' development. And yet, okay, I was going to say we're all fine. That might not be true, but we're pretty much fine. And we can go back and watch SpongeBob as adults and still appreciate that it's a good show. At least, the early seasons that we watched when we were kids, assuming you're around the same age as I am. SpongeBob it's funny. It's continued. You can go back and watch those episodes and they're still funny as an adult, at least in my opinion. Like, it's a good show. Also, I've watched I'm not caught up on the skibbity toilet lore, but I was watching Skibbity Toilet a little bit just to see what it was about. It's just a Gmod fucking animation. We were watching the same damn shit when we were kids. We're like, come on! What the fuck is that? Like, it's so dumb. It's so stupid. It doesn't matter. I actually have, generally speaking, like, started to become really skeptical about this idea of how important, like, childhood development is. How psychiatry, psychology, all of this, it puts so much emphasis on childhood as, like, the only part of your life that matters. I just don't think it's true. And I think I have, like, and I'm not an expert in this field, okay? I'm not a fucking expert. But I think, at least I have a theory, which is that a lot of these studies are performed on college students because that's who you have access to. And college students used to be children very recently. But if you're like 40, like, I think that your experiences when you were 20 are just as important to you as when you're 20, your experiences when you were, a young kid. You know what I mean? I think it's just, I think there's too much emphasis put on, like, maybe I'm crazy here. Maybe I'm misunderstanding stuff. But this is just, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I think, obviously there's some, I'm not going to say it's not important. That would be absurd. I'm just putting the theory out there that there's a little too much emphasis at the cost of, talking about other parts of your life. That it's sort of, I think it also comes from, the idea that we all take exams and go to school when we're kids, and that dictates so much of what we're able to do throughout our adult life. And so, like, because of that, we're conditioned into thinking that childhood conditions, you know what I mean, right? Like, I don't know, I think I'm onto something here. But it's this weird mix of that attitude combined with this neo-Puritanism, where it's like a pleasure is laid bad because of Jesus or something. Even though, you know, either because of Jesus or because of communism, like, it just sucks. It's just stupid. Like, and I think, like, you can't have serious conversations about any of the legitimate issues when you're talking like this. Like, yeah, there probably is. It's probably not great that, like, you know, kids aren't learning how to socialize appropriately, especially if they were brought up during COVID. Maybe not great. Like, it's just probably gonna have implications. Is all I'm saying. I like, it's probably gonna have implications when they're young adults. I think that's reasonable. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to talk about. Yeah, that's interesting. Is it necessarily bad? No, I don't think it's necessarily bad. The world changes. Generations have experiences that they grew up through. That's just how it works. There's no problem with that. I'm not going to moralize about kids spending too much time on an iPad because, you know, I don't give a fuck. And I've seen people just take this same approach and just apply it to, like, any random thing about this dopamine frying stuff. It's just nonsense. Like, it's literally nonsense. It's not based in anything. Like, what do you mean? I think there's some legitimate philosophical point here, which, again, I might not 100% agree with, but I think it's at least something that's worthy of discussion, which is about self-mastery and self-restraint, right? It's sort of people who read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius and think it's the best book ever written or whatever because they've never read any other books, and that, you know, those sorts of people. But I think there's some value in that, right? There's definitely real shit going on. I'm not going to completely deny it. But it gets twisted into this fucking insane narrative that just goes way beyond the merit that it actually has. You know, like, as a framework for analysis, just goes, and it starts going into all this pseudoscience. Fucking, I hate it. It drives me nuts, and it's all the same. It's all based around the same principles that, like, experiencing too much pleasure somehow is, like, morally wrong. You know, like, if you're a kid and you're experiencing too much, you know, there's just no evidence for it. It's just completely unsupported by any evidence. Like, I think it's also linked to, like, anti-drug stuff, right? We had lots of anti-drug propaganda, and again, I think there's merit to it, right? I'm not saying everyone should go out and get addicted to fentanyl. I don't think that would produce a society that I wanted to live in. You know, like, it's not that these things are completely insane. That's the problem with them, is they have this kernel of truth in the middle of it, where it's like, you know, if I were to actually give my opinions, it's the same shit everyone already knows, which is like, hey, you should actually find joy in the simple pleasure of life and try and be satisfied with what you have, and, you know, live in the moment. Don't you know, chase the dragon of you know, experience seeking and money and wealth and property and consumer. You know, it's what matters in life is you know, spending time with the people that you love and finding joy in the stuff that you do every day. It's cheesy, but it's obviously true. It's so obviously true that it's cheesy. Everyone knows it's the case, and that's the nugget of truth at the center of it all. And then it gets twisted into you know, just insane shit, like this whole porn addiction thing. It's crazy how porn addiction has just become accepted as a thing that exists. It doesn't exist. It doesn't fucking exist. There are only two types of people who claim to be porn addicts. There are only two types. Type number one is a gooner, and that is someone who has a fetish for pretending to be addicted to porn. That is what a gooner is. It's a fetish where you like to imagine yourself as sort of a slave, like you're being dominated. You know, it's a submissive, dominated type of dynamic, like psychologically, about your relation to pornography. It's a weird fetish, but it's not like anything that bad. It's not really harmful. I know Norman Finkelstein said gooning is like the pathway to fascism, which is really fucking funny. I don't think that's the case. It's just a fetish, right? It's just a kink. It's a kink where you pretend to be addicted to porn. It's like pretending to be a dog, or pretending to be a sex slave. It's you do it because you think it's sexy. You think it's hot, right? To be psychologically submissive to something, whatever. And then the other type is people who, according to studies, watch the exact same amount of porn as everyone else, but just feel more guilty about it. Generally, people who are brought up in Christian households or have some, relation to religion that guilts them into thinking this stuff is evil. There's simply no such thing as porn addiction. It's just made up, and yet everyone just accepts it. There's no such thing as dopamine frying. There's no such thing as porn addiction. It's all just made up. And yet, for some reason, and even if there were some instances where it's the case, like, people can get psychologically addicted to anything. So, maybe there's no such thing might be a bit extreme. But then the consequences of that, consumption of pornography are also just made up. Like, the stuff I see people, you go online and you see people accusing each other of being porn addicts over just disconnected random things that someone's just decided. If you like anime, you're a porn addict. If you're transgender, you're a porn addict. If you're if you have a trad wife, you're a porn addict. It's like, no matter what you do, someone's going to accuse you of it. It's just because it's made up. It's a floating signifier. You can just attach it to anything. And the idea that there's this, firstly, we have the Christian culture that tells you masturbation is a sin, so porn is bad. And then you have the Reagan-era anti-drug propaganda that tells you addiction is the worst. It's so bad, right? Like, if you're addicted to something, you're morally wrong. You're morally reprehensible. And so you have those two things compounding, and it just means, like, bad person, right? Like, not just you did something that was morally bad, but, like, in terms of virtues, you're lacking. Right, like it's not just, like, for example, you could kill someone, right, and that would make you a bad person because you did a bad thing. But that's not the same thing as, like, if you, like, the video, the Folding Ideas video where he just rips into Nostalgia Critics The Wall, and he just goes on this rant about how, like, because Doug Walker is a fundamentally uncurious person who is fundamentally incapable of creativity, like, like that kind of bad person. Like, that's what they're accusing you of being both of those things, both evil in terms of action and in terms of character. And so, but what the actual meaning of the signs that they're associating you with, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what the actual meaning behind them is, because it just means, like, morally bad in terms of character, at a deep fundamental level. That's what they're trying to sort of attach with this phrase. But it's obviously nonsense. Like, even, I mean, obviously the concept of moralisms like that is nonsense to begin with. And then, as I've already explained, the facts of the matter do not line up with the way it's used. But, this isn't just about, like, it means the same thing. Calling someone a porn addicted freak means the same thing as saying, oh, you're just a guy whose dopamine receptors have been fried. It's literally this, it's used to mean the same, it's used to signify the same moral failings, which, as I have already explained, are fucking nonsense. I hate all of it, and it's all coming down on Gen Alpha just because they like to watch fucking Gmod videos. What's wrong with watching a couple of Gmod videos? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Again, we used to watch Fred. Have you seen Fred? Like, I will 100% die on this hill, okay? Skibbity Toilet is of infinitely higher quality than a single Fred Figglehorn video that has ever existed. Any Fred video. Those are terrible. You go back and watch them, they are so bad. They are unwatchably bad. Even some of the later stuff, like Ray William Johnson videos, unwatchably bad. right? But you know what holds up relatively well? A lot of those early Gmod, animations, the source filmmaker type animations, they hold up okay. I'm not saying they hold up great, but someone put effort into them. They might have a lot of like lol random 2000s humor in them, but I think personally that they hold up better. And Skibbity Toilet is in that tradition. It's fine. You can watch it as an adult, and I'm not here to say it's the best fucking thing ever, okay? It's incredibly repetitive. It's not called the most exciting plot of all time, but it's like pretty well animated, and he pumps out a lot of them. Like that guy is working hard on Skibbity Toilet. It's I've seen a lot of source filmmaker stuff in my time. It's not the best I've ever seen at animation quality wise, but it's pretty good. He's clearly an experienced guy who knows what he's doing. There's some cool scenes. There's some like surprisingly interesting fight choreography in Skibbity Toilet. I'm not even joking. Because Skibbity Toilet is just a mecha anime for Zoomers. It's fine. Like, guys, you all need to fucking chill. You can play Team Fortress 2 for 10,000 hours and, nothing else will ever reach that level of, peak and satisfaction, ever. And that's fine because Team Fortress 2 exists, It's fine. It's just a video game. It's just a video game, guys. It's just pixels on a screen. Why is everyone so freaked out about it? Everyone's constantly trying to find a way. This is the thing. Every single person, for some reason, is obsessed with trying to find a way to prove that screen pixels can be bad. And even I do it. I think, I'm a little more concerned, I'd say, than most people. This is my self-defense with the machine that renders those pixels, and that being bad. But I'm still ultimately kind of saying that screen pixels are bad when I complain about like bloated JavaScript and stuff. I would like to imagine that I'm a little more concerned with the material reality, but then again, so would everyone. In reality, we're all just like having emotional responses to screen pixels because we're monkeys, and we're somehow having emotional responses to screen pixels, and then like trying desperately to figure out a way to justify those emotional responses. Our brains are just post hoc giving us some sort of justification, which is what brains do. So did I already explain why the lost levels is lost? How my ThinkPad shat itself? I think I did, right? I was recording on a ThinkPad because the previous episode was all about how Macs are bad, and so I was like, I'll record the next one on ThinkPad, and then the ThinkPad broke. And this is the third time that this specific breaking has happened, and I've been on Artix Linux the entire time. Now, I've used Artix on my desktop also for a long time, and never had any problems. But I figured it's retarded to just keep doing the same thing over and over again and hoping it doesn't happen. Or like keep making the same mistake and hoping it doesn't go wrong. That sounds stupid. So I was like, I gotta change, install something else that isn't Artix. Gotta install something else that isn't Artix on this computer because I don't want it to break and for me to lose everything again. But I have not been in the mood to do that since it broke. I have not been in the mood to look around for a distro to install and spend a day setting up a new distro. Until now, because I had to. I was in a situation where I needed to use the ThinkPad for something because all the other computers were in use. And I was like, fuck it, I just want to get this set up quickly. So I grabbed a USB stick off my Velcro to my wall, and I plugged it in just to see what was on there, because I thought, I just installed, I didn't just do it, but I installed OpenBSD on my X60 at some point, so maybe this just still has OpenBSD on it, and did. So I installed OpenBSD, and then I started having fun installing operating systems and configuring it because CWM is really nice the way it works. The way the configuration works in CWM is super intuitive. I really like it. That's basically how I feel about everything in OpenBSD. Everything is designed really well and smartly. Well, not everything. A lot of things. I'm so glad that I have an Ethernet cable to my room and I don't have to fuck around with the Wi-Fi supplicant or whatever, because that would kill me. That would actually torture me to death and kill me. But yeah, after a day, after however many hours that took, I don't know, I stayed up late doing it because it was fun, and I wasn't sleepy because I was too busy. And I got everything sorted, and it's really nice the way it is. I've got running CWM. I'm running Xterm right now. I'm considering switching to something else, maybe ST. But I've never had much luck with suckless software, to be honest, other than outside of dmenu. That's not true. I used Surf for a bit, and honestly, Surf was not bad. Not as bad as I thought it would be. It has some problems, but it works as a web browser. It's not as good as Qt browser as a daily driver. But yeah, Surf, I like Surf. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. OpenBSD, that's nice. I was going somewhere with this. I know where I eventually want to get, but there was an interim stop that I wanted to arrive at. Don't remember what it was. Don't remember what that interim stop was. I've got a lot of nice keybinds. They all work. I've got a web browser. It browses webs. Got my fonts. Got my nice font. You know, if you want to know what font I use, actually, I changed the font, and I don't even. It's just. You know what? Let's move on from that segment because I don't really understand what I did there. That's the bit that I wasn't quite sure of how to do. I mean, I got it working, but I don't know how I got it working. It wasn't working. I did a bunch of shit, and then randomly it started working. I don't know what I did, but I'm not going to complain. It's not the font I wanted, but it's good enough. And yeah, computer functions. But here's the thing. I kind of don't want to log into a Google account on this computer because, you know, I've been talking to DoLess a lot, and DoLess doesn't have a Google account. How based is that? And so that's kind of gotten me, you know, obviously I can't delete my Google account. I have my main email and work email, personal email, work email, YouTube channels, 5 YouTube channels, 6 consoles, dog cam, cat cam, you know, everything's on my Google account because I'm fucking retarded. But it would be nice to not have to log into my Google account on this computer because they don't need any more information about me, man. They've got enough. They've fucking got enough. They can leave me alone, please. So, you know, I would like to be able to watch YouTube on the computer without a Google account. Fortunately, there are many ways to do that. Unfortunately, none of them scale well enough for me because the best 2 ways to do it would be to make an account on some sort of invidious instance, which I did at one point. Did I manage to actually import my subscriptions? Hold on. Let me, I gotta go dig through invidious.io, right? That's the let me just, invidious instances. Because ideally, the situation would be, I host my own personal instance of Invidious. I don't know how to do that. I tried to make it work. I could not make it work. I know there's someone in my Discord server who does that, but I could not make it work. Anyway, I set up I set up something on something, is what I'm trying to say. I did something at some point. Let me go look. Hold on. I did set up a goddamn thing. I do have my subscription set up on on Invidious instance, which the URL I'm not going to read out loud for some reason. I just don't want to, and you can't make me. What did I spell wrong there? It doesn't look like I spelled anything wrong. Is it just because is it HTTPS only? No, I am very confused. Hold on, we have to go to Google. This is bad content you're experiencing right now, and I apologize. Oh, my internet. This is a problem. I don't know if this is a problem with the Ethernet cable or with my Ethernet port, but sometimes it becomes disconnected. I have to unplug it and plug it back in. It's not a hardware issue. I mean, it's not a software issue because this was happening. This has been happening on different computers. Oh yeah, okay, this works. Now so I should be able to just log in here and it's all good. But anyway, we have a problem. Not with this. This will work, but I have a general life problem, which is that I am subscribed to too many goddamn YouTube channels. I am subscribed to 700 or so YouTube channels, which is not as bad as it has been in the past, but it's pretty fucking bad. Now, I watch a lot of these, but I'm going to now go through and be as brutal as possible. I'm going to be as brutal as possible and try and trim the fat. Now, I did this like a week ago. I got down from like 800 or something. I had like almost 800. I think 700. I don't know. I unsubscribed from a bunch of channels. I think it was 800 and something. Down to about 700 and something. Low 7. What is it exactly? 705. So I'm now going to be even more brutal than I was then, because there's a lot of channels that I am like aspirationally subscribed to. There are channels where I subscribe to them because I want to be the type of guy that watches their videos, but I am not. And so I'm going to try and be as brutal as possible and unsubscribe from stuff. And I'm going to try and unsubscribe from stuff that is unhealthy to be subscribed to as well. Any slop. I'll keep a couple of slops, but I want to try and do some slop removal. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, that took fucking forever. Holy shit. That was arduous, but I have cleared out all my subscriptions. We're about to find out what we are down from. 705. Actually, I think it might be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 711. It might be. I can't. It's kind of weird because it says, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 711. And we are now down to 548. So if you could do the maths on that, 711 minus 548, or actually 548, 9, 10, 11, well, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 555, I guess. I unsubscribed from 156 channels. Now the only things I'm subscribed to are stuff I definitely 100% will always generally watch. Always, mostly. Often, I suppose.
Are you doing YouTube voice for me or YouTube?
For YouTube.
Okay. I was just confused because I didn't see YouTube.
I said I was going to record.
I just
okay.
heard you doing YouTube voice, and I was originally like, okay, you're recording, and then wait, I don't see a YouTube.
I'm recording. I don't think I have anything to add to the fact that I've deleted a lot of subscriptions. A lot of it, yeah, just like, I don't really watch ASMR anymore, so unsubscribing from all the ASMR channels, for example. A lot of stuff like that. Actually, I'm going to unsubscribe from one more ASMR channel that I didn't catch. There we go. 554. Was it 554 before or 555? Whatever. One less than whatever I said it was. It's one less than whatever the fuck I said it was. Okay, I don't think we have anything else to add to this. Didn't really help. I still think that's a lot of people. That's a lot of subscriptions. But it means that if I decide to, like, the point of this, I said it makes it hard. I didn't actually explain. The point is the RSS, having the way YouTube deals with RSS is each channel is a separate RSS feed. So, you know, having 700 different feeds that you're subscribed to takes a ridiculous amount of time to load. So, like, since I am trying not to rely on Google, you know, for my ThinkPad now, if I decide to do YouTube via RSS, it just makes it easier. I tried to set up YTFZF, which should work. Oops. Yeah, I'd see that's something that I should be doing. I got distracted by this whole unsubscribing thing. It took so long. It's taken so long that I've completely forgot that my original goal was actually to try and get YTFZF to work. Look, if I search for Uoi Knaton, this section all works, okay? This all works. Wait, actually, let's see if thumbnails work. They don't work in Xterm, right? It's -T, I believe. Uoi Knaton, scraping YouTube. Uberzug is not installed. I thought I installed it. Whoops, never mind. Okay, no thumbnails. We don't need that. Let's see. Let's scraping YouTube. Visiting anime mecha in TF2. Hey, I made that video. And then what happens? This is the question. I think MPV doesn't work. Oh, it's working. It's working. It wasn't. Wait, something didn't work previously, I thought. Right, let me try a different video. Why didn't it, I thought it didn't work before. Am I crazy? I thought I remembered it not working. Oh well, that's good. No copyright strikes. No copyright strikes. Well, I guess YTF works. I don't have thumbnails because I don't have ubazug. Is that in the packages? Do as pkg_add. How the fuck do you spell? Why is it called this? UE. It's UE. Bazug. Password. Can't find ubazug. It's not in the packages. Ubazug. Is it available for openbsd? Let's find out. Don't you love openbsd? See, this is why I stuck with Arch-based distros for so long, cause you know, openbsd. But there's a fork, right? Ubazug thumbnail preview in YTFZF without ubazug, but also wait. Today it was time to install. This is a Reddit post in r/openbsd. Today it was time to install YTFZF. Installed, configured, nice, works great. Thanks for this. The only small cosmetic thing which I can't get working are the preview thumbnails. That would be the cherry on top for me. Since I never get ubazug working on my openbsd installs, would be nice for CMOS too. I read the docs for YTFZF. They mention a -T option for thumbnails, followed by the -T program as viewer. Tried the official alternatives MPV, IMV, and Chaffer, but all are spitting the same error message, and then it links an error message. Blah blah blah. Let's see, has anyone actually solved this problem? Because this is a Reddit moment. Oh, I just saw someone, this post is from 9 months ago, someone 3 months ago, did you ever solve this? Yeah. Okay, so thumbnail's not happening, but I happen to know that YTFZF has subscriptions, and they're better now than they used to be, if I remember correctly. Let me check out their GitHub, because they have features, subscriptions, examples, -T, so use D menu, print the link instead of playing it, search Odyssey instead of YouTube, use the Chaffer thumbnail viewer, scrape Odyssey. I don't know what Chaffer, what the fuck is that? I don't know. I don't need thumbnails, okay? It doesn't matter for me. I would like to see how subscriptions work. Add-ons. There are add-ons, but I guess we could just do like probably something like YTFZF-H. I bet that's a command. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of options. There's a lot. Playing options. We don't really need playing options. I know how to play things. Menu options. The program used. Okay, we're not worried about thumbnails for now. I'll figure that out at some point maybe. Search option. I don't see anything that mentions subscriptions. Am I crazy? Let's man YTFZF. No entry in the manual. I don't know why I thought that would exist. There's a wiki. There's a fucking wiki. Oh, there is a hold on. But how do I YouTube subscriptions? SI? What? Is it -SI? The subscriptions file to use. How does it work? Let's just try typing that. This was not listed here. Was it? Did I miss it? Instance. Force YouTube. Force Invidious. I'm already using Invidious. It uses Invidious by default. I'm very fucking confused. I know it's possible. Okay, I'm gonna stop recording and figure this out off camera. It never occurred to me how unusual. I don't know if this is unusual. You know, those things where it's like, does everybody do this, or am I like completely fucked up and weird? I always have music going inside my head, like not literally always, but like really, really often. But it's not music that I'm choosing to audiate. It is random ass snippets of songs, like an earworm, except that it's often songs that I haven't listened to, you know, maybe in years. Like, for example, right now it's fucking Bar Black Sheep, except it's also always just like, sometimes it's like a whole chorus, sometimes it's one line. It just goes over and over. Like right now, it's just, and one for the little boy who lived down the lane, and one for the little boy who lived, just over and over. I think this would drive anyone fucking nuts. Yesterday, it was sticking out your gap for the Rizzler over and over again. you know, I've had fucking Katy Perry Raw, which I haven't listened to that. So I mean, that one, maybe it was Bandle. Oh, let's do Bandle. Let's do Bandle. Did I do Bandle today? 1993, 1.6 billion views, difficulty medium. All right, let's listen to this. 1993. In the land of chimpanzees, I was a monkey. It can't be that. That's like later 90s, I think, right? And faster. Come as you are. I don't know when Nirvana happened. No, it's too fast for Come As You Are. For Nirvana. It sounds like a rock song. I'm gonna skip to the bass. Okay, this is a pop song. Oh. Wait! I think I know this. No? I mean, this is the pop song chords, so it could be anything. Or it's some form of pop song. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go to piano. This sounds super familiar to me. This could... But the fucked up thing is these chords are in everything. Like, this could be Hey Jude. Na na. Na 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 na. You know? Hey, hey, hey. No, it's not quite right. Never mind. I was wrong. Goodbye. It's kind of right. It's close enough. This could be any 1993, 1.6 billion? 1.6 billion. So it's a big song. I don't know this fucking song. Electric Guitar. I don't know this song. I don't know this. I know this song. But there's so many songs that sound similar. Is this an Oasis song? Is this an Oasis song? Is this an Oasis song? I don't know. I'm gonna voice cover. It's Hey Yeah. I don't know what that song's called. It's Hey Yeah. What's it called? I only know the fucking meme. What's the song called? I have no idea. I just know Hey Yeah. What's the real version of that song called? All right, let's do the lyrics. It's gonna be something. Also, the other song I was thinking was there's a Bruno Mars song with the same chords. There's a million songs with the same chords. It's Hey Yeah, that makes sense. I thought that song was older than 1993. Is it called What's Going On? That's a Marvin Gaye song. Yeah, it's not that. What are the lyrics to the song? It's got to be one of these lyrics, okay? It's got to be one of the lyrics to the song has got to be Hey Yeah, the real name, right? I'm eating ramen. It's shit good. Let me think. Alright, I wake up in the morning and step outside. I take a deep breath. I get real high and I scream at the top of my lungs. What's going on? Is it not What's Going On? That's just the Marvin Gaye song, which is a much better song. Let's be honest, because it's Marvin Gaye. I only know the fucking He-Man parody. I don't know what the original's called. What am I supposed to do? Alright, fuck it. I don't know. I give up. It's called What's Up. Do you know what's fucked up? Is when I typed in what's for What's Going On, that was one of the songs that popped up. It was What's Going On by Marvin Gaye, What's Up by the Four Non-Blondes, and What's Love Got to Do with It? And I was like, well, it can't be What's Up by the Four Non-Blondes because What's Up is not a lyric in that song. So it can't possibly be that. I don't know if I've ever even heard the original version. I've only heard the He-Man version. Well, that's fucked. You know, The Boy and the Heron, aka How Do You Live, the new Miyazaki film, which I haven't seen, is like #1 at the box office in the US right now. Deservedly so, I'm assuming. It's a Miyazaki film. You know, it's a bit, nothing else needs to be said. And I saw a tweet that said, why don't, given how popular these movies are, like why, and given the fact that animation, this sort of crossbreed 2D, 3D animation, Spider-Verse type stuff has been doing really well. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was critically acclaimed, for example. Like, why don't American studios put in Miyazaki amounts of effort? Like, why don't they make something like this? Why can't America produce something like this? And I'll tell you the reason. We don't have any animators. I'm saying we as if I'm American. The West in general, we don't have animators. We don't have 2D animators. It's a simple fact. In Japan, there's millions of people who are animators, enough to the point where, there can be a sort of cream of the crop that rises to the top and ends up working at Ghibli. Like the best of the best. There are so many, and it's a very competitive industry, that you can find good animators. The West doesn't have that. We don't have any like 2D animators other than the boomers who used to work at Disney. There's none. Like there simply aren't. You're thinking right now, that's not true. There's like Steven's Universe and stuff. And I'm not just talking about good animators. I'm not talking about good. I'm saying animate. Like, you should look at if you're interested in how the process goes for creating a cartoon. They don't animate it in America. The like quote unquote animation they do is just a storyboard, and they send it off to Korea. Like, you should look it up. Look up like a video of the quote unquote animation done on, like, I don't know, Steven Universe or any of these Western cartoons before it gets actually animated in Korea. It's a storyboard. It's an animatic at best. And this is the top guys we have. They haven't animated anything in years. They haven't actually drawn tweens in years. They haven't finished a cut. No one in the West has finished a cut of animation themselves in decades and decades. Even, the top of the top people. Now, I know there's some animation that happens in France. I'm not overly familiar with that scene, but I know it exists, and I'm sure it's cool. But generally speaking, like the West, America, we have no talent. There's none. The talent simply doesn't exist to pull this off. And the talented young animators that do exist aren't getting hired by the industry because they're making shit on YouTube. And they have the opposite problem, right? Like the animators in the industry haven't made anything in 10 years, in 50 years, whatever. And, when they do make something, like for TV, when cartoons get made, no Western animators actually do any work. They all get shipped off to Korea. But then on YouTube, it's the opposite problem, where motherfuckers are working themselves to death trying to animate something, a fucking 10-minute YouTube video. There's like one guy doing it all themselves. Like, there are animators. There are great animators, okay? Like, there's someone on YouTube that I really, really like called Joni Phillips. You should go watch their movie. All of their movies. They just put movies on YouTube. They just put fully animated, like, this motherfucker is insane, okay? They will just sit down and just spend like 3 years drawing a movie by themselves. Like, how can you do that? How can you be the type of person that does? It's absolutely insane. Go watch Secrets and Lies in the Town of Sinners, and go watch Barbara Winchester. Johnny Phillips is fucking amazing. Fucking, you know what you gotta watch? You gotta watch Barbara Westchester. The Final Exit of the Disciples of Essentia. The Final Exit of the Disciples of Essentia is a fucking amazing movie. It's all animated on paper, drawn by hand. It has this incredible style. It's so good. You should watch it. And I mean, the story and the characterize it, like, it's just very effective. The music choices, it's a very good film. It's a really fucking good film. Like, it just happens to be on YouTube rather than, Netflix or whatever. But it's an amazing film. You should watch it. The Final Exit of the Disciples of Essentia. They exist, but for some reason they're not. I don't know. They're not getting hired. I don't know what's going on. They're just making shit on YouTube. Like the people who animate quote unquote for TV, they don't do shit. I'm talking about 2D. 3D is different. Okay, 3D animation, America is the top of the food chain. But 2D animation, you know, even though there were amazing animators in America, like there were just not enough of them, and they're not getting hired. There were not enough of them for what happens in Japan to happen, where the best of the best can be poached by, you know, a studio that demands perfection. And then there's also the other, you know, obvious problem, which is that even if you could somehow cobble together 100 Joni Phillipses, because they exist, you know, if you could do that, you could do it, right? They're like, if you scoured the entire continents of North America and Europe, you could find enough good, talented animators to pull off something of Miyazaki quality. Miyazaki redraws like 40% of cuts from his movies himself, you know? I don't think it's a size for it, but it's something insane. Like, who are you going to find that is experienced enough with 2D animation to direct them? This human being does not exist. This human being simply doesn't exist because someone decided animation is for babies at some point. I don't really care. I don't really care about like animation as a medium, right? I'm not one, like a lot of people who get into anime, they love it because they love animation. And in animes, you know, some of them only play, especially they tend to gravitate towards the Ghibli stuff, movies, a lot of OVAs, you know, the stuff that's super high quality, Sakuga type stuff. These are the sorts of people who will they'll be like, you ever heard of Yo Yoshinari or whatever, right? Those motherfuckers. These are guys that are gonna tell you to watch like Dirty Pair. They're gonna tell you to watch Pat Labor. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not the type of anime fan I am. I don't really care about animation as a medium more than I care about any other medium, right? Like I'm not saying I don't like animation. Obviously I do, but I have no like special admiration for the artistic merits of animation over anything else. Like they exist and I appreciate them when they're there, just like anything else, but it's not like a special thing for me, right? Like, in fact, I personally don't really mind if I actually have more tolerance for poorly animated shows than I think most people do. Like I when I see a show with like a super low budget or rush time schedule, shitty seasonal isekai, you know, that doesn't have the animation quality, I almost appreciate it. Like I almost am like, yeah, this is the cult pulpy media that I'm here for. It's not supposed to look good, you know. It's supposed to be anime made for a hardcore otaku base. Of course, it's not going to be the best animated thing ever, right? It's surviving on 1,000 people buying DVDs in Japan or Blu-rays. Like, of course, it's not going to be the best thing ever. So yeah, I don't really mind that. I'm here for the moe personally. But yeah, American like animators, they don't do shit. Like, never give those motherfuckers any credit. Never. Like, firstly, they somehow fuck it up anyway. I don't like Steven Universe. I don't care about Steven Universe enough to have strong opinions about it. I watched like the first season back when it was like popular at first. When people first started talking about it, I was like, I'll watch it. So I watched the first season and I thought it was okay, and then I never really thought about it since then. I didn't really care. You know, meh. It was pretty meh. But you know, I've seen the discourse. I know people who complain about how the animation is inconsistent in that show and how characters are off model all the time and all this stuff. Like you just, I don't know, man. And they don't even animate. Like, that's the fucked up thing, right? Is they're not even animating it. It's just some guy in Korea that's following them, and like they don't even really have to do really hard work. How are they fucking it up? It's ridiculous. This is why I like this Howard Blast fella on YouTube. He used to have a different name. Forgot what his previous name was. Let me see if I can find it. I talked about him before at some point. Nope, no fucking clue what. Oh, here he is. I don't remember. Libido Comment, that was his old name. Like, this guy's fucking dedicated, okay? This guy is the most dedicated guy I've seen to preserving the craft of otaku media. Like, I wish I could be as dedicated as him. Okay, this motherfucker was like, I love anime so much, I want to make sure that it's impossible for anime to ever die. And the only way I can be 100% sure is if I learn to make it myself. Well, he's making a visual novel, or visual novels, but, you know, otaku media. He's like, I love fucking otaku shit so much that I want to make sure it never dies. And the only way I can be completely sure is to learn the entire process myself to such a high quality that it is indistinguishable from the shit that comes out of Japan. And so he fucking taught himself Japanese fluently and taught himself how to draw. And he's like a really good artist. Like, better than a lot of Japanese Twitter artists that, you know, his shit's on, like, great. If you saw it in a if you saw his art in a high production visual novel, you know, I wouldn't bat an eye. It looks better than some of the shit I've played, honestly. Some of the, you know, there's a lot of fucking visual novels out there with questionable anatomy, especially in, like, H scenes. Very questionable anatomy. You know, this is the guy that's gonna fucking carry us forwards. Now, I'm not entirely sure about his motives, because he does sometimes go on a rant. Like, from time to time, he'll go on a rant, and he sort of hints about, like, oh, it's because anime is being taken over by le woke Westerners or something, which I think is a bit silly, because I don't know how real that is. That's a bit of a... But whatever his motivations may be, I gotta fucking respect him for it. He has more dedication than I will ever have. Where was I going with this? I don't know. Yo, anyone want some bluesky codes? Are you ready, guys? You ready, guys? Okay, give me a second. Okay, you ready? I hope you're writing this down. BSKY-social-G76BB-VVUBG. Okay, that's the first one. I'm just gonna read the number. All of them start with BSKY-social-. Next one, F47V4-VQAQA. Okay, next one, IGVYQ-4XUW. Okay, next one, QGV6R-FBXMH. And finally, G3RNV-TJ3KZ. Those are, I have nothing, I don't know what to do with these codes. They keep giving me codes. I don't know what to do with the codes. I'll see if you use them. If you use them, I'll follow you, because it shows me who used them. It's not like I use bluesky very much anyway, but I have these codes. They're sitting there. I have the codes. So, you know, I don't know what to do with them. I'm putting them in here. Enjoy, I guess. I think everyone has it. Everyone who wants a code has a code by now. You know, I don't see anyone asking for invites. Everyone who wants one has got one. So it's kind of pointless, but I just happen to have these. I don't know. Okay, guys. Today's bandle. 2012, 1.6 bill. Hard. 2012, 1.6 billion. 2012, 1.6 billion. '80s style drums, gated snares. Could it be a The Weeknd song? Oh, is it Royals? Wasn't that earlier? That was not 2012, right? That was before 2012. Yeah. Is it Paparazzi? That can't have been 2012, right? Lady Gaga, Paparazzi. It's not even on their list. What the fuck is this song? I gotta smell my pasta sauce. I have no idea what this is. I'm lost. Piano plus synth. I must have missed this one. Oh, You can learn to love again. What song is that? Isn't that like Black Eyed Peas or something? Fuck, I know the song. That would fit love. I think that's an older song. I just know one lyric. She says, learn to love again. Just a something, something, just a little bit's enough. Right, that one, right? What song is that? I don't know the name of it. God, this is like the second time this happened. What the fuck? Yeah. Fuck. Okay, well, whatever. Give me a clue. Simply provide an explanation. I don't know what the fucking song is. Fuck, my streak. It's Pink. Just give me a reason. That's what it's called. Fuck. Well, I knew the song. I didn't know the name. Something that I've had trouble. I don't know how to frame this. I have no idea how to frame this. I think it's like sexist. I think this is a sexist thing. However, I also think there's like a kernel of truth in it, but I'm not sure how to get at that kernel of truth while skirting around the misogyny aspect. And I also think there's a specific reason why this applies to women and not men, which I'll expand upon. But effectively, growing up on the internet, you kind of learned back in my day that like you shouldn't trust attractive women on the internet. That like something weird is going on there. There's something's off. If you see an attractive woman on the internet, something is off. And I mean on the real internet, not like on Instagram or whatever. But like on the internet. Because like being on the internet is inherently a lame thing. You know, if you're on the boards, if you're on the internet, you're lame. You should be doing something better with your life. And if you're an attractive woman, you could be doing something better with your life. And so, can you put my bass over there, please? Not there. In this. Yeah, like being on the internet is a shameful thing. It's a place where losers go to hang out because they don't have anything better to do. And so if you're an attractive woman, you have the option to be doing something better with your time and more interesting, and yet you're choosing to be on the internet. And that's odd. Why would you do that? Because it's not the best option for you. Like, I'm not saying, I'm saying you could be doing better things with your life, and you know this, and yet you're choosing. So that's like the suspicion, right? It's like, why are you here? That's odd. You're trying to do something with this. But I know it's not always the case. Sometimes attractive women somehow just stumble their way onto the internet, the real internet. But, this inherent, and also I want to say, this is an old school attitude, right? This is what you learned growing up on the boards, but how much truth is still in it these days, now that everyone's online all the time? And it used to be, if you were cool on the internet, you were lame in real life, right? Being cool on the internet meant doing stuff that made you lame in real life. But now, it's the exact opposite. Being cool on at least according to, children look up to YouTubers and Twitch streamers, right? Like the cool people on the internet get followers, and they're looked up to, and they make tons of money. Which in that case, it makes sense. If you as someone who could be successful in the real world, why not be successful online? It's the same thing as real world. So this is something weird. And the reason I said it doesn't apply to men, or at least I think it applies less to men, is because the traditionally attractive male body type you achieve by like lifting at the gym. And lifting is an autistic activity. Like, you can be a sort of gym bro guy and get that physique. But there are also, and I'm sure you know this, dear viewer, many, fucking completely autistic social failures who are very successful at lifting and look great. Whereas I feel like to achieve optimal female, attractiveness, God, that sounds like the most incel fucking phrase I've ever said in my life. Optimal female attractiveness. I should just stop digging this hole for myself where I talk about this. Like, it's about, you have to have social awareness. You have to be fashion conscious, be aware of trends and stuff. You have to, be able to buy the right makeups and all of that shit. I just feel like it takes more skill that isn't, autism coded. Not all of it's encoded. Some of it's autism.
Most of it.
But it's also the other thing. I feel like more genetic. I think female attractiveness is more genetic than, especially I'm talking about like in a traditional, in a sense of like what women actually find attractive in men. They like balding Jewish men, generally speaking. Hairy, balding Jewish men like, what's the guy from Jurassic Park called? You know that guy? Jeff something, right? Fuck, what's his name? Hold on. Now I gotta look him up. Something like that. It's not, is it Jeff? Jurassic Park. Jeff Goldblum, that's his name. Yeah, that's the archetype the women actually like, is Jeff Goldblum. I feel like we're going really off topic here. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, like I don't know how useful this instinct is in me anymore, is what I'm saying. I don't think the archetypes from back in the day still function. The older words, the old laws are still in effect, right? But still, I find myself suspicious when I see conventionally attractive women in deep online social spaces. And in fact, nowadays, in many cases, there are conventionally attractive men in these spaces, or the sort of in the very cheesy way that I'm talking about, right? Like Andrew Tate, lots of abs and stuff, who are grifters and scammers. Just like there are, boober streamers who also grifters and scammers. They're doing the same thing. So, I'm just kind of stuck here with this instinct that I think is sometimes useful, but I also think is sometimes just misogynistic. And I'm not sure what to do with it. I'm not sure what to do with these instincts, if they're actually helping me, if they're actually useful survival instincts, or if they're, not help. As time's gone on, I've realized just how set up for failure I was in that one Sixes game I played. I mean, the 140 ping doesn't help, but, they told me you should play a hit scan class if you have high ping, which I'm coming to realize may not actually be, like, true or good. Like, actually playing, like, firstly, Scout is my worst class already, which I didn't know back then, because I played, like, a couple of games of Scout and done okay, which was basically how I was at every class at the time, so I didn't know that I, like, particularly sucked at Scout. But yeah, no, playing Scout on high ping is actually really hard, same with Sniper. Like, any hit scan class is just going to be hard on high ping. Now, any class is going to be hard on high ping, but I probably, in my... Right now, if someone was like, you're going to play a game on 140 ping, I would probably have picked Soldier, to be honest. Now, would I have been an effective Sixes Soldier? Back then, no, I probably would not have. I don't think I'd even played like more than 10 minutes of Soldier at that time. But, I was basically set up for, there was nothing I could have done to do better in that game. I was new to the game, never played Sixes before, no one really explained to me what we were supposed to do. And they put me on Scout, which I guess was the best idea from them, because having one bad Scout is like the least important class to be bad. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want to have a bad demo, that's your main damage dealer. You definitely don't want to have a bad medic, of course. And your soldiers are going to be, you want them to be good. Like, Scout is the least important out of all of the classes in a Sixes, team. So that makes sense. I didn't really know how to play Scout. I still don't really know how to play Scout. But yeah, that's a big way I was set up for failure, was just the fact that they put me on Scout with high ping. When I first loaded into the game, I was like, this is how little I knew about Sixes, is I first loaded into the game and I picked fucking Hybrid Knight, because I was like, well, Hybrid Knight is my best class. I had never even played, like, demo with Sticky, like, properly at that time. Ideally, if I ever played Sixes again, I would definitely play demo, because that's my fucking main, and I would play on an EU server. But even without, as long as I wasn't required to hit nutty pipes, like, you don't even really need good ping to effectively lay down some sticky traps and stuff. Now, I would still suck, because I don't know the meta. I don't really know how to play Sixes, but I'm pretty sure I would be more effective than, desperately trying to figure out how the fuck to play Scout. I was really, like, after that game, I've really been put off playing Sixes, and I've also got put off playing Scout after that game. It was really a traumatizing experience, because my team was getting mad, and I could tell they were trying not to take it out on me. Like, they were surprisingly nice to me. Really, the I don't know what they call it in TF2. In CS, you would call it an IGL. I don't know if that's what they call it, but our IGL was getting on everyone's backs for not communicating properly. I was trying my best to communicate, and I asked if I was doing a good job, and he said I was. So, hopefully I did my best. I tried my best. But my best was not enough. I suck at Scout. I don't like playing Scout. The gun doesn't work, first of all. I was really set up to fail. I was set up to fail in that game. But I think at this point, I would try playing sixes again. That was my Discord ping. I don't even know if you could hear that. Yeah, I think I would try playing sixes again. But yeah, on an EU server. And I don't know, like in NA, you have a lot more options. You have a lot more options for pickup games and stuff. You do in EU, there's not like the stuff exists, but I don't know. I don't really know if I'm interested in getting in competitive anyway. I'm at the point now where I am pub stomping most games, right? Like I pretty much am in the top 3 on the scoreboard on almost every game. But it just leads to me getting frustrated at my teammates if we don't win. I've started calling for a total noob genocide, There were so many noobs in this casual game from 2007 that was never meant to be played well anyway. And it's good when I'm farming them, but then they're also on my team. And another thing is, no one ever wants to play medic, so I end up playing medic a lot. And that's just the worst, right? Because, look, I think that you can't blame being a bad medic on having... Okay, the more I've played medic, that you as a medic always have options, almost all. But there are some times when you don't have options. And those times are when a scout is on you and you're fucking healing some soldier and the soldier just ignores the fact that you can't do anything. If a scout is shooting you and the person you're healing just ignores that, doesn't even realize that they should be protecting the medic and just keeps spamming rockets into a choke or something, there's nothing you can do in that situation. And that is a time when you can get mad at your teammate, being noob. Another time you can get mad at your teammates being noobs is if you Uber, for fail Uber. Now, you can't get mad at your teammate being noobs for fail crits, okay? That's your responsibility. If you're using the crits, that is your fucking responsibility. The crits is a gamble. You knew it was a gamble going in, etc. But on stock, especially on blue, if you sometimes, I don't know, countering an Uber by Ubering a pyro and the pyro just ignores it. I don't know, sometimes you'll Uber someone and they'll just go AFK. It's very odd. I don't know why they do that. It's just bad timing, I guess. These are the times when you can get mad at your team for not protecting you when you're getting singled out, which you could argue is your fault for being out of position, but also, the times I'm thinking of, I wasn't that out of position. It was very reasonable for teammates to have helped me. There were definitely times when I can't complain about this at all because I am fully out of position. I went in too deep, pocketing guy, got singled out while he was too busy protecting himself to protect me. That is completely reasonable. That's not the time. Talking about times when it would have been very easy for someone to just turn around and shoot someone on me. I could do, situations like that. Or the bane of my existence, this is the thing that still just baffles me about TF2 play, is just refusing to push. Why do people on payload maps sometimes just refuse to push the card? It is baffling. It's seriously continues to completely confuse me. Every day I get on this game and there are times we won't push. It's so confusing. What are you playing the game for? Why are you hanging back? It's so strange. Pushing is the fun part of the game. Going in and getting kills and being in the fight. That's the fun part of the game. It's not like they're avoiding the objective because it's boring, you have to... No, the objective is where all the kills are happening. That's where the game is happening. That's where all the action is. Why aren't you pushing in? Even if you die, it only takes 10 seconds for you to respawn. It's not even a big deal. It's not like Counter-Strike. What are you doing? That's just a very confusing thing for me. Or not pushing with an Uber as a team, also very fucking confusing. When you Uber someone in, and the team just stands there, doesn't push in with you, because, I can flash you with Uber if you get in danger, right? You're fine. This is the safest you could possibly be. What are you doing? Otherwise, sometimes the Uber's just pointless. There are many times like this when, the game just confuses me. But I still sustain that even, as medic, even if your team is not doing great, you can't really single-handedly win a game. It's not like a power class pub stomp and frag out. It's a different situation. But you can't get mad at your team 99%. 99% of the time, You need to be proactive rather than read. You need to, from the beginning of the game, you need to be making notes in your head of your teammates, how they play, how they, how aggressive. Like, pyros are really problematic because almost every other class is going to be dealing knockback when they damage. Like, if the team has aggressive, soldiers, aggressive demos, none of that is super bad for me because I am really good at surfing down. And so you can always ride their damage to safety. Like, that's, core medic fundamentals, riding damage to safety. Now, there are random crits in this video game, which are extremely annoying when you're playing medic, but you just got to account for them. And there's also cracked snipers in this video game, which is also very annoying. And sometimes you can't account for it. Sometimes you need to push through a choke. You don't have a choice, and you're just gonna have to take that gamble and spam crouch and wiggle your mouse and jump around and hope that the sniper doesn't hit you. Sometimes you just gotta take that gamble, and the gamble's not gonna pay off sometimes, and it just is what it is. And random crits, they're annoying. They just are what they are. They're random, they're crits. But maybe you can take into account that. But the thing I struggle with a lot is actually pyros, just WM1ing me, because the flames don't do any knockback. So, you run at the same speed as which means if you're in their flames range, you're going to stay in the flames range, and there's nothing you can really do. So, like, what I generally try and picture in my mind is where I'm standing. If a pyro comes around that corner, are their flames going to be... Am I standing far away enough that if a pyro comes that corner, their flames won't reach, meaning that I can continue to run away and stay out of their range? There's a lot of stuff like that, which I think makes me a better than average medic. I'll tell you what really helped. It was watching these videos by a medic made on YouTube. Let me actually find this in case you... I think it was called Medic 101 or something like that. Yeah, by Theory Y Studios. This guy's videos super helped. Like, after watching, I marathoned like most of this guy's videos one night, and the next day my medic gameplay improved like 90%. Seriously, like, really fucking great videos to help me understand the class a lot better. Even not just listening to what he's saying, but also just like watching the way he plays really helped me understand the class a lot. I'd still not say I'm an amazing medic. I miss arrows a lot still. My heal priority isn't always perfect. I'm not keeping track of enemy ubers in my head very well. There's a lot of stuff to keep in mind when you're playing medic. But yeah, you can do a lot to offset your team's incompetence by just playing smart and paying attention to your team, figuring out who the good players are. Unfortunately, being a good medic means paying attention to the guy with all the unusuals who's at the top of the scoreboard and ubering him. It means that, as fun as it is to, as funny as it is to see a noob, give a noob that one chance to pop off with a crits. It's just not what, like 90% of the time, unless you're trying to do it because it's funny, which is fine. You can do it. It's a funny game. A lot of the time, it's just not going to work out for you, and then you're going to regret it when you can't build Uber again. Being able to build Uber is not something reliable. It's a luxury. You can't, even if you're spy checking a lot, you're going to get backstabbed. Even if you're careful, you're going to get hit by random crits. Even if you're careful about sightlines, you're going to get headshot. There's a lot of ways you can get dropped very unpredictably when you're at 100% waiting for the right opportunity to pop. Like, it happens a lot. It's just going to happen when you're playing medic. You can't get mad at... You can get a little mad about it, but you can't let it ruin your day because it's just going to happen a lot. But I also don't like playing medic because of that reason. I think playing medic is kind of boring a lot of the time, which is annoying because I also end up playing medic a lot of the time. Where was I going with this? Why did I start talking about playing medic? I was supposed to be talking about playing 6-it. Why did I start talking? I have no idea why I started talking about play. I was talking about why TF2 players are bad, like confusingly bad TF2. I actually think it's way worse. Like, being the medic and watching your team be bad is actually better than being a power class and having a bad medic. That is way worse. Having a shit medic on your team is so annoying because you have a medic, so no one else is going to go medic, and you're flagging out as demo. So, or pyro or whatever, you're doing well. You don't want to switch to medic because you're on a roll. No one else is, but you just have this medic who's just, I don't know what, just doing nonsense. Sometimes they just heal the one guy they're in Discord call with or whatever. Like, I don't know, it's so annoying. Medics who just ignore you when you're spamming medic next to them, they just fucking, why? Why did you pick that class if you weren't going to heal people? Your job is to heal people. What are you doing? That stuff's so fucking annoying, holy shit. Or having engineers who just refuse to build teleporters. What is that? Like, it's so confusing sometimes. I just wonder what is going through these people's heads. Like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing with Engineer when I first played Engineer. But I knew one thing. I knew teleporters win games. That's all I knew. And so you bet your ass, if my tally got sapped at spawn, I was running back to spawn to build a new tally. Like, why don't people do it? It's very confusing. It's not like you have anything else to do. You're just sitting there hitting your fucking sentry with a wrench. You're on blue. What are you doing? Build teleporters. It's so I don't understand the mind of the average TF2 player. It's baffling, a confusing mess. And then you got the spies. Spies are a strange breed, man. Like, I played a bit of spy. I had my spy arc. You heard me have my spy arc within this video. Spy is so inconsistent. This is the reason why I don't play much spy after my initial burst of spy activity. Like, some games, I'm just able to decimate the enemy. And some games, I can't get a single kill. And I don't know why. It doesn't feel like I'm doing anything different. It's very confusing. Spy is confusing to me. And trick stabs, I don't know. Like, I can't tell. Because, you watch YouTubers. You watch spy main YouTubers. And it looks like they're never in trouble. Because even if they get caught out, they can just hit a wicked sick trick stab and gain 200 health. And then they're fine, right? But I don't know how much, because there were definitely good spies. We know that. We know that there are good spies. What makes you a good spy? How do you do this? Like, how reliable is this method? Or is this a situation, like, how much of this is what they show on YouTube and actually they die a lot? That's what I'm asking. And the only way for me to really find out would be to watch, like, stream VODs of these players, YouTube spy mains, and find out. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. Alright, I want to really quickly clarify. I know no one will ever call me out for this, but I'm calling myself out for this. I said I'm really good at surfing damage. I'm good at surfing damage. I'm not real. There are insanely good comp medic mains who are just unkillable. I know. I'm not one of those people. I'm not a medic main. I'm saying for a demo main who sometimes plays medic in casual, I'm pretty good at surfing damage. That's what I meant. My 3R3 303 TD3 arrived. It goes bleep bloop. Let me play you an example of some bleep bloops. Some will sound like this. A little bit like that. You know what I'm saying? 303 sound, 303 noises. From the TD3, everyone says, oh, it's such a pain to program. It's impossible to program. It's very easy. I don't know why anyone complains. As you can do crazy shit with it. It's not even that unintuitive at all. Like, once you've learned how to do it, like, yeah, it has problems. It's not perfect. It's not how I would have done it. It's not how I would have done it, but it works. It works and it's not that complicated. Like, it's really not. You can put in you're just doing little 16 bar maximum loops. Like, it's even if it takes longer than drawing it on a piano roll, maybe that's nice. It inspires you to do interesting things with it. But anyway, it's not that complicated to do basics. But now I have it, and now I've run into a problem. The problem is I instantly understand why people buy physical hardware to make electronic noises now. It is so nice to have physical knobs to twiddle and to have a limited device. I've been always a strong proponent of the idea that creativity comes from limitation. Very strong proponent of the idea that creativity comes from limitation. And having a device that limits you in interesting ways, that's where you get creative. I don't know, I like it a lot. It was £100 well spent, £105 well spent, in my opinion. Definitely worth it. And it will be really good if I ever decide to play live shows. Like, I could play Knife and Running on the Spot, using that as the synth my bass, and it would work pretty nicely. But yeah, I instantly understand why people buy analog gear. I don't particularly think I need anything else though, like other than pedals and like an amp, which is stuff, but that's not analog, electronic music. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I understand it, I get the vibe. And once you get multiples and you're controlling it with MIDI and doing all of it together, like, go on YouTube and when I look up like live 303 techno shit where they got a drum machine and the 303 hooked up and then, some other synths and stuff, it is very nice. I don't think it's worth the money for all of that stuff, But I like having this thing. That's all I'm saying. I like having this one thing. I don't think I need anything else. But I understand why people buy other things. I always thought, like, gotta program it all up. Everything uses some different interface. It's all very annoying. Why would you do that for sounds that you're just making your... But firstly, it's not the same. This definitely sounds better than at least Logic's inbuilt 303 emulator, which is called the ESM monophonic synth. Oh shit, it's my alarm. Yeah, the TD3 has a very nice distortion circuit. I gotta say I like that. And future Zone 7 songs will include this. Future Zone 7 songs will include this. Zone 7, composed of drums, a gum bass, and a 303. This is called real fucking music. Zone 7, if you don't like us, buy a rope. There's this video by Nahre Soul. Now, I like Nahre Soul, okay? Nahre Soul, good YouTuber. I've been watching her for a while now, for a long time now. Let's see, probably, when did like 4 years? Since her video about flamenco, I believe, which was an amazing video. And she's made a couple of these videos where she sort of talks about like X genre as digested by a classical musician. She's like an ex-concert pianist who is like, you know, exploring all of these different genres. And then she makes a bunch of other videos as well. And, well, she's clearly good at what she does. You know, I've watched her videos. Her video on flamenco, you know, not a genre I'm super familiar with. Her video on bebop, you know, I like to listen to a lot of jazz. But as for jazz theory, you know, I know fuck all, obviously. But she made a video about synthesizers. And that's something I actually know, I think, a decent amount about. And this was years ago, by the way. Let me just put this out there. This is like, let me see when she made this video. Hold on a minute. Give me a second, please. 4 years ago. Okay, so like, we're pretty out there. But I don't know, man. It felt like in her video, I just rewatched it. I just had the urge to rewatch it. It felt like she just didn't really get it. I don't know if she gets it now. It's been 4 years. Maybe she gets it now. I'm gonna keep. You know what? I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna go and watch all of her other videos that could be related, and then come back to you. Alright, just go watch her video Lo-Fi Hip Hop as digested by a classical musician, and just go to the end and listen to what the fuck she made. It sounds really fucking bad. And listen, there's 2 reasons why it sounds bad. The first reason is because for some reason she decided to use 12-tone technique to create the melody, which is an odd decision. But that's fine, you know. I like a bit of Schoenberg. I don't know, it's cool, you know. I've done it before. I've made a 12-tone hip-hop beat before as well. It's a fun little thing to do. As your first ever hip-hop beat, weird, don't do that. Start with the basics. This is the thing about classical musicians. Like, they, for some reason, I think, like, the older generation of classical musicians, they think that they understand the peak of music and that everything else is below them. And then, like, the modern generation, they are like, well, we are, like, the real, true music, right? And then there's the jazz people over there. They're just wizards. But they have nothing to do with us, so it's fine. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, and it's magic. It's literal witchcraft. But, like, as long as I don't go over there and ever interact with them or talk to them, it's fine. And I still, as my classical training has given me power over all of music, without realizing that, you know, that jazz music is way more connected to most other modern music than anything classical is, other than, like, you know, actually, even that's not true, right? Because, you know, jazz and modern pop music come from the common root of the blues, right? Whereas classical has nothing to do with any of that. It's its own little world apart from everything. And, you know, really, what classical musicians don't fucking have is any goddamn rhythm. They don't have any goddamn rhythm, which is weird because Nahre Soul, all of her music is super rhythmic and Steve Reich inspired. And yet somehow she doesn't have the capacity to figure out, like, the rhythmic structures of lo-fi hip-hop. It's very, like, she's overcomplicating it by so much. And I used to do this as well, because I didn't, like, when you first start out in a DAW, you know, you think things can't possibly be that simple. So you add more and more rather than refining what you already have. Like, she starts off, this is like a weird thing. I've never seen anyone do this. She starts off using Logic's like inbuilt drummer program that I never use because it doesn't give you any control over the beat, which is not what you should be doing when you're making a hip hop beat. And she gets this weird ass cowbelly Latin kit sound. I think she's trying to make a syncopated thing, but why not just make a swung, quintuplet swing is the lo-fi hip hop sound, the like, right? That's the lo-fi hip hop hi-hats. Like, I don't know. Listen to some goddamn Dilla. Listen to some Dilla and listen to his kicks and realize the kicks are unquantized and they're low, and then you get a kick that sounds like that. Like, her sound, I don't know, the mixing, she didn't even try and mix it. She just left everything at full volume. Like, it's just I'm obviously, this is not her area of expertise. She's new to Logic and whatever, and it takes a lot of balls to put that shit online. And maybe I'm reading hubris into this, but like for some reason, I've watched her videos about flamenco and bebop and other genres, and she seems really open-minded. But whenever it comes to electronic music, she always seems like she's trying to meld the music to fit her worldview, rather than going in with an open mind and trying to, I don't know why it seems like that to me. Maybe she's like this for everything, and it's just that I'm from the electronic world, and so I see it more. Like, I don't think she's a bad musician by any means, but like, she just makes odd decisions in her electronic composition. It's very strange. And like, I don't know. Like, you don't need 5 different layers of drums to make a lo-fi hip-hop beat. You just need a kick, snare, and hat. You don't need all of this weird percussion in the background, and it's very simple to make make sure your snares on the fucking twos and fours, right? Just do that. Your kick can be fucking anywhere. Play it in loose, and make sure your hats are swung, and then you're good. You got lo-fi hip hop. It's not even hard. I guess she doesn't know what a compressor is. She doesn't really know what EQ is. I think this is like everyone's fault for not teaching her this, because this was after she went through this synthesizer thing, and someone definitely must have told her what a filter is. Because they explained ADSR to her at some point, so someone must have explained what a filter is. Someone told her to download Isotope Vinyl at some point, so that's right. She's on the right track there. That is how you make lo-fi hip hop, is you use Isotope Vinyl. It's so confused. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, because this is so natural to me. But it's like, the stuff that she's hearing when she's listening to music is just very different from the stuff that I'm hearing when I listen to music. Like, I hear a song in a particular genre. I am like computer music, and I understand the essences, the rhythmic components, the types of sound design tricks that they use. Like, I listened to Daria Core once, the 1, 2, and 3, volume 1, 2, and 3, and then I went and made a Daria Core song because I understood, okay, the hallmarks of this style are like, this is, I'm not saying I'm a genius for doing this. I'm saying this is normal, and in fact, I'm not very good at it compared to a lot of other people who are more in the sound design, using serum patches to do all sorts of crazy shit. That world. But I don't know. Just the rhythm. Like, there's something about rhythm that classical musicians just can't dig. Okay, so I listened to the second one where she tried to make a lo-fi beat, and this one was much better. But she still just didn't put a snare in the song for some reason. Like, it's clear in the first one that she's trying to be weird and wacky with it, because she's using 12-tone technique. It's like, how much of the song being weird and wacky can be excused from the fact that she's trying to make something weird, sure. But this one, she's obviously trying to do something super basic, because she's like reharmonized Silent Night. It's like the most basic song ever, a song everyone knows. She's using a very almost cheesy, almost cliche lo-fi piano sound. She's got it all there, jazzy chords and so on. But then, like, why not put a snare on the song if you're clearly actually trying to make a lo-fi song now? I wish she'd just explain herself. Like, why not just say, I didn't put a snare on this one because I was trying to do something different. But because she doesn't mention it, she doesn't mention why she didn't put a beat over it. It just makes me feel like she doesn't even hear the beat. Like, she doesn't even understand that the backbeat is like an important feature of the music, because she doesn't understand rhythm. Like that's the only conclusion I can think of, which I don't think that can't be real. That sounds insane. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm gonna keep watching. But these people, they confuse me. Okay, I watched the video "How Synthesizers Have Influenced Me as a Classical Musician" (brackets all caps) update from 2020, and it seems like she finally gets it, and she admits that she was closed-minded. She's starting to get it, and I can tell from the way she's playing music. And not only that, but finally someone explained to her how the fuck synths work, which is like if you put me in the mid, here's what I would do, okay? If someone comes up to me and is like, look, I'm a classical musician, you're a synth guy. I'm not really a synth guy. You're an electronic guy. Explain synthesizers to me. I would say, well, let me start you off with one of the most basic kinds of synthesis. It's not to say it's not powerful. It's just fundamental, called subtractive synthesis. And the idea is that there are these elemental basic waveforms. So music is made of vibrations, and if you imagine that vibration on a graph where time is the bottom axis, the horizontal axis, and amplitude is the vertical axis, and you draw out what those waves look like through completing one cycle, you have various sort of basic oscillator pattern that you can use to build all sorts of sounds, and these are going to come up all throughout when you're learning about synthesizers. You're going to have your sine wave, which sounds very pure. It's the most pure sound possible. Your triangle wave, it's a little less pure than a sine wave. A square wave is quite harsh, and a sawtooth wave. And that's basically all you need to know. Those sorts. And I would show what those all sound like and what they look like on an oscilloscope. And then I would say, now you may notice those kind of have a chiptune-y 8-bit sound, and that's exactly what they are. That's exactly where the sound of chiptune comes from, these very basic waveforms, because that's all the chips could do. And even with that, you have the entire world of 8-bit music, which is amazing. So don't underestimate the abilities of these basic rudimentary waveforms. But if you want to do something more interesting with them, you could take that waveform and shape it by subtracting from it. So as a first thing, you could change the envelope of the sound, which means changing the ADSR, right? I skip forward, fast forward in my explanation. I'm not going to explain it all in real time to you. I would explain ADSR. Or, you could use a filter on it, and then I'd explain how a filter works, right? All of this with an oscillator in front of you. And that's already, once you've got that, that's already a lot, right? And then you could start to say, well, that's just one type of synthesis. There's also, two other popular kinds. Might be the next one you might want to learn about. The next one that was sort of invented was FM synthesis. And that's a bit more complicated, and it can make more complicated sounds. And then I would try my best to explain FM synthesis, which, to be honest, I don't understand FM synthesis. But as I understand it, you have one oscillator and then another oscillator modulating the frequency of the first oscillator really, really fast, I think, is how that works. But yeah, to be honest, I don't really understand it. But I know what it sounds like. I don't use FM synthesis almost ever. So, I haven't really had the opportunity to do. I can tell you what the knobs do. If you hand me an FM synth, I can make it sound roughly like what I want it to sound like, even though I don't know exactly how it actually works underneath the hood. I don't know. It's I should probably look into that. But I'd give him that explanation. I'd try my best to explain how that works with a synth in front of me. None of this abstract, right? All of this you would be hands on. And then I'd probably stop there, because wavetable would probably be the next thing to talk about, but that's too advanced. We can just stop there and live with having subtractive synthesis and FM synthesis. You already have a bunch there. I mean, you can basically do most of what you want with just that, unless you want to make some freaky deaky dubstep sounds, which you can still do with FM, and your basics. But yeah, I would do that. And then, and this is the bit that I'm amazed no one's done with her even still, is talk about the fucking history of the music, okay? Talk about Kraftwerk. She hasn't mentioned Kraftwerk once. How can you explain synthesizers to someone? Sorry about that. How can you explain synthesizers to someone without mentioning Kraftwerk? It's insane. Someone should mention Kraftwerk, And then someone should tell her about fucking house and techno, man. Like, what are we doing here if we're not talking about this? And yeah, house maybe less so, but like techno at least, you know, like house, a lot of samples, disco samples, soul samples, you know, maybe more sample based than synth based. But techno, that shit bleeps and bloops, man. Okay, and it bleeps and it bloops, and that's the thing about it. It bleeps and it bloops, and that's what you gotta appreciate is the bleeps and bloops. And then I don't know, there's all sorts of interesting stuff. I don't know where I'd go with that. I'd probably just build off a question. Yeah, okay. You know what? She's figured it out. It took her a couple years, but she's got a mini boot. She's got a micro Korg. She's making electronic music. She's doing it. It's working for her. You know. Okay. You know what? I'm happy. This story has a happy ending. I hadn't gone through her more recent videos about this, so I thought she just sort of, because I just remembered watching this video, and at the end, the original one, the synthesizers as digested video, at the end of it, she goes through all of this, like she goes to fucking Andrew Huang's house with his insane modular setup, right? And then she plays around with multiple, you know, vintage analog synths, and then at the end of it, she just plays a normal song with like a xylophone preset on some sort of keyboard that like doesn't even really have like, it just has a few presets. It doesn't even have like the ability to create your own sound or anything, which is like, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just not how I would have ended a video about learning about synthesizers, because it doesn't really have much to do with learning about synthesizers. But it turns out she agrees with me and has learned a lot more since then, and expanded her. You love it. You love to see it. You love to see people expanding their musical horizon. We're going to actually talk about otaku shit now, because this is an anime podcast and always has been, and you're dreaming right now. Wake up, Ethan, wake up. Ethan, wake up. Ethan, wake up. Anyway, you know, I had to go outside today to do a little bit of band practice, because I got a band now, Zone 7. If you don't like us, buy a rope. Zone 7 with my band that I'm in. Our first rehearsal session / writing session. We got fuck all done. We got nothing done. It was kind of fun, but it was very unproductive, and we both knew it was unproductive by the end of it. I think Lil Crazy Bitch, aka the Plot Hole Phantom, aka whatever you want to call him, was a lot more optimistic at the end of that. I came away from that practice session very pessimistic. I feel like we have no direction as a band, and he seems to have all sorts of ideas of where to take things that are very different from the way I'm conceiving of things, and yet he's not very good at communicating musical concepts in language. Like, I think I'm reasonably good at that. He's not very good at that. So he doesn't really like doing it either. I think he likes the spontaneity, inspiration, but when you're in a band, you need to communicate your ideas. You need to, like, he never gives me fucking instruction, you know, which he should be doing. I need to just talk with him about this. I shouldn't airing my hit. But I came away from that practice session having had fun, but it was just kind of a jam, which is fine. It's fun to jam sometimes, you know, but we didn't feel like a cohesive band, which is strange because we've already recorded tracks and we felt way more cohesive when we weren't in this artificial space of this rehearsal place with much louder instruments and a real drum kit. So I don't know. I think we need to talk over. We need to spend a lot more time talking and coming up with concepts outside of the rehearsal space that we can implement. Anyway, why was I talking about that? Because on the train, I read manga if I don't just raw dog it and just think about things in my brain, which I do a lot of the time. But I've been reading this manga for ages now, very slowly, because I only read it when I'm on the train, and I don't go outside much. The manga is called Yumeguri Yuri Meguri, and I think it's fucking great. I think it's really good. It's not good in like a traditional sense necessarily, but it's exactly what it needs to be. And I think I just want everything to like this, because what I've been wanting recently is I haven't been able to focus on an anime. I don't know why, but what I want is just like, I should just read more manga. You know what? I'm just gonna give up on anime for the meantime, because I haven't really been having trouble focusing on manga. It's just anime that I'm trouble focusing. I don't really know. but I kind of just want show like very slice of lifey. Like I want shows where nothing happens. Like this is the problem, right? Is I'm fucking very confused and split about this anime that's currently airing called Hoshi's Telepath. This anime has like broken me in some sense because I remember having such an intense reaction to the first two episodes where I literally was watching the second episode and I had the exact thought to myself, this might be the greatest anime ever made. Like, in complete earnestness, I had that thought. This might be the greatest anime ever made. And then it lost itself for a bit. And it found its footing again, I feel like, after a few episodes. But it's very different from the show I fell in love with. And it's still good, but it's more plot than I would like. The girls, they do stuff. It's not exclusively cute things. The cute girls, they're doing just like plot things sometimes, which is not bad. There's nothing wrong with that. But they're having all sorts of interpersonal drama and having, I know it's hard for me to focus on and keep up with. So I'm kind of lost. I'm kind of just lost with anime. What I want is just a show like the manga that I was just talking about. Like in that manga, here's what happens in that manga. There are 4 cute girls and they go to an onsen together and they hang out and nothing happens. There is no plot. There is no drama. There's like a tiny bit, but it's not real. Like it doesn't matter. No one in the show. It's not like in a lot of things, some bullshit happens that doesn't matter. But the characters act as if it's the most important thing in the universe, and the show presents it. But in in fucking the thing, why is it got such a stupid Yuri Meguri? Is there some sort of shortened name? Should I just call it Meguri? I'll just call it that. Meguri. Whatever. In yeah, there's stuff like that, but no one really cares, and it just kind of ends, and it just always solved. And like this is bad by most traditional senses. This is bad storytelling. Like the art is cute, but it's not incredible most of the time. The backgrounds are very basic. But I think I would just read nothing but manga, and I wish there was more Iyashikei, like slice of life stuff. I know there's one that I haven't watched. There's literally one that I haven't. Honestly, I could just rewatch Gotchi, which is probably the one I'm thinking of that I haven't. It's not Konohanaki. I didn't finish, but I have watched a bit of and chance, which I tried to give a second chance and wasn't in the mood at the time. So I'm not going to do it now because I'm definitely not. But there's another one which I am forgetting the name of. If I look up slice of life anime on Mao, is there going to be an interest stack? How does this interest stacks thing work? Because this is useful. These interest stacks. This is like a really good feature of Mao, but I don't know how to. Cute girls doing cute things shows definitively. It's not Aria. It's not Ichigo. It'll be his. See, like I don't think Saki counts as a cute girls doing cute things show. See, this is like a heavy melodrama bullshit. As much as I want to like Saki, I like the character. I should also try watching Kaname, and I need to watch all of Milky Home, and I need to watch Idolmaster. I have a lot of anime. That's the thing. Okay, this does not include the show that I was thinking. Is there like some sort of sequel? Goated Slice of Life? Okay, maybe it'll be in this interest. Maybe I could just go through the Slice of Life tag on Mal. We'll find it eventually. Do not worry. What the fuck is this? This is very modern. These are the actually Slice of Life. Is it here? Nope, not so far. I will recognize the character. I'm pretty sure it's a manga. Goated. Ready? Okay, now I'm just Manga Time Kiwara adaptation. These are all the best anime. We're still looking. Nope, it's not. Oh, here it is. Hana Yamata. That's the one. Hana Yamata. I knew it was real. I fucking knew I didn't hallucinate. Yeah, I have not watched a single. This is like one of the last slice of lives that I have not watched. And here's the thing, right? Is that I have. If I go to my Google Sheets, hold on, okay. If I go to my Google Sheets, go to sheet, here I am. There's a spreadsheet. I made a spreadsheet that contains every single slice of life cute girls doing cute things anime that exists, and some that are questionably cute girls doing cute things. Like, for example, what did I put on here that was questionable? I think I put like Senko-san on here, which is like question. I think it has the correct vibe, but it's question that counts. I wish I could show you this, but this is a podcast, so I can't show you shit. But this list has every adaptation that I could find based, and it only has. It doesn't only have. I haven't, but they're separated by magazine. So Kirara, Kirara Miracle, Kirara Max, Kirara Carrot, Kirara Forward, Dengeki Daio, Kyun, Comic Yurihime S, Comic Alive, Webcomic Action, Comic Garden, Young Champion Retsu, Comic Earthstar, Gesan, Webcomic Eden, Manga Time Special, Nano Ace, Comic Fire, Anga Life Story, Flex Comic Blood, Ura Sunday, Planet, Tonari no Young Jump, Comic Rex, Magkomi, Champion Red Ichigo, Magi Q, Afternoon, Manga Yonkoma Palette, Besatsu Shonen Magazine, Comic Blade, Sunday, Gene X, Kurage Bunch, Gangan Joker. These are all of the different magazines, but the vast majority of slice of life anime come from Kirara and Comic Yurihime, and these are the main three. And then I guess there's a few from Comic Alive and Comic Earthstar. But the vast majority, in fact, the most, if you want to know that, here you go. Here's some. The magazine with the most slice of life, cute girls doing cute things, anime adaptations is Manga Time Kirara Karat, Hidamari Sketch, Heavenly Delusion, GA, Art Design Class, A Channel, Kill Me Baby, New Game, Blenders, Anime Yell, RPG Fudosa, Koisuru Asteroid, Machiku, and Ochitat, which is criminally fucking underrated. If you like cute girls doing cute things, you should watch Ochikomore Fruit Tart. That is a good fucking I also have every show color coded based on whether it's completed, on hold, dropped, or watching. So that's and I only out of everything, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 14, 16-ish. Actually, 19-ish, 20, 21. There's 21 shows that I haven't watched. And actually, I'm pretty sure one of these should be Softy, right? Did I not put Softenny on here? No, I did not. Okay, well, whatever. There should be there's about 21. Some of them I barely even heard of. Like Tari. I don't know what. And also, this list is outdated. There are more shows that have come. Like, this doesn't have some stuff anyway, why did I bring this up? I don't know why I brought this up, but there are some good shows out there, man. There are some good animes, and I don't know, I think I'm just gonna read manga. I have some interesting manga. I don't want to just sit down because then it's finished to read, but I have other things like Sekai de Ichiban Oppai ga Suki. I love boobs the most which is a great name. Or I could read, what else do I have? I should read probably Etota. That would probably be good. I should watch, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit of a pussy ass bitch. That's something you gotta know about, is I'm a little bit of a pussy ass bitch. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just not capable of finishing shows that should be good. Like Etotama. Etotama, one of the best looking shows ever made. But after 5 episodes, I dropped it. I couldn't handle it. It was pretty fucking boring. But it's got such good character designs. Like, god tier characters. And the animation's good as well. It's just like the plot was just bad. I think you should give it. It was the same with another show with a similar name. Something else. Whatever. Who cares? Like, there was, I don't know. I also need to give Milky Homes, because if I can get into, and I need to, like, here's 2 things. If I can get into them, I have Milky Homes, which the first season is bad, and then I think it gets better. Is that what we're talking here? I don't know. None of them are highly rated on Mal. They're all rated pretty badly, most of the season. But when has that ever stopped me? I watched all of Strikewood. Whereas Idolmaster is generally liked. There's so much stuff. There's so much Idolmaster, Shiny, Idolmaster Move, Yeah, but I want to watch. This is the one with the neat. That's what I want. But I don't actually. Maybe I should. Okay, let's give it a try. But I'm probably gonna watch 2 seconds. Lose. Wait, do I need to have watched the original Idolmaster in order to watch? I don't know. I will ask people. Supposedly, you can watch Cinderella Girls without having watched the original Idolmaster, although people are also saying that the original Idolmaster is much better than Cinderella Girls. But Cinderella Girls has the neat girl in it, so how can it be better? I don't understand. I'm not. Here's the thing. Here's the main point, right? That I just want to. So the only real idol shit I've watched. I watched Love Live the first season. And I thought it was just kind of soulless chaos. I appreciate the boldness of them. It's been like 10 years, guys. I'm gonna spoil the first season of Love Live. No one cares about Love Live anymore. Have you noticed this? It used to be fucking massive, and then it just vanished. I think it got replaced with VTubers. Everyone who used to like Love Live now likes Hololive. Anyway, there's a big twist like halfway through Love Live season 1, which is like the first half or even maybe more of the first season is spent like all building up to their first live performance. Right? Like it's like the main central arc of the show. And then they get there and no one shows up. Like they just go on stage and it's just empty. Which is I wasn't expecting that. Like it works as a twist because it plays with the formularity of these sorts of shows. Like it's a pretty decent twist. What they do with it is kind of lame. Then they're like, we're just gonna perform anyway, and we're gonna have fun performing anyway, and it's kind of, I don't know. They couldn't have done anything else with it, but it's very lame. Yeah, but the main reason I don't like idol shit is because I don't like idol music. I don't like 90%. Like, there's some good idol music, but it's mostly the weirder stuff. I like Brand New Idol Society a lot. And, fuck, what's that? There's a band, idol group that I kind of like. But yeah, I prefer the Denpa music over the idol music. Like, it's not based enough, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, just my take. So I don't know about Idol, but fuck it. Let's watch it. Let's watch Idol. The Idol Master. This is, I believe, summer 2011. That's correct. Okay. Let's watch Idol Master, guys. Right off the bat, I'ma have to tell you, I kind of hate how this show is animated and drawn. I kind of hate it. And it's A1 Pictures, so I shouldn't be surprised. Now, a lot of the A1 Pictures hate is a digibro psyop. Like, A1 Pictures isn't actually the evil that is ruining anime forever and it's evil and whatever. But they do have, all their characters do have same face. Like, they have the exact same face no matter what show you're watching or what character it is. They all have the exact same face for some reason. And they do have weirdly inconsistent art. But yeah, I don't know how much of this can be put down to the A1 Pictures menace and how much of this is just stylistic choice. It almost looks like they've been over ambitious for the start of the first episode, throwing in a bunch of animation cuts, lots of movement, lots of perspective, but instead of actually making it impressive, they just didn't. I don't know what's going on. It just kind of looks ugly to me. To be honest with you, I did not like episode 1 of The Idolmaster. I'm sorry, Artificial Night Sky. You're based, and I respect your taste, but I don't think idol stuff is for me. Like, you like JAV, I don't like JAV. Okay, you like some other stuff, I'm sure, that I don't like. We're different guys, okay? I like fucking... Here's the problem. I've run out of fucking anime. I should just watch, like, Konohana Kitan or the one that I was struggling to find yesterday that I have now also forgotten the name of. What was it? I'm doing the Second Chances board recently. There's quite a few shows that I've been like, yeah, I kind of want to give that another try. But maybe I should just be reading manga, to be honest, right now. Because, I don't know. Nothing's hitting me. Anime doesn't hit like it used to, for some reason. I'm gonna try this show again. Maybe I should just watch something good instead. Nah. Don't I have the kind of memo manga downloaded? I should just read that. Hold on. Let me get up my shit. What do I have here? Oh no, that's Etotama. I was getting confused. Maybe I'll just read kind of memo. It's a manga, right? It looks like a manga. Yeah, it's Manga Time Kirara. You know what? I'm just gonna read Kana Memo instead of watching it. Sorry, you guys were missing context. I had previously watched Kana Memo back in, let's find out, history, 2022. The 6th of October 2022, I watched 6 episodes of Kana Memo and dropped it. Anyway, I'm gonna read this manga. There's been lots of bots in TF2 lately, or today. Today was a bad bot day. Bad bot day. Tried to record a YouTube video. You know, I like TF2. I've never been as hyper fixated on anything as I am on TF2 right now, and for the past like 6 months or whatever. Like, I dream about TF2. Everything to me is just a side quest, and TF2 is the main quest in my life. Yawning. Which is why, one of the reasons why this podcast's taken so long to come out. The other reason being, there were 11 hours of podcast that got deleted off the face of the planet when my ThinkPad broke. But a lot of the thing is, I just don't do anything other than TF2. And so, that's all I have to talk about most of the time. I was going somewhere with this. I forgot where it was. I can't tell how good I am at the game. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, generally speaking, in casual lobbies, I do really well. Like, I'm top 3 on the scoreboard pretty much every round. But I need to play more Uncletopia. You know, this is really what I need to do. I need to actually start playing Uncletopia regularly, because they have better players, and it will force me to get, like, I find it fun to just do the same things that I know are, like, bad practice, but will work against casual noobs. Uncletopia forces you to not do those bad habits and to play the game for real. But not too for real. Because if you play the game too for real, it's just not fun. Like, playing the game too for real is getting a friend and just using a pocketed flog pyro uber medic for the whole game and having, you know, being unkillable. That's playing the game too for real. Playing the game too for real is stacking 3 engineers with wrangled level 3 sentries on last every game. That's playing the game too for real. Which is the fundamental problem with Team Fortress 2, is that, like, as a competitive game, or not necessarily that, as just the game, you can't take the game seriously. Like, if you start to take the game seriously, everything breaks, because the meta is just too obvious. The meta is going to be pocketed flog pyros, wrangled sentries, the vaccinator probably, and, you know, that. No spies, cracked snipers, no one allowed to have any fun, you know. But then there's, like, people who are, I don't know, the other thing I kind of was thinking, I don't know what I was thinking. I feel like I'm good enough at the game now that I can return to Demo Night, because these are my, I don't know if you can even hear these Discord pings, but they're mine. Like, I understand more about the essence of Demo Night now than I used to. And if I got, like, a killstreak islander or something, it could be fun to run around islanding people. But Demo Night, I've talked about this before, didn't I? Like, the thing is, to actually be a good Demo Night just means playing super cautiously, or playing, like, generally cautiously. You're not actually running around like a maniac with a sword trimping everyone. In fact, you pretty much should never be doing that. Or, I mean, you can do it, if you're skilled, but most of the time, trimping is better as an escape option than it is as an attacking option. Like, most of what a Demo Knight is just hanging back near your sentry and medic or whatever, until you spot an out of position enemy, and then you finish them off and then run away. And then just repeat that until you get a 500 kill streak. That's what all the good Demo Knights do. And once I realized that, it kind of made me get bored of playing Demo Knight. Like, once I realized that's what Solar Light is doing in all those videos, like, he sometimes gets these chain kills. But honestly, that's not a good way to play Demo Knight. Like, you can do that if you're it's very situational. But then there's Odin, the competitive sixes Demo Knight, and I watched him, and he does the same shit. He just hangs back with his team, and he's basically a pick class. Like, he just plays like a sniper. He hangs back, and then when someone's out of position in a place he can charge in, he just picks them. But it's almost never, like, a particularly important pick. Like, it's normally just a scout, or, you know. What a weird subclass. I regret to inform you that the Kana Memo manga translation is written by someone who barely speaks English and is basically unreadable. I guess we're watching the anime then. I feel like there's Zack Snyder discourse going on at the moment. Am I crazy? Is there Zack Snyder discourse, like, generally on Twitter, maybe? Am I just spending too much time on Twitter? The answer is definitely yes. Now, I'm not the biggest Zack Snyder fan. I don't know much about Zack Snyder. I'm on his Wikipedia page. Dawn of the Dead, never seen his Dawn of the Dead film. 300, I've seen that film, and I want to talk about that. Watchmen, I've seen that film too, and I've read the comic. Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole. I know what movie that is, but I haven't seen it. Sucker Punch. I have not seen that movie, but I've seen a lot of YouTube videos shitting on that movie. I've seen enough YouTube videos shitting on that movie to know that it's not a very good movie. Man of Steel. I watched that in cinemas, believe it or not. Waste of my fucking... 300 Rise of an Empire. I also watched that in the cinema. It was okay. Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. Have not seen it. He didn't direct those. Justice League. That's the original cut, the non-Snyder cut version. I have not seen that. Aquaman. I have not seen that. Wait, most of this is just fucking cape shit. Wonder Woman 1984. I did not watch that. Zack Snyder's Justice League. Now I watched that and I really quite like the Snyder cut Justice League. I like that movie quite a bit. Army of the Dead. I have not seen that movie, but I know about it. The Suicide Squad. Oh, he was just executive producer on that. It doesn't count. Army of Thieves. Not seen that one. Rebel Moon. Oh yeah, that's the fake Star Wars movie that's not really a Star Wars movie. Weird. Anyway, people say that he makes fascist propaganda movies. And here's the thing, right? Look, I haven't seen that many Zack Snyder films because apparently they're all fucking cape shit. But I do like 300 and I do like the Justice. And here's the thing about 300. Calling 300 a fascist propaganda film as an insult is like calling Starship Troopers a fascist propaganda film as an insult. Yeah, that's the fucking point, buddy. It's a fascist propaganda film in universe, except it's not a film. Starship Troopers is an in-universe movie, whereas 300 is like the tale that was told, the legend that was told. You know, I think it works as a movie. Now, I haven't seen it since I was a teenager, okay? I probably thought 300 was much cooler as a teenager than I would think it is now. But I remember enjoying it. And also, we got one of the classic memes of all time. This is Sparta. Remember that? You guys remember This is Sparta? They're bringing back old memes as a nostalgia bait, hauntology, stupid idiot thing. But they're not bringing back, none of them are bringing back This is Sparta. They're forgetting how fucking everywhere that was for years. That was one of the biggest memes of all time. 300 Rise of an Empire was not that good. Oh, he didn't direct it. That's probably why. Sucker Punch, probably a bad movie. Man of Steel, that was a garbage movie. I don't know if it was a fascist movie. It definitely was. It had a weird Jesus metaphor, if I remember correctly. Like it was like Superman, he's like Jesus. That was like a big part of that movie. That was weird. But mostly it was just kind of boring, and it was like meaningless superhero fights. Like I remember the back half of that movie is like one long... This is how it felt. This is how it feels looking back on it. It's like nothing happens the whole movie except for like a few really ham-fisted Jesus metaphors. And it's Superman gets captured by the US government or something. Like willingly, he turns himself in, I think. Zog's there. And then they have a big fight. And that's like the second half of the movie is the most boring fucking fight imaginable. And it's all color graded to just look like sludge. And it's all terrible. That's what I remember about that film. I don't think it's the worst movie I've ever seen, but I didn't enjoy it. But Justice League, I don't think that's a very fascist movie at all. I think it's an anti-fascist movie. The villain of Justice League is a fascist. Steppenwolf, he's a fascist, okay? The Justice League, it's more, he likes the concept of gods, I think, which isn't inherently a fascistic concept, you know? Powerful individuals, strong, you know, it's maybe conservative. I can see where you're coming at, is my point, right? Like, he's obsessed with stories of powerful, great man theory type, you know what I mean. through like masculine ideals of strength. Like, yeah, I get it. Normally warding off some outsider. I get it. I understand where you're coming at. But also, I think there's a meta to it, which is that I think he wants to do it healthy. I think he wants to do to be like, people don't have modern myths and legends to look up to, and he thinks that's important for some reason, like specifically like mythological figures, like the Romans or whatever. And I think that's what Justice League achieved. I'm not going to talk about Justice League because it's a fucking cape shit movie. 10 million, who cares about it? But what I'm saying is, the guy's not a great director. But he's just having a bit of fun, really. It's not the worst thing ever. He's not evil. Oh yeah, Watchmen. That was not very good. But it was like, I will say, other than the changed ending, the Watchmen movie, very like shot for shot remake of the comics basically, but trimmed down. Watchmen's good. That's the thing that's fucked up about comics is Watchmen is like one of the best comics. I haven't read that many Western comics. I wouldn't call myself an expert on Western comics by any means, but I do like Watchmen. I like Alan Moore. I've read other stuff by Alan Moore as well. He's a good writer. Where was I going with this? I have no idea. Everyone spent 10 years saying you gotta go to therapy, man. It's like you gotta go, not to me specifically. Some people have said I gotta go to therapy. Right? A few people have said it to me. We've had discussions about it. But it's just generally a trend. You know this. Guys, you gotta go. Everyone should be in therapy. And now, everyone constantly talks in therapy speak. Everyone talks in this stupid pop psychology TikTok nonsense. Makes me want to fucking kill myself, and it makes me want to commit murder, suicide, criminal acts whenever I hear people talk like this. This is your doing, all these motherfuckers who kept telling everyone to go to therapy. And it's not just them. You know who's actually doing it is? It's fucking therapists. And no one ever wants to blame the therapists. They're like, no, you're doing the thing, right, that's bad. Oh no, you're doing the thing that's bad, right? And then they're like, well, it's fine when they do it. It's fine when the therapists do it because I'm paying them to do it. Like, maybe you're getting something out of therapy because you have a longing for like some sort of Christian confession booth, right? You just want someone to listen to you talk. You just need a fucking friend, okay? I'm not saying that no one gets anything out of therapy. Some people do. Some people get stuff out of cognitive behavioral therapy, I'm sure. And some people get stuff out of dialectical therapy, BPD folks and whatever. I'm sure that they're not all lying, right? That would be insane. But that doesn't mean that, like, there are lots of people. You know what I get a lot out of? I get a lot out of smoking cigarettes. I fucking love smoking cigarettes. That doesn't mean I think everyone should be smoking cigarettes. Okay, I love smoking cigarettes. They do a lot for me. But I wouldn't go around saying everyone's got to be smoking. Listen, here's the two situations you should be smoking cigarettes. If you're a professional writer, you should be smoking cigarettes, okay? Because you smoke a cigarette and it takes about enough time to write a paragraph, and then you want another cigarette, and it's good for writing, okay? And then the other reason you should be smoking cigarettes is if you have IBS, if you have irritable bowel syndrome. Cigarettes have been proven to help with IBS. Also, actually, third reason, if you have schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder, cigarettes have also been proven to help with psychotic disorders. But in those situations, I would probably actually say you should like vape or chew nicotine gum instead. Nicotine gum probably being the best option, although it's the more expensive option. If you live in a country where nicotine gum is relatively cheap, or you have access to snus, you should do that. Maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. Never tried snus. Anyway, this got off topic. Don't smoke cigarettes. Don't pick up smoking in high school. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. I like nicotine, but you probably don't have the same opinion about nicotine that I do. Where are we going with this? Right. So just because something helped some people doesn't mean it's automatically good. Right? We all agree getting addicted to cigarettes is a bad thing, generally speaking. I'm not saying therapy is as harmful as smoking, but it might be. No, it's not as harmful as smoking. It's worse. Because now I have to listen to these fuckers talk like this all the time. Ah, man. I think it's therapy is bad. This whole psychiatry, it's all bad. All of this stuff is bad. I've been saying this for a while. I've been trying to tell people this. No one listens. And even the fucking motherfuckers I know who they try and defend it. I know a guy. He's like qualified in this shit. He's like a qualified psychiatry motherfucker. No, no, you idiot. He shits on it as well. He shits on this TikTok self-diagnosis. Hey, did you know that if you wake up and you need to drink water, that's a sign of ADHD? You know, that kind of stuff. Like everything's ADHD and autism, right? Like he shits on that as well. But he doesn't realize that it only exists because we have an entire zone of society where you go to pathologize people's thoughts and behavior, right? Like actually, this is like it's just replacing sin or evil with illness. It's the same damn thing. And you might be thinking that's not the same thing at all, because sin and illness are different things. Sins are bad because of morality, and the illnesses are bad because they're bad for you and they'll hurt you or other people. Yeah, what do you think fucking morality is about, you idiot? What are the sins? Or any of the sin stuff that have you noticed the pattern in any of these sins? Think about it in the context of they were written 2,000 years ago. Like, don't have sex before marriage. In a time before, any treatment for STDs and any reliable contraception, probably not the worst idea, right? Like they would, I don't know if it was a genius, I don't know if it was the best possible move, but like maybe kind of sensible, right? A lot of stuff like that. Don't covet your neighbor's oxen. Yeah, those are my fucking oxen. Stop coveting them. Right? It's stuff that creates a harmonious society. Like a lot of the Christian sin stuff, maybe it doesn't succeed a lot of times, but the goal of those public health policies laid out in the Bible is to create healthy individuals and harmonious society. I don't think they succeed in being good. I don't. It's the same problem. It's the same damn problem. They both share the same problem, which is you can't do that. It doesn't work like that. You can't just tell people to be good people and fix society. Humans don't matter in this scenario. The actions of individuals. If you're currently listening to this and you're thinking about going to do psychology in university, which a shocking number of people do, I think that the reason they do it is because they're like, I want to know how people's brains work. Listen to me right now. Take sociology instead. Take sociology instead of psychology, please. Okay, thank you. That will actually teach you what you want to know about the world. If there's anyone contemplating taking a psychology degree, just don't do it. Take sociology instead. People, they think that it's a fundamentally incorrect worldview that the structures of wider society and interpersonal dynamics and everything, right, like is downstream from the individual. It's not the case. It's the other way around. You got it backwards. People are shaped by their environment more than individuals shape their environment. You got it reversed. You got it mixed up. Really, it's the interactions between people that are important, not the internal experiences of individuals. And you won't really solve any problems by just trying to do that. This is what they all get. This is what they all get wrong. Some I don't know. I'm not gonna go on that rant. Actually, we'll keep that rant in the back of my mind. I'll go on it some later time when I've thought it through more. But yeah, that's why it's all happened, right? It's just Bible stuff. It's just the same Christian morality, but now they're putting, they've switched the language up from Christian language to therapy speak, but it's the same shit. And sometimes it's not morality, right? Because they love to pretend that it's not. Like they really, really like to do this. They like to say, like, oh, we don't use words like crazy in this building. We don't use words like that. Or like self-diagnosing bullshit on TikTok that they're like, oh, my life makes so much sense now that I know I had ADHD the entire time. These are just made up words. These aren't just these are models. Like, I don't know, people have a very hard time figuring this out. The Enlightenment really fucked us up. Listen, they did some great shit, okay? I love antibiotics. I fucking love antibiotics. They're great, okay? They won't work forever, but living in a time period where living in the comparatively short period of the entire human history after the discovery of antibiotics, but before all the diseases have evolved antibiotic resistance, is a fucking great time to be alive, okay? For all the other shit going on right now, this comparatively short period where we have antibiotics, that bit's fucking great. Love that bit, okay? Like, yeah, lot of great stuff. A lot of fucked up shit happened when they started applying that shit to humans, though. That's how you got all of this fucked up race pseudoscience that ended up with the damn Holocaust. That's how they invented all of this bullshit. And all of the Foucault stuff, the invention of criminality, right? The invention of the homosexual. You're fucked up there. You're fucked up there because you got your models of reality that are approximations confused with the underlying workings of reality. You were like, well, this can make predictions, therefore it must be accurate to how it actually functions. No, that's not how it works. You just made a model. And those are useful sometimes. There's nothing wrong with having a model of reality sometimes. But they can be dangerous when you start to think that the model is more important than reality, and you start to try and change the environment in order to more closely fit the model because you're trying to prioritize the model over the truth. That's what happens. That's how you end up with libertarian economic policy. It doesn't go well when you do it. Look at Argentina right now. It's not going well for them. It's not difficult to figure this out, but for some reason, everyone keeps making the same mistake. It's a simple thing. You just have to pay attention to it when it happens. And when you start applying it to people, which is what economics is really, but, kind of. But when you start applying it to people, you end up with the same problems. And it doesn't matter if you think it's helping you to understand yourself, because it's not. It's just like saying, oh, becoming a born-again Christian is helping me to understand myself. No, it's not. You're just delusional. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Maybe that helps you as a coping mechanism, but that's not really help. Like, you're kind of just delusional. And that's fine. You can be delusional, but I'd like it if you were willing. It would be better for everyone involved if you were knowingly and willingly delusional rather than unknowingly and unwillingly delusional. That's the problem. That's the part that I don't really like, because it feels like you're being manipulated, which is antithetical to human liberation, human emancipation, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Everyone's always focused on the liberty and the equality part. No one ever thinks about the fraternity part, guys. Come on, we need to get on that fraternity. Where was I going with this? Right, it's the goddamn psychologists and psychiatrists' fault. It's the therapists' fault. It's the fucking shrinks. They fucked us up. They fucked us, guys. They fucked us. Now, everyone thinks that their brains... Now people go around and they say shit about... They think you can become addicted to dopamine. They think dopamine, a fucking neurotransmitter, is addictive. Have you seen this? They're in these people, and no one even corrects them. No one is ever, steps out and be's like, okay... No one ever comes around and says, hey, guys, dopamine is a fucking neurotransmitter that does all types of shit. It's a hormone. You can't get addicted to hormones. It's not how hormones work. It's not how any of this works. What are you talking about? You don't have a dopamine addiction. It's not a fucking thing. No one, and even if someone did say that, they would be like, oh, well, it's really just a metaphor. What's it a metaphor for? Just talk about the fucking thing you're trying to say. You don't need a metaphor for this. You're just obfuscating for no reason because you don't have a fucking point, because you're just making all this stuff up. You're just making it all up. It's all made up. It's just to fit your weird puritanical ideology. It's all insane. Everyone except me has gone fucking mad, and it's all the therapist's fault. That's the problem with therapists. They make people mad. The invention of the insane asylum created schizophrenia. People don't know this. People don't realize this. They need to read books. They need to read Walter Cousins, okay? I've read a bit of him. That guy's cool. What did he made a book. He made one of them. He made two of them. It's called Walter Cousins, The Experience of Psychotic Thinking. He went nuts. He went psychotic. So I trust him. I trust him on psychosis because he talked about it. They need to read some real shit. Stop reading fucking Sam Harris or whatever. That's the ultimate ending of this all. Is Sam Harris is the moral landscape. That's really where you're at. You're just doing it one step below and then laughing at Sam Harris, right? You're like, I'm not like Sam Harris. I don't think you can derive objective morality through, neuroscience. That would be insane. Anyway, here's my top 10 life hacks for ADHD sufferers. It's ridiculous, and no one except me seems to care about this. I hope you, good listener, are gonna fucking wake up, sheeple. I hope you're not participating in any of this nonsense. Flush your pills down the toilet. Okay, I haven't gone that far. Okay, again, I want to clarify. There are some things in psychiatry and psychology that can be helpful to certain people. I'm not saying it's all evil. Some of it is evil. Asylums, insane asylums, institutionalizing people. I think that's pretty evil in a lot of cases. Against their will. Voluntarily, that's different. But against their will, I think that's, pretty close to evil. But most of it is just dangerous rather than evil, right? It's dangerous. You got to be careful with it. It can be useful, but it's dangerous. It's like atomic power, right? Although it's not, because it's not as useful as atomic power. Atomic power, it can make an atom bomb, which is the worst thing ever, right? But it can also make nuclear energy, which is like the best thing ever. It's great. You get so much energy out of it. It's wonderful. But all of this psychiatry stuff, it's, the negatives generally seem to outweigh the positive. But that's not to say there are no positives. We could take those positives and work them into a new thing that's better. And I call this new thing having some friends to talk to about stuff, please. I don't know. Personally, I've never gotten that much out of talking about my problems. You talk about them and they're still there. They don't go away. Now you just still got problems, and now someone else is sad about it. I didn't want that. Like, you got a problem and your friend's like, do you want to talk to me about it? And you're like, okay, I'll try that. I'll try talking to you about it. You talk to them about it, and then they're like, oh damn man, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so fucked up. And now both of you are sad. How did that didn't help anyone? That's just been my experience though. Other people have different experiences with that, and that's totally understandable and fine. I like to vent, that's different. If I'm mad, I would love to have my friend, or you are my friend in this case, also get mad with me. That's a different thing. In that situation, I love to do that, okay? But I know a therapist will never do that, because therapists they're fucking bug people. They're insect people. They don't actually care, right? They're just there to dissect everything you say, and slot it into some sort of DSM classification, which, just in case I haven't made this clear to you already, like in case you've somehow missed this, the DSM is not real science. The DSM is pseudoscience. It is not based on any empirical data. No psychiatric disorder has ever had any reliable biological markers discovered for it, right? Because if they did, they wouldn't count it as a psychiatric disorder. Like stuff like, for example, Parkinson's has very real biological markers. You can do brain scans, you can take blood samples, all of these you can do biopsies and discover, and that's why they don't call Parkinson's a mental illness. They call it a neurological disorder. If you have CTE, they don't call that a mental illness, right? They call it a brain injury. It's a different thing because they have real biological markers. Mental illness is what they call stuff that doesn't have any science behind it. And the stuff gets into the DSM, not because there's an overwhelming body of evidence supporting its existence, but because a bunch of unelected random guys who are just like hand-selected by the people who make the DSM, and by the way, this is also true for the European version of the DSM that I've forgotten the name of, stuff gets added because they just held a vote. They just hold a vote within their little community. They don't have to present any evidence or anything. And in fact, members of this council have on multiple occasions commented on, at least in the early days, how it was completely unrigorous and unscientific, and they were just making stuff up. Which is how you end up with things in the DSM like protest psychosis in the 60s within the I think that's what it was called, right? In the DSM, right? Like, none of this stuff is fucking real. People in the West, when they have schizophrenia, they almost always hear negative and disparaging voices, right? If they hear voices, it's normally negative and disparaging voices. But in India, people with schizophrenia tend to hear supportive voices of their ancestors and families that are encouraging. You know, the only differences there are cultural. You know, unless you want to get into some really dodgy shit and start saying it's some sort of racial thing, I really don't think that's the case. It's almost certainly some sort of cultural, sociological distinction there, right? And this is not just the case with schizophrenia. This is the case with historically, right? You can look at in different times in history how different so-called mental disorders have expressed themselves, and you can look at it across cultures, and it's very different, because individuals aren't really real. Your mind doesn't stop at your brain. Your mind doesn't stop at your brain. You ever use your fingers to count something, buddy? You ever use your fingers to count something? Your mind doesn't stop at your brain. There you go. There you have it, folks. It's all a bit. It was society's fault the entire time. Yes, Mark Fisher wrote about this. No, I haven't read the things Mark Fisher has written about this, but I have read about the things that Mark Fisher has wrote about this. And he's like, he's more taken it in a direction of like, I'm depressed because of capitalism. And he's right, as in, if you want to take a more political angle to it, right, a more lefty political angle to it, you would say something like, psychiatry is a fundamentally conservative field because it believes that all problems of society can ultimately be boiled down to problems of the individual, moral failings of the individual, and that society, you know, like Margaret Thatcher said, society doesn't really exist, right? Like everything is just down to the inner workings of your own mind as an individual, which I think is a, you know, pretty good critique of psychiatry. But even if you don't want to get political about it, I still think it holds up. Like, we are more influenced by us, like each as an individual, unless you are like some particularly influential person, which none of us are over here, unless you're like Bill Gates or whatever. We probably are influenced by society way more than we influence society. And we are influenced by each other as much as we influence each other. You can't fix that by walking into some office and talking about your problems and getting prescribed SSRIs. Like, it's not how it works. It's never been how it works, and it was inevitably going to lead to everyone thinking that all of their thoughts and behaviors are illnesses and can be categorized, you know, just like some sort of disease of the liver or whatever, and that you know, everything's either healthy or unhealthy, toxic behavior, you got to cut off toxic people, like all of this stuff. And then you just end up fucking with the disaster on your hands, right? Like this concept of cutting off toxic people, right? This is a very common thing. You got to cut toxic people out of your life. You're retarded, first of all. People who are like, there are multiple different kinds of toxic people. This is not even a real thing. There's no such thing as a toxic person. You know what we used to call them? Fucking assholes. We used to just call them assholes. If you're a cunt, no one's going to talk to you, obviously. There's no, like, you don't have to make it into this insane fucking thing. It just, don't talk to people if they're cunts. Like, how hard is that? And then on the other hand, if someone used to be chill and became a cunt, maybe figure out what's going on there. Because that's not normally, right? That's not normally. Something weird's happened there. And maybe they need a friend. Right? Maybe they need a friend. And then you can take a look at your life and be like, you know, do I have the time and patience to be a friend to this person who's being a cunt? And you can make a decision about it yourself. There you go. Now you owe me $5,000 fucking dollars a week for my therapy sessions. Was that so hard? No, it's not hard. No one needs to be told any of this stuff. You're all retarded if you actually are getting anything out of fucking therapy. If you're getting anything out of therapy, I think maybe therapy only works on like sub 80 IQ individuals, like people who just don't really have any idea what their thought processes are. Like, I don't need a therapist to tell me what my thought processes are. I know what my thought processes are. I thought them. What do you mean? I'm the one doing the thinking of them. I don't need you to tell me what I'm thinking. I did the thinking. I remember. I was there. It's I don't know. I don't know what's fucking going on with these people, man. Look, I'm not going to get to it, and this is an addendum. I'm just going to fucking very briefly add this on. I'm not going to get into it. Guys. You can't get me started on this, because I'll start saying some bullshit, okay? I'm not going to get into it, but one of the other TikTok psychology, pop psychology. I'm saying pop psychology as if, like, this is the problem. Even me, I'm psyop, because even I say stuff like, I qualify it by saying, oh, it's pop psychology, as if, quote unquote, real psychology is any better. But it's also bullshit. Pro tip, also bullshit. 90% of the time. A lot of stuff about everything's trauma. Everything's trauma, right? It's like you got ADHD or neurodivergent, or you got trauma, or both. You're traumatized. Fucker. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get. Listen, hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. Don't let me go in here. Don't let me go in here. Okay. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. Some people, some things. Yes, I agree. I listen. I believe it. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not saying anything. Okay. I'm not saying anything to that degree. But a lot of people, I'm just putting it out there. A lot of people, they say that they like to. Everyone thinks they're the main character, right? Everyone thinks they're the main character. I also think I'm the main character. We all do, because if we all live in a fucked up world, right? If we had to truly acknowledge the personhood of every individual we passed down through on the street, we go insane. Okay, everyone has to think they're the main character. It is what it is, and so they want everyone else to care about them, because we're discontinuous individuals, right? We're not having enough sex, and we're too alienated from death. So we desperately want to find continuity, and so we're desperate for people to understand us. And when things happen to us, it feels really important. So when we talk about it, we use the most highfalutin language we can. And so people will say shit like that they were in an abusive relationship. But I'm not saying those don't exist. Don't misread me here. Don't misread me. But you know it happens too. You know it happens too. Okay, people do this shit. They talk about some things and they like to blow some things out of proportion. I don't know why I'm talking like Trump right now. I've been watching a lot of Northern Lion. He does a lot of Trump impressions, which is a weird thing to have happened to Northern Lion. But it rubbed off on me. I'm just saying, look, listen, okay? There's a lot of people out there. They like to call trauma on everything. But sometimes I'm like, if that really traumatized you, you a bitch. you a bitch if really that happened to you and you got traumatized. You're either lying or you're the biggest pussy ass bitch I've ever fucking met. I'm not saying, there's people who went through some real shit. I know some of them, okay? Those people, I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. Of course you're fucked. That happened? No wonder. Like, yeah, holy shit. That's incredibly fucked. Some people, yeah. Sometimes I'm like, you're saying that traumatized? You're saying you're traumatized because of that? You're saying that was abusive? That guy's an abuser because he did what? I don't know. Maybe you need to, I don't know, stop being such a stupid little bitch. I'm just putting it out there, okay? I'm just putting it out there. You know it happens too. You're listening to me right now. You're thinking, I know an example. I still am to some small extent. I have sympathies. I used to be an accelerationist. And I think the problem with accelerationism, why it failed as an ideology, is because it's so radically different from... It effectively got naturally selected away due to, like, how do I phrase this? The pressures of socialization, right? Like humans, what we want to be part of a group that's different from another group that we hate. And the real accelerationism, unconditional accelerationism, doesn't give you that. It doesn't give you any... Like, people cling to political ideologies the same way people cling to religions, right? They want an enemy, they want an in-group, they want to belong to an in-group. The accelerationists got that bit. Then they want an out-group. There's not really an out-group, maybe like some of the primitivists, maybe, but even that was like questionable because it's not really how it works. And they want some direction in their life. They want to be part of something bigger than themselves. Well, unconditional accelerationism is the anti-praxis. The whole point is that you can't do shit. You have no power over the direction of history. History's movement and capitalism are, eldritch, Lovecraftian forces far beyond your comprehension, and thinking you could influence it is laughable. Which, makes people think, well, okay, well, the world still sucks, so I would really like some direction on how to improve things. But the thing is, that's the bit of accelerationism that's most right, is the bit that makes it unsustainable, and that's why it has transformed into this fucking abomination of what they call effective accelerationism now, which is just, I mean, it disgusts me. It disgusts me. No, the unconditional accelerationists were right back when that was a meme. They continue to be right about a lot of things, not everything, but a lot of things. And we're all fucked. But it doesn't really matter. Being fucked is like, if you get mad that we're all fucked, then you're kind of a transcendental miserablist, to be honest. You should just chill out. Like, why would you even be mad about being fucked? You've got literally drugs and porn and TV and TikTok. Like, what do you have to complain about? You got video games and fucking hentai. Like, bro, you're not that fucked. You're fine. You're still eating. If you start starving to death, then you'll have a revolution and you'll be fine, or you won't be fine, and whatever happens, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters. Like at that point, it matters, but you're not at that point yet. So like, what are you gonna do? It's not like you have any power to stop yourself from reaching that point. There's been like 100 years or more, 100, a couple 100 years of people theorizing to try and, because it would be really great if we had that power, right? If you or I had that power, obviously that would suck. So instead, it's like the masses, we have that power. That's the theory that they've gotten to, right? Because that way everyone gets to have their cake and eat it too. The problem is, then you run into the problem of, well, actually, it still didn't happen. If we all had that, the thing about power, right, is that if you have it, you can use it to do stuff. And yet no one ever does the stuff that needs to get done, right? Like the collective power of the masses, it never does the communism. It never does the. It's like, well, that's fucking weird. Why isn't it doing the thing that it should be doing? And then they're like, something about like consciousness, which is just class consciousness. The level of, they're on too much of a low level of, like, this is a terrible theory. I am amazed that like Marxists can like don't get fucking critiqued for this more strongly. This whole raising the level of consciousness, it's like, oh well, it makes perfect sense. The masses are just fucking retarded. And if only they just thought like me, and we need to make more propaganda. Or maybe we need a vanguard fight. It just turns into this complete fucking botched, I don't even know. Because it's starting from a false premise. It's getting the is-ought distinction backward. It's like, well, the only way this could be fixed is if theoretically, it's like string theory. It's like, well, if there were these strings that were vibrating, that would be great. So let's just act as if that exists, because it's the only option we have. Like, nothing else makes sense. So let's just, like, nothing else allows us to do anything, I should say. Like, there's no other option that allows us to do anything. So let's just assume that's correct, because there's no other feasible option, and run with it. And then you end up with the conclusion that, collective power and raising consciousness and all of this stuff. But in reality, or not in reality, whatever you want to call it, there's just nothing. There's just like, you look at the revolutions in history. There's not been a successful. There's never been a revolution without starvation, and that's a fact. There's never been a revolution without starvation. And if you were a real Marxist, you'd be on Wall Street right now. That's the goddamn thing, right? If you were a real Marxist, you'd be on Wall Street right now, strengthening capitalism's contradictions. But you're not. You're fucking doing stupid shit like arguing on the internet with people from a slightly different tendency and calling him a trot or whatever. But if you were a real Marxist on Wall Street, you'd be fucking rich, and then you wouldn't care anymore, right? Which is really what you should be doing anyway. Am I making any sense? Probably not. But the unconditional accelerationists, I remember those guys. I was one of those guys. Gotta bring that shit back. We gotta bring back unconditional accelerationism. Return to tradition. Tradition being like 2018, 2019. The point I'm trying to make is, if such a thing as collective power and mass consciousness raising did exist, were to exist, it would happen. People would only do it if they were forced in a bad way, not in a like tough love way. In a like, if the alternative was mass starvation way. And they wouldn't want to do it, is what I'm saying, because no one, people don't want to take responsibility. People aren't stupid, right? They're smart enough, they're lazy, and they're smart enough to know that they want to stay lazy. Like, I wonder to myself a lot, why don't people just use Linux? Like, it's very strange to me that people, like, obviously in some situations I'm like, okay, you need X program that's only available on Windows or Mac. I also fall into that group. Makes perfect sense. In that situation, that's not confusing at all. But people who aren't in that situation and complain about Windows but refuse to learn anything about Linux, like, that's always been very confusing to me. And it is laziness. I don't think it's a very respectable kind of laziness. But at the same time, it's about responsibility. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I kind of want the responsibility over my own computer, because that's just something I find entertaining. I find it fun to tinker and fix things when they break and so on. But most people, they don't want that responsibility, and they don't want the power that comes with it, right? Nietzsche was wrong. There is no will to power. I don't know if that's actually true, but in this situation, they're willing to, they don't care. Like, it's not even, how do I even put it? It's not even important to most people, you know? It's completely unimportant. Their friends don't use Linux. Why would they, you know? Even though it makes their lives worse, and theoretically they could do something to change it very easily. But it's different in this situation, right? Because in this situation, like, compared to politics, in the situation that this is a case where the individual does have power. Like, you can actually do that. You can actually just learn the 5 or so terminal commands that you need to use Linux and install Linux Mint. Be fine. In fact, you can probably get around never using a terminal if you're just in Mint. They have like a GUI package manager thing, I think. You know, you'll be fine. But that aside, you know, and even in that situation, no one does it. People don't want the power because they want someone to blame. Like, if fucking Windows breaks, you can go on Twitter and you can type out a screed about how bad Windows is, right? And everyone will agree with you. But if you're running Arch or something, or Gentoo or something, you know, like a real distro, and then something breaks, no one's gonna hold your hand. You're not gonna be able to go on the internet and be like, fucking dog shit distro breaks all the time, right? Because everyone knows that you broke it. Like, you could have just not, that was your fault. Like, or, you know, even if it wasn't your fault, you could have dealt with that. Like, you knew what you were getting into. Like, rolling release distro like Arch, you knew what you were doing. If a package broke something, you know, you could just downgrade that package. It's not that hard. It's very easy. So you don't get to complain, right? But maybe you don't want that responsibility. You don't want to have to think about this stuff. It's de-skilling, right? It's like, I tried fermenting stuff. I tried making some sauerkraut, and I tried making kefir. And the kefir thing I would have stuck with if it was possible. If it was possible to sustainably make it kefir for one person. The problem with kefir is it's only possible to make too much kefir for one person. Like, unless I had it with every, like, constant, I like kefir, but not like that much. I'm not going to drink like 3 pints of kefir a day for the rest of my life. I like it, but if I had if there was more people around, I had a whole family, it would be very sustainable to keep a kefir culture running at all times. But it's not really, you know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, well, why did I bring this up? You know, at the end of the day, I don't want to be responsible for that. If I do a ferment and it fucks up something, it gets moldy, it makes me sick, it doesn't taste good, anything, I don't want to be, if that happens, it's my fault. I don't want that to happen. I want to go to the shop and buy something, and if it sucks, I can blame the shop, you know? I say ferment, but, like, let's say something else, like cooking. I'm a pretty decent cook. I'm relatively proud of being a pretty decent cook because I like good food, right? But if it was possible, I would fucking never cook. Like, I would never fucking cook for myself. If I was like a billionaire, I would have a fucking private chef. Are you kidding me? Of course I would. Not because I'm too lazy to cook. That's part of it. But also Because when I fuck up, I have only myself to blame. I want to be able to blame someone else when shit sucks. It does. I don't like having responsibility and having to, no one does. And I think this is why, if you're in your anarchist utopia, you're having 12 meetings every day about how to distribute water, and the water distribution fucks up. You can't complain about the government anymore. You're the government. That sucks. I just did some real shit. Not fake shit. 90% of the stuff I do in my life is fake shit, okay? Playing video games, fake shit. Watching anime, fake shit. It's all in the realm of the spectacle. And I know that the separation between simulation and reality is broken down, okay, Baudrillard, I know this, but I feel like there is a certain situation that can be created where you break through the spectacle. I know I talked about how that's not real, but you know what's real shit? Making a big batch of chili. Okay, that is real shit. This podcast, fake shit. Talking to people on Discord, they're not even real. They're on Discord. It's all fake. Right? I don't do that much real shit. When I make music, that's real shit. Okay? I've got a bass guitar in my hands. I hit the strings, they vibrate in the physical world. That's mostly real shit. Posting the music is fake shit, but making the music is real shit. But one of the few real activities is making a big batch of food. And not just shitty food, but like a big batch of like a chili or another kind of stew. Any kind of stew or soup. That's real shit. It doesn't get realer than making a stew or a soup. That's where it's fucking at. Because I randomly got recommended Adam Ragusia's video about chili. And I've made a chili in his style. Hold on, wait, I have to tell someone else about I'm in multiple conversations right now about this chili. Yeah, Adam Ragusia has this video about chili. It's a great video. And in the video, he does a gimmick. He's made a video about soup in the same style, where he starts in a calming voice, and then he says something that you would expect a food YouTuber to say, like, and then we're gonna have to pick which cut of meat we're gonna use in our chili. Now I'm going with oxtail because it's a tough cut of meat. No, just put beans in it. That's what he says, right? And then he says, not every meal has to have an animal in it, which is true. And you already eat too much beef already. Now that bit is a very American perspective, because I almost never fucking eat beef. I eat beef like once a week, maybe. Most of the meat I eat is chicken, and then like processed pork, like spam or bacon or sausage. Because those are the cheap meats. Beef is not cheap in the UK. It's cheap in America, so I understand why Americans eat a shitload of beef. Beef is not particularly cheap in the UK. So I don't eat that much beef. And so I put frozen beef. I found a way to buy cheap beef, which is frozen beef mince is the cheapest beef I can find. I put some of that in because I have it, and I probably put too much in. I mean, it's not a problem, but it's quite a. Let's just be real here, okay? It's still a bean stew at its heart. Like it's more beans than it is beef, I think, is the correct way to do a chili. I put 3 cans of fucking beans in it, alright? You know me, okay? You know me. I do not play when it comes to beans. I know all of you Americans out there who have never eaten beans on toast are sitting here thinking, British people eat beans on toast, as if that's a bad thing. You've never had beans on toast, okay? I know you. You're American. You've never had it. There's literally nothing wrong with it. It tastes good. Like, why? What's wrong with beans? Can you actually tell me why beans on toast is bad? You think it tastes bland? It's a comfort food. No one thinks it's fucking 5-star dining, okay? Beans on toast is like comfort food, cheap comfort food. We're like, what the fuck do you think it is? Fucking idiots. But also, it's not bland when I make it, because I put a bunch of shit in it. And as do most people, by the way. Like, it's not strange to put, like, hot sauce, I don't know, on it. Or, firstly, almost everyone puts cheese on it. That's the first thing. Secondly, when I make beans on toast, baked beans, right? First, I get the saucepan, put in a knob of butter, and fry up some garlic and shallots if I have them. And then I put the beans in on top of that. So it gets the garlic and shallots in it because that shit's good. But at the very least, I'm putting garlic powder in it and maybe something spicy. Some chili powder or something. I don't know, hot sauce, something. I like hot sauce for my beans. I like the acidity of the vinegary hot sauce with the beans. Goes really well. Beans on toast is, look, it's not fucking haute cuisine, you're right? But it's a simple fucking comfort food. There's nothing wrong with beans on toast, okay? Osaka knows this. Osaka syndrome fucking messages me pictures of his beans on toast from time to time. He's on the shit. You guys need to get on the wave. You guys need to get on the beans on toast wave over there. But I digress. Chili is good shit. Beans. Anyway, my point being, I don't play when it comes to beans. I'm a regular bean eater. I'm here to get the second meal effect. You're like, what the fuck is the second meal effect? Because you haven't watched that one video where I talk about it. Or I took a segment from a podcast that talked about it. You see, beans, when you eat beans, it's got soluble and insoluble fiber in it. And that shit goes down into your guts and your intestines. And the little guys down there, they're like, yummy. Because it's undigested, right? And so they have to digest it. So they get up there. These motherfuckers, they're like, oh yeah, give me some of that shit. And then you create a healthy biofilm in your gut. And what's that gonna do? You're saying? Well, it's gonna increase your satiety. Okay, it's gonna make you feel fuller for longer because it's gonna slow digestion, right? The nutrients have to go through this biofilm in order to be absorbed into the bloodstream. So you have a healthy biofilm in your gut. It's going to slow digestion, which means you're not going to have a high glycemic spike, which means you're going to prevent diabetes. You're going to feel fuller for longer. You're not going to get a big, crash in a few hours. It's all generally good, and many other health benefits. It's a prebiotic, I believe is what it's called. That's the second meal effect. Is when you eat a meal with beans, it slows the digestion. It's not just the digestion of that meal, is what I'm trying. That's why it's a second. Is you eat a bunch of beans, you eat that fiber, which slows digestion, but then it produces this stronger biofilm that's more adhesive to the lining of your gut, which means that even if you eat another meal later, that meal is also gonna have benefits. The benefits are going to carry over, and it really, it's not just literally the next meal. It's after that and after that. If you're a regular bean eater, I'm definitely very pro bean. I'm very pro bean. But I really just wanted to say, I just wanted to point out this Adam Ragusa video. If you're American, if you're Australian, you guys have cheap beef. If you're from certain Chile. Somewhere in South America has a lot of beef. I forget where. I think it's Chile. But we don't have a lot of cheap beef. So I eat a lot of chicken and eggs. Also eggs. Too much processed pork, to be honest with you. I don't eat that much bacon, but I've been eating a lot of spam recently. I go through spam phases where I eat a lot of spam's good. Yeah, I also put bacon in it in the chili, which is not traditional, but delicious. I only did that just because I happen to have a few strips of bacon in the fridge that I need to use. It's not really enough bacon to do that much else with. Just needed to use it, so I was just like, yeah, throw it in the stew. Why not? That's what a stew is for. What the fuck is the point of a stew if not to just throw everything in your fridge that you need to get rid of? That's the point of a fucking stew. And this had vegetables in it as well. Okay, it's got carrots and shit in it. It's a real fucking thing. I don't play around. And also, plenty of spiciness. Look, I know you're not going to trust me. It's not super spicy. I don't want it to be super spicy. Chili is also kind of comfort. It's not supposed to blow your brains out. But it's got a kick to it. Plenty of cumin. Plenty of everything you need. I didn't put any chocolate in it because I don't have any dark chocolate. I know that's the trick with the chili, is you put some dark chocolate in it. I tried to compensate by just throwing some cocoa powder in it. I don't know if it really made a difference. It tastes pretty good to me though. That's the trick. The trick is to make a bit, and I made a big ass portion. Okay, I think this will probably last 3 days, and we're feeding 2 people here. So it's 6 meals at least with rice. It's plenty of fucking food. Okay, it's real shit. That's real shit. Making a big batch of chili, that's real shit. Also, putting bacon in a stew, kind of an Eastern European thing. I feel like they do it in France as well. I think. Like cassoulet? No, you put sausage. I should make a cassoulet at some. I haven't had one in ages. Fancy French stew. I think Adam Magusia has a cassoulet as well. That shit's got beans in it as well. You gotta do that. It's all about beans. Because they're cheap and they're filling, they're good. I've said it before. The triangle of food, okay? I will go on about this. The triangle of food. Cheap, good for you, and tasty. You should not be eating or purchasing any food that does not hit at least 2 points on the triangle. Okay, your regular foods should hit at least 2 points on the triangle. Your treat, special foods, rare foods can hit 1 point on the triangle. You should never eat anything that isn't hitting any points on the triangle because that's stupid. Expensive, bad for you, gross food, who wants to eat that? No one. But if you want to once in a while buy food that is not particularly good for you and quite expensive but very tasty, that's fine. Or if you want to buy food that is not particularly tasty or good for you but super cheap, for example instant noodles, you can have some of those too for once in a while, but they shouldn't be the main bulk of your diet, right? Your main bulk should be all hitting at least 2 points on the triangle, and then anything that hits all three, that's a god tier food. And beans hit all three. They are cheap, they're tasty, and they're good for you. It doesn't get better than that, folks. So I just, for some reason, watched the movie The King's Speech. It's Christmas, by the way. It's actually not Christmas, because it's like almost 7 in the morning the day after Boxing Day. Where was I going? Right, I was like, I should watch Die Hard because it's Christmas. And I was like, I've seen Die Hard too many times. I should watch another movie. And then for some reason, the first movie that popped into my head was The King's Speech, which I feel like I remember getting a lot of hype when it came out, and then no one ever talks about it. And I can see why. It's not like an amazing movie. It's not bad. I think it's, if I had to, I don't have that much to say about it. It's not, I could talk about the politics of the movie, the weird, I don't know. It's got some interesting politics as a movie. I'm not, I don't know, not the biggest fan of the monarchy. Living under a monarchy, like, come on guys, get with the program. Everyone else got rid of theirs like fucking hundreds of years ago. What are we still doing with this? It's a bit weird. A bit of a waste of money, mainly. And also, I will say, I think the King's Speech presents an excellent argument against the monarchy, which is that it's not really very good for monarchs either. Like, he's not happy about it. He's got no power and all of the responsibility. And yeah, he's rich, he's never gonna starve, but he also never has any friends, and you have that much pressure on you as a kid, and you're living it like, I don't know, it's kind of a fucked up thing to do to a person, to make him arbitrarily a member of a royal family. Like, that's gonna fuck you up somehow, right? I feel like we have this like hyper real monarchy as well, which is very, I've been getting into Baudrillard recently, I don't know if you can tell, but yeah. the British monarchy is an excellent example of a hyper, I think. A simulacrum, a modern. Anyway, the movie's politics are a bit weird because there's like World War II starts at the end, and there's like Nazis going on, and Stalin's there as well, and they're like, those guys are bad. Only us, the monarchs, are the bastions of good politics. See, that's a bit weird, right? It's a bit odd. It's like, only me, the King of England, stands in the way of the barbarians from the left and the right. It's a bit of a weird, I don't know. I'm not saying it's necessarily even that wrong from that perspective of that man at that point. Like, yeah. Although, I think not enough characters are pro-Hitler. You gotta remember, at the early days, everyone in Britain loved Hitler. Hitler was widely popular. It can make sense why they would turn against Hitler after he invaded Poland. But people loved him. People couldn't get enough. Where was I going? Yeah, the politics are a bit weird. It's because it's very pro-monarchy, just generally speaking. Right, I remember what I was... I don't care about that, though, really, the politics. What I'm interested in is as a film. And I think it over-dramatizes things. It adapts too hard. It makes it into too much of a film. Like, you have to remember, my favorite movie is Lawrence of Arabia, which is a very movie, but it's also nothing like a movie, because it doesn't like the plot, it just sort of happens. There's not any real structure to it. Events just sort of take place and go from one place and the other. It also kind of feels like 3 movies stuck together, and then it just ends randomly. Like it also kind of starts in the middle of not like just kind of begins like arbitrarily in a place, and then a bunch of stuff happens for 4 hours, and it just is like, and now it's over. I mean, it doesn't begin arbitrarily, literally, because it begins, with Lawrence's death and flashes back. But that period where it flashes back to, it's like, yep, you're not getting any context. We're here. We're just starting here because you got to start somewhere. And then we do the movie, which is events take place, and they're not, they're character beats, but they're not like 3-act structure, over dramatized. I mean, it's a very dramatic film, but like, I think the King's Speech too structured. It forces this guy's story too much into the Hollywood storytelling arcs, 3-act structure. I don't know. I wanted it to be a little more. It felt dishonest when it started doing that. Does that make any sense? It started to feel dishonest. It started to. I think that's Oscar bait type of shit. But yeah, it started to feel more like certain events were played up to be overly important. I'm like, I don't think that you're making it out as if this is a really big deal, right? With the music and the framing and how long we're dragging this story beat out for. But this doesn't feel like a big deal. Like, you just need a beat here where something sad happens. Like the movie kind of feels like that. Like I wanted to learn more about speech therapy personally. Like, it would be. I know this doesn't really make sense. Maybe I don't know. I thought the movie would have been better if it focused a little less on this normal movie stuff. Of like, here's the budding friendship between these two characters. I mean, it's good to have that in the film, but a little less on their interpersonal drama, and then take that extra time, 15 minutes that you've cut out of that, and put 15 minutes of here's what speech therapy is, here's what it means to have a stammer and why that happened. Give me some science, because that's interesting. I'm curious. How does that stuff work? Anyway, that's me. Now I'm gonna go fuck this. I'm thinking back to a Badwater match I played like 2 days ago, and it made me think about support classes and how I don't know if most support class users, maybe medics, engineers is really what I'm talking about. I don't think blue engineers realize how much impact they can have on the game. Like, most of the time, you're doing basically nothing as blue engineer. Like, you get your stuff, your tellies. Basically, here's what I'm trying to say, okay? Some fucking retard put his teleporter in the sniper spot on Badwater. The little room on the flank with a window that has like one window that's not got glass on it that you can snipe down from, and there's a big ammo pack there and a small health pack. You know what I'm talking about, right? The sniper little window place. Don't do that, guys. Come on, engineers. Unless you have a good reason. It's not always bad, but it's, firstly, if you have 2 engineers on blue, definitely put one there if you can. 1 engineer with their teleporter in a normal place, 1 engineer with their tele on the flank. That works. That's not a bad idea. It's not amazing. I said definitely. Let's actually take that back. In that situation, I think it might be a good idea. Be careful, but it might be a good idea to set up in there. But the problem is, what that's going to lead to is everyone pushing the flank, because they spawn there, and the natural place to go from that telly is to the flank. You don't want to turn the flank into the choke, because flanks are not chokes. You're not by the cart, so no one's going to be pushing the objective, and everyone's going to be on the flank, which is puts you into a super open position, spits you out into the open position, because it's a flank. It's not supposed to be super powerful like a choke. It's not supposed to be the place where the whole team pushes out of, right? Instead, everyone's going to file out of there one by one and get picked off, which is exactly what was happening the whole game, because no one is going to walk out of that tally and then walk backwards, right? People are programmed to hold W towards, enemy lines. No one's going to walk out of the tally and go what to their brain is backwards to where the cart is to push it. And we 100% lost that game because this engineer had seen someone at some point put a teleporter there and thought, that sounds fun. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put my teleporter there. That's a cool spot. That's not the only thing that should dictate where you put your... There's places like that on Borneo. There's a bunch. Towards last on Borneo, there's a bunch of weird places you can put your tally exit, and a lot of them are very functional. right? Like it's actually gonna help because no one's gonna check there, right? Like if they get an Uber push and some soldier comes barreling through, you're not gonna get your exit destroyed if it's like, you know, up in a weird place on like some sort of overhang that you wouldn't, you know what I mean, right? Like that can work on certain maps, but you gotta remember that where you put your tele exit is gonna dictate where the team's gonna go. There's an Uncle Dane video called Advanced Teleporter Maintenance, and in that video he shows how he was on a match on Pier, and his team was having a lot of trouble pushing past this sentry that was protecting a sniper on the choke, that they just couldn't make it through the choke. So he moves his tele exit to the flank in order to, you know, encourage his team to push the flank, which they do, and they manage to push past the choke. And I don't know if they win yet or not. I forgot. But that's you know, the power you have as engineer is you know, you just assume that players are going to go to whatever, you know, is most easy as a path towards the enemy from your tele exit. So whether you decide to prioritize the choke or the flank is really going to dictate the flow of the game. And I don't think most engineers realize they have this power. And the same is true of medic. Like as medic, your heal priority in any given moment, your Uber saving and whatever, you know, this is a bit more obvious, is going to dictate the flow of the game. You know, looking at the scoreboard or pocketing whoever's, you know, using Uber on whoever's top scoring, you know, that's one thing. But if you decide, for example, to arrow tanker heavy, you know, you have made the decision to bring the game to a standstill in a good way. This is not like a negative. You have decided to set up a level 3 sentry, wrangled level 3 sentry, you know, wherever you're deciding to do this, right? You have decided, right, that your main priority is, okay, the other team is moving too fast, everything's happening too fast, it's too frantic. I'm gonna create a fucking wall here, right? That's what you can do as medic. Or, you know, you can hang back but provide a lot of overheal to soldiers and demos and stuff in order to encourage people to bomb in, because people are more likely to jump, rocket jump and so on. If they have that overheal, they're going to want to do that. Now obviously overheal is super powerful anyway and you should be doing it, but if you want to encourage a bomb, you know, if you're thinking what we need right now is a bomb, then, you know, you can encourage your team to do that based on who you choose to heal and who you choose to send off with overheal, etc. And you know, one of the most amazing things that's ever happened to me in TF2, how I knew that a medic was godly, and ever since this happened to me, I have tried to make it work myself and not succeeded, is when I was on engineer, Badwater Last, and they were pushing my sentry, they were pushing my nest. I think they had Uber. It might have been Vax Uber, I don't remember. But I just remember they pushed my sentry and the medic fucking flashed me with Uber. Like, I don't think he was initially planning to use on me, because I'm an engineer, but once he saw that they were targeting my sentry, he switched and Ubered me, which meant I could stay alive and tank my sentry, and the sentry survived and it held off their push, and then we won the game in the end. And I'm pretty sure it was all down, because I would have definitely died. I was really low. Like, I had really low health when he Ubered me. So that enabled me to survive, which let me keep tanking my sentry, which let me, you know, let us eventually win the game and hold off their pushes. Like that, you know, you wouldn't normally think about Ubering an engineer, you know, maybe a battle NG with the Widowmaker, but, you know, Ubering or even just overhealing a turtling engineer can be, you know, extremely powerful, game-winning in the right circumstance. So what I'm saying is, don't get locked into patterns. Don't just do stuff because you think it would be cool or whatever. You know, it would be, like, for example, a lot of this happens on Badwater. Because I play a lot of Badwater, towards Badwater Last, a lot of fuckery happens. Like, there's, like, what I would call the standard blue sentry spots. I mean, there's standard sentry spots, right, on every map. But the standard blue sentry spot is to put it, you know, teleporter goes... you know, like on the little ledge. I don't really know how to describe it, but like there's next to the wall around the corner from the choke, there's like a small staircase and a little sort of catwalk balcony ledge. You know, you put your sentry up there, you put your tele behind it, and then you put your dispenser down at the bottom of the stairs for your team to heal with. Now that dispenser is super fucking useful. Okay, upgrade that shit to level 3, right? Engineers, if you're listening, that shit should be level 3. That shit should be don't just be like, okay, I put the dispenser down. Whatever. No. That is gonna be a massive help to your teammates dishing out big heals. But that sentry spot is very passive, right? Like you're only really holding off super overextending pushes at that point and attracting the attention of any Ubered players who are gonna go deep. It will protect your telly, but it's very passive. But for a more aggressive spot, you can go up into the building and push a little further into the choke, and there's sort of a window overlooking the choke, and put a sentry there. Now that's a great place to put a sentry. It will do a lot of damage, it will completely shut down a lot of pushes and so on. And a lot of people will put their tally up there as well. They'll put their entire nest up there. The problem with that spot is the dispenser. That now you have a dispenser where I was just talking about around the corner. You leave your dispenser there, which you can do, but then if they manage to push past you, you don't have anything protecting that dispenser anymore. It's going to go down, and that's annoying. It's problematic. Or you can put your dispenser up top, which is going to be helpful for you as an engineer to build your sentry up to level 3 if you need to, or something, repair anything, right? It's very useful to have a dispenser up there for you, because that sentry spot is aggressive. People are going to be attacking it, so you're going to need the metal to repair it. But now your dispenser isn't helping your team. So, pay attention. Be like, do we have a lot of demo men, for example? Because demos, they're going to run out of ammo a lot. They're going to need dispensers to refill their stickies. Do we have a lot of demos with sticky bomb launchers? What's our medic situation? Is our medic good? Do we have multiple medics? Do we have no medic? Like, think about this stuff. Playing engineer is not a single player game. And when you do that, you have to also remember, like, yeah, you have your sentry up there, but it is a more aggressive spot. You are going to get more kills, which is fun. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it's quite like it's in front of where your teammate's going to be bunched up. So if there's a direct hit soldier who wants to get cheeky, he's gonna fucking destroy your life. You're pretty fucked in that. I don't even know if I should say this, but on defense, I find that a lot of people find it really hard to destroy a sentry. I don't even know how to describe this. There's like a little weird roof you can put a sentry up on. If you like sentry jump up there and use the rescue ranger, you can put a sentry up on this weird little roof area. A lot of times soldiers will be up there shooting down, but you can put a sentry up there on red or blue. And it's just a weird little place to put a sentry. I put it on there on blue if we're pushed up, but not like that pushed up. It tends to go down, but it gets a few picks. Anyway, now we're just kind of talking about sentry placement. Badwater Lust has interesting variations on like on defense. There's sort of 3 spots where you would normally put a sentry on Badwater Lust. You either put it underneath map room or underneath that's like the more passive, I guess. I don't know. Underneath map room, or you put it in the place where 90% of people put it, which is underneath the little overhang. Or if you're getting pushed, you put it next to your bottom spawn door behind the little wall so it just pokes out. Normally that's a situation where your sentry got destroyed and you have to build it. Ideally, you have 2 sentries that are both sort of pointing at each other from the different alcoves, and then it becomes really hard to destroy them both. But a good demo man like myself can deal with anything. I don't like the spot under map room because I main demo. I know it's really easy to destroy. Like any decent demo, like can get rid of that shit unless it's super far back. In which case, I guess you can still destroy it pretty easy. But a lot of people aren't willing to when I play engineer on Badwater Last on defense, I normally build my sentry underneath, but then if we have them pushed back, I'll move my sentry up to the top of the ramp, and it normally does some pretty decent damage, and it acts as a pretty big deterrent, and then you can always fall back if it's getting spammed. It's actually very easy to fall back from that position, so I think that's a really good spot to put your sentry. There's not that much engineer tech on Badwater defense. There's just kind of the 3 default sentry spots, and you pick one and stick with it. This is not what I meant to talk about. I just wanted to remind people that where you put your teleporter exit dictates the flow of the game, and you be mindful of that. I didn't mean to go on this whole big rant. So I just finished the newest Quentin Reviews video, The Collapse of Sam and Cat. Now I feel a sense of kinship. With Quentin Reviews because we both make extremely long form content slop on youtube.com. Now, of course, he doesn't know I exist, and his videos are actually about something, and they're edited and scripted and stuff, and surprisingly good a lot of the time. Whereas my videos are this. Also, I'm sick, so if I seem a bit out of it, it's because I am. Anyway, I just finished this video. I think this is the longest one yet. It's 9.5 hours long. Yeah, it's the longest one. But he made this series, right? He's made this series on all the Nickelodeon sitcoms. iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat. Now, I didn't even know that Victorious and Sam and Cat existed. I'd heard of iCarly, but never seen it. I never watched any of these growing up, is what I'm saying. And I had never even heard of Victorious or Sam and Cat before I watched these videos. I had heard about Jeanette McCurdy's book because a lot of people were talking about it when it came out. It was big news. But I had no idea who Jeanette McCurdy was or, what the book was really about. I didn't know it. I didn't know any of it. I was surprised when I was watching this and then Ariana Grande showed up and I was like, oh yeah, she was like this weird child star. Like, I don't know, fucking weird. But anyway, this one, they're like 4 hours, 3 hours, but then one of them's like 8 hours. I don't know, but then this one's 9.5 hours. And it's 9.5 hours, and it only covers 9 episodes of the show, the final 9 episodes of the show. And for some reason, when it came out, it caused a big hubbub on Twitter where people were complaining about it being 90%, like people who definitely had not watched the video just saw the title and the length and gone mad for some reason. And I need to get off Twitter because this place is a fucking shithole, okay? And it sucks the amount of this podcast that is me complaining about things I've seen on Twitter. It sucks. We all know it sucks, okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. But anyway, I just wanted to bring up one thing, which is one of the tweets that blew up about this video is by an account called @Yapoana Anna Lily, who has a post with 48,000 likes, which says, I just skimmed to a random part in the video, and he was saying words super slowly with barely any editing, then took a sip of coffee and put up a black screen for like 3 minutes. So I've now watched the entire video, and I just want to point out, that shit doesn't fucking happen. This person just made this shit up, which is fine. You can go on the internet and tell lies. That's what people do. But Quentin Reviews clearly put a lot of fucking effort into this video, okay? And it's a good video. Like, it's not just plot summary masquerading as analysis. Yes, there are plot summaries in it, but it's like 10% plot summary. It's a video about the show, and it does analyze the writing and characters of the show, not just summarize the plot. It does analyze the writing and characters. Then it also has analysis of other related spin-off shows that are in the same universe, like Henry Danger, and goes into quite a bit of depth about this stuff, how they're connected, all of this, the characters that are shared. Like, what is the connection? What is the universe being built? Like, stuff that's like, it's inane, it's stupid. Obviously, that's the point. Knowingly so. But it clearly took time and research to put this stuff together. It has gags. It has thought through gags in the video. It has a lot of information about the show behind the scenes parts of the show. It's a good video. But then, on top of all of that, it goes into, the last big chunk of the video, the ending like hour or more even, is about Jeanette McCurdy's book and the shit she went through in the filming of these sitcoms. And it's a fucking heavy, it's a serious, heavy topic, and it's handled well. Like, he doesn't make light of the issues. It's a good handling of, and it's informative. Not everyone's gonna. I'm never gonna read Jeanette McCurdy's book. Let's be honest. But I think it's genuinely good, and he does summarize a lot of the book, because the book is an autobiography. Like, yeah, you're gonna end up doing that, but he doesn't just do that. He has his own input regularly, and it's useful input from his unique perspective, like about a serious topic that he covers well, about this fucking person who was abused and suffered, with like eating disorders through her whole life, and had this, fucked up relationship, all to produce garbage tier Nickelodeon sitcoms, right? Like, it's a whole fucking fascinating look at the kind of people that produce something like this. It's not plot summary. Like, it's a good video, man. And yeah, it's slop, but it's good. It's like it's peak slop. It's absolutely peak falling asleep video. It is the best of the best in this particular subgenre that I happen to be invested in. And the fact that everyone, all these people scrolling around, they see long video about subject that doesn't seem to have much depth, and they just assume I don't know, man. Because there's videos like that. I'm not denying the fact that there are videos like that. There are plenty of terrible video essays, quote unquote essays, on the website that are 90. Like, the person who really needs to get called out for this is Pyrocynical, okay? That motherfucker does that all the time. He just fucking summarizes shit that happens. This motherfucker makes terrible video essays. But Quentin Reviews is not that guy. He's not that fucking guy. Yeah, there's videos out there that are long as shit, and yet, the entire thing is scripted and heavily, like a John Boyce video or an Action Button review, they exist. Even Joseph Anderson, his Witcher 3 review, when it eventually comes out, there's stuff out there. The EVE Online Frederick Knudsen video, like, there are long ass videos that have more effort and more detail than this Sam and Cat video. But just because someone has a different style, you're just, I don't know, man, this shit's annoying. Like, yeah, the Sam and Cat video isn't heavily edited. Yeah, he doesn't talk super fast. He's not fucking like Ludwig. It's not a Ludwig video. He doesn't, it's not Destiny. He doesn't talk at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He talks at the pace that you would expect a normal person to talk when they're not doing, presentery. It's how he talks. It's just how the guy speaks. It's not super heavily edited, because it doesn't need to be, because that would take away from the video. It's long as shit and incredibly detailed, because the point of the video is to be that, to deep dive something that definitely doesn't deserve a deep dive in the traditional sense, and yet somehow make it work. I'm playing defense with this guy. I'm fighting demons. I'm fighting and by demons I mean specters. I'm fighting specters. I'm fighting spooks. I'm fighting geists. Okay, I'm fighting ghosts. I'm fighting invisible internet people that barely exist. But that's what I do with my time. Allow me this pleasure, please. Allow me the pleasure of complaining about things on the internet, because if you can't complain about things on the internet, what is the internet for? What the fuck are we doing this for? If I can't sit here to my audience of a couple hundred people and complain about a video that's 9.5 hours long about a sitcom I've never seen, because someone on Twitter with like 1,000 followers tweeted something that I disagree with, if I can't complain about that here, if I can't do that, then what's the fucking point of any of this? What are you here for? What are we all here for? None of this even matters. None of this even matters. Yes, Quentin Reviews doesn't need me to defend him in a video that no one will ever see. And yes, the planet is dying. The animals are leaving. It might just be you and me. But do we really need anyone else? Uncle Dane's video about pyro. I feel bad about it. I don't like Uncle Dane's pyro video. I don't think he understands the class. I don't think he understands. Oh, here's the two things just off the bat. Because I've been playing a lot of pyro recently. I've been basically maining pyro for the past 3 days. I've been banging out pyro, and I'm not that good at pyro. Like, I just want to make that clear. I'm not amazing at pyro. I'd say I'm like pretty decent. I'm pretty decent. But I'm not amazing. But that's because I like to play in a very flashy play style. I think pyro is the most swag class in the game. Specifically, extinguisher combo are the most swag mechanic in the entire game. More swag than like I maybe on par with trick stabs. Like extinguisher combos. Like, I don't really think like, you know, Demo Man. I know a lot of people think Demo Knight, Trimpy things are like super swag. I used to think that when I first main Demo Knight, but nowadays I don't see them as that cool. I don't know why, but I think, you know, motherfuckers, you gotta go on YouTube, look up Anthid, look up Sketch, look at some cracked pyro and see these, you know, insane combos. That stuff is so fun. I love going for one of my favorite things in the whole game. It's why pyro is my second most played class. So hearing Uncle Dane talk about how playing pyro with the default loadout, he immediately says two things that I just think are blatantly wrong and show a weird attitude towards the class, which is firstly, he says that just playing WM1, just holding down mouse 1 and shooting fire at people, he says it will create a lot of space, and that's true. Pyro's good at creating a lot of space with WM1, but then he says it'll get you a lot of kills, and that is just not true in my experience at all, because you really don't do very much damage at all with just your fire sustained damage. Like, you really don't do much damage at all. Any decent player will just kill you if you walk straight at mouse 1 held. Like, it doesn't work. It works as an ambush sometimes, especially with the back burner, but just holding down it is not a thing. Like, at least in, you know, I have like 150 hours on pyro or something. That crazy. Maybe a bit more. Maybe like closer to now. I could probably check it. But I can't be bothered to. So yeah, probably about 200 hours on pyro. Yeah, I don't know. I've never found this to be the case. I found that WM1 requires really good positioning to make it happen. You have to have really good games, and I just disagree. This is not how been my experience at all, that you can just rack up easy kills with WM. But you can rack up some kills with WM1, especially on noob players. You single out, you know, it's good for catching out retreating medics because they can't surf your damage running away from you. And you run just as fast as them, so you just whittle them down and they can't really punch back to you. But, you know, anyway, that's kind of a side tangent, because the real thing that makes me question this video is his rant about air blast. And I'm going to give you a quote from Banny now. Now, Banny, quote, "Pyro is air blast." This is the thing that I don't think Uncle Dane understands. Those flames don't do shit. Okay, your ability as pyro is to fire mini crit rockets at the enemy. That is your ability. That is your strongest fucking ability, to deny projectiles and give yourself mini crit rockets, and like that is pyro. That is what you're there for. At least with the stock flamethrower, that is your most powerful attack. He admits to not being very good at air blast, but then strangely also says it takes no skill, which is just meaningless. One of the things he says takes no skill is the pure instinct air blasts, where you air blast, get a reflect kill without ever even seeing the projectile. Just the instant the soldier fires, you reflect it back at them. Now, yeah, sometimes that's luck based, but I can tell you, as someone who is good at reflecting, that has taken me a lot of practice. To do that, you have to learn and internalize the it's kind of like playing spy. Like, it's partially about memorizing mechanics, like memorizing the timing on soldiers' rockets, for example. How long does it take soldier between each rocket? What's the rhythm you need to be air blasting? Secondly, you know, what's the timing it takes to reload all 4 rockets after they're dead? How many rockets have they already fired? Are you keeping track? Because I am. I'm counting every single rocket. Okay, you rocket jumped, that's 1, so you have 3 left. You know, I'm counting every single soldier I fight. Oh, that's the direct hit. Okay, I'll have to change up my timing and reflex that. Oh, that's the Liberty launcher. Okay, I'll have to change up my timings. Oh, that's the beggar's bazooka. I'm gonna die. You know, that sort of thing. I'm paying attention to that sort of stuff when you're playing pyro. It's not easy. To occasionally hit a lucky reflect, sure, whatever. That's a thing, I guess. So that's the first aspect, right? Is just recognizing game mechanics. But then the second thing is the psychology element of it. That's why I say it's like Spy. It's like trick stabs. It's like knowing what players are likely to do, and not just in terms of, I don't know how to explain it, but like when you're playing Spy, you pay attention to what you pay attention to what buttons your opponents are holding down. Like, does this person hold W when they're chasing you? In that case, I can pull off a matador. If they like to strafe a lot, I'll have to pull off a circle strafe. Which circle strafe technique am I going to need to use? Watch the circle strafe tutorials and learn all of that stuff, which I am just starting to own in game. I'm still a noob at Spy. But it's that sort of thing, like learning what sort of behaviors the different soldiers on the enemy team have. Like, for example, I've been 1v1ing. Today I was MGEing with Duless, him on Soldier, me as Pyro, and I've learned a lot of his behaviors in order to reflect better. I know, I can guess on instinct. He likes to bomb in, but he doesn't shoot from far up, right? Because it will do less damage fall off, and also because it gives me more time to react. So he'll generally wait till he's pretty close, like a last minute type of situation, to fire that rocket at me if he bombs in. If not, he's high up enough that I can react to it. But generally speaking, I know he's gonna fire at me when he's like almost hitting the ground. And because this is not just him, by the way, this is a super common behavior with soldiers. They're trying to bait out a reflect from you. They're trying to make sure their attack hits by getting close to the ground, like as close to you as possible, and they're trying to minimize damage fall off. So a lot of soldiers will bomb in and wait till the last possible second, but not when they're on the ground. Like the last second while they're still in the air for some reason. I don't know why they do this. It's a very common behavior with soldiers. Not every soldier does it, but you can spot it when it happens. And so because of that, I get a lot of instant reflect kills where I don't even see the projectile because I'm using psychology. Or turn a corner. Like in my latest video on TF2, that I survived X number of hours in TF2. What was it called again? Here, I want you to go do this yourself, so you can see this. Hi, my name's No. Thank you. It was at. I will find the timestamp for you. A second. I believe it's this clip. Nope, that's not it. This clip. At 5:18, 5 minutes 18 seconds into the video, I turn a corner, see a black box soldier. I realize he hasn't looked at me yet. He hasn't registered that I've turned the corner yet, so I don't air blast, and then it's about psychology. It's like, how long will it take this soldier to react to the fact that I've turned a corner? And most soldiers will just fire on instinct. And it just looks like he gets deleted. Like, it looks like I just turn the corner and look at him and he just explodes. But that's because I know the rough, approximate timing of human reactions. Like, that is not no skill. That I was terrible at that when I started playing Pyro. I never got kills like that. And now I am, well, like, not just, how do I put it? It's not just that I know I have the opportunity to do that now. It's that I have seen myself in real time get more consistent at reflect kills like that, at these proactive reflect kills rather than just reactive. And so this is why I just think that Uncle Dane has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Or it's just he has a really weird perspective. That, like, reflex is like you fired a rocket. If you're saying that takes no skill, then you may as well be saying soldier takes no. Because, like, hitting a reflected air shot is basically the same mechanically as hitting an air shot as soldier, for example, or any soldier. You know what I mean? Like, you become the soldier, Telly. You become the demo man. If you want to hit, your reflect pipes, which I'm not great at, but I do occasionally, you have to know how to aim pipes. It's not just, it doesn't just magically happen. Air blast is very, very powerful. And so the fact that he's like, it doesn't take any skill, I don't like the mechanic, but also I'm bad at it. It's just odd. It's just a very unusual attitude. And then that's not even to mention, reflect jumps, which is something I've been trying to improve at a lot recently. You can get some insane kills with that tech. Like, saying that takes no skill is just insane. Like, it's not the hardest thing in the game by any means. I'm not saying that, of course. but it's a mechanic you can improve at. It's a real thing. And what's more, it's arguably the most important tool in Pyro's toolbox. It's way better than flames because the game is about burst damage and it takes, skill. It doesn't always take skill. Sometimes you get lucky, just like any mechanic in the game. Sometimes you get lucky, but it takes skill. And then this thing about WM1, like, that's not doing anything, brother. You gotta be comboing. What are you doing if you're not comboing? How are you playing Pyro if you're not comboing? Yeah, I'm watching more of this video now, and he's like, well, soldiers just won't even shoot at me because they say, yeah, because you're spamming air blast. Like, you're the worst, most annoying kind of Pyro player. Of course you're not having any fun. You're doing it wrong, buddy. You're doing it wrong. Don't spam air blast, and don't just sit there and stare at them. Like, he's like, oh, well, look, soldiers were just... I tried timing my reflex. It was all dumb luck, first of all. Anytime I got a reflect kill, it was all dumb luck. Sometimes it is, but it seems like... He says, anytime I see an explosive class, I just press mouse 2, and 50% of the time I get rewarded. If you're only getting rewarded 50% of the time, you're doing something. Like, that sounds like you're just doing the mechanic wrong. Because I tell you, I get rewarded with, reflex a lot more than 50% of the time. Not 100%, but, I don't know. But you can see in the clip where he says, I tried timing my reflex, and then he cuts to this clip where he's in the stairwell on upward, and he's spamming his air blast. Like, you can see, he uses his air blast before the soldier has even shot any rocket at him. Hold on, I'm waiting to see the clip. Yeah, the soldier hasn't shot anything, and he clicks. Okay, so in that situation, this happens sometimes when you're playing Pyro. A soldier figures out that you're waiting to try and bait out a rocket from him to air blast with, and he's just going to stand there and stare at you. You've successfully shut down his whatever he was doing, first of all, so congratulations, your mere presence has had an impact. But secondly, this is when you switch to your flare gun and start critting him out. And then he's going to have no choice but to either run away, in which case you've created space, good job, or to start shooting rockets at you, in which case you switch back because you're using the degreaser, right? You're using the degreaser, guys, come on. And reflect that bitch. Or, you can use that opportunity to close the distance and get a combo on him, where if he does shoot you, even if you can't air blast it, it's going to do self-damage. Like, there's so many options in that situation. To say that this is a bad interaction is just so dumb. Like, it happens sometimes, and it's just a funny moment. Even in those awkward times where you can't actually make anything happen, it just turns into a TF2 funny moment. Like, it's not, I don't know, it's such a weird video. It's such a weird, people who don't like Pyro are just baffling to me. I don't know, I have mixed feelings about this video. The thing about, he does kind of talk about combo Pyro. He likes the flare gun, that's fine, the flare gun's a fun weapon. He likes the extinguisher but can't use it. I guess that's fine. Like, I also sucked and continue to suck with the extinguisher. It's a difficult weapon to use. It has, it has a pretty high skill floor to being successful with the extinguisher. You need to practice a lot. That's why my TF2 stats are permanently fucked, because I spent so long on TR Walkway practicing extinguisher combos that everything... Like, the highest damage is like 10 million with Pyro, because I was just sitting on TR Walkway killing bots for like hours and hours practicing extinguisher combos. Where was I going with this? He talks about it. He says it was too difficult. I don't know. I would have liked to see him. He has this. He's kind of like has similar complaints to me, where he's like, yeah, and you pull off this really difficult thing and they don't even die because they're only mini crits, and I'm like, yeah, now you understand my suffering. Now you understand my pain. You don't even do that much damage with the extinguisher. It's kinda lame for how difficult it is to pull off a really good extinguisher combo. It doesn't actually reward you as much as you probably deserve, but that just means you have to be even better with it. That just means you have to get even better at Pyro. Okay, now, combine it with some crit flares. Now combine it with some mini crit detonator, combine it with some extra sustained damage from your flamethrower. Combine it with a reflect, get the shit, get comboing. it really, because it doesn't do as much damage as it should, it really forces you to start thinking about combos. And, you know, hey, you can take out an engineer, you can take out a scout, you can almost take out a medic, which is super frustrating because you get the medic down to like, I don't know, like 20 health or something, and then you just need to sit there in shame finishing them off with your flamethrower, which is why I'm trying to remember, if I'm chasing down a medic, I gotta either get him lower with my flames first or hit him with a flare before I extinguish them. I don't know. Hit him with a detonator. I use the detonator on Pyro because I like jumping. That's something I wish he would have gone into, is he's like, you know, talking about how the flare gun is really fun to use for bursting down people, hitting 90 damage crits. That's nice, but personally I would have liked to, I don't know, maybe we have different priorities in the game. He is an engineer main, like, but then he also likes to sentry jump, right? Like, he shows a clip in the video where he's like, this is what I like to do in TF2, and it's a sentry jump clip. Like, that's Pyro's best movement option, is det jumping. I'm kind of wish he'd gone more into that, because det jumping is a massive unlock for Pyro, technique-wise, tech-wise. It allows you to close the distance on fleeing enemies. It's going to allow you to hit those extinguisher crits way more often. And it's just swag. It's just sick. It's just fun as fuck. Lets you get into areas you would never expect a Pyro to be. It's great. But I will say, I'm very thankful for this video. The reason I'm thankful for this video is I'm sure it introduced a whole bunch of noobs to the Dragon's Fury. And I like using the Dragon's Fury, but there's one thing I like even more than using the Dragon's Fury, which is fighting other Pyros who are using the Dragon's Fury. Because no one except me in the game seems to have realized that you can reflect Dragon's Fury projectiles. And so some Pyro has watched this video, and they've heard the Dragon's Fury does loads of damage, it has great range. It's a great weapon for Pyro mirror matches. You will just spam down enemy Pyros like it's nothing. And I'm sure that it's working for all of the other dumb idiots out there who don't know you can reflect the projectile. But I have spent time, on maps where I can practice the timing for reflecting Dragon's Fury projectiles. And you best bet I'm tanking the first hit so that you get the fast firing speed so that I can time my reflect perfectly. And you're getting hit with a mini crit Dragon's Fury projectile and you're not lasting very long. You're not fucking lasting very long. I win interactions as pyro mirror matches where the enemy is using the Dragon's Fury way more often than I lose them. It is super fun because people don't even know what's happened. They don't expect their projectiles to be air blasted at all. It ruins their on 8 because when you're fighting a pyro, in case you have no idea what Team Fortress 2 is, by the way, the Dragon's Fury is a side grade weapon for pyro that replaces the flamethrower with a different flamethrower that shoots fireballs like projectiles. But the way it works is that once you hit, it has a relatively slow firing speed, but then once you hit one fireball, like once you hit someone, the firing speed increases and the damage increases. So getting that first hit is relatively difficult, but once you've got someone on fire, it rewards you for continuously hitting your shots, right? Like you get a faster firing speed and more damage. But it only works while the enemy is still on fire. Once they get put out, the faster firing speed and increased damage stops. So it just barely works on pyro, right? The timing is set up in such a way that you're just if you hit your shots every time against another pyro, you get the faster firing speed every time. Like the afterburn on pyro lasts just long enough to still count. But if I reflect your shit, I'm no longer on fire. You go back to the shitty firing speed and 25 damage instead of 75. It puts them off. They don't know what's happened. Why am I firing slowly? It didn't feel like I missed. Where did all my health go? Like, they don't know what's happening. And also, there's no icon in the kill feed for a reflected Dragon's Fury projectile. Like, when you reflect a rocket or a pipe, it shows that it was a reflected rocket or a reflected pipe. But when you kill someone with reflected Dragon's Fury, it just shows the Dragon's Fury as a kill icon. So I think people just get very confused as to what's even going on. They don't know you can reflect it. You can reflect all kinds of stuff in this game. everyone knows you can reflect rockets. Everyone knows you can reflect pipes. Hell, people even know you can reflect huntsman arrows. But you can reflect medic crossbows. You can reflect fucking, what's it called? What's that? The short circuit. You can reflect short circuit energy balls. You can reflect Dragon's Fury projectile. You know, people don't even know that stuff. And I know this stuff because this is what I'm saying about, this is why I love TF2, because TF2 rewards autism. It's one of the, like, the more you dig through wikis and watch YouTube videos and go on practice servers, like, the more autistic you are with all this obscure knowledge about the game, you're gonna win fights because of it. You know what? I just want to see if I can still do this. I was a teenager at one point. I was 14, 13 years old at one point. I know it's surprising, but once I was like 13 years old. And I'm also white. So I can do this, I think. Gotta be the one about it, I'm a sinner, but a man. I wanna be Zen, but I'm considering something that's kind of meditating, but I get it when I can. I don't wanna wonder, but they got a bit of bottle of malt, like a bit of thing, never gonna call, telling me it's all figured out. I'm sick of doubt, but I'm looking at the wall. Part of me was open to pick it up in the moment, be open to the gun, got me, but I gotta let out of me, gotta get that I gotta become a bit of reality, but somebody gets offended by the front of me. Who's he? You gotta be kidding me. You be like Gatorade Sympathy. I don't know who that is. I've never known who that is. Gotta get it like another for buff and what I love, but I get it like I live. But if my baby's gay, I'll say you go gay, baby. Whip that crib, whip that thing, go cut kids with police, flip that car. I don't wanna Jesus peace, but I wanna Reese's piece in the Kit Kat bar. I want everybody focusing on gotta me to let them in the game for the betterment of innocent and milk. You never wanna settle for the pop. One knocks my bedroom, knocks my pistol, knocks when I sell my socks. I'm up in the level, it's just in the tip of my head to my gorgeous knees. Who is that boy? How does he rap so good? I don't know how. Yeah, that's how it goes, right? Alright, 1.5 speed, 1.5 speed, 1.25, 1.5 is impossible, I think, but here we go. I don't believe this is possible, by the way, but I hope that this is entertaining and you can laugh at me attempting this. We're taking it back to, like, when did this fucking video came out? I don't know, but we're taking it back to the YouTube of those days when there'll be videos of people trying to rap this fast, and most of them were good, but I'm not good, so you can laugh at me doing this. I think that's the point of this. I'm hoping that you find this amusing, is the point. I hope you can laugh at me being cringe, is the point of this. Gotta be the I'm said about a man. I want to be those medicines and but I get what I can. I don't want to be a malt, like I'm never gonna call. Tell me this. Fuck, I kind of fucked up the timing on that. I kind of fucked up the downbeat. I'm gonna try that again. I feel like I can do it. I'm going way too intense. I gotta relax. That's my relax. Okay. Fuck, I forgot I didn't realize what the downbeat was. We're trying again. I'm said about a man. I want to be Zen, but I've seen 10 minutes again when I can. I don't want to be a bit of malt, like it's never gonna call, telling me it's so figure it out, stick it out, I'm making the war. Probably because somebody pick it up in the milk, it didn't got me better color, but I'm that is so hard, man. Part of me somebody pick up in the milk, it got me better color, but I'm it's fun. Listen, I'm not gonna let anyone try to take this away from me. Rapping fast is funny, and it's fun and enjoyable. It's a fun and enjoyable activity. It's pointless. It's stupid. It's not impressive. Okay, it's a nerdy thing to do. It's lame to be able to rap fast. It's lame to be able to do the fast bit from Rap God. Okay, it's the sort of thing. It's not. It's no one should find it impressive that you can do that. Right, it's a very nerdy thing to be able to do. And it's not nerdy, and it's like memorizing digits of pi. It's like a fake. It's like, oh, okay, I guess you took the time to learn how to do that. Good job, kind of deal. It's not like a wow, that's genuinely impressive talent kind of deal. But that's fine. It's fun anyway, and I don't give a fuck. And I also know a bunch of digits of pi because I was that kind of kid. And you know what? I'm not gonna apologize for it. I know 3.1415926535897932384626433827950228. I know all of that, right? I could go for longer actually, but I'm not 100% sure after that because I never remember. I think it's 0284602. No, I don't know. But I can do Rap God as well, of course. I don't know. Some lama you wish I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it through? I'm super human, innovative, and I'm represent anything he says because you know for me no clue. I'm never said more than I'm saying kind of motherfucking audience. I feel like it's never fitting. I don't know his everywhere. For the example, I feel like that be said, but because nowhere to get a motivated. Yeah, it's boring. It's the problem is these fast raps. They're not good songs. Like Rap God is not a good song. this Watsky thing is not a good song. There's also the fast part from Look at Me Now, which I never bothered to learn. But that one's really bad. Like, the lyrics in that are just nonsense. It's just like fast words for no reason. It's not as bad as Rap God. Rap God's a worse song, but Look at Me Now is also a really bad song. Actually, they're probably both equally bad. And Look at Me Now does feature Chris Brown, who is like an evil human being. So, like, maybe that affects something about it. But there was that brief period of time where people rapped fast. You remember that? That was a good time. We need to bring that back. We need to bring back rapping fast as a nerdy pastime. Okay, too many people, they don't rap fast anymore. We need to bring back people in school, on the fucking school cafeteria. We need a TikTok fast rap. That's what we need. We need a fast rap to go viral on TikTok so that all the nerdy white kids can go into the fucking cafeteria at school and be like, hey, check out what I can do. Gotta be the one about better, you know? They gotta be able to fucking do that. That's an experience that the Zoomers, the Gen Alpha, whatever, they're not growing up with. What are they gonna do? Check out what I can do. Skibbity dub, yes. Skibbity dub. Yeah. No, it's not the same, man. It's just not the fucking same. I just want to say, in all my hours playing TF2, it's very rare to come across cracked scout mates. For some reason, recently, there's been an uptick. They're everywhere. I don't know if I'm just noticing them more or what, but these guys, they jump around. You can't hit them. They're in the air. They're buzzing around your head. My main class is Demo Man. Scout is my biggest counter. My second biggest class is Pyro. Scout is my biggest counter. I rely on the other team's scouts being bad in order to not get completely fucking shut down. Even if you manage to hit a scout, chances are, as Demo, you hit a pipe on a scout, it's just gonna do it self-damage, you're gonna explode yourself. I don't know, man. Scout is difficult to fight, and that's the point of Scout's class, to be fair. I'm not complaining about it when I'm playing Demo, because the solution when playing Demo is to just hit your pipes, to be better at the game. Pyro, on the other hand, Scout is the reason why Pyro isn't viable in sixes, right? Like, Scout is any Scout who is... I think the difference between a good Scout and a bad Scout might be, like, the biggest skill difference of any class, right? Like a bad Scout is just feed. Like, it's just free kills, because they're so weak. But a good Scout is just fucking impossible to kill. And yeah, as Pyro, I mean, if you're not in an enclosed area, you just get chased down by a scout, they come out of nowhere, and then they just stay out of your range, and there's nothing you can... Like, I mean, unless you have the shotgun equipped, which I don't, because it's not fun for me. I don't know, I'm not complaining, it's just, it's interesting. It's an interesting class dynamic. I mean, it's annoying. Maybe I am complaining, I don't know. I don't know what I'm complaining about. I'm not that mad about it. I don't know why I brought this up. Just odd. You very rarely come across really good scout players. Past few days, I feel like I've seen a bunch of it, and I don't know what to do because it's so rare. Like, I know how to counter good soldier players. Right? I know how to counter good demos. I know how to counter good meta. I know how to counter good spies. I know, but to some extent, at least for all of us. I'm not saying I'm good at countering any of these people, but I know the theory. Right? I know how to counter good engineers, switch to direct hit soldier, or, you know, whatever. I know how to counter a flog pyro vax medic combo. It's not easy, but it's doable. It mainly just means tracking their Uber and placing sticky traps. That's probably the best way. Right, like a lot of the bullshit in the game, a good sniper is pretty hard to counter, but you just stay out of their sight lines, right? Like, that's the counter. It's not really a counter because oftentimes the sightline is the objective, and so stay out of their sightline means don't play the objective. But you can always switch to spy and harass them with the ambassador. You can always switch to sniper and try and at least, you know, even if you're going to die more than they're going to die, you're at least distracting them from your team and maybe they can push the objective. Like, sniper has very little counterplay, but it's possible. Whereas countering a good scout on offense, when you're playing offense. If you're playing defense, you just put a sentry down, right? It's very easy. On offense, I guess the solution is to play Battle NG, now that I think about it, with the mini sentries, with the gunslinger. Yeah, that's the play. Okay, I should do that. I forgot that existed. Next time I come across a really good scout, I'm not letting them have fun. I'm putting down my mini sentry. I really suck at Battle Engine, by the way. Might be something to have fun improving at. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch a movie. I'm gonna watch the movie Happy Death Day. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm gonna watch this movie. I might fall asleep halfway through it. But I don't know. I don't know. Get ready for my thoughts about Happy Death Day. What a weird fucking movie. And by that I mean, not that the movie itself was weird. The movie itself was almost painfully ordinary. But the experience of watching the movie was fucking weird. Because the first, 3/4 of the movie are worthless trash. And then, maybe 2/3. But then, the third act really brings it back together. It suddenly, everything just starts working. Suddenly the movie just starts to work. And I almost turned the film off 3 times. There were some extremely fucking boring dialogue scenes where, they're trying to make you care about characters who are extremely, one-dimensional. There's nothing to care about, so they're not really fleshing out the characters. They're just sort of doing, going through the motions of how you would flesh out a character, if that makes any sense. They're just okay, so in a movie you would have a dialogue scene here where you learn about this character and their wants and needs, because that's how you do characterization. What does this character want, and what does this character need? Because that's how stories work. At the start of the story, the character wants something and needs something, and at the end of the movie, they get what they need. They discover that they really wanted what they need when they get what they need. That's it. That's the situation. That's how characterization, how character arcs. You're welcome. Screenwriting 101 with no thank. I'm very sleepy. But yeah, instead of doing anything interesting, they just it's very bad. That's basically what happens. There's unfunny jokes. There's really not scary horror moments that suck. There's parts where it's doing a Scream-esque thing. There's parts where it's not really supposed to be scary, kind of almost like an action scene. I don't know. None of it works is the point. It's just mainly boring. Even down to the slasher killer's face, the mask. It's very boring, very I don't know, you see a lot of slasher movies. And then I thought they were gonna do maybe some sort of interesting twist with who the killer was, but the killer was just the bad guy. I mean, I'm just gonna give spoilers because this movie's a couple years old now. There's a double fake out where you think the killer's one guy, or they reveal the killer to be one guy. It's like a Scream situation. There are 2 killers. Movie's very clearly inspired by yeah, where was I going with this? Anyway, weird fucking film. Really sucks for most of it, and then comes together in the third act. Normally movies do the opposite of that. Normally movies are really good and then they're ruined by a bad ending, right? It's rare. It's very rare to have a movie that sucks but then has a great fucking third act. Okay, great might be too strong, but it's good. It pulled me, it justifies its existence. The first part of the movie, I was this is a cynical, Netflix fucking straight to streaming movie type thing, where it's okay, what if we did Scream, but it's Groundhog Day? That's basically the movie. What if Scream, Mean Girls, Groundhog Day combined into one movie? It feels very cynical, kind of, not like it was anyone's passion project, just it was that would be a good gap in the market to fill. But then at the end of the movie, it justifies its existence by having some interesting twists and turns, some pretty fun set pieces, and it gets a bit goofy in a good way, in a sort of, the way you kind of want a horror comedy to be goofy. Yeah, there's not that much else to say. Some of it still sucks though, don't get me wrong. The third act is not perfect by any means. It's just good, which is surprising because the rest of the movie is ass. Anyway, don't watch Happy Death Day. Watch a better movie. But if you really want to watch Happy Death Day, you can do it. But there are better movies. Go watch fucking The Bicycles. Instead, go watch the bicycle thieves instead. That movie's not even like, I don't even like that movie that much. I don't like that Italian, what is it, neo-realism or whatever the fuck is. I don't like that genre very much. I understand the appeal. It's too fucking depressing. It's just too, and they all talk in Italian, which is just a comedy language. It's impossible to take anyone seriously when it's just the ridiculous, like fucking absurd language. How does anyone speak like? Yeah, go watch a better movie. What's a good movie? Fucking, you guys know about me. I don't need to tell you the name. You've probably seen movies before. You've probably seen a movie a couple times. What's about a time loop movie? I've never actually watched Groundhog Day. I feel like I've absorbed all of Groundhog Day through cultural osmosis. I've never watched. What's the one where they're on a train and it's a terrorist attack? What's that fucking one? I remember seeing that movie in theaters and thinking it was pretty cool, and I rewatched it like a couple years after that, and it was pretty cool. What, Source Code? Is it called Source Code? That's a pretty good movie. It's a pretty fun movie. Yeah, go watch Source Code or Edge of Tomorrow. That's also a good time. Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow is a good movie. That's based on a manga, light novel, something. Yeah, not the best time loop movie. Edge of Tomorrow, bad time loop movie. It's got Tom Cruise in it. It's based on Japanese things, so you know it's good. Source Code has a better twist at the end. More interesting plot. The best moment. Here's the thing about time loop movies. The worst moment in a time loop movie is always when the loop first starts, and they're like, "Oh no, what the hell? This is the same day as the other day. Oh no, I'm so freaked out by this. Let me go do the loop again. Oh, it's the same loop again. Am I gonna be trapped here forever? Oh no, I'm going crazy. Oh no, no one will believe me. I'm going crazy." That's the worst part of any time loop. Then the best part of any time loop movie is when they've been through the loop a bunch of times and they start saying exactly what's about to happen to some other character who doesn't believe them. They're like, "Oh, you don't believe me that I've been through the time loop a bunch of times? Watch this. In exactly 2 seconds, that man over there is going to slip comedically on a banana peel, landing face first in the lady over there's panties. She's going to say, 'Kya, baka, hentai,' and slap him in the face. I don't know why this is turned into an anime all of a sudden. To which he will pan the camera up to the sky for some reason. Whatever. I'm fucking sleepy, okay, guys? I'm sleepy. But that's the best part of a time loop, is when the character's like, "Watch this. I've been through this so many times. I know that girl over there is about to step on a banana peel. What's this banana peel thing that I've got going right now? What's this fucking step on a banana peel thing that's going in my head right now? I don't know." But that's the best part. And then the rest of the movies are bad. All other movies, everything should just be a time loop. I want to be in a time loop. I want to live in a time loop. Because if I lived in a time loop, everything would be predictable. And that's nice to... I could just hang out, you know. It wouldn't be even a problem to be in a time, because there's so much stuff you can do. What does it even matter if you're in a time loop? Like, what's gonna go wrong for you? Nothing. You already know everything. I mean, at first it would be a bit weird, but then after the millionth time, I don't know. For example, you could play the exact same round of Team Fortress 2 over and over again, and you could just memorize exactly what every single person is going to do at every single, I don't know, just like godly at that round. It would be insane. You would literally be unlocking god mode cheat powers. It would be sick. You wouldn't run out of food to eat, right? It wouldn't be like you have to eat the same food every day, because you could just go to the shop and buy different foods. And yeah, eventually you'd try every single food in the shop, but like, you know, every combination of every food in the shop, it's not like money's going to be an issue. You're just going to reset your bank account. You could spend all the money in your bank account. Doesn't matter. Like, you could do fucking anything. A time loop would be great. Nothing bad's going to happen. You could start doing crazy shit. You could just be like, you know what? This time I'm just going to run out into the street naked. Fuck it. What are you going to do? No one's going to do nothing, because you're just going to loop back. You could literally do anything. You could commit a burglary, some sort of crime. You know, you could go out committing burglaries or doing whatever you want to do. No one can stop you, you know? Well, they can stop you, but that doesn't matter if they stop you, because you just respawn. You could do anything you wanted if you were in a time loop. I don't know why people get complaining about being in a loop. I want to be in a time loop so bad. I want to be Groundhog Day. I want to be able to go like banana peel banana peel lady now. That I want to be able to do that for some reason. I don't know. It seems like a fun. It's like speedrunning. You know exactly when everything's gonna happen. I feel like I've just accidentally reproduced the essence of that Onion skit about the autistic reporter who goes and interviews someone who's in prison. I feel like I've reproduced the essence of that exact same joke. But I'm not joking. I want to be in a time loop. The silences have been truncated. Welcome to the real-time segment of the podcast. Damn, this one's taken a long time to record. It's been a whole new year. It's 2024 now. But this is good. You know, I've become a Team Fortress 2 YouTuber now, so this is appropriate. You know, the fact that this episode is... Yeah, I'm a TF2 YouTuber now. I've been thinking a lot about Doctor Who recently. I know I said this sort of similar thing earlier in the podcast about people who... especially Americans who watch Doctor Who, people who... And they're you know... How this guy could be anywhere in the universe and, you know, any time, any place, and yet he chooses to hang out with British people in the modern day. Like, oh, wow, what's so goofy, right? People who ask that question, like, it's the same as... It's the exact same vibe as being like, oh, how come you never see them go to the toilet in TV shows and movies? How come you never see that, eh? So unreal. Yeah, because it's just the limitations of the medium, bro. Like, just chill. Just relax. I know it's not a serious criticism of Doctor Who. There are plenty of better criticisms that you can make of Doctor Who. A lot of the jokes especially, you know, I like the earlier seasons, but it's, you know... And by earlier seasons, I mean post-reboot. But there's some bad episodes in there. You know, the one that's 90% fart jokes, the Christopher Eccleston episode with the... Oh, fuck. Slitheen? That's what they're called. That one, you know the one. That's all fart jokes. That episode's not very good, right? We remember that. The problem with the new Doctor Who is not that it's bad. Because Doctor Who's always been bad and goofy and stupid and camp in a sense, right? The problem is that it's trying to pretend it's anything other than a goofy TV show, and yet it's still at its heart this like dumb, semi-low budget TV show. It used to be actually low budget, then it got popular, so they gave it a bigger budget. I don't know, I think there's a couple of problems, right? I think that the problems are... Doctor Who got popular and this thing called prestige TV started to really catch on in the world, and so all the other popular TV shows were either like, you know, procedural serials like, you know, CSI type stuff, or prestige TV. And Doctor Who didn't really, you know, didn't really know what to do with itself. But it was popular with the types of people who aren't into procedurals, right? Like the younger generation, who are more into prestige television. And so they were like, we're going to make Doctor Who prestige. We're going to film it like... Oh, sorry, that was probably really fucking loud for you. We're going to film Doctor Who like a movie. That's a terrible idea. You watch the newer seasons of Doctor Who and it's shot like a movie. I mean, the color grading... in some of the Jodie Whittaker Doctor Who stuff is just fucking like, what are you doing? This is not a movie. This is a goofy television show. Like, the cinematography ruins it, because you're shooting everything in this like when there's an emotional moment in, like, you know, some moment of heightened dialogue drama in the David Tennant era or whatever. You know, it's shot from a relative, you know, medium shot, flat lighting, lets the actor's performance carry the scene. But when you watch, you know, like a TV show does, that's what TV shows are supposed to be like. When you watch the later seasons, Capaldi and Jodie Whittaker, and there's some sort of heightened emotional dialogue, they do this like ultra close-up, shallow depth of field thing like a movie would, but it just feels wrong, because the stuff they're getting emotional about is fake Doctor Who. It's like the goofy fucking Time Lord's Dalek Sonic Screwdriver TARDIS. Like, it's not real, you can't, the way it's supposed to work in Doctor Who is that it's this goofy fucking show, and then towards the end of each season, and also like randomly in the middle, it just slaps you across the face with like a really emotionally resonant moment. It's not supposed to be like that. Only works because it's 90%, fighting the monster of the week alien. Also, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and complain about Doctor Who bad now, because Doctor Who bad now has been bad now for like 5 years now, or longer even. But I kind of am feeling like watching some Doctor Who is my point here, so I'm gonna do that. Oh, I didn't even talk about the other thing. The other thing is they fucked up Doctor Who by trying to outdo themselves every season with like lore drops, like some new big. They lost the stakes. They lost the stakes and the characterization. Like, I thought the 50th anniversary movie was pretty cool. It has some fun moments. It's pretty good. It's not the best thing ever, but it's pretty good. But in terms of lore, it fucks everything up. Like, it shouldn't actually exist, because what makes Christopher Eccleston work is the fact that the Time War was this mysterious event that you only sort of hear whispers about. You don't just see what the Doctor did. Like, you get the sense that it was something horrible, some horrific choice that he had to make and whatever. And your mind conjures up something better than the story could ever actually make, right? You're imagining something more, it lets your imagination do the hard work, that's smart, that's good storytelling. And so, as much as it also I don't know, then all of the just back, but that's not really what I wanted to even say, so I kind of went off there. I just feel like stake raising. There's a lot of stake raising. Like, there's the whole timeless child thing, the whole Moffat making the Doctor the most important being in the universe when he's supposed to be just a goofy little guy. Like, the whole, in fact, I never thought about this, but the ending, the ending arc of David Tennant's Doctor is all about how he kind of goes insane with hubris and starts to believe himself to be the most important being in the universe. And this is this is great, right? This is great stuff. The Time Lord Superior arc, right? That whole thing is just instantly undone by Moffat when it's like, actually, all of that hubris was correct. He actually is the coolest guy and the center of the universe. And then they went and did the timeless child stuff, which just made it fucking worse. But that stuff doesn't even exist, right? Like, modern Doctor Who doesn't exist. Doctor Who is like, Also, I want to point out something, which is that Peter Capaldi is a good actor. I don't think I've mentioned this, okay? I don't think much about Capaldi's run, because I didn't really like it. But that was because of the writing. Like, his and I also don't like Clara's performance or the way she's written. I didn't even watch the later companion, but Capaldi is a fucking great actor. He absolutely does his best with the dog shit he was given. Okay, he should not be besmirched for what they did to the Doctor. And I think that the whole Missy thing is kind of fun. There we go. These are my Doctor Who opinions. Alright, so I'm kind of sleepy. So this probably won't be very clear, and also I'm considering making this into its own video. Maybe if I can be bothered. I would have to come up with something a little deeper to say than what I'm about to say now. So you're hearing the beta version, the half-baked beta version of what might or might not be a video in the future. You'll know. I won't. Well, I will. I don't currently know if it's a video. If it's a video, okay. And that is this company called Teenage Engineering. Teenage Engineering, you might have, I don't know how well known they are outside of the music people space. They make mostly little devices that you can make music on. If you've ever heard the song One by Swedish House Mafia and seen the music video, that device from that music video was made by them. But they've made a lot of other stuff. I think they're pocket operators, I think is what they're called, are very popular. You've probably seen them. I remember seeing them in like shops at some point. Teenage Engineering, big brand, big brand, very popular. And I hate them. I fucking hate them, and I am like shocked that I don't hear people shit on them more often. Like, I've never used one of their products, and there's a very simple reason why I've never used one of their products, which is that they're all incredibly, absurdly overpriced. And I think you could make a good video just going through their website and just laughing at what they charge for this stuff. Like, it's insane. I mean, I was just going through this. They're selling like... Hold on. Can I fucking click on something? What is this? Okay, that's clearly the wrong button. Here we go. Okay, this is some sort of sampler. The EP133K02. They always hide the price right at the bottom. They're selling merch for the sampler. Where's just the sampler? Where do you get that? Okay, well, whatever. I don't actually even want to talk about that because this is more interesting. The TP7. The TP7 field recorder is just a recorder. Like, as in, all it can do is record and play back audio. Like, you know, the recording app on your phone can do. And it's in a small form factor, like an old tape recorder. That's all it can do. It doesn't have other functionality. Not really. I mean, it kind of does in that you can, like, rewind in real time, kind of like you were spinning a tape reel. Kind of like that, if that makes any sense. But it doesn't, like, really have any other functionality. Like, that's not useful functionality. It's more like an aesthetic thing. Other than aesthetics, it has no functionality other than being able to record and play back audio. That's it. That's all it can do. That's literally all it can do. It has a nice design. They're design people. They're these people. They you know, kind of like the people that make my phone. Nothing. Right? Like these people who are just like, oh, we're not a tech company. We're a design studio. You know, you just want to be Apple so bad. You just want to be Apple so bad. Let me see. Where's the... And here we go. Let's see how much this fucking thing costs. Are you ready? You ready? So let me remind you, this has practically no functionality that the recording app that comes with your phone doesn't have, right? Like it records and plays back audio in the field, and it's in the same form factor roughly as a phone. It's all it can do, okay? There's nothing going on here. You want to know how much it costs? 1,499 euros. 1.5 grand. 1.5 grand for a free app. For this thing that does the same as a free app. Oh, it's stainless steel. It has all of these tactile buttons. It has a thing in the middle that spins. It's 1.5 grand. Okay? I don't care how many spinny things you have. That is a fucking scam. Right, they sell a microphone. They have their own microphone. I can't comment. Microphones can get expensive. There are some mics that, according to some people, are worth a lot of money. I would never spend that much money on a microphone, but it's a niche case. I can understand charging a lot for a microphone. I'm not going to comment on that. But here's, I think, the most egregious thing that I saw in my very brief looking around this website. This is what made me actually want to record this. Is they sell the field desk. Now this is just a fucking like IKEA desk. This is just a foldable desk. There is nothing more to this. Okay, this has not got technology in it. This has not got any electronics. This is just a foldable desk, a metal foldable desk with a plywood top that you've seen 1,000. I don't even know if it's foldable, honestly. It looks vaguely foldable, so I'm just assuming it is. Deconstructible. It's. I mean, you want to know how much this thing costs? You want to know how much this thing costs? That's right. It's 1,599 euros. So the desk is £100 more expensive than the recorder, or 100 euros more expensive. Let's just hold on. Just like get this into your head. Just get this into your head. This is like, it looks like a cheap foldable desk. It doesn't. It's not. There's nothing fancy to this. This is not. You're not paying for anything. You're not paying for anything. It's just a desk, for God's sake. Okay, and it's 1,500. It's honestly not even a particularly like sturdy looking desk. It's 1,599 euros. Can I change this to not be in euros? Hold on. Can I change this to be in pounds? Is there some way to do that? Is there a United Kingdom option? That didn't change anything. Okay. But then here's the thing that's fucking egregious. So as an add-on, as an accessory for their field desk, they sell the field desk tape holder. And this isn't tape as in audio tape. This is not electronic magnetic tape, okay? This is sticky tape. And it doesn't even come with sticky tape, I'm assuming. It's just a holder. A tape holder, okay? It's a tape holder. Do you know how much they're charging for a tape holder? 79 euros for a tape holder. How is this company successful? Who is buying this shit? Who is spending $80 on a tape holder? This is insane. This is actually insane. And then they sell, also add on to the field desk, is the field desk tray. Now, the field desk tray looks to me like a piece of folded metal. I can't describe this any better. It is. I know how you make these. I don't know what it's called, but it is a bit of aluminium that is folded into a little tray. Right? It's not that big. It doesn't look that big. 770 millimeters by 20 millimeters by 83 millimeters. That's the size. Okay, so it's nothing crazy. It's got folded up sides and it's got a couple of screw holes in it. It's just a strip of aluminium, basically. That's all it really is, or aluminium alloy. £129, and I finally got on the website to work in pounds now for some reason. Don't know how I did that. This is absurd. Like, how are they getting away with this? And I haven't even talked about the music stuff yet. Then they have this fucking thing called choir. I couldn't even understand what this was. This is like a ridiculously expensive thing, but I guess this is more like an art piece. I can kind of understand this. Like, I would never buy this, but if you were super rich, like, this is actually pointless. Like, this choir thing is legitimately pointless. Like, it's just but it's so pointless that it crosses the threshold from being a product to being like an art piece, and that's where it becomes hard to judge its authentic value. The point of choir is it's like multiple different wooden statuettes, and each one has a speaker in it that plays a different synthesized voice line, and each one costs £200. They're tiny. They each cost £219, and if you buy all of them, they all sing in unison with each other in harmony. It seems pretty pointless to me. I don't even, but I'm not going to get into it. I mean, look, this stuff is just insane. there's also this OPZ. This was really funny to me. So they had their big pop-off product, I believe, their most successful product in the beginning, or something like this. I don't know. This is how I first heard about them, and this is the only product of theirs that I've ever thought was half decent. It was called the OP1. And the OP1 is basically a portable DAW. Like it can do a lot of stuff that you want something to do if you want to make music on the go. It's a little thing. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a little rectangle. It's a rectangle. It's got buttons and knobs on it, and it's got a sampler. It's got synths. It's got effects. It's got sequencing. The stuff that you would want to be able to do. You can record. It's got a microphone. You can make a song on just this. You can plug your headphones into the back. It's got a battery, right? Like, this is actually a decent product. It's a shame it costs like 5 times more than it should, right? Like, it costs let me see. I remember looking this up. Yeah, 1,799 pounds. So it costs a lot more than it should for what it does. Like, let me remind you, a pirated copy of FL Studio costs 0 money. And this can do less than that. Like, it's just never going to be worth buying this over buying a laptop for half. I mean, 1,799 pounds. You can buy a Mac with that even. Like, you could buy a laptop that can do music stuff and also everything else a computer could do. And if you don't want to, I'm saying a Mac because that's an expensive computer, but you could buy a cheaper laptop twice. Like, it's just insane, right? It's just like very obviously insane. At least this product is like kind of neat as a music making device. Like, I actually, if this cost £100, I would buy this. But there's absolutely no shot I would, like, this is just ridiculous. I mean, what can I even say about it? It's just an absurd amount of fucking money. It's just way too much money to ever spend on anything like this. And anyone who buys it, I'm just like, why? I mean, they're just rich, I guess. But the OP1 was super successful. And so they made, after like many, many years, they made a follow-up called the OPZ. And it just is like shit. It's just garbage. Like, I've never touched one of these things because they're all ridiculously expensive, and I wouldn't, when would I come into contact with them? I don't know. But the OPZ, they went all in on making it smaller. They tried to make it smaller, but what they've done, I don't know. It looks like a cheap, shitty plastic thing. It's like injection molded plastic that looks cheap and crappy. It has the world's tiniest buttons. Like, they expect you to play music on this thing. I want to remind you, if you go look this up, like, it's got a piano keyboard type layout on it with the world's smallest and crappiest looking buttons with like no travel. And they legitimately expect you to play music on this thing. And then it's got knobs instead, like, the original one had knobs. This one, they took the knobs out and they replaced them with spinny bits that you got to put Lego in. Why would you do that? Knobs already existed. You could have just left the knobs on. What was wrong with the knobs? Maybe I don't want to carry Lego bits around with me all the time. Have you considered that? Like, maybe, what the fuck? This is supposed to be an all-in-one portable DAW. Now is no longer all-in-one. It's like how you whatever. But that's the buttons being shit is a real complaint. The thing looking cheap is a real complaint. Let me actually look up the price of this thing. Can I find it somewhere on their website? It's got to be somewhere. Hold on, let me go in the... Oh, this is way cheaper. This is £499. Okay, I didn't realize it was that much cheaper. Now I understand why it looks cheap and shitty. Probably because it is cheap and shitty. I mean, that's still 500 quid. And let me remind you, or let me inform you, I guess, because I haven't told you this yet. Doesn't have a screen. The OP1 had a screen. The OPZ, no screen. Okay? And that's not that crazy. But it depends if it's designed to be used with a screen or not. But there is a way to get a screen on an OPZ, and that is to use the iPhone exclusive companion app. If you have an Android, fuck you. Okay? The, teenage engineering, fuck the pause. That's their tagline. Teenage engineering, fuck the pause. We hate the pause. Okay, get an iPhone, fuck you. That's teenage engineering's motto. It's like, why are you buying... We know our audience, okay? Our audience who are going to buy shitty stuff from us because it's like got clean design, which it looks terrible. They're also going to buy shitty stuff from Apple that has clean design and costs 5 times as much as it should. I mean, yeah, OPZ is a portable 16-track multimedia synthesizer and sequencer. They say it's multimedia because it can do like super basic visuals that look like ass. And with a range of sample and synthesis based sounds, sequence music, visuals, lights, and more, all from your OPZ, iOS and Android companion. No, the Android companion app doesn't exist unless that's new. I remember it didn't used to have one. Okay, it says Android one exists. It didn't used to have an Android app. Okay, my complaint used to be real. Preloaded with 16 sample packs, 12 synthesis based sound engines. I mean, it's just bullshit, man. This thing, for like £500 for this is just too much. Let me remind you, for £500, you can buy like 3 ThinkPads and pirate as many DAWs as you want. Okay, you can probably find doors for your mobile phone. I don't know. There's options. Okay, this is like now that I found out that this doesn't cost over £1,000, I am, a little bit less aggressive towards it. I thought it was more expensive when I was mad about it, but I still think it's too expensive for what it is, and I still think it's shit. They also sell a pre-made desktop computer that looks like shit. Let me go on their store and just see what they've got instead of looking through the products. They sell a guitar pedal sized what is this, 1 2 3 4 5 6 track mixer, like a guitar pedal sized 6-track mixer, which I've seen some people use, and that's £1,000. Then they sell some boom boxes, each of which is like £500. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. These guys, they sell things that are overpriced. That's the basic premise of this segment. They sell things, and the things they sell are overpriced. Like the pocket operators. The pocket operators are like one PCB. It's like one printed PCB with some buttons sorted to it and an LCD screen sorted to it, okay? They do not need to cost £90. They cost almost £100 each. If you could hear, like, go on YouTube or whatever and just like listen to the sound that one pocket operator makes, okay? It is not £90 worth of sound. Like, it makes very bleep bloop, almost chiptune-y sounding stuff. But with just one, like, you can't even do much. Like, with just one pocket operator, they're very limited. Like, you're supposed to use them in combination with it. It's not like you can make a whole song on one. It's more like one instrument or one noise. I don't know. They're kind of garbanzo. They're also, just ethically speaking, like disposable electronics, which is kind of, sketchy feeling to me. This is a good thing to point out in general, is that like none of their devices are repairable at all. Obviously all their software is proprietary. But yeah, none of their devices are repairable at all, so if they break, you're just fucked. And all the pocket operators are just designed to be sort of cheap and thrown out when they break, I guess. Compare that to, if you wanted to make chiptune bleep bloops on a handheld device, like the pocket operators allow you to do, a Game Boy is cheap as fuck. Let me go on eBay and just look up Game Boy. How much does this cost? A second-hand Game Boy? Oh, that's fake. Game Boy Color, £55. You see, I got mine for £25, but that was a good few years ago now. That was like a decade ago even? No, almost. 9 years ago, I think. I think that was 9 years ago. So, retro stuff was cheaper back then. But yeah, Game Boy. Oh, this one comes with Super Mario Land. So did mine actually. But the classic GBA. Oh, not GBA. GB Game Boy. I'm seeing £51 on eBay. Game Boy Color £20. I mean, yeah. That one's bullshit. That guy's trying to scam people. And then you can get a flash card for super cheap and install LSDJ on it. It's not very difficult. And obviously that's if you want physical hardware. And then you're making chiptunes on a Game Boy, which is like objectively way cooler than, that stupid fucking thing. But let me look up, because I would imagine like a Game Boy Advanced would be cheaper because it's more modern, less people want it. Oh, not true. They're not that much. They're not cheaper. They're about the same price. I'm looking. It varies a lot. Oh, this one's super cheap. Maybe I should sort by just buy it now. We're talking about 50 to 100 quid for a Game Boy Advance. Because you can make a lot of music on a Game Boy Advance. I saw something cool on YouTube the other day. Hold on. Game Boy Jungle. What was this? Yeah, this guy fucking made a jungle album. 4-bit jungle. This is on a Game Boy. I mean, you can hear the bits. It's fucking sick. Yeah. That's a fucking... You guys know what that song is. Freestyler. Sounds a lot like Freestyler anyway. Very cool. This guy Blaz Beats. Go subscribe to him. Anyway, I wanted to compare. Sorry, excuse me. Got a bit distracted there. If you really needed to buy a piece of like design piece music gear, like if you're really in the market for that, I would recommend avoiding Teenage Engineering entirely. And if I had to recommend something, I'd say go to monome.org. You can just tell from their website, the fact that their website is zero JavaScript, pure HTML, CSS, minimal and based. You can just tell that they're based instantly. But they make open source hardware, and they also sell stuff. But it's all open source as well. Sound making stuff. They have 3 things, I believe. They have this thing called Crow. Honestly, I don't understand what their stuff does. It's very abstract. Like their stuff is very like it's a big pad with buttons on it, and it's up to you to decide what it does, which is much nicer than the Teenage Engineering way of doing things, where it's like this device has our sample pack on it and you make the bleep bloops in the way we want you to. But yeah, these are all open source hardware. They're all made. I don't know. It's just much nicer. It's just much better. If you wanted to support some cool people. Now the shit is expensive as fuck still. Okay. Now this one's expensive as fuck. In this case, I feel a little more lenient towards them because it's like 2 or 3 people that make these things. Like they're all handmade. There's no factory. At least I guess they're milling some CNC milling stuff, but it's a fucking tiny, I don't even know if, I guess it's a company, right? Tiny company, just like some guys that just make these things. And if you want to make ambient experimental electronic bleep bloops, this seems like the sort of thing, you know, if you're the sort of guy that likes Max MSP or Pure Data, I don't know, it's probably real. It's probably real. Yeah, I don't know if I would personally buy any of this stuff. In fact, I do know I would personally not buy any of this stuff because I don't need it, and there's no point in buying stuff you don't need. I did spend $5 on a TF2 taunt today, though, so maybe I'm not the best person to be making that point. It's a cool taunt, okay? It's a good taunt, right? It's a pyro splashing around in a pool. It's cute. It's fucking cute. Yeah. I would recommend just spending the money on a more open platform that's cheaper, like a computer, for example, or buying some like children's toys off of eBay and circuit bending them, which I've never done. Always something I've wanted to do. Never done it. Spend $100, get a fucking TD3. Get something from Behringer. Okay, Behringer. Those guys know how to sell things at a reasonable fucking... Behringer, I think is actually pronounced. Behringer. Go to Behringer. Those guys will sell you something for a reasonable price. Okay? This is why we love Behringer. They will sell you something for a reasonable price. It won't always be the best thing in the category. It will very rarely be the best thing in the category. But that price, you best bet it's going to be reasonable. And that's why I like Behringer. Where's their synthesizers? Here we go. Look, they got all types of weird ass fucking synthesizers. What even is this? The 26,000. Is this some sort of pre-built modular, semi-modular analog synthesizer with 3 VCOs in a multi-mode VCF in an 8U rack mount format? I mean, there you go. Wait, is this based on something? What is this based on? This is a copy of some 1970s. Yeah, they make clones of stuff. It's a clone of some 1970s thing that I've never heard of, I guess. They got all sorts of crazy shit. I just fucking got something in my eye. Analog synthesizers. Look, Crave. What is that? DeepMind 1-2D. I don't know. K2. COBOL Expander. They've got way more of these than I thought they did. The TD... All the TD3s. The TD3AM. The TD3BB. The TD3BK. The TD3GP. The TD... I don't know what the difference is between any of these. They all seem about the same to me. There's so many of them. What's the fucking difference? I don't know, but they exist. What is the neutron? Like, what does this do? It's got to make some sort of bleep bloop. Paraphonic analog and semi-modular synthesizer with a dual 3340 VCOs, multimode VCF, 2 ADSRs, BBD delay and overdrive circuit in a Eurorack format. What does it sound like? Whoa. Sounds pretty cool. Sounds 80s. Ooh. mean, that's pretty cool. You know how much that costs? Let me tell you, it's not fucking $1,000 probably. I don't know. I haven't checked. Is there like store? Oh, buy now, Amazon. What are we talking here? $199. $199 USD. I mean, come on. You can't complain about that. Analog synths are expensive. None of that fucking teenage engineering stuff was analog. What about non-analog synths? What does Behringer have that's not analog? Desktop synthesizers, hybrid. Wasp. What is this wasp? What does this sound like? Big fat tones?
It comes with USB and MIDI connect.
I mean, yep, it's a synthesizer. Sounds pretty neat, I guess. These are all copies of stuff. This is the thing. These are all clones of things that I've never heard of from the 70s. I feel like I've gone really off track here. I'm just going through Behringer things. What I'm saying is, never buy anything from Teenage Engineering. Just never buy anything. Just don't buy things. Just pirate things. It's always morally okay to pirate things. In fact, it's good. It's an ethical good to pirate software. Okay, so it turns out, I've been rewatching the Matt Smith era of Doctor Who. It turns out that you can actually pinpoint the exact moment when Doctor Who got bad. Because I actually, on rewatching it, quite like Matt Smith era. I like the early stuff. I like the Pandorica arc a lot. You know, the weird thing about Doctor Who is, for a show about time travel, there's very few time travel-y, time paradoxy plots, which I think is what Stephen Moffat also realized, that like there's a lot of untapped potential there. Like, that's the obvious thing to do. It's weird. It's actually really weird that you don't see more interesting timey-wimey plots. I mean, there are some of them also written by Stephen Moffat, like Blink. But yeah, the whole Pandorica thing, that's like really good in my opinion. And the Silence arc, the America arc, that was pretty good. The Impossible Astronaut thing, also kind of good. But the moment the show gets bad is around, well, it's season 6, right? Now, if you look at season 6, you know, the first few episodes, pretty good. The Impossible Astronaut, first episode, season 6, good episode. Lots of intrigue. You got the Silence arc. That's good, right? Sort of. And then there's the pirate-y episode. That one's a bit meh. But you gotta have throwaway, you know, goofy episodes. Then there's The Doctor's Wife, the episode written by Neil Gaiman. I didn't remember that episode at all, but it's fucking great. It's actually really good. And then there's the weird little arc with the like, how do I put it? The Flesh, whatever they're called, or the Flesh. You know the Flesh. You guys know the Flesh. Oh, what the fuck? This web page is broken. Give me a second. Yeah, there's the arc with the Flesh. That the two-parter. That's a pretty good episode, but it's more lore important than it is important as a good episode itself. And then season 6, episode 7 is basically where the show gets bad. And it was setting up itself getting bad up until this point, but season 6, episode 7, it just never comes back from this, if I remember correctly, because this is where they really jump. I don't necessarily want to say jump the shark. They really go all in on, you know, these aren't just bumbling adventurers in the universe. These are like all of the, you know, the Doctor, Amy, Rory, River Song, these are actually all the most important people possible. These are actually all like the main characters of the universe, not just the main characters of the show. The Doctor has these. Oh, he's a good man goes to war. Oh, he's defeating a whole army without spilling a drop of blood. Like, this is Stephen Moffat thinking he's a good writer. And it just kind of gets bad. I don't know, bit weird, but interesting climate. It would work if it was just sort of that's the climax. And then they just, in the next episode, introduced Mel, who was just like, oh, by the way, there was this character who Amy and Rory both knew the whole time, who we just never mentioned up until this point, but she's been there the whole time. It's like the episode of Rick and Morty with Mr. Poopy Butthole. It's like that. It's like, yeah, he's just, what do you mean? It's just Mel. You know Mel. It's kind of also like the, what's that Marvel character? Brie Larson, her, whatever. Like, how it's like, oh, the key to everything is just this one character that we just never mentioned up until now, who now gets, it's also a lot like the ending of Sherlock. This is like, bad. It's not, I don't know. I also don't like her character. I mean, the episode, Let's Kill Hitler, is not necessarily bad. It's Let's Kill Hitler. It's a fun, it's a fun romp about Hitler. You can't go wrong with a fun romp about Hitler. But I don't know. She doesn't really fit within the vibes. Like, a lot of the vibes of Amy and Rory, they come from some shitty village where nothing particularly interesting happens, right? Isn't that kind of the vibe? Where are they actually from? I don't even know. But it's like, oh, actually, this character, like, she would have been brought up at some point, right? Why did she have a gun? Where did she get a gun from? She lives in some random English village. How did she get a fucking gun? You can't just get guns in the UK. It's not like that. Where did she get a Corvette? I don't know. It's just very like, it's a lot like Sherlock, where in the early seasons of Moffat's BBC Sherlock, it's like you see Sherlock at least working out the clues, right? Like, it may not be the best, but I think season 1 of BBC Sherlock is like fine. It's like a 6.5 out of 10. It's not bad TV. But by the end of the season, Sherlock just has superpowers. Like, he's just saying stuff and it's just true, and it doesn't matter how he knows it. He's just magic. He's just a psychic who just knows everything. Because the whole watching him work out clues has been replaced by, well, you've seen him work out clues enough to just assume that everything he says is correct, so we no longer have to give a justification as to, and it kind of is a similar vibe, where it's like, and this even happens with Doctor Who, because I know there's a scene in the Peter Capaldi season where he just shows up in the middle of like a Dalek base drinking a cup of tea, and then he says, now the real question is, how'd I get the cup of tea? The answer, I'm the Doctor, deal with it, or something like that. And it's like, yeah, that's a funny throwaway bit, I kind of like that, but it's also indicative of you just want cool things to happen. But the point of cool things is that you want to find out how they happened. Like, I just don't want the Doctor to be a wizard who can just magic cups of tea out of thin air and teleport. He's supposed to be, ingenious and, wily and smart and witty. You can't just imply that without showing it. That's showing it is the bit that I came for. But yeah, this is exactly where it gets bad. Just about halfway through season 6. Maybe Mel will grow on me. I don't know. I'll keep watching. But the plot also, that's the other thing that I should have mentioned, is this is also where the plot starts to get a bit, how do I put it? All over the place. Like, I remember when I was watching this when it was airing, I just didn't really know what was going on. Because a week between episodes, there's a lot of stuff is like mentioned once and you just have to remember it, which works when you're marathoning it like I am now. But I remember watching it weekly and I just didn't even know what was going on really. Parts of it, which I think the plot is getting a little contrived. It's getting a little contrived. Things are sort of happening and playing out. Like I know what happened. I know Mel is River Song. because I've already seen this show. But it's a bit contrived. You know what I mean? It's fine. Like, it is what it is. It's less good than the previous parts. And then there's also like a very Moffat thing where it's like he writes himself into corners because he likes to give the audience the feeling of how is he going to write himself out of this one? And so he does that, but he doesn't like to actually write himself out of them. He doesn't think it through. I don't know. He did this with Sherlock as well. Like, the Doctor dying in The Impossible Astronaut, the way they solve it is like, well, it wasn't really the Doctor, it was like an automaton controlled by the Doctor, and somehow that works, but it doesn't really make any sense because you see the Doctor like start his regeneration cycle. So how did an automaton that just happens to look like the Doctor perfectly emulate? I don't know, it's a bit silly. It's a little bit silly. Yeah, it gets a bit like, well, that's kind of a bullshit way to write. I mean, it's not as none of it's as bad as in Sherlock, where, you know, how did Sherlock just live jumping off a building or whatever the fuck he did. Like, that's obviously the worst example of this. I don't know. This is where it loses me. This is just the part where it's like, oh, okay. This is why I'm kind of maybe glad that, you know, if you like the Matt Smith Doctor Who stuff, I gotta be real with you. You should watch Max Landis's Dirk Gently, because it's a very similar vibe. Everyone shits on Max Landis, and a lot of the time it's for his various sex crimes, which I think is, you know, reasonable, but other times it's for his writing, which is often bad, but not always bad. You could listen. My guy Max Landis, okay, you could shit on his sex crimes the way you want. I won't defend him. And you know what? You can also shit on his writing a lot, because most of it is bad. But I still think Dirk Gently is, at least season 1, is a good fucking TV show. And season 2 has some good parts. I would defend this show to the death, even though not really, because there's a lot of problems with it. You know what? I'm going to try a duel that I've never done before. I don't expect to do well in this because I am very bad with names. Shuffle. The Pope's Exorcist. I've never heard of either of these. I need to find 2 movies that I've at least fucking heard of, right? Let me pick English. Because these are all fucking French films. No, I'm just gonna keep going until I get 2 movies that I actually know. Nope, never heard of any of these. I should do a challenge. Okay, from June 1984 to June 2021. I can definitely do that. I can super do that. From June 1984 to June 2021. Timothy Chalamet is in. Okay, let's do it. How do I play this? Well, I know David Lynch and Kyle MacLachlan are in this. Patrick Stewart's in it. Let's see, what's Timothy Chalamet been in? He was in Wonka. He's a new actor. Also the director, he did Sicario, right? Same guy. Who's in Sicario? That guy. I don't remember his name. What other movies has that guy been in? I don't know. Okay, that's tricky. What other movies has the Dune director done? Villain News? That's his name, right? He did Sicario 2. He did one more movie before Dune. Fuck. What was it? Who else is in Dune? Let me look really closely at this poster. Is that Jason Momoa Is that Oscar Isaac? Is that Zendaya? Spider-Man. I can get to Spider-Man somehow. Yes, I can. Carl McLaughlin. No. Fuck. What's Carl McLaughlin been in? Okay, I fucked up immediately. I just immediately fucked up. Was in Inside Out with... Okay, I fucked up here. I fucked up real bad. We gotta go back. We gotta try this again. Okay, we gotta start from the beginning. Okay. We start with David Lynch. David Lynch directed Wild at Heart with Nicolas Cage. And from Nicolas Cage I can get anywhere, okay? I actually... Oh, Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe might be good. Willem Dafoe is in a Spider-Man movie. Willem Dafoe is in Spider-Man No Way Home. And so is Zendaya. Dune. Boom! 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 Oh my god, I'm a fucking genius. By mistake. Holy shit. That was fucking sick. I can't believe I did that. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. That's like optimal, bro. That's so good. There's got to be a better way. But damn. That was I mean, you got to give me credit for that, right? Okay, you know what? I'm riding the high. I'm going to do another movie-to-movie challenge. Okay, I've never heard of these ones. From Lord of the Rings to Harry Potter, that sounds bad. That sounds unfun. From Blade to The Matrix, I could try that. I could try from Blade to The Matrix. Wesley Snipes. The only person I know from Blade. What's Wesley Snipes been in? You know what? Let's take a look. Let's take a peek at Wesley Snipes' filmography. Well, he's been in Blade 2 and Blade Trinity. Okay, Matrix, Wachowskis. I think, I'm either gonna get it from Keanu Reeves or the Wachowskis, right? Or Lawrence Fishburne. What else has Lawrence Fishburne been in? Fuck. All my movie knowledge is just disappeared out of my head. Let's see. We got Point Break. What else? Bill and Ted. That's Keanu Reeves, right? Am I crazy? That's Keanu Reeves. Of course it's Keanu Reeves. Bill and Ted. No, Wesley Snipes not in any Bill and Ted movies. Lawrence Fishburne and Keanu Reeves both in John Wick. Wesley Snipes not in any John Wick movies. The Expendables is probably good because The Expendables 3, that's an ensemble cast. Okay, if we go to The Expendables 3, we can probably find someone. Yeah, I mean, we got Sylvester Stallone, we got Arnold Schwarzenegger, we got Jason Statham, Mel Gibson, Jet Li, Dolph Lundgren, and Kelsey Grammer. I mean, at least one of these people has to have been in a movie with Keanu Reeves at some point, right? Or Lawrence Fishburne, or something else. Let's see. Can we work this out? Apparently not. Oh, Harrison Ford is also in this movie? That doesn't really help me. John Wick is seeming like a good bet. Wait. I have an idea. Who's Ip Man? Who's that fucking guy? That's not Jet Li. Obviously. That's... Because that guy was in a John Wick movie. 4, I think. And I've forgotten his name, but it wouldn't be crazy for him to have been in a movie with Jet Li, who's also a martial arts guy, is what I'm saying here. Arnold Schwarzenegger, I mean, to be honest, he's been in probably a bunch of terrible movies I've never heard of. Same with Jason Statham, I know that for a fact. What else has Lawrence Fishburne been in? What else did the Wachowskis direct? I don't remember the actress who played Trinity's name. I'm stupid. So that's why I'm going with Keanu, Lawrence, and the Wachowskis. Speed Racer. Don't know any of the names of the actors in that movie. Great movie though. Great movie. The lesbian one. Don't remember the name of that movie even. Never seen it, but it exists. Fuck. Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester Stallone has been in movies. You know what? We're just gonna hope. We're just gonna hope and pray. We're going to Jet Li, and we're just gonna do some looking. I'm gonna do some searching and some looking. Once Upon a Time in China. War. The One. Fearless. Unleashed. Hero. Lethal Weapon 4. Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. I've seen that movie. The only movie here that I've seen is Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Who's in that? Fucking the guy, that one guy is in that, who I've forgotten the name of. You know the guy from The Whale, the guy from the Mummy movies, him. He's got to have been in something, surely. He was in The Whale recently, but wasn't he also in another movie recently? Didn't The Whale reboot his career and they put him in another movie? That's the sort of thing that would have had Keanu Reeves in it. Am I crazy? I've forgotten his name, but he might have done a movie with Keanu Reeves. They were both screwball comedy guys. He might have been in like Speed 2 or something. It's not crazy. Brendan Fraser, that's his name. This doesn't even list The Rock. The Rock was in The Mummy. Oh no, this is The Mummy 3. The Rock was in The Mummy 2. The Mummy 3 is the one that takes place in China. Not a very good movie, to be honest with you. We can go to Brendan Fraser. I'm kind of getting lost in the source here. I'm getting a little bit lost in the source here. We're in Brendan Fraser now. He was in the American version of Bedazzled. He was in George of the Jungle. He was in Blast from the Past. He was in Encino Man. He played a lot of cavemen that got transported to the modern world for some reason. For a brief moment there. He was in Looney Tunes Back in Action. I don't know how. I think this was a bad path to go down. I don't think we're getting any closer to any people that were in the Matrix here. Journey to the Center of the Earth, underrated movie. I like that movie. I liked it when I was a kid. It might not hold up at all. He was in Killers of the Flower Moon. Killers of the Flower Moon has DiCaprio in it. Has DiCaprio ever been in a movie with any of these people? I don't think so. The Nut Job. I'm lost. I'm lost in the source here. The Whale? No, that's not going to help me. There's no help for me there. The Mummy Returns. Wait, G.I. Joe The Rise of Cobra. I happen to know that has Channing Tatum in it. Has Channing Tatum done anything? Are any of those people in the John Wick movies? Are any of the people from 21 Jump Street? Is Ice Cube in a movie? I don't think so. Is Jonah Hill in a John Wick movie? I don't think so. And I'm pretty damn sure Channing Tatum is not in a John Wick movie. This is not as easy as I thought it would be. I didn't think it would be that easy, so we're definitely suboptimal here. You know what we do? We head into the Mummy Returns. We head into the Mummy Returns and we pray that the Rock can save us. We pray, because that's the only person I have here. We pray that the Rock can save us. Jumanji, Jack Black, Karen Gillian. Jack Black? Not helpful. Moana, Furious 6. Furious 6, not helpful. Furious 7, Fate of the Furious. Hobbs and Shaw. See, we could have gotten here ages ago. Free Guy. Free Guy is the kind of movie that would have a Keanu Reeves cameo, right? Am I crazy? Red Notice. The most viewed movie on Netflix, even though no one's ever seen it. How is it possible? I don't know. Jungle Cruise. That's a movie that exists. Never seen it. We can branch out in the Keanu Reeves movies. What's he been in? He's been in Bill and Ted, obviously. He was in Speed and Speed 2. Was he even in Speed 2? I've never seen Speed 2. He was definitely in Point Break. He was in The Matrix. And he was in the John Wick movies. I don't even know. I'm not that good at movies. I need to get Young Sai to do this. I'm gonna just think that Free Guy would have a Keanu Reeves cameo. Nope. Nope. Nothing. Does have Channing Tatum in it though. Not helpful. Ryan Reynolds. We're just lost now. We're just completely lost. Ryan Reynolds was in... Okay, I fucked up. I might have to just... He was in Blade Trinity. Wait, we were trying to get from Blade Trinity. How did we get back to Blade? Why was Ryan Reynolds in Blade Trinity? We're back. What the... Okay, I give up. If you're back at Blade Trinity, you know you fucked up. You know you fucked up if you somehow got back to Wesley Snipes land. I want to know the answer. I want to know the solution. I'm lost. I'm completely lost. Okay, I give up on this one. I should have just called it after my God tier Willem Dafoe call. It wasn't that God tier. It was pretty obvious, but I should have just called it. I give up. I saw a video on YouTube about this, and then later in the day, I opened up Twitter, and I've seen a couple of threads about the same thing. I don't know if they got inspired by the YouTube video, or if the YouTube video was inspired by the Twitter posts. There's a fun fact going around right now on the internet, which is that back in the day, after the invention of the disposable razor blade, people didn't really know what to do with the razor blades, right? You can't throw them in the garbage because people will cut their hands on it. So no one really knew what to do with the like they invented a thing without inventing a way to dispose of the thing. And so the invention they made was the razor blade hole in the wall. And what it is just a little slot in the wall that you put your razor blade in. Where does it go? In the wall. It just goes inside your walls. And they just pile up there. And if you knock down the walls of old like, really old houses, you'll find piles of razor blades in them. Hundreds and hundreds sometimes, right? Because it's, when's that going to be a problem? And someone on Twitter responded to this saying, "This says so much about the generations that raised the boomers. Climate change denial makes a lot more sense now." And I think that this is a reasonable point, but it really gets into something much deeper, which is that humans, particularly Europeans, it seems, aren't good at thinking about their waste. Like, I responded to this by saying, back in the day, before we had garbage dumps and trash collectors and rubbish bins, what people used to do with their trash, their waste? They just dug a hole in the garden and put it all in there. And then, when the hole got full, they just filled it in and dug another hole. That's what they did. That's how people dealt with trash for about 1,000 years, probably longer. Pretty much forever. They dug a hole, they put stuff in the hole, and that was it. That was how it worked. They just had a trash hole at the back of their garden. No one really thought about it. Couple of reasons. Humans weren't that densely packed. Although, let me actually mention, people did this in cities too. This wasn't just, a rural thing. Like, people did that. This was just how you dealt with trash. You had trash, you put it in the hole in your garden. That's how you did it, right? Yeah, like in cities, this was also how you did it. Why? What other option do you have? How did that work? You had a big hole. It was just basically the same thing we still do. Trash heaps are just big holes. They're just somewhere else. They just used to be there, right? But that's seems comically terrible, right? Like, I should say, that's what most of archaeology is. Most of archaeology is just digging through people's trash that they buried. That's why you're digging it up most of the time. When it's more recent archaeology, obviously, the older shit got buried over time, digging up ancient cities. But if you're doing archaeology for the 1700s, you're looking through people's trash. I mean, this is even the case for medieval Europe. And probably other things too, but I just happen to know about medieval Europe. They find a lot of broken pottery. The pottery wasn't, that pottery was broken when it was put in the ground. They threw it away because it was broken. Shards, whatever. Yeah, people just used to throw stuff away by digging, and it sounds terrible because it's well, obviously you can't just do that forever. You can't just keep digging new holes. You're going to run out of space. The trash is going to spill over. But no one thought about it. No one ever had to think about it because there weren't that many people and there wasn't that much trash. And so it wasn't a good solution, but, it was fine. And eventually people came up with the idea of, what if we made a bigger communal hole? People probably had communal holes before. Seems like something people don't would have invented, but the modern system of trash heaps, it's the same thing as the razor blade hole in the wall. Just put it out of sight and, you probably won't have to deal with it. Someone else can deal with it. Or another example that I used is the Great Stink. The Great Stink of 1858. 1858, surprisingly recent. Probably doesn't seem recent to Americans. That's half the time your country has existed. But for British history, that's very much the modern period. That is not, that is recent. The Great Stink was in London. We just didn't have. I'm saying we as if, I don't know. I can say we, right? The collective we for Londoners. That's a thing. We didn't have sewers. We had sewers, but they were open air sewers, and they weren't that great. London's population had boomed, and so the sewers had not been new infrastructure built to keep up with the booming population, and the sewers were very, very old and open air. And 1858, there was a particularly hot summer which caused the great stink. All of the human waste just sitting out there in the hot, hot sun. I'm sure you can imagine the smell. It is called the Great Stink, so you can imagine, not good. And there were probably less great stinks before this. It took that long. It took something like that to happen for London to actually build a proper, robust sewer system, which is a great sewer system, by the way. The first modern sewer system. Who built that? I'm pretty sure. Fuck, I'm forgetting the guy's name. Yerkes? Is that the guy? Did Charles Yerkes do something like this? Let me see. That seems like something he would have done. Or the other guy, Brunel. No, it was Joseph Bazalgette, that guy. Yeah, the pumping station. Look at this thing. You guys gotta look up Crossness pumping station. The interior of it. I think there's a video, like a Tom Scott video about this or something. It might have been Tom Scott. I've seen a YouTuber make a video about this thing. It's got like all of this design fanciness on the inside. It looks very cool. Anyway, it took it took the great stink for people to be like, maybe we should build some sewers. So it's not that surprising that no one wants to do anything about climate change. It's not that surprising at all. And it's not surprising that we've known about this for a very, very long time, you know, at least comparatively, and not done anything about it. Because of course we haven't. Have you seen what we do with our waste? We don't do anything. We just let it build until it becomes unbearable, and then we're like, fine, we'll solve the problem. You know, no wonder the biggest problem of waste, climate, ecological disaster, we're taking the same attitude. It's not surprising at all. Of course we're doing that. You know who had this figured out? George Bataille. George Bataille had this figured out. He knew what he was doing. He was back there in the 20s or whenever he was around. That was the 20s. And he was like, guys, you got to be thinking about waste. You got to be thinking about shit and piss. You got to be thinking about all of the excess that you're producing. That's the important part. If you don't deal with it, it'll deal with you. It doesn't just go away when you're not looking at it. If you're not consciously dealing with it, it's piling up somewhere. That's his whole thing. Not just in terms, and it's not just in the abstracted economic sense. He's talking about shit. He's talking about trash. He's talking about, everything. He knew. He effectively predicted climate change. He didn't actually do that, but functionally, he did. He knew what he was talking about. He knew what he was talking about. As we near the end of this podcast, the Slice of Life podcast that's taken me the longest to record out of any Slice of Life podcast. You know what? I woke up today and I thought to myself, I don't want to play Team Fortress 2. I don't know what's going on with Team Fortress 2. I think I'm a bit burned out. I'm not sure. I have a half-finished montage, clip dump, frag movie, funny moments video that I could keep recording clips for. But I think I'm just gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. It's just gonna sit on my hard drive, I guess. Has some good frags in it. A lot of pyro clips, but the problem with TF2, let me tell you the problem with TF2. The problem with TF2 is I don't know. It's got too much bullshit in it. It's got too much fucking bullshit. It's like you get too good at it and then it becomes bullshit. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You get too good and then you realize how good you could be and then it becomes hell. But like every video game, really. I think today I'm just gonna play Quake and make some techno music instead of playing TF2. Because I've wanted to play the original Quake for so long, and I've never done it. I played the first like 3 chapters the other day. But I want to go again. I want to go again and try that again, because yeah, Quake, cool, awesome game. And I want to try and make some techno music. I want to put up some shelves, but I can't really do that because it's like I don't have any shelves, and it's also 4 in the morning. First, before I do any of that, I have to make myself breakfast, and this is the conundrum. So I want chicken. I want chicken. Ideally, right now, here's what I'd be eating: chicken and waffles. You know, that's what I really want. But I don't have waffles. But I do have other carbohydrates. But I think I don't know. I don't know what to do. I think I'm gonna have some of these like weird frozen potato things you put in the toaster. They always make me feel bad after I eat them, but they are quick and easy, and they go better with chicken than bread. And they're also super cheap. Not as cheap as bread. Bread is cheaper, but pretty cheap. Not as cheap as just buying potatoes, but the fact that they're ready in 5 minutes is definitely an advantage over potatoes, which are ready in like 30 minutes. I'm gonna go make those now. That was very tasty. Where was I? TF2 is a game full of bullshit. And okay, here's the reasons. Let me be real quick. Okay, here's the reasons. So my old main class is Demo Man. At first I played full Demo Night. Now full Demo Night is cool, but to actually get good at Demo Night, to play Demo Night effectively, is very boring, because the way you play Demo Night really effectively is you equip a shield that is not the Tide Turner, so less fun trimping, and you hang back until you see stragglers. You hang back with your team until you see stragglers, and then you charge in, pick off a straggler, and charge back out, and then wait again until you see someone weak. That's how you play Demo Night effectively. The like times when you can actually get like chain kills, super rare, and incredibly risky. Most of the time just not worth going for. It's mostly just like hanging back, waiting until you see some sort of straggler, and then picking them off. But so you're just a pick class, but you're less effective than sniper or spy. I mean, you can be as effective as spy maybe, but you know, it's not. Most of the fun things about the class, at least in my opinion, because they not there, because when you're using the Islander, you kind of have to play cautious in order to keep your heads. So Demo Night, full Demo Night, a little boring once you actually try to like play effectively. So then I was like Hybrid Night, because you have a little more versatility. You can do stuff about sentries, for example. I mean, Demo Night is just useless pushing a last. Like, I don't even understand how you can do anything pushing a last as Demo Night. Because you can't really do anything about sentries unless you're absolutely cracked and super lucky. So Hybrid Knight, at least you have the ability to do some range damage if your charge is recharging, and you can take care of sentries. Problem with Hybrid Knight is, well, there's not really a super problem, but once I discovered the sticky jumper, I kind of got addicted to it over Hybrid Knight. The reason being, playing Hybrid Knight was fun because of the movement options that trimping allows for. You become a super mobile. But it takes so much time for your charge to recharge in between trimps that you can often just charge in somewhere, miss your shots or miss your sword, and then just be fucked and die. And then, because you don't recharge. Whereas if you are using the sticky jumper, you have way more mobility. I mean, you can just be anywhere on the map anytime. Of course, the problem with this is pipes are the hardest projectile to aim in the whole game, and at first I thought I was just bad, and to some extent I am just bad. But also there's classes like Scout which exist specifically to counter projectile aim, And so good scouts will just fuck you if you're stuck using pipes. They'll also fuck you if you're using stickies as well, but they'll especially fuck you if you just have 4 pipes. Like, unlike Soldier, who can just miss his shots on the ground and still do a bunch of damage, pipes are like using the direct hit, except you also have to, you don't have the faster moving projectiles, and you don't get any splash damage. Like, you can't just aim at people's feet, you actually have to hit your shots. Yeah, I don't know how anyone can be consistent with it, and in fact no one is. At first I thought I just sucked because I'm inconsistent with pipes, but upon watching people actually play Demo Man at a high level, people are better than me, like, that's not what I'm saying, but no one is like 100% consistent with pipes, even close to it. Like, even the best Demo Man players aren't that consistent, because it just takes so long to reach your target that you can't predict everything perfectly. It's just impossible. And only having 4 projectiles with such a long, like, at least, Soldier's reload speed is faster. Demo has if you're playing Demo with a sticky jumper, you're basically just a shit version of Soldier. You have 4 projectiles and lots of movement options, like a Soldier rocket jumping in, but your projectiles are much harder to aim and they take longer to reload, even though they do more damage. I'm not saying it's completely useless, but you can't really pop off with it. But then the other problem that makes Demo Man pipes especially annoying is how the timing changes depending on ping. Like, if I'm playing on Uncletopia London and I'm getting 10 ping or whatever because the server is in London, and then I decide to hop on to like a US server where I have 90 ping, I mean, the lag is just insane. Like, the difference between pipe timings is just so much. It's just ridiculous. Or even if I just go from Uncletopia London to like a Frankfurt casual server, the timings are so different that you really can't get consistent with pipes, because every server you join is gonna have slightly different ping, and that just that means the timing is different on every server. It takes a different amount of time before when you click your mouse and the pipe actually comes out of your face. So that once I figured that out, I just started to get really frustrated. So then I was like, I gotta be able to do some fucking damage, and switch to using stickies, which is really what an effective Demo Man should be able to do. The problem with that is, at least when you're playing Hybrid Knight, you have the ability to deal with close range targets. And when you're playing with a sticky jumper, you can just, it doesn't work very often because it takes a while for the sticky to arm and stuff, but you can sometimes get out of the way. When you're playing full Demo, close range targets just destroy you because you do so much self-damage with pipes. But really the biggest problem I found with playing full Demo Man is, as much as I am like reasonably good at Demo, it's very easy to dish out a lot of damage, but it's actually surprisingly difficult to finish people off, because once they start taking damage from stickies, people tend to just back the fuck away until you run out of ammo, which is smart, but it's pretty difficult to counter. Like, you're very effective at a super specific range, and then you are the best class in the game, but in the chaos of casual, there's just too many people and too much shit going on that you can't keep people at range all the time, at the perfect mid-range where you'll win fights. But then the thing that really fucks me is just the difference between offense and defense. Like, defense as full stock Demo or Iron Bomber, like with pipes basically, or sorry, with stickies, you're basically the best class in the game, especially if you're pretty good like I am. Like, you just destroy. You're gonna top score if you're decent. It's not even difficult. But on offense, it's so different. Like, it's the only class I've played that is like, other than maybe Engineer, where you just can't do anything. Like, it's not like you can't do anything. I still score highly. I still am top 3 at the scoreboard pretty much every game playing Demo. Even on Uncletopia with better players. Because Uncletopia players aren't actually that good. They just annoying. I'll go into that rant. Oh, I don't even have time. We're reaching the end of the segment. Anyway, on offense is really fucking hard. On defense, you trap choke points, you trap the cart. Traps is like your most effective weapon as demo. But on defense, sorry, I got that mixed up. On defense, you know where to spam, and if people push you, you can always fall back into your sentries. On offense, you don't have reliable sentries. Your team is all over the fucking map pushing chokes and stuff, and you're also super reliant on a medic who's gonna actually Uber you in order to push past sentries. Like, the amount of medics who don't Uber demos is just fucking insane. I think people have just been like traumatized by bad demo players and just don't Uber demos a lot of the time. But demo is probably the best Uber target because you have 12 projectiles and they all do super high damage. You're super effective against sentries. You're super effective against players. I mean, you're just gaming if you Uber a demo, man. Soldier only has 4, even if they're using the shotgun. That's different, but most of the time people are using gunboats. Like, Pyro is too short range, Heavy's too slow, and those are really the only people you're going to be Ubering. So, demo is like the best Uber target, and yet the amount of times people refuse to Uber me is just insane. And outside of that, I can spam out sentries easily, but you're so reliant on your team. Like I'm, pretty good at spamming out sentries. I'm a demo main after all. But my team never fucking pushes in once I clear it. There's nothing I can do. I get on mic, I say push, push, push. No one does anything. It just pisses me off. Casual players are allergic to pushing for some reason. I don't understand it. And then in the last 30 seconds, everyone suddenly is like, oh yeah, the objective exists. Very strange. I don't understand it. So then the problem, so the problem with that is that, but then another thing, I started playing demo because it was sick, because pipes are sick. Hitting pipes is sick, playing demo night is sick, trimping is sick. But playing with stickies is not sick. You hit the occasional pipe air shot and it's cool, but that's like rare. And most of the time it's pretty boring. You're just kind of, it's not necessarily boring, but the dopamine comes from getting massive kills with like lots and lots of kills rather than doing individual sick plays. So this is when I started to play more Pyro, because the extinguisher combos are so fun. My laptop's running low on battery. Now the effective way to play Pyro is to spam people out with, Pyro is basically exists to survive. You spy check, you air blast projectiles away from your medic and engineer, and you hit people with as much afterburn as possible and just try and stay alive and hope that you outlast them until afterburn kills them. That's how you effectively play Pyro. It's incredibly fucking boring. People who play Pyro, I don't think anyone really plays Pyro like that outside of Highlander. The fun way to play Pyro is to equip the detonator and jump around the map hitting extinguishers on people. And if you've seen my videos, you know that I'm pretty good at extinguisher combos by now, and they're super fun. The problem is you are so fucking easily countered, especially on Ungoogled, which I have to play a lot because casual is just full of bots. On Ungoogled, soldiers who realize you're a decent Pyro will just stop shooting at you, which means you can't get reflect kills unless you single them out and give them no other shot, in which case it's a guaranteed kill for me every time because I'm a god at air blasting. Even fucking huntsman snipers, once I start reflecting their shit, they just refuse to shoot at me. Pyro is air blast. Air blast is your most powerful mechanic. Being able to close the distance with the detonators is very powerful, but it takes so much health away from you that you even if you manage to get some kills with it, the chances are you're going to die trying to escape because you sacrifice so much of your health to get in. And you just get shut the fuck down by sentries. You're not super effective at pushing the objective and not super effective at pushing last. You're mostly going for swag kills, which is often reliant on other players being bad or out of position. And really, one of the most annoying things is how fucking ineffective you are at heavies. Heavies just shut you fucking down. You cannot kill them. I've killed heavies before, but it's pure luck. You just have to rely on them being bad and distracted. Like you just can't do anything about heavies, no matter how good your combos are. It just takes longer for you to kill them than it takes for them to kill you, and it's much easier for them than it is for you. And so seeing people just rage switch to heavy after I kill them a couple of times, it's like, okay, nice, no more fun allowed. That's the real fundamental problem with TF2, is that when you play the game as it's meant to be played, outside of sixes, where they are very careful to ban any weapons that make the meta different. In casual, where the meta can be anything you want, any player who is like half decent with a particular playstyle is just so easily countered by some bullshit. Anyway, I'm gonna end this podcast here. Remember, you can listen to these on nothankyou.neocities.org. This might be the last podcast I ever do. You're not gonna know. You're not gonna know because I'll decide that at some point in the future. You're never gonna know. So thanks for listening. Goodbye.